Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 3237 to Chapter 3288. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he let out a long breath. Then he smiled faintly and said, I didn't expect the golden energy to have such benefits. Haha, good, very good. But little fellow, what are you? What should I call you? Since he couldn't figure it out, Zhao Hai stopped thinking about it. Then he turned his attention to the dying pine tree. Zhao Hai looked at the pine tree and then extended his hand. He slowly felt the pine tree to see what was going on. The life energy of the pine tree didn't increase, but it also didn't decrease. This made Zhao Hai very happy. He gave the pine tree some natural energy. With this natural energy, the pine tree slowly recovered. While the pine tree was slowly recovering, Zhao Hai suddenly felt a special energy coming from the surrounding pine trees. Then Zhao Hai's plant protection suddenly jumped up. Then the color of the plant protection became brighter and brighter. It also felt more and more solid. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he understood that he had brought the pine tree back to life. Now that the pine tree was alive, he could naturally talk to the other pine trees. This made the other pine trees even more grateful to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he immediately began to exchange energy with the pine trees. At the same time, he also began to treat the other pine trees. Although he was busy, he still felt very relaxed. While Zhao Hai was busy, the pine trees suddenly told him that someone was coming in from outside the forest. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that someone would come here. However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He was still doing his own thing. In any case, nobody could see him exchanging energy with the pine trees. Wan Jun was a plant master. He was a genius student of the academy. He didn't have a good family background, but he was very strong. It has been 3 years since he entered the academy at the age of 16. He has been studying hard all this time. It can be said that he was one of the most hard-working people in the academy. His efforts didn't go to waste. Among all the plant masters in the academy, he was the strongest. Not only in terms of combat strength, but also in terms of understanding plants, communicating with plants, exchanging energy with plants, and so on, he was the strongest. Wan Jun was the #1 expert among the plant masters in the academy. In this aspect, many plant master teachers in the academy couldn't compare to him. Although Wan Jun was still in the academy, the imperial family had already promised him that as soon as he graduated, he would immediately join the imperial family and become a plant master. He would be able to enjoy the treatment of nobles and enjoy a lot of privileges. To be honest, Wan Jun was very proud. To have such achievements at his age, he really had the qualifications to be proud. However, he was also very clear that all of this was because of his strength. Therefore, he had to work hard to improve himself. Because of this, he wasn't in a hurry to graduate. He was still working hard on his studies. He had been to all the places in the academy that had plants. Every once in a while, he would go to various places in the academy to exchange energy with the plants. Today, it was finally the pine forest's turn. Wan Jun didn't like pine trees very much. This was because it was very difficult for him to communicate with them. However, he still went to the pine forest every once in a while. This was because he was very clear that the more difficult it was to communicate with a place, the more he should go. Otherwise, he would never be able to communicate with the pine trees. For him, this was definitely a shortcoming. A plant master with a shortcoming wasn't a good plant master. When Wan Jun arrived at the pine forest, he suddenly felt that the pine forest was a bit special today. He was puzzled as he looked around. He wanted to find out what was different about the pine forest today. However, after looking for a while, he still couldn't find anything. Wan Jun didn't care about it. He slowly placed his hand on a pine tree and tried to communicate with it. The communication was quite smooth. However, when he wanted to exchange energy with the pine tree, he discovered that the natural energy that could be exchanged with the pine tree had already been exchanged. Moreover, it seemed like it had just been exchanged. This made Wan Jun startled. He let go of his hand and frowned. Then he looked at the pine forest again. At this time, he finally remembered that there was something different about the pine forest. This was because the pine forest felt more alive today. Only plants that had just exchanged energy would feel this way. This was also one of the reasons why Wanjun was startled. One must know that there was a lot of natural energy inside the pine trees. In the past, when he came here to exchange energy, he could only exchange energy with a dozen or so pine trees. He couldn't do any more. His soul object space wasn't that big, it couldn't hold that much natural energy. But today, when he looked around, he discovered that every pine tree in the forest was filled with vitality. In other words, almost all of the pine trees here had exchanged energy with someone. How big was the soul object space? An expert, it must be an expert. Moreover, this person might still be in the pine forest. From the looks of it, this person had just exchanged energy with the pine trees. After thinking about this, Wanjun immediately went into the forest. He wanted to see who it was that exchanged energy with the pine trees. Just as he walked forward, he saw a figure. It was a tall figure. Unlike what he imagined, this figure didn't seem to be exchanging energy with the pine trees. On the contrary, he was holding a tool and treating a pine tree. He looked very serious. Not only was he serious, but he was also very careful. His movements were very gentle, as if he was afraid of hurting the pine trees. Wanjun recognized that person. He was Crane Field. He had heard of this name before. He was a member of the Hu clan. It was said that he was the adopted grandson of one of the Hu clan's elders. He was a grass soul object. To be honest, when Wanjun heard that the other party was a grass soul object, he really didn't take him seriously. In his opinion, if the other party was a grass soul object, then he wouldn't be able to develop much. Perhaps he was just lucky to be recognized as an adopted grandson by one of the Hu clan's elders. But now, Wanjun was attracted by Zhao Hai's actions. He was a plant master. He had treated plants before, and not just once or twice, but many times. However, he had never been as gentle as Zhao Hai. Although his actions weren't rough, they weren't gentle either. He had never seen or even thought that Zhao Hai would treat plants like this. Even the teachers in the academy didn't treat plants like this. And now, Zhao Hai's actions didn't seem pretentious at all. On the contrary, his actions were very natural and even had a trace of beauty. This was one of the reasons why Wanjun was attracted to him. Zhao Hai already felt that Wanjun was looking at him. However, he didn't stop. After treating the pine tree, he stopped and turned his head to look at Wanjun. He saw that Wanjun's sole object was an elm tree. It wasn't good, but it wasn't bad either. Among plant masters, this was one of the better soul objects. Zhao Hai smiled at Wanjun, then he said, "I'm Crane Field. May I ask who you are?" Wanjun didn't recover. He felt embarrassed that he had been staring at Zhao Hai for so long. He quickly replied, "Wanjun, I'm Wanjun." Upon hearing Wanjun, Zhao Hai stared. Then he smiled and said, "So it's Senior Wanjun. I heard that you're the #1 plant master in the academy. I didn't expect to meet you here. Did you come here to cultivate?" Hearing Zhao Hai, Wanjun's face couldn't help but show an unnatural expression. But he still nodded and said, "Yes, I came here today to practice." "But you said that I'm the #1 plant master." "I wouldn't dare. You're much more powerful than me. Really, I just saw you treat the pine tree. Your technique is very pure, and it's very beautiful." "Right, it's very beautiful." Zhao laughed. "This is the first time someone has said that I treat pine trees. They look beautiful." "Thank you, Senior, for your praise. You can practice here as you please. I just came to see if the pine trees here are sick. If they are, I will treat them as practice." Zhao laughed. "That's right, Senior, you're right." When Wanjun heard Zhao Hai, he nodded and said, "All right, you can continue with your work. There's no need to worry about me." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he carried the wooden box and walked towards the pine forest. At the same time, he carefully observed the pine trees. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the forest. Wanjun looked at the direction where Zhao Hai left. His eyes were filled with thoughts. To be honest, he looked down on the disciples of the great clans. In his opinion, there weren't many geniuses among the disciples of the great clans. They were all relying on resources. If those resources were used on him, then he was confident that he would be much stronger than the disciples of the great clans. But after seeing Zhao Hai, Wan Jun suddenly felt that the way he learned to be a good plant master was wrong. In the past, he only treated plants as tools that he could use. He didn't think about getting close to the plants, he didn't treat them as friends or family. Wan Jun let out a long breath. Then he slowly walked towards the pine forest. At the same time, he carefully observed the pine trees. Unfortunately, he didn't have any tools in his hand. He couldn't rely on his hands and natural energy to treat the pine trees. Unfortunately, Wan Jun didn't have the same feeling as Zhao Hai. Wan Jun couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the pine forest. Then he turned around and slowly walked out. Although Zhao Hai was busy in the pine forest, he was still paying attention to Wan Jun. When he saw Wan Jun treating the pine trees, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Then when he saw Wan Jun leave, Zhao Hai didn't mind and continued to treat the pine trees. These pine trees grew in a natural environment, so it was inevitable that they would have some problems. Zhao Hai was now giving the pine trees a comprehensive examination, treating all of their problems. Until night fell, Zhao Hai didn't go out of the pine forest. He slept in the forest at night. To be honest, he was already used to this method. Therefore, he didn't feel any discomfort when sleeping in the wild. Just like this, Zhao Hai stayed in the pine forest for 3 days. Then he came out. In these 3 days, Ma Liang, Wan Jun, and Dao Beiying came looking for him. However, no one was able to find him. When Xianxia received the news and thought that Zhao Hai had gone out to train, Zhao Hai actually came out of the pine forest. At this time, Dao Beiying, Wan Jun, Ma Liang, and Xianxia were all in the pine forest residence. They were discussing whether or not they should send people to look for him. Among them, Ma Liang and Dao Beiying had known Zhao Hai for several days. Only Wan Jun had met Zhao Hai once. Ma Liang and the others didn't know how Wan Jun met Zhao Hai. However, when they heard that Wan Jun and Zhao Hai met in the pine forest, they were startled. Naturally, Dao Beiying knew Wan Jun. He looked at Wan Jun and said, "Wan Jun, why are you looking for crane grass? I heard from Ma Liang that you've been looking for crane grass for the past 2 days. This doesn't seem to be your style." Wan Jun smiled faintly and said, "Your Highness, I'm looking for crane grass because I want to learn from him. That day, I saw him in the pine forest. He was treating the pine trees. To be honest, he looked serious and careful, as if he was taking care of his own child. To be honest, I was very surprised at that time. Your Highness, I'm a plant master, but I can't do what crane grass does. I just want to learn from him and see how he did it." Dao Beiying didn't expect Wan Jun to say this. Dao Beiying couldn't help but turn to Xianxia and said, "Miss Xianxia, I know about crane grass's fighting strength. Could it be that he's also very good at treating plants?" Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "It's not just plants, he's also very good at treating people. To be honest, I don't know if I can be compared to crane grass when it comes to treating people. Crane grass learned how to treat people, and he learned it very well. Before he cultivated natural energy, he was already able to use herbs to treat plants. I really don't know how much ability he has now. I only know that he has inherited my third grandfather's teachings. Moreover, my third grandfather said that if he really fought with crane grass, he wouldn't be able to keep him." Dao Beiying stared, then his eyes flashed as he said, "Third grandfather? You mean Senior Guiting? Crane grass is Senior Guiting's direct disciple?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Right, he was just a disciple at the beginning. But later on, third grandfather liked him so much that he took him as his adopted grandson. Because of this, crane grass became our Hu clan's adopted relative. Although crane grass is only 16 years old, he has already completed the coming-of-age trial that all the men of the Hu clan have to complete. He's been living alone in the wilderness for 3 years." Dao Beiying and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. They knew that Zhao Hai's status in the Hu clan wasn't low, but they didn't expect it to be this high. Guiting Hu Yuan was a famous senior in the Saber Spirit Nation. He was very powerful. They only knew that Zhao Hai was the adopted relative of a grand elder of the Hu clan, but they didn't expect him to be Guiting Hu Yuan's adopted relative. This was really too shocking. At this time, the door of the Pine Forest restaurant opened. Everyone turned their heads and saw Zhao Hai coming in from outside. When they saw Zhao Hai, everyone relaxed. Xianxia stood up and looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Crane grass, where have you been these past few days? Didn't I tell you not to run around outside?" Zhao Hai saw the room full of people and felt a little strange. When he heard Xianxia, he was puzzled and said, "I didn't run around, I've been staying in the pine forest." "You've been staying in the pine forest? You've been here for the past 3 days?" Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. One must know that this was the academy, not the wilderness. Inside the academy, there were houses that could shelter people from the wind and rain, as well as beds that could allow people to sleep comfortably. In this case, Zhao Hai actually went to the pine forest and stayed there for 3 days. This was too shocking. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and said, "Sister Xianxia, what's wrong with that? Didn't I often stay outside before? What's wrong?" Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Crane grass, this is the academy. Moreover, the pine forest isn't very big. How could you stay there for 3 days? What did you eat during these 3 days?" When Zhao Hai heard Xianxia, he couldn't help but smile and said, "So that's what you're talking about. It's nothing, I'm quite comfortable in the pine forest. As for food, you don't need to worry about it. Inside my wooden box, there's enough salt to last me a year, as well as enough dry rations to last me a month. Moreover, there's a lot of food in the forest. Although I'm a plant master, I still eat wild vegetables, so I won't starve. Although the pine forest isn't big, it's still grown in a natural environment. But because the academy was built here, the pine forest was cut off from the outside world. Because of this, the pine forest is now very dense. Because of the growth of the academy, the pine trees have a lot of diseases and insects. Therefore, I've been treating the pine trees for the past 3 days." Xianxia let out a long breath, then she looked at Zhao Hai with a pained expression and said, "Crane grass, don't be like this in the future. You're now in the academy. Even if you want to treat the pine trees, you don't have to worry about it for 1 or 2 days. You can treat the pine trees during the day and rest in your room at night." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned his head to Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping. He cupped his fist and said, "Brother Dao, Brother Lang, you're here. Sorry, I haven't been out for the past few days. Senior Brother Wanjun, you're here as well. Are you looking for Brother Ma Liang?" Dao Beiying and the others were covered. Dao Beiying looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly, "Brother Crane grass, if you want to go there in the future, you should tell others first. I've been worried sick these past few days. Alright, now that you're back, I'm relieved. Let's have a meal together." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Brother Crane grass." Wanjun waited for Dao Beiying to finish before he stepped forward. He cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Junior Brother Tian, I'm here to look for you. I want to learn how to treat plants." Zhao Hai nodded to Dao Beiying, then he looked at Wanjun and said, "Senior Brother Wan, are you joking? You're the #1 plant master in the academy. Why would you want to learn how to treat plants from me? I heard that you're very good at treating plants. I still want to learn from you." When Wanjun heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile bitterly as he shook his head. Then he said, "You don't need to learn from me. On the contrary, I think that I can learn a lot from you. Junior Brother Tian, I want to know, what were you thinking when you treated the pine trees? Why were your movements so gentle when you treated the pine trees?" When Zhao Hai heard Wanjun, he couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled faintly and said, "So Senior Brother is asking about this. Actually, it's very simple. You know that I'm a plant soul, and my innate talent isn't very good. Therefore, I cherish the feeling of being in contact with plants. When I treat plants, I treat them as my family. Since plant masters can communicate with plants, then this means that plants also have their own thoughts. They can also think and speak, and they can also feel pain. If we use too much force when treating plants, then wouldn't that be the same as using too much force when treating people? Because of this, I try to relax my movements as much as possible in order to lessen the pain of the plants." Naturally, this sounds very silly. It's impossible for plants to have pain nerves, but I still want to do this. This can be considered as a personal habit of mine. When Wan Jun heard Zhao Hai's words, he waited for Zhao Hai to finish before he shook his head and said, "No, what you said is very good. You're not silly at all. There aren't many plant masters in the continent who think like you. However, I believe that this method of getting along with plants is very beneficial. Thank you, I know what to do now. Then I'll take my leave first." Then Wan Jun cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai before he turned around and left. Zhao Hai looked at Wan Jun's departing figure and smiled faintly. Then he turned to Dao Beiying and said, "Brother Dao, why did you look for me these past 2 days? You don't just want to eat with me, right? If that's the case, then that's great. Let's go now. I've been in the forest for 3 days now, and I don't feel good about it." Dao Beiying laughed and said, You're just looking for trouble. You're obviously in the academy, but you still want to stay in the forest. Let's go, we'll go out and have a drink." Zhao Hai quickly nodded, then he turned to Hu Xian'er and said, "Sister Xian'er, rest assured. I promised you that I wouldn't go out to train, so I definitely won't go out. You can rest assured, I'll go up and put my things away." Hu Xian'er nodded and said, "Alright, I'm relieved to hear you say that. Alright, then I'll go back. Don't drink too much." Then she turned around and led Ling Er away. Zhao Hai turned his head to Dao Beiying and then nodded to Ma Liang. Then he went upstairs and put the wooden box in his room. Then he went out of his room and followed Dao Beiying out of the Pine Forest restaurant. As the three walked out, Dao Beiying turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Crane Grass, why didn't Miss Xian'er let you go out to train? Is it because of the hunting squad?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's because of the hunting squad. This time, the hunting squad came for me. Moreover, even the Hu family was attacked. It can be seen that the Tiger Soul country really wants my life. I'm fine in the academy, but if I go out into the wild, do you think the Tiger Soul country would let me go? Therefore, Sister Xian'er didn't let me go out to train." Dao Beiying nodded, then he coldly snorted and said, "The people of the Tiger Soul country are getting more and more arrogant. They completely forgot that if it weren't for the terrain of the 100,000 mountains, they would have already been destroyed. Damn it. It seems like I have to tell Imperial Father to teach them a lesson." Zhao Hai and Lang Shiping didn't speak. At this time, no matter what they say, it wouldn't be appropriate. Dao Beiying let out a long breath and calmed his emotions. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Crane Grass, Miss Xian'er is right. The people of the Tiger Soul country have always been vile and vengeful. This time, they suffered a big loss in your hands, so they will certainly retaliate. You shouldn't leave the Saber Academy and Horizontal Blade City. Currently, Horizontal Blade City is loose on the outside and tight on the inside. Naturally, after the hunting squad was discovered in Saber Mountain, Imperial Father gave the order to strengthen the security. Therefore, Horizontal Blade City and the Academy are still safe, but other places are hard to say. I won't go out at this time. Although I've been hiding in the Academy, I also understand that going out at this time is no different than courting death. But wait, the Tiger Soul country won't always pay attention to me. They're such a big country, how could they always think of competing with a small person like me? But if there's an opportunity in the future, I will definitely retaliate and let those guys know how fierce I am." Zhao nodded, then said in a deep voice, "I'm not going to go out at this time." Dao Beiying looked at Zhao Hai's appearance, then he smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, there will be an opportunity. Unfortunately, if the 100,000 mountains didn't have such a terrain, then we would certainly be able to destroy the Tiger Soul country. To be honest, the Tiger Soul country's fighting strength isn't very good. It's just that their country is dominated by beast cultivators and there are mountains everywhere. With such a terrain, our army won't be able to spread out." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "I don't know much about the situation in the continent, but the 10 countries in the Soul world have coexisted for so many years. There must be a reason why these countries can exist. It's not easy for anyone to destroy another country. Moreover, once the war starts, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. In the end, the ones who will suffer are the ordinary people." Dao Beiying nodded, then he sighed and said, "At present, we can only maintain this situation in the Soul world. Forget it, let's not talk about this." "Crane Grass, did you really stay in the wilderness for 3 years? 3 whole years?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This is very normal. As long as one is a plant master, one must go to the wilderness to observe the plants. Plants are only in their most natural state when they grow in the wilderness. Even when we observe the plants, we will choose to live some distance away from the plants to avoid affecting their growth. Therefore, staying in the wilderness for 3 years isn't a big deal. Dao Beiying shook his head, then he smiled bitterly and said, "It's not a big deal?" "It's a big deal. There are a lot of plant master students in the academy. They observe the plants in the academy every day and rarely go to the wilderness. They have suffered a lot. Compared to you, I think those guys are more like flowers in a greenhouse. They don't have much use." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You can't say that. In fact, observing the native plants in the wilderness is only a part of a plant master's job. But observing the plants in the academy is also very useful. This is because the plants in the academy are tamed by humans. Everyone knows how to grow these plants, so no one will put too much effort into studying them. Even if they do, they might not have much success. Even if they do, it's not as eye-catching as a newly improved wild plant." Dao Beiying smiled bitterly and said, "Well, I can't talk to you about these things. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Let's go and have a drink. Drinking is the real deal." When Zhao Hai and Lang Shiping heard what he said, they laughed. The 3 of them went to the outer castle and took their horses. Then they rode straight to Horizontal Blade City. The 3 didn't ride very fast, they just let the horses run slowly. They sat on the horses and chatted as they walked towards the city. Zhao Hai wasn't worried about his safety at all. Dao Beiying already said that the city's security was tight on the inside. If the people of the Tiger Soul country dared to come here, then only death would await them. As soon as the 3 arrived at the city's gate of Saber, a group of horses ran towards them. When Dao Beiying saw this group of horses, he immediately stopped. His expression wasn't very good. Zhao Hai stared, then he carefully looked at the group of horses. This group was made up of 20 horses. At the front was a tall red horse. It looked very handsome. On the horse's back was a young man wearing bright yellow clothes. This person looked to be 27 or 28 years old. He was only a few years older than Dao Beiying. However, he was very handsome. His eyebrows were somewhat similar to Dao Beiying's. Upon seeing this person's appearance and clothes, Zhao Hai immediately judged that this person must be a member of the imperial family. He was also a prince. Moreover, it seems like he was more favored than Dao Beiying. When the other party saw Dao Beiying, he didn't give Dao Beiying a chance to escape. He rode his horse and rushed towards Dao Beiying. When he was about 10 steps away from Dao Beiying, he stopped and looked at the 3 people. His gaze lingered on Zhao Hai for a while. Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. He didn't like this person's gaze. There was a trace of evil in this person's eyes. At the same time, there was also a trace of arrogance. It made people feel very uncomfortable. At this time, the other party said to Dao Beiying, "My good 7th brother, you still haven't graduated from the Sovereign Saber Pavilion? Really, look at me. I'm already starting to share Imperial Father's burden. But you're still staying at the Sovereign Saber Pavilion. I really don't know why you're still there. Do you still want to win over people? I think you'd better not waste your time. Those who remain in the Saber Sage Pavilion are all people that the major clans look down on. Even if you win them over, what can they do for you? I think it's better for you to quickly graduate and get a position. That way, you might be able to compete with me. If you continue like this, you won't even have the qualifications to compete with me." Dao Beiying looked at him and said, "4th brother, I don't know what you're talking about. It's just that my grades aren't good and I'm not confident that I can graduate. Who are you trying to recruit? 4th brother, you must be joking." Upon hearing Dao Beiying, Zhao Hai knew the identity of this person. This person was the 4th prince, Dao Baixiong. Although his name sounded imposing, he was actually very handsome. Moreover, one shouldn't be fooled by his handsome appearance. Dao Baixiong was listed as one of the princes that the Hu clan didn't want to interact with. This was because this person was greedy and lecherous. He wasn't strong, but his mind was very insidious. Moreover, this person was narrow-minded and vengeful. He was the prince that the Hu clan hated the most. Although Dao Baixiong looked very impressive in the Saber Spirit country, he had already begun to listen to the emperor's orders. Moreover, he was also given a position in the Ministry of Revenue, managing a lot of the country's finances. However, in the eyes of the Hu clan, he was the least likely person to become the next emperor. This was because the old emperor didn't like him. Although he looked impressive on the surface, there weren't many clans that supported him. To put it bluntly, he was just a paper tiger. When Dao Baixiong heard Dao Beiying, he couldn't help but snort. Then he turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and laughed. This must be the Hu clan's disciple, Crane Field. This prince has been wanting to meet you for a long time, but I didn't have the opportunity. I didn't expect to see Mr. here. This prince is truly fortunate. Zhao Hai kept his fist towards Dao Baixiong and said, Crane Field has seen the Fourth Highness. Originally, I should have been the one to greet you. However, there have been a lot of things going on recently, so I didn't have the time. I hope the Fourth Highness can forgive me. Dao Baixiong smiled faintly and said, Forgive? What's there to forgive? I know that the Hu clan's rules are very strict. Moreover, Mr. came to the academy to study, so naturally, he wouldn't run around. Is this prince right? Zhao Hai smiled and said, What the Fourth Highness said is right. When Dao Baixiong saw that Zhao Hai didn't refute him, he didn't say anything else. He was very clear that the Hu clan had always been neutral in the War of the Princes. They were only loyal to the king. No matter who became the king, the Hu clan would follow him. Because of this, even if Zhao Hai and Dao Beiying were very close, Dao Baixiong wasn't surprised. After all, the Hu clan wasn't Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai didn't refute him, Dao Baixiong also didn't respond to his words. So he stopped paying attention to Zhao Hai. Instead, he turned to Dao Beiying and said, My good seventh brother, you're 24 years old today. I really don't know how long you want to hide in the Sovereign Saber Pavilion. Forget it, if you want to hide there, then hide there. In any case, the imperial family will give you food to eat in the future. You won't starve to death. Ha ha ha. After Dao Baixiong said that, he laughed loudly as he rode his horse away. The cavalry that followed him also swaggered away. Nobody even gave Dao Beiying a salute. Dao Beiying's face was ashen as he watched Dao Baixiong leave. It was no wonder that his expression was so ugly. It must be known that Dao Beiying, whether it was in terms of character or talent, was much better than his fourth brother. But now, he was still in the academy, while his fourth brother had already become an official in the Ministry of Revenue. The Ministry of Revenue was a department in charge of money, a lucrative position. Zhao Hai looked at Dao Beiying's expression, then he smiled faintly and said, What's wrong, brother Dao? Are you angry? Dao Beiying let out a long breath, then he said, How can I not be angry? I have brothers who graduated from the academy when they were my age. Moreover, they were already working in various departments. But look at me, I'm still in the academy. My imperial father doesn't want me to graduate. Sigh, I don't know what imperial father is thinking. Zhao Hai looked at Dao Beiying, then he smiled faintly and said, Brother Dao, what do you think? Do you want to inherit the throne in the future? When Dao Beiying heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai's question was somewhat disrespectful. Naturally, it wasn't disrespect to him, it was disrespect to the emperor. Zhao Hai looked at Dao Beiying's expression, then he smiled embarrassedly and said, I'm sorry, brother Dao. I don't have any ambition for power. I just want to be a good plant master. Therefore, His Majesty doesn't have enough deterrence for me. When Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was just as Zhao Hai said. No matter how powerful the emperor was, he didn't have any deterrence for a plant master who didn't have any ambition. This was because the emperor didn't care about him. Dao Beiying sighed and didn't speak. However, Zhao Hai already understood what he meant. Which prince didn't want to be the emperor in the future? Dao Beiying was the same. He also wanted to be the emperor, he wanted to sit in that supreme position. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Brother Dao, you don't need to worry too much. It's not necessarily a good thing for someone like the fourth prince to enter an important department of the country early on. If he can be as pure as water, then it's fine. But if he really dares to reach out, then his life is over. When Dao Beiying heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Oh? What do you mean?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I just think that His Majesty shouldn't like people who embezzle the wealth of the people." Dao Beiying smiled bitterly, then he let out a long breath and said, "All right, let's not talk about this. Let's go to the city and have a drink." Then he patted his horse's belly and the group headed towards the city. Before long, the three entered the city and found a restaurant. Dao Beiying ordered a table full of food and drinks. The three ate and drank heartily. Because Dao Beiying wasn't happy, he drank 2 more cups and got drunk before long. Lang Shiping sent Dao Beiying back to his residence. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai had already returned to the academy. When Zhao Hai returned to the pine forest residence, there was no one inside. This made Zhao Hai surprised. However, he didn't care too much about it. He directly returned to his room and prepared to have a good sleep. While hiding on his bed, Zhao Hai pulled his spiritual force into his soul object space. The golden energy inside the soul object space had already disappeared. The natural energy that he lost was also replenished. However, that little thing was still sleeping. She didn't seem to have any intention of waking up. Zhao Hai didn't care about her anymore. His spiritual force withdrew from the soul object space. Then he closed his eyes and laid on the bed. Before long, he fell asleep. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that Dao Beiying wasn't drunk. After returning to his residence, he woke up. Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping were sitting in his study. Dao Beiying looked at Lang Shiping and said, "Shiping, what do you think Cranegrass said today? Is it a hint to me? Or does the Hu clan want to lean towards me?" Lang Shiping shook his head and said, "It doesn't seem like it. Your Highness should know that the Hu clan doesn't participate in the struggle for the throne. Therefore, what Cranegrass said couldn't have been done by the Hu clan. I'm afraid that he didn't have any intention of hinting to your Highness. I think that he was just expressing his opinion. He thinks that it's impossible for the Fourth Highness to ascend to the throne." Dao Beiying looked at Lang Shiping and said, "Why? What do you think? Do you think that it's possible for my Fourth Highness to ascend to the throne? Among us brothers, Fourth Brother is the most popular. He's in the Ministry of Revenue, the place that manages money." Lang Shiping shook his head and said, "I don't think it's possible. The Fourth Highness is very popular right now. But just like Cranegrass said, he's in the Ministry of Revenue. The Ministry of Revenue is the place that manages money. If the Fourth Highness doesn't reach out for money, then it's fine. But if he does, then with His Majesty's temper, he wouldn't let him off. But look at the Fourth Highness right now. He's arrogant and despotic, and his life is incomparably extravagant. Is it possible that he didn't reach out for money in the Ministry of Revenue? It can be said that this is enough to make the Fourth Highness lose the qualifications to ascend to the throne. As for why His Majesty still has the Fourth Highness in the Ministry of Revenue, I don't know. Perhaps His Majesty has his own considerations." Dao Beiying quietly listened to Lang Shiping. After Lang Shiping finished, Dao Beiying let out a long breath and said, "I hope so." Zhao Hai woke up very early the next morning. To be honest, he slept quite well. He knew that there was no danger in the academy. Moreover, there were a lot of bugs around his room, helping him monitor his room. Because of this, he was able to sleep peacefully. After washing up in the morning, Zhao Hai came out of his room and took a wooden box. Then he sat on the edge of the pine forest and began to read. He was reading some basic martial arts books that he borrowed from the library. Moreover, he was reading them very seriously. It wasn't until 9 o'clock that the other people in the room woke up one after another. The bathroom in the room was only so big, so naturally, they couldn't hide in the room to wash up. Some people went outside to brush their teeth and rinse their mouths. When they saw Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about them. He was still seriously reading his book. His back was leaning against a tree, the wooden box was placed beside him. He was holding a book in his hand, looking very leisurely. When the people who came out to brush their teeth saw Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then one of them shouted, "Cranegrass, you woke up really early." Zhao Hai turned his head and saw the people who came out to brush their teeth. He smiled and said, I'm used to it. You guys continue with your work. Let's go eat together later. How about it? The people nodded and then continued to brush their teeth. Before long, Ma Liang came out of his room. It was clear that he knew that Zhao Hai had come out. He quickly went to Zhao Hai's side and looked at Zhao Hai's appearance. Then he smiled faintly and said, Not bad, brother. You're really leisurely. To be honest, I'm very envious of you. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, What's there to be envious about? I just woke up early. Brother Ma, I told everyone that we'll go eat together later. How about it? Is that okay? Ma Liang smiled and said, What's wrong with that? I already made an appointment with the others yesterday. We're going to the dining hall to eat together. This time, it won't be just our brothers from Pine Forest Restaurant, there will also be some new friends. Didn't you tell us to establish our own network? Those people were pulled in by me. Their situation in the clan is similar to mine. I can also introduce you to them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, That's not a problem. But brother Ma, let me tell you, I only represent myself, I don't represent the Hu family. The family has a rule that I can't use the family's name to flaunt outside. If the family finds out, then I will be severely punished. Ma Liang understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai was afraid that Ma Liang would use the Hu family's name to recruit people. Actually, Ma Liang didn't do this. He was very clear that if he used the Hu family's name to recruit people and the Hu family didn't care about them, then the group would immediately disperse. Because of this, when he told the others that he wanted to form the group, he already made it clear that the group would be formed by them, the Hu family had nothing to do with it. Now that he heard Zhao Hai, Ma Liang immediately nodded and said, Brother, you can rest assured. Big brother understands what you mean. I won't make things difficult for you. I just said that you're my friend, this matter has nothing to do with the Hu family. You don't need to worry. Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, Being able to meet so many people with Brother Ma, I'm already very happy. Brother Ma, quickly call the brothers over, let's go. I'm starving. Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, Brother Ma, I'm very happy. Ma Liang laughed as he ran to call the others. Before long, the group went straight to the dining hall. When Zhao Hai came to the dining hall last time, there weren't many people present. But this time, it was different. There were dozens of people present, and all of them knew Ma Liang. This made Zhao Hai surprised. At the same time, he was also surprised by Ma Liang's ability to communicate. He didn't expect Ma Liang's ability to communicate to be this strong. These people also didn't expect Zhao Hai to come. Zhao Hai was now very famous. Naturally, he wasn't famous because he was a member of the Hu family, but because of his height and strength. Now, everyone knew that the Hu family sent a giant to the Saber Sage Pavilion. Moreover, this giant's strength seemed to be very strong. He was actually carrying out a mission with the Saber Guard army. Although most people didn't know what mission the Saber Guard army was carrying out, being able to carry out a mission with the Saber Guard army was enough to show his strength. Because of this, everyone knew about Zhao Hai. Now that they saw Zhao Hai arrive, everyone was excited. They were excited not only because of Zhao Hai's strength, but also because of Zhao Hai's status, a core disciple of the Hu family. Ma Liang said that Zhao Hai only represented himself, not the Hu family. However, his status was still there, a core disciple of the Hu family. Being able to form a relationship with such a person would be very beneficial for them. Zhao Hai also understood this, but at the same time, he didn't want to let go of this opportunity. Although Ma Liang's status was very low, and the people from the great clans wouldn't even look at them, as he said before, if these people worked together, their power wouldn't be small. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to get to know them. When these people saw Zhao Hai, although they were excited, they didn't show it too much. Everyone ate a meal together, then Ma Liang tactfully led them away. Zhao Hai returned to the Pine Forest restaurant alone. He was still reading outside the forest. Just as he finished reading a martial skill book, he felt people coming towards him. Moreover, there seemed to be a lot of people. Listening to the footsteps, it didn't seem like it was Ma Liang and the others. However, Zhao Hai was able to recognize one person's footsteps. It was Wan Jun. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be curious. He didn't understand why Wan Jun came here at this time. Just as he thought about this, he saw Wan Jun leading a person in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Pine Forest restaurant. Then when Wan Jun saw Zhao Hai, he immediately went over to Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai also stood up. He looked at Wan Jun and said, "Senior Wan, why are you here? Did something happen?" Wan Jun anxiously walked in front of Zhao Hai and said, "Junior Crane. Grass, come with me. I want to ask you to help me save a plant. This plant is extraordinary, it's a mutated plant. I don't know what happened, but it suddenly became listless today." When Zhao Hai heard Wan Jun, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately picked up the wooden box and said, "Let's talk while we walk. Tell me, what's going on? Why is there a mutated plant in the academy?" Wan Jun nodded, then he explained the situation to Zhao Hai. Inside the Saber Sage Pavilion, there was a plant research lab. This lab specialized in all kinds of plant research. Moreover, this lab was managed by the teachers of the academy. In this lab, there was a place where the treasure of the lab grew. It was a mutated plant. This was a strange mutated plant. It wasn't as aggressive as other mutated plants, but it could absorb sunlight and convert it into another type of energy. This type of energy was different from natural energy, but it could be absorbed by a plant master. Moreover, absorbing this energy was very beneficial to the plant master's body. It can be said that this mutated plant was a very precious mutated plant. This plant had always been carefully taken care of by the teachers of the academy. But what they didn't expect was that since yesterday, this mutated plant had started to wither. This caused the teachers of the academy to immediately try to communicate with this mutated plant. But for some reason, they couldn't communicate with it. They tried everything they could think of but to no avail. Today, the situation was even worse. Today, the plant was listless. This made the people of the academy anxious. In the end, Wan Jun suddenly thought of Zhao Hai. He wanted Zhao Hai to take a look. Upon hearing Wan Jun, Zhao Hai also felt that this matter was a bit tricky. He quickly followed Wan Jun into the academy. Before long, they arrived at a very secluded area of the academy. There was a large courtyard here. In front of the courtyard was a small building. This building was only 3 stories high, but there was a large courtyard behind it. In front of the building, there was a large plaque with the words Plant Research Lab written on it. Along the way, Wan Jun and Zhao Hai were the only ones talking. The people who followed Wan Jun didn't say a word. However, from their age, Zhao Hai could see that these people should be students of the academy. Moreover, they were all plant masters. Before long, they arrived in front of the plant research lab. There were several teachers walking around with anxious expressions on their faces. However, when the teachers saw the tall figure of Zhao Hai, their eyes lit up. But when they saw the sole object on Zhao Hai's head, they couldn't help but stare. Then their faces couldn't help but show a trace of disappointment. The leader of the group was an old man. His hair was already gray. He wore ordinary clothes that were stained with mud. His eyes were bloodshot. He quickly walked in front of Zhao Hai and said, "You are Cranefield? A disciple of the Hu clan?" When Zhao Hai saw the old man's clothes, he immediately replied, "Yes, teacher. I am Cranefield, a disciple of the Hu clan." The old man nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Who is your teacher? Did you learn from the Hu clan?" Zhao Hai stared. Then he looked around and said, "Teacher, my teacher doesn't allow me to casually say his name. I can tell you, but I hope that you can keep it a secret. Teacher, please come with me." The old man nodded. Then he followed Zhao Hai to the side. Then Zhao Hai whispered Hu Yuan's name into the old man's ear. When the old man heard Hu Yuan's name, his body couldn't help but shake. Then his face was filled with ecstasy as he said, "So you're the elder's disciple? Then there's no problem. Come with me." Then he pulled Zhao Hai towards the small building. However, they didn't go upstairs. Instead, they entered the courtyard from the back. Then the old man pulled Zhao Hai to the side of the courtyard. There was a separate area that was isolated from the surroundings. Moreover, there were a lot of things there. There was a shelter to block the rain, a shelter to keep warm, and other facilities. From these things, one could see that these people were very careful in taking care of this plant. Looking at the plant inside, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because the plant looked like a sunflower. However, it was shorter than a sunflower. It was also a lot thicker. It looked like a small tree with a sunflower blooming. Moreover, its leaves weren't as big as a sunflower's leaves. Instead, they looked like a poplar tree's leaves, about the size of a child's butt. But now, this strange plant's leaves had already withered, and a lot of them had fallen off. The flower also looked lifeless, as if it was sick. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai didn't care about anything else. He quickly walked towards the flower and placed his hand on its stem. Some teachers wanted to stop him, but they were stopped by the old man. The old man carefully looked at Zhao Hai's actions. At the same time, he waved his hand and told everyone to be silent. The reason why Zhao Hai was so anxious was because he felt very strange. Ordinary plants can communicate with people from a long distance. If it was a mutated plant, then it would be even more amazing. Zhao Hai could communicate with it from a mile away. However, he had tried to communicate with this plant several times before, but to no avail. There was only one kind of plant that couldn't be communicated with, and that was a dead plant. This was the reason why Zhao Hai was so anxious. Now that Zhao Hai placed his hand on the plant, he still couldn't communicate with it. What surprised him even more was that he felt a very strong natural energy inside the plant. However, when he tried to communicate with it, it seemed like something was blocking him. Moreover, the natural energy inside the plant was slowly being consumed. At this rate, although the plant wouldn't die immediately, the natural energy would slowly return to the core of the plant. As for the outer appearance of the plant, it would be no different from a dead plant. Zhao Hai frowned, then he removed his hand from the plant. Then he placed the wooden box to the side and began to carefully look around the plant. There was nothing around the plant, everything was very calm. However, Zhao Hai didn't give up. He continued to carefully look around and sniff from time to time. In the end, he even grabbed a handful of soil and dipped his finger into it before putting it into his mouth. When the soil entered his mouth, Zhao Hai's expression changed. Then he immediately spat out the soil. Then he stood up and turned to the old man and said, "Seal the academy, someone poisoned it." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, the old man's expression changed. Then his face turned ashen. He waved his hand and a cylindrical object appeared in his hand. Then he opened it and a flame soared into the sky. Then a loud sound was heard. A beautiful firework appeared in the sky above the academy. This firework was very beautiful, it formed the shape of a blade in the sky. When Zhao Hai and the others saw this firework, they didn't understand what it meant. However, the teachers of the academy understood that this firework was the academy's warning firework. This thing wasn't something that an ordinary person could have. Only those at the level of a professor could have it. When this firework was released, it meant that the academy was under attack. The academy would immediately be sealed off. At the same time, the imperial guards of the city would immediately arrive and surround the academy, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. As soon as the fireworks flew out, the 20 armored soldiers in front of the gate immediately moved. In the shortest amount of time, they closed the gate and guarded it. At the same time, the imperial guards in Hingdao City also responded. 2,000 soldiers immediately came out of the city and surrounded the college. At the same time, all the people in the city who were related to the college were immediately arrested. Even Dao Beiying, who was resting at home, was being watched by the imperial guards. Lang Shiping was resting at Dao Beiying's home. Now that they saw the imperial guards surrounding the mansion, Lang Shiping and Dao Beiying's expressions changed. The servants in the mansion were also somewhat flustered. However, they were quickly stopped by Dao Beiying. Then Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping calmly stood in the courtyard, waiting for the other party to come find them. Dao Beiying didn't know why the imperial guards suddenly surrounded his mansion. However, he felt that he shouldn't be in any danger. This was because he had always been cautious. He shouldn't have provoked a fatal disaster. At this time, a knock was heard from the mansion's door. Dao Beiying said, "Wang Ling, open the door." Wang Ling nodded. At this time, there was no smile on his face. His face was calm, but his eyes were flashing with a cold light. Although Wang Ling was an unremarkable fatty, he was also a soul soldier. Moreover, nobody knew that he was a very powerful soul soldier. When the door opened, there was an officer of the Imperial Guard standing outside. The officer looked at Wang Ling and said, "Seventh Highness, the academy is respectful. All students are not allowed to leave their residence without orders. Seventh Highness, please cooperate." Upon hearing the officer, Dao Beiying's heart relaxed. However, at the same time, his heart tightened. He quickly walked to the door and looked at the officer. "What's going on? What happened to the college?" The officer gave Dao Beiying a salute and said, "Seventh Highness, the college sent out fireworks. Something big must have happened. Seventh Highness, please don't leave the mansion." Dao Beiying nodded and said, "All right, I'm aware of this. However, you must inform me about the situation at the academy as soon as possible. I want to know what happened." The officer nodded, then he gave Dao Beiying a salute before he turned around and left. Dao Beiying led Wang Ling and Lang Shiping into the room. When they arrived, Dao Beiying didn't sit down. Instead, he paced around and said, "What happened? What was going on? Why would there be a police officer in the academy? What's going on?" Lang Shiping's expression didn't look too good. He said in a deep voice, "Only a few people in the academy have warning fireworks. Only a few senior professors, the academy's dean, and vice dean have them. Even your highness doesn't have one. These people are all extremely powerful. For them to release warning fireworks at this time, it means that something has happened in the academy, and it's a big deal." Wang Ling also said, "I'm afraid that the academy has been surrounded by the Imperial Guard. I just don't know what's going on inside. Your highness, I'm not a person of the academy. How about I go out and ask around?" Dao Beiying nodded and said, "Go quickly. Ask around as soon as possible, especially about the crane grass." Wang Ling nodded before he turned around and left. At this time, the professor who had just set off the fireworks turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Crane grass, did you see it correctly? Is it really poisonous?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, it's definitely poisonous. Moreover, it's a poison that I haven't seen before. This poison can separate the plant from us. Moreover, it can also slowly gather the plant's natural energy towards the center. Finally, it will turn into something like an energy crystal. But when this crystal appears, the plant will die." Zhao Hai nodded. The old professor said, "Is there a way to remedy it?" Zhao Hai said, "Immediately prepare to change the plant's location. Prepare non-toxic soil and water. Remove all the toxins from the plant as soon as possible. During this process, you must constantly transfer natural energy to the plant. You can't stop for a moment. This matter can be handed over to you. You just need to prepare the soil and water." The old professor said in a deep voice, "I'll go prepare. From now on, no one is allowed to get close to the crane grass. If anyone gets close to the crane grass, it will be treated as if they want to harm the crane grass. Anyone can attack. Everyone stays here and no one is allowed to leave." After the old professor said that, he turned around and left. His order made the faces of several people on the scene become very ugly. In fact, when the old professor released the warning fireworks, some people's faces became very ugly. But now, they didn't dare to move. If they really did anything at this time, it would attract more attention. Zhao Hai continued to transfer energy to the plant while observing the faces of those people. He noted down the faces of those who had ugly expressions. Soon, a group of armored soldiers entered the courtyard and took everyone aside from the crane grass into custody. After that, they took them away for investigation. Crane grass didn't need to worry about these things. Before long, the old professor came back with a large bucket filled with water. The old professor looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The water is ready, we can immediately clean it. The soil is also ready. It's just a piece of land, you can send the sunflowers over later." Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, just put the bucket there." The old professor nodded and put the bucket there. Zhao Hai took out a shovel and began to slowly dig out the sunflower. During this process, he didn't use too much strength and tried to avoid damaging the roots of the sunflower. Although Zhao Hai knew that mutant plants wouldn't die that easily, he was still very careful. This was because he really liked these plants. Before long, Zhao Hai had dug out the sunflower. Then he placed the sunflower in the bucket and washed it. Then he carried the sunflower and followed the old professor outside. The two quickly arrived at a flat area. There was a hole that had been dug and was waiting for Zhao Hai to place the sunflower inside. Zhao Hai placed the sunflower inside, covered it with soil, and then poured water over it. Then he slowly injected natural energy into it. However, the natural energy that he injected merged with the sunflower's natural energy. However, the sunflower still had no way to communicate with him. The energy that isolated the sunflower's will was still there, and it didn't show any signs of weakening. When Zhao Hai felt this situation, he couldn't help but frown. The energy seemed to be entangled with the sunflower. Zhao Hai used his own nature energy but couldn't bring it out. It was like a net that could only be entered but not exited. This made Zhao Hai very vexed. The old professor was now very anxious. Seeing Zhao with his eyes closed and his brows frowning, he kept walking in circles. He couldn't help but feel anxious. At this moment, a few old men walked over. When they saw the old professor, their faces turned serious. One of them was dressed very ordinarily, but he had a huge saber on his head. He said to the old professor, "Lu Zi, how is it? Is there really a problem in the college?" Lu Zi was the old professor. He was a member of the imperial family. His surname was Dao, and his name was Dao Fuliu. He was an anomaly in the Dao clan. This was because there weren't many people in the Dao clan who weren't Dao soul masters. The old man who spoke to him was the dean of the academy, Dao Tianba. He was also a member of the royal family and was the uncle of the current emperor. His status was high and his strength was incomparably powerful. This time, when Dao Fuliu released the warning firework, he was immediately alarmed, which was why he rushed over. Dao Fuliu said, "There's definitely a problem. There aren't many people in the college who can get close to the sunflower. Now that the sunflower has been poisoned, I don't believe that there's no problem with the people in the college. This time, we must be strict." Dao Tianba nodded and didn't say anything. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "He's the cranefield grass? Is he confident?" Dao Fuliu shook his head and said, "It doesn't look like he's confident. However, there's no other way. He was the only one who discovered the poison. I can only hope that he's confident. Otherwise, the sunflower will be doomed." When everyone heard this, their hearts couldn't help but sink. One must know that the sunflower wasn't only useful for plant masters. It was useful for all professions. Cultivating next to the sunflower could increase one's cultivation speed and improve one's physical condition. It can be said that the sunflower wasn't just a treasure of the college, it was also a treasure of the Saber Spirit Nation. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? The group didn't say anything as they looked at Zhao Hai. They now hoped that Zhao Hai would be able to cure the sunflower. However, Zhao Hai was also in trouble. His natural energy wasn't able to communicate with the sunflower. The isolated energy was very difficult to deal with. Zhao Hai really didn't have a way to get it out. While Zhao was in a dilemma, he suddenly remembered that there was still a bit of golden energy in his spiritual object space. It would be better to send that golden energy into Sunflower's body and see what would happen. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately sent the golden energy into the sunflower's body. All that was left was to wait for the result. In the eyes of Dao Fuliu and the others, they saw the golden energy suddenly emerge from Zhao Hai's hand. Then the golden energy entered the sunflower's body. Then the sunflower began to tremble. Then a golden light burst out from the sunflower's body, causing the group to involuntarily close their eyes. When the group opened their eyes, they discovered that the sunflower was no longer as listless as before. The entire sunflower seemed to be in high spirits. Even its leaves had grown a lot, giving people a feeling of vitality. When the group saw this, they couldn't help but feel relieved. Zhao Hai also slowly opened his eyes. To be honest, he didn't think that the golden energy would be this useful. When the golden energy entered the sunflower's body, the connection between the sunflower and him disappeared. Then the natural energy inside the sunflower exploded. The golden energy also integrated with the natural energy inside the sunflower. Because of this, the sunflower looked very energetic. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Sunflower was finally saved. At this time, a girl's voice was heard, "Thank you for saving me." Zhao Hai stared, but then he understood that Sunflower was talking to him. He immediately replied, "You're welcome. All plants are my friends. I'm happy to be able to save you. Can you tell me who poisoned you?" Sunflower replied, "I can, but I can't explain it right now. It's best if you have everyone come over and I'll show you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he stood up and looked at Dao Fuliu. Then he said, "Professor, can you have everyone come over? Sunflower can tell us who poisoned her." Now that Zhao Hai knew Dao Fuliu's identity, he naturally couldn't call him teacher, but professor instead. When Dao Fuliu heard Zhao Hai, he immediately turned to Dao Tianba. Dao Tianba turned around and gave an order. Before long, all the people who might have come in contact with Sunflower were brought over. Sunflower began to identify them. One must know that Sunflower was a magic plant. Just like the iron warp tree, it moved very slowly. However, it wasn't that it couldn't move. Because of this, identifying it was very simple. Before long, under Sunflower's identification, two people were pointed out. These two people were teachers of the academy, and their status wasn't low. The people in the academy didn't think that these two people would be the ones who poisoned Sunflower. When the two people saw that they couldn't resist, they immediately took the poison and committed suicide. With their deaths, the clues were naturally cut off. This was because these two people had been in the academy for a long time. Moreover, they had their own families. The rest of the investigation was no longer under the academy's jurisdiction. After the identification, Zhao Hai was relieved. However, Dao Fuliu went to Zhao Hai. Dao Fuliu looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. Then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "You're worthy of being the elder's disciple. Good, good. Young man, work hard. Right, if the students of the academy want to consult you, you can't be stingy." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Yes, I won't. Professor, you can rest assured." Dao Fuliu nodded and said, "Go back and have a good rest." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned around and left. Just as he left the plant research room, he saw Wan Jun waiting for him. Upon seeing Zhao Hai come out, Wan Jun immediately greeted him. He cupped his fist and said, "Junior brother, thank you. If it weren't for you, then Sunflower would have been in danger." Zhao Hai looked at Wan Jun and smiled faintly. "Senior brother is very polite. I'm also a student of the academy, so it's only natural for me to contribute. But senior brother, for you to be able to touch Sunflower at such a young age, it can be seen that your position in the hearts of the professors is very high. This is really amazing." Wan Jun smiled faintly and said, "Junior brother is too polite. Alright, let's not talk about this matter. Junior brother, are you ready to go back? If junior brother doesn't have anything to do, would you like to have a drink with us? We want to treat junior brother to a drink." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Wan Jun and said, "You? Senior brother, what kind of people are you talking about?" Wan Jun smiled and said, "There aren't many people, just people with the same status as me. Everyone admires you and wants to treat you to a drink. However, we can't afford to treat you to a big restaurant, so we took some dishes from the cafeteria and treated you to a drink at our place. How about it?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Alright, then let's go." When Wan Jun heard Zhao Hai agree, he was very happy. He pulled Zhao Hai towards his place of residence. Actually, at this time, even if they wanted to go out and drink, it would be impossible. The academy was still in a state of lockdown. However, Wan Jun and the others were all geniuses. Moreover, their status wasn't a problem. Because of this, they were relatively lax. And since they invited Zhao Hai, nobody would ask about it. Zhao Hai arrived at Wan Jun's place. Behind Wan Jun's place was a bamboo forest. It was very beautiful. Wan Jun and the others had already prepared food and wine. The food and wine were very ordinary, they were all dishes taken from the cafeteria. The wine wasn't good either, but the people were very enthusiastic. These people were all plant masters, and they admired Zhao Hai. Therefore, they were very enthusiastic towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also liked to interact with these people. They drank while chatting. It was very pleasant. At this time, a storm engulfed the entire academy. Many students and teachers in the academy were investigated. At this time, Wang Ling returned to the Ying King's mansion. The imperial guards outside the mansion had already been withdrawn. However, Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping still couldn't return to the academy. The two of them were anxiously waiting for Wang Ling's news. Upon hearing that Wang Ling had returned, Dao Beiying immediately had Wang Ling come to his study. Wang Ling's body was covered in sweat. As soon as he entered the study, he closed the door. Without waiting for Dao Beiying to speak, Wang Ling immediately said, "Your Highness, something happened in the academy. However, young Master Cranegrass is fine. I heard that a magic plant in the academy was poisoned and almost died. It was young Master Cranegrass who saved the plant. I think the poisoned magic plant should be the sunflower." Dao Beiying let out a long breath, then he said, "It must be the sunflower. Outsiders know that the only magic plant in the academy is the sunflower. I didn't think that the academy would be infiltrated." Wang Ling said, "I heard that 2 teachers have been arrested. The status of these 2 teachers isn't low. Moreover, they were already married and had children. It seems like they have been lurking in our country for a long time. The 2 teachers seem to have taken poison and committed suicide." Dao Beiying stared, then he said, "Naturally, they took poison? Why does it seem like the style of the Tiger Soul Country's hunting squad? It could be a hunting squad. This could be the Tiger Soul Country's revenge." Lang Shiping also nodded and said, "It's very similar. A while ago, the Cranegrass and the Saber Guards wiped out one of their hunting teams. They might want to take revenge by killing one of our demonic plants." Wang Ling said, "Your Highness, I don't think it's just that. The other party knows that young Master Cranegrass is a member of the Hu family. In a situation where the academy's teachers can't do anything, the academy will definitely ask young Master Cranegrass to come forward. The other party must be very confident in his poison. He doesn't believe that young Master Cranegrass can cure the sunflower. In this way, the academy may blame young Master Cranegrass. At that time, young Master Cranegrass may be isolated. It may even cause a rift between the imperial family and the Hu family." Dao Beiying's face sank, he didn't speak for a while. After a few minutes, he opened his mouth and said, "It's possible, it's very possible. Moreover, it seems like only the Tiger Soul Country can do this. After all, our Saber Soul Country doesn't have much enmity with other countries, only the Tiger Soul Country. With the Tiger Soul Country's vengeful nature, they might really do something like this. Those fellows from the Tiger Soul Country aren't easy to deal with." Lang Shiping said, "It seems like the Tiger Soul Country is still targeting Cranegrass. Cranegrass is still not safe. Your Highness, should we remind Cranegrass?" Dao Beiying shook his head and said, "There's no need for now. Cranegrass has the Hu family behind him. Don't think that the Hu family is weak. If the Hu family is really that weak, then they wouldn't have existed until now. Forget it, as long as the academy is fine, then it's fine. I think this time, my imperial uncle will carry out a purge." Wang Ling nodded and said, "Yes, Your Highness. The purge has already begun, but the results haven't come out yet. However, I'm afraid that this time's purge will bring out a lot of people." Dao Beiying said, "It's good that it's brought out. Forget it, let's not think about this matter anymore. This matter isn't something we can manage. Cranegrass is fine, the academy is fine, that's good." Lang Shiping and Wang Ling nodded. At this time, Hu Xian'er also knew what happened. However, since Zhao Hai was fine, she wasn't worried. Although she wanted to send this news back to her family, she also knew that now wasn't the time. The academy was currently undergoing a purge. Anyone who spread this news would attract attention. Therefore, it was better to be honest at this time. After Zhao Hai drank his wine, he returned to the pine forest residence. However, he had a good chat with Wan Jun and the others. After all, they were all plant masters, so they had common topics to talk about. When Zhao Hai returned to the pine forest residence, he discovered that there were 2 guards outside. These guards were the academy's law enforcement team. Why were they here? Zhao Hai looked at the 2 guards in confusion. The 2 guards obviously knew Zhao Hai. When they saw that Zhao Hai had returned, one of the guards said, "Student Tian Cranegrass? Please go back and rest." Zhao Hai nodded, then he asked, "Can I know what happened in the Pine Forest residence? Why are you guarding here? Could it be that someone in the Pine Forest residence is suspected?" One of the guards shook his head and said, "No, we were sent by the academy to protect your safety. Please go back and rest." When Zhao Hai heard this, he nodded and entered the Pine Forest residence. Naturally, Zhao Hai knew that he didn't need protection. However, since the academy arranged it this way, he could only accept it. However, from this point, it could be seen that there were still hidden enemies in the academy. Moreover, these enemies weren't weak. After arriving at the Pine Forest residence, Zhao Hai saw Ma Liang and the others sitting in the living room. Each and every one of them had a curious expression. However, they were also panicking. After all, they were still afraid of the guards. Now that the two guards were standing outside, their hearts were beating like drums. When he saw that Zhao Hai had returned, Ma Liang immediately went forward to greet him. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Crane Grass, what's going on here? We just searched the room and said that there's a traitor in the academy. Everyone has to accept the punishment. Moreover, 2 people were left behind to protect you. What's going on?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, there's no problem. There's a traitor in the academy, but he has already been captured. It's best if you don't ask about this matter. Everyone, don't talk about it here. Go back and rest. Rest assured, as long as you don't do anything wrong to the academy won't do anything to you." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they felt relieved. Then they returned to their rooms. They weren't stupid, they could tell from Zhao Hai's words that Zhao Hai didn't want them to gather together. Ma Liang and the others weren't fools. They knew that Zhao Hai didn't want them to gather together for their own good. The academy was currently in a sensitive period. Any small movement would attract the attention of the academy. If they were to gather together at this time, then the academy would definitely pay attention to them. Although they were from different clans, their status in their clans wasn't high. Their clans weren't very big either. In this case, even if the academy wanted to deal with them, there wouldn't be any trouble. Their clans might even cut ties with them. Because of this, they listened to Zhao Hai's words and immediately turned around to leave. After they left, Zhao Hai returned to his room. After putting the wooden box away, Zhao Hai laid down on his bed. Then he immediately focused his attention on his soul object space. When his spiritual force entered the space, he immediately noticed a small root wrapped in natural energy. This small root was none other than the root of the sunflower. The sunflower and the sunflower weren't the same thing. However, the sunflower and the sunflower had one thing in common: they would both rotate towards the sun. It was because of this that the sunflower got its name. But this sunflower was a magic plant, it was very powerful. Naturally, Zhao Hai wanted to take it into his soul object space. However, this was impossible. The academy was very strict with the sunflower. If he really dared to take it into his soul object space, then the academy would surely hunt him down. Because of this, Zhao Hai used the opportunity of digging the sunflower to take its root into his soul object space. He wanted to see if he could cultivate this root. At this time, under the nourishment of the natural energy, the root had already sprouted a small bud. However, Zhao Hai decided to let the natural energy nourish it for a few days before planting it. While Zhao Hai was observing the root, he suddenly heard a yawn. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he became overjoyed. He turned his head to look at the little thing. Sure enough, the little thing was already awake. Zhao Hai immediately said, "Little thing, you're awake? Do you still want to eat?" After the little thing woke up, it immediately felt Zhao Hai's spiritual force. It immediately said, I'm awake, I'm awake. I slept really well. I want to eat, can I eat anything I want?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Do you see the green energy? You can eat as much as you want. Just leave some for me." When the little thing heard Zhao Hai, it quickly replied, "I don't need to eat too much. Last time I was just too hungry, that's why I ate so much. I don't need to eat that much anymore." "Right, how should I call you? Are we family?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Call me young master." "Of course, we're family. From now on, you'll be called Yuhua. Yuhua will be your name." How about it? Is it a good name? When Yuhua heard Zhao Hai, he immediately became happy and said, "It's good, very good. I have a name now, I'm called Yuhua." "Thank you, young master." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Yuhua, last time when you ate the natural energy, you released some golden energy. Do you know what kind of energy it was?" Yuhua shook his head and said, "Young master, I don't know. However, it's an instinct. As long as I eat enough natural energy, I can release the golden energy. However, I didn't know what it was before." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Yuhua, how strong is your body? I mean, is there anything that can hurt you?" Yuhua thought for a moment, then he shook his head and said, "I don't know. In short, there's nothing that can hurt me." Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, "You can try the iron thread grass and the iron warp tree. See if they can hurt you. If they can't, then you can fight alongside me. If they can, then you can stay inside the space. It's very safe here." Yuhua nodded, then Zhao Hai immediately commanded the iron thread grass and the iron warp tree to go to Yuhua's side. He didn't expect Yuhua to be very flexible. From time to time, he would collide with the iron thread grass and the iron warp tree. However, he was completely fine. On the contrary, the iron thread grass and the iron warp tree were injured by him. Although the iron warp tree wasn't injured, it couldn't do anything to him. When Zhao Hai saw this, he was very surprised. He didn't think that Yuhua would be this sharp. Zhao Hai quickly said, "Yuhua, you can move by yourself. When you met me before, why didn't you move?" Yuhua shook his head and said, "Young master, I couldn't move at that time. It was only after I came here and ate a lot of good things that I was able to move." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Yuhua and said, "When you go out later, can you still move?" Yuhua smiled and said, "Of course I can. Right now, I can move anywhere. However, I need the support of the young master's natural energy." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, you can stay inside the space. You can play with them, but you can't hurt them. You can absorb the natural energy inside the space, but you can't absorb the natural energy of other plants and animals." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Yuhua nodded, then Zhao Hai took back his spiritual force and returned to his body. After lying on the bed for a while, he slowly fell asleep. This time, Zhao Hai slept very soundly. However, the academy wasn't so peaceful. This time, the academy was purged of more than 10 teachers, as well as dozens of students. Among these students, there were some talented commoners, and some of them had some family background. Needless to say, the commoners and those with influential families were implicated. At the same time, these families were also related to the great clans. Because of this, a lot of families were involved. It could be said that this storm had spread from the Institute all the way to the Blade Spirit Nation. It had been raging for quite a while in the Blade Spirit Nation before slowly subsiding. However, all of this had nothing to do with Zhao Hai. After resting enough, Zhao Hai went out of his room and walked around the academy. Then he began his second research, which was to observe the various artificial plants in the academy. A lot of the plants in the academy were artificial. Moreover, they were different from the ones in the Hu family. In the Hu family, aside from taking care of the plants in the beginning, most of the time, the plants were allowed to grow in a natural environment. Aside from treating the plants and conducting regular inspections, they generally didn't care too much about them. On the other hand, the plants in the academy were different. Every day, there would be people in charge of trimming the plants. Even the grass would be trimmed neatly. A lot of plant masters looked down on these plants. This was because these plants were tamed. Plant masters would rarely study these tamed plants. However, Zhao Hai was different. He wanted to see the differences between these plants and wild plants. Zhao Hai was very clear that these plants had their own advantages and disadvantages compared to wild plants. These plants were used for ornamental purposes, so they needed to be carefully taken care of. They couldn't be as resistant to disasters as wild plants. However, wild plants also couldn't grow neatly. It can be said that these tamed plants were like tamed animals. They had lost some of their wildness, but they were more suitable for humans. Zhao Hai wanted to study these things. Although these plants had been tamed by humans, they still had a lot of room for development. It was just like how people on Earth planted corn. People started planting corn a long time ago, but compared to the current corn, whether it was in terms of yield or resistance to disasters, there was a big gap. The reason why the current corn was better than the previous corn was because people had done research on the previous corn and slowly improved it. The plants in this world were very different compared to the plants on Earth. The biggest difference was that the plants here could evolve. In the end, they could evolve into mutated plants or even magic plants. The plants on Earth couldn't reach this degree. In other words, the plants here had greater potential compared to the plants on Earth. However, the people of this world weren't aware of this point. Even the botanists who had the best understanding of plants liked to study wild plants. Then they would find ways to tame wild plants and make them suitable for human cultivation. Very few people would study tamed plants. Zhao Hai wanted to study these tamed plants. In any case, he had nothing to do right now. There was almost no way to study wild plants in the academy, so he might as well study them. In the next few days, Zhao Hai studied these plants in the academy. During these days, Wan Jun and the others had more and more contact with Zhao Hai. Slowly, Wan Jun and the others began to study together with Zhao Hai. It seemed like they had become a research team. When Dao Fuliu found out about this, not only did he not get angry, he even encouraged them. This was because Dao Fuliu had been doing research in this field for many years. Naturally, people of his age couldn't always go out into the wild. Even if he wanted to go out into the wild, his family wouldn't be at ease. Therefore, he could only do research in the academy. Now that Zhao Hai and the others were willing to study this, Dao Fu was naturally happy. Moreover, Wan Jun and the others didn't have any problems with their identities, so the academy wouldn't be able to trace them back to the academy. Because of this, Dao Fu and the others gathered together to study the plants of the academy. Dao Fu even gave them a room in the botanical research lab so that they could discuss things and do research reports. Zhao Hai didn't expect things to develop like this. However, he didn't feel disgusted. Recently, because of the sunflower incident, the atmosphere in the academy had been very tense. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't know much about the academy's situation. Therefore, he didn't want to get entangled with these people. Studying these things with Wan Jun and the others would allow them to avoid this storm. 10 days after the sunflower incident, Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping finally returned to the academy. The academy was also officially open today. Everything in the academy had returned to normal, just like before. After the academy opened, Zhao Hai and Hu Xian'er went to the Hu clan's pharmacy. In the past few days, they wanted to send news back home. However, the academy had been sealed, so they couldn't send news out. They were very anxious. Now that the academy's seal was lifted, they naturally wanted to communicate with Hu Zhong as soon as possible. When the two arrived at the Hu clan's pharmacy, Hu Zhong and the others already knew about the news and were waiting for them at the door. After the group entered the room and sat down, Hu Xian'er said to Hu Zhong, "Uncle Zhong, tell the family about what happened in the academy as soon as possible. Let's see what they have to say." Hu Zhong nodded and said, "Young miss, rest assured. I've already arranged everything. I've also communicated with the outside world. Recently, a lot of clans in the country have been dealt with. It seems like the imperial family is using this opportunity to suppress these clans. However, our family wasn't affected. After all, this matter was discovered by young Master Cranegrass. This is equivalent to a great contribution to the imperial family. Because of this, our family received a reward from the imperial family." Hu Xian'er nodded and said, "It doesn't matter whether the imperial family rewards us or not. As long as this matter doesn't involve our family, it's fine. Today, the academy's seal has been lifted. We still have things to do. Uncle Zhong, if there's any news from the family, you must tell us immediately. Recently, the situation in the country has been very tense. We need to understand the situation from time to time." Hu Zhong nodded and said, "Miss, don't worry, I will make the arrangements. Young Master Cranegrass, you might have some changes recently. The people of the Saber Guard Army suddenly contacted the family and wanted you to take up a position in the Saber Guard Army. The family wants to hear your opinion." When Hu Zhong said this, Zhao Hai and Hu Xian'er were both stunned. Zhao Hai looked at Hu Zhong and said, "The Saber Guard wants me to take up a position there? Why? Just because I helped them before?" Hu Xian'er also anxiously said, "Right. Why did they suddenly want crane grass to take up a position there? Don't they know that crane grass is very dangerous right now? If the people from the Tiger Soul country knew that crane grass went to the Saber Guard, then they would do everything they can to deal with him. How could the family agree?" Hu Zhong said, "The family just wants to ask young Master Cranegrass's opinion. The family also knows that young Master Cranegrass can't learn anything in the academy. What young Master Cranegrass needs the most right now is to train outside. The things that young Master Cranegrass learned in the academy are useless to young Master Cranegrass. Therefore, the family wants to ask young Master Cranegrass for his opinion. If young Master Cranegrass doesn't want to go, then forget it. If the family wants to go, then the family will agree." When Zhao Hai heard Hu Zhong, he couldn't help but stare. Then he thought for a moment and said, "Inform the family that I'll go. But after a month, I still have some things to take care of in the academy. Moreover, I can't be like the other Saber Guards and be a full-time soldier. I want a certain amount of freedom. When there's a mission, you can look for me." Hu Zhong nodded and said, "Young Master Cranegrass, you can rest assured. Our Hu clan's people enter the Saber Guard army as guests. Although we're part of the Saber Guard army, we're still part of the Saber Guard army. When we're not fighting, we can do whatever we want. The Saber Guard army can't do anything to us. This time, I'll talk to the clan and have the clan talk to the Saber Guard army." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "As long as you talk to the clan, then I'll go. To be honest, I want to see what kind of work the Saber Guard army does. There's nothing to do in the academy, I'm quite bored." Hu Xian'er looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Cranegrass, you should think about it. The Saber Guard army's days are filled with bloodshed. Maybe you won't be able to come back after a mission. Moreover, there are many missions that require you to go abroad. Maybe you'll die in a foreign land. Do you really want to go?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Sister Xian'er, to be honest, the academy isn't suitable for me. I can't learn much here. If I concentrate on my research, then I'll be fine. However, that's not the kind of life I want to live. Therefore, I'll go to the Saber Guard army." When Hu Xian'er heard Zhao Hai, she knew that Zhao Hai was telling the truth. Hu Xian'er discovered that Zhao Hai liked to use the simplest and most direct method to deal with things. Although he could make good friends in the academy, he would also be at a disadvantage and easily offend people. This was because in this world, it was impossible to clearly distinguish between black and white. In this gray area, it was impossible for a big clan like theirs to have any real friends. Today, they could be good friends, tomorrow, they could be enemies. Today, they could be friends, tomorrow, they could be friends. Although Zhao Hai's strength was formidable, he was still lacking when it came to dealing with these matters. Because of this, when Hu Xian'er heard Zhao Hai's words, she didn't oppose it. She just sighed. Her family originally wanted to send Zhao Hai to the academy so that Zhao Hai could be at ease for a period of time. But now, it seems impossible. In fact, Hu Xian'er also understood that if it was any other place that wanted Zhao Hai to join them, then her family wouldn't agree. However, if the Saber Guard army wanted him, then her family could refuse. However, the consequences would be somewhat troublesome. The Saber Guard army was different from other places. They were the direct subordinates of the imperial clan. Moreover, their fighting strength was very strong. If such a place wanted to recruit someone, then only a big family like Hu Xian'er would dare to refuse. However, refusing to do so was equivalent to offending the Saber Guard army. Of course, the Saber Guard army wouldn't casually accept people from big families. If the people they accepted were useless, or if their fighting strength wasn't strong enough, then it would only lead to a bad atmosphere in the team. If they let the people from big families go out to fight and die, then it would be even more troublesome. After all, those big families weren't something that the Saber Guard army could resist. Because of this reason, the Saber Guard army and the big families had been getting along very peacefully. The Saber Guard army wouldn't casually accept people, and if they did, then the big families wouldn't refuse. This was because the big families were very clear that although joining the Saber Guard army was very dangerous, there were also many opportunities for them to perform meritorious deeds. In the future, they might even get a high position or a noble title. This was also an opportunity for the big families to develop. And Zhao Hai really wanted to visit the Saber Guard army. After arriving at the Soul World, he still hadn't walked around. Staying in the academy all the time was really boring. Just like what Xianxia said, making friends with the people in the academy, of course, he could do it. With his many years of life experience, dealing with this kind of situation was really child's play. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to do this. He had done this kind of thing too many times in the past. Now, he didn't want to do it well, he just wanted to live a happy life. In the Soul World, he was a new life, a complete new life. From his birth to his current age, in this world, he was Crane Field, but at the same time, he was also Zhao Hai. In the past, whether it was on Earth or in other realms, Zhao Hai had always been very careful. Even when he was strong, he always had a sense of crisis. Therefore, he had always been very careful. But in the Soul World, it was different. Here, he was a new life. Here, he didn't have the space to rely on. Here, he had to start from the beginning. He didn't want to live carefully like before, he wanted to live a happy life. Therefore, he was too lazy to deal with those people. Whatever he did, he liked to use the most direct method. He also knew that his current approach wouldn't be of much help to the Hu family. Although he handled the Yang family's matter very well, and also resolved the danger for the Hu family, making those people not dare to offend the Hu family. However, he could only do so much, he couldn't do anything else. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai wanted to join the Saber Guard army. The people in the Saber Guard army were doing very dangerous work. If he joined them, then he would be able to go around and train, which would make him happy. When Hu Zhong saw that Xianxia didn't speak, he knew that this matter was settled. He also felt relieved. To be honest, he was really afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't agree. Now that Zhao Hai agreed, he was naturally happy. Zhao Hai looked at Hu Zhong and said, "Uncle Zhong, is there anything else?" "If there's nothing else, then I'll be going back. During this time, I need to deal with the matters of the academy. If I join the Saber Guard army in the future, then I'll come back if I don't have a mission. But if I have a mission, then I'll leave the matters of the academy to you. After all, Sister Xianxia is a girl, it's not convenient for her to come out. So if something happens while I'm out on a mission, then endure it and wait for me to come back. As for other matters, I'll still have to listen to Sister Xianxia." Hu Zhong nodded and said, "Young Master Cranegrass can rest assured, I'll take care of it." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Hu Xianxia and said, "Sister Xianxia, let's go back. During this time, our Hu clan must be low-key." Hu Xianxia nodded, then the two stood up and walked out of the room. The two led Ling towards the inner castle. As they walked, Hu Xianxia turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Cranegrass, if you join the Saber Guard army in the future, then you must be careful. When you go out on a mission, you must be careful. The Saber Guard army isn't full of good people. I heard that a lot of people who committed crimes in the past have joined the Saber Guard army. Those people aren't good people. Although you're a member of the Hu clan and nobody would dare to scheme against you, you still need to be careful." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Sister Xianxia, don't worry, I'll be careful. Nothing will happen, you don't need to worry." Hu Xianxia nodded. Unknowingly, the three arrived at the gate of the inner castle. As soon as they arrived, Zhao Hai saw Dao Beiying. Dao Beiying was standing there as if he was waiting for someone. When he saw Zhao Hai, Dao Beiying quickly greeted him and shouted, "Brother Cranegrass, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why did you only arrive now?" Zhao Hai looked at Dao Beiying and said, "Brother Dao, I haven't seen you for a few days. You don't need to miss me like this, right? Do you need something from me?" When Dao Beiying heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, he cupped his fist towards Hu Xianxia. Hu Xianxia gave Dao Beiying a salute and then said, "You guys chat, I'll be heading back." Then she led Ling into the inner castle. When Dao Beiying saw Hu Xianxia leave, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Don't talk nonsense. What can I do? I really missed you. You don't know, but these days, we've been separated from each other. This brother's heart." Then he made a pained expression. Zhao Hai quickly said, "Stop, don't disgust me. I don't have anything to do right now. I haven't entered the city for a few days. Let's go and have a drink. How about it? When Dao Beiying heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, good, of course. Ha ha ha, let's go. Then he waved to Lang Shiping and then followed Zhao Hai outside. The group gathered their horses and went straight to Horizontal Blade City. When they arrived, they directly went to the Ying King's mansion. After sitting down, Dao Beiying ordered Wang Ling to prepare some food and wine. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Crane Grass, what happened in the academy? I heard that you were the one who took action? Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, someone poisoned the sunflower. This poison should be a new type of toxin that can sever the connection between the plant and the plant master. It can also compress the plant's natural energy. If it isn't treated early, the plant will eventually wither, but a natural energy crystal will be formed inside the plant. Actually, this kind of medicine can also be used on ordinary plants, but the natural energy crystals produced by ordinary plants should be very small. Only the natural energy crystals produced by magic plants would be very large. But I don't know how to use this kind of natural energy crystal, so I don't need to worry about it anymore. I think that the Academy will have people who specialize in researching this matter, and in the shortest time possible, they will be able to develop a detoxification method. This time, because it was the first time I encountered this kind of poison, I was a bit flustered. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, that's right. Dao Beiying nodded and said, so it's like this. I really didn't think that the Academy would be infiltrated. If it weren't for this incident, then I'm afraid that no one would have noticed it. Zhao Hai said, alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Brother Dao, I have something to tell you. I'm afraid that I won't be able to accompany you in the future. Dao Beiying stared, then he asked, what's wrong? Did something happen? I heard that you formed a research group in the Academy. Is it because you're too busy with the group? Brother, even if you're busy with the group, you still need to have time to rest. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I don't need to worry about the group. I have other things to do. My family just informed me that the Saber Guard Army wants me. It won't be long before I join the Saber Guard Army. Once I join the Saber Guard Army, I'll have to go out on missions. When that time comes, I won't have much time to accompany you. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping's expressions changed. Dao Beiying exclaimed, brother, how did you join the Saber Guard Army? What's going on? Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping knew what kind of place the Saber Guard Army was. One must know that the Saber Guard Army was the most dangerous place to be. During times of war, the casualty rate of the Saber Guard Army was the highest. Generally, no great clans would allow their core disciples to join the Saber Guard Army. So why would Zhao Hai want to join the Saber Guard Army? Looking at Dao Beiying, Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's nothing. The Dao Wei Jun asked my family if I wanted to go. I said I wanted to go, so I went. Dao Wei Jun smiled and said, that's right. Dao Beiying suddenly stood up and said, no, you can't go. The Saber Guard Army is too dangerous. Brother, listen to your big brother, you can't go. The Saber Guard Army is too dangerous. Zhao Hai looked at Dao Beiying and smiled faintly, brother Dao, sit down and listen to me. I really want to go to the Saber Guard Army. To be honest, the things in the Academy aren't suitable for me. I can't learn anything in the Academy, and I also don't want to have too much contact with the people in the Academy. Therefore, there's no point in staying in the Academy. I want to join the Saber Guard Army. The Saber Guard Army has missions. Isn't that good? Hearing Zhao Hai, Dao Beiying didn't know what to say. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, brother, do you really want to go? Are you really willing? If you're not, then Big Brother will think of a way for you to not join the Saber Guard Army. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I'm really willing. I really want to join the Saber Guard Army. You don't have to worry about it. Dao Beiying looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly. Then he let out a long breath and said, brother, Big Brother doesn't know what you're thinking. But since you're willing, Big Brother won't stop you. Come with me, I'll give you something. After saying that, he led Zhao Hai to the back of the mansion. Soon, he led Zhao Hai and Lang Shiping to his study. He had Zhao Hai and Lang Shiping sit in his study for a while. Then, he went to the back of the study. No one knew what he was doing. After a while, Dao Beiying came out from the back of the study. He was holding a piece of clothing in his hand. It looked like an ordinary piece of clothing. It was gold and white. It didn't seem to be anything special. Dao Beiying placed the clothes in front of Zhao Hai and said, "I'll give this to you. I got this a few years ago. It's made from silver silk. It's light and thin, but its defense is very strong. Wear it. Later on, when you enter the Saber Guard army, you'll have to carry out very dangerous missions. In such missions, you might encounter any kind of situation. Not only does this clothes have good defense, it's also not afraid of fire. If someone were to shoot you, it can also help you block it." Zhao Hai looked at the silver silk clothes, then he chuckled and said, "Brother Dao, these clothes are good. But it seems like you've forgotten something. Look at my body, do you think I'll be able to wear them? Forget it, you don't need to trouble yourself. My body's defense is still very strong. You don't need to worry." When Dao Beiying heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then he pointed to the clothes on the table and said, "You should try it. To be honest, this dress is very big. It looks like a robe to me. Try it on and see if it fits. If you can wear it, then you can wear it. If you can't, then forget about it." Zhao Hai nodded, then Dao Beiying nodded. Zhao Hai chuckled. Then he took off the clothes, revealing his firm muscles. His muscles looked as if they were made of steel. This made Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping very envious. Zhao Hai picked up the silver silk clothes and measured it. He discovered that the clothes were very big. Zhao Hai slowly put the clothes on his body. Not to mention, he was able to wear it. Moreover, the size was just right. It wasn't particularly big, but it was also very loose. It wouldn't affect his movements. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. When Dao Beiying saw that the clothes fit Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, Look, these clothes were prepared for you." "Ha ha ha. You said that you can wear it, but how can I wear it? Really, I don't know what the person who made these clothes was thinking. Could it be that he knew someone as tall as you? That's impossible. From birth until now, I haven't seen anyone as tall as you. I think the clothes were made for a fat person. But it just so happened that His Highness received it and gave it to Crane Grass. Maybe that person didn't think that there would be such a tall person in this world." Lang Shiping's seemingly serious answer made Zhao Hai and Dao Beiying laugh. Lang Shiping's cold humor wasn't something that an average person could understand. After Zhao Hai put on the clothes, he moved a bit and felt very comfortable. He turned to Dao Beiying and said, "Brother Dao, I won't be polite with you. I'll be taking the clothes. Let's go and have a drink." Dao Beiying laughed as he followed the two to the dining hall. Zhao Hai didn't thank him. He was just an ordinary person. If he was a good friend, then he wouldn't be so polite. When the three arrived at the dining hall, food and drinks were already prepared. The three drank while chatting. They talked about the Saber Guard army. Dao Beiying and the others knew a bit about the Saber Guard army, but not much. The Saber Guard army's base was located in a valley outside of Horizontal Blade City. However, few people knew the exact location. Naturally, it was only a base. Many of the Saber Guard army's members didn't live there, it was just a place where the Saber Guard army trained new members. Moreover, the Saber Guard army's members were actually quite free. They had a public identity outside. When they didn't have any missions, they would use this identity to move around outside. They didn't want others to know their true identity. Moreover, not all of the Saber Guard army's members were good fighters. There were also some ordinary people who might join the Saber Guard army. Zhao Hai felt that the Saber Guard army was similar to the imperial guards of the Ming dynasty. They were there to supervise the officials. After drinking, Zhao Hai returned to the college. Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping returned to their rooms and sat in the living room drinking tea. Wang Ling was sitting on the side. Dao Beiying drank his tea and turned to Wang Ling and said, "Wang Ling, you were a member of the Saber Guard army before. What do you think will happen if someone like Crane Grass joins the Saber Guard army?" Wang Ling replied, "There will be some missions. However, his promotion speed will be faster than ordinary Saber Guard army members." Dao Beiying stared, then he understood what was going on. Although the Saber Guard army was controlled by the imperial family, the influence of the great clans was still there. It was impossible for the Saber Guard army to completely ignore the great clans. Because of this, people like Zhao Hai, who had the backing of a great clan, would naturally be promoted faster than ordinary Saber Guard army members. Dao Beiying didn't object to this. When he heard that Zhao Hai wasn't in any danger, he felt relieved. He turned to Wang Ling and said, "Crane Grass isn't in any danger." "Right, I heard that Crane Grass offended a captain of the Saber Guard army. Will this matter affect him in any way?" Wang Ling frowned and said, "It's hard to say. The Saber Guard army is actually divided into different groups. Generally, the people who come from commoners are in one group. Like He Chao, the people who come from big clans are in one group. People from big clans might be very popular in other places, but in the Saber Guard army, they are often excluded because there are a lot of commoners in the Saber Guard army. In fact, the casualty rate of people from big clans in the Saber Guard army is also very high. This is because when people do missions, no one cares whether you come from a big clan or a commoner. Moreover, when the Saber Guard army goes out on a mission, the person in charge is usually a squad leader. If he wants to scheme against someone, or if he wants to make things difficult for someone, it's possible." When Dao Beiying heard Wang Ling, his expression couldn't help but sink. He turned to Wang Ling and said, "Can you find out who the captain is that Crane Grass offended? Take him away from the Saber Guard army. We can't let Crane Grass be in any danger." Wang Ling nodded and said, "Yes, Your Highness. I'll take care of this matter." Then he turned around and left. Dao Beiying nodded. Lang Shiping looked at Dao Beiying and said, "Your Highness, you seem to be very good to Crane Grass. Why is that?" "Supposedly, Crane Grass belongs to the Hu clan, and the Hu clan won't give Your Highness any help. Why does Your Highness seem to care more about Crane Grass than people like Yang Defeng who came over?" Dao Beiying let out a long sigh and said, "People like Yang Defeng, I can still get a lot of them. But I don't think I have a friend like Crane Grass." "You can only get one. Wang Ling can only be considered as half a friend. The other is Crane Grass. It's worth it to have two such friends in one's life." When Lang Shiping heard Dao Beiying, his expression changed. His eyes flashed with excitement. Although he was with Dao Beiying every day, he was very clear about his status. He was Dao Beiying's bodyguard. He never dared to consider himself as a friend of Dao Beiying. But now, Dao Beiying said that he was his friend. This made Lang Shiping very excited. He stood up and cupped his fist towards Dao Beiying and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." Dao Beiying waved his hand and said, "All right, you don't need to be so polite. You've been with me for a long time. Although you and I aren't brothers, we're closer than brothers. Although Crane Grass and I have only known each other for a short time, I like his way of doing things. Because of this, I consider him as a friend. But he also doesn't consider me as a prince, so I'm very concerned about him. This time, if he really dies in the Saber Guard army, then I won't say anything. But if he's killed by his own people, then I won't feel at ease for the rest of my life. Therefore, before he enters the Saber Guard army, I want to eliminate all the internal dangers. As for normal missions, I won't intervene." Lang Shiping nodded and said in a deep voice, "I've heard about the squad leader of the Saber Guards that Crane Grass offended. I think he's called Iron Hammer. His strength is not bad, but he's narrow-minded and vengeful. He's not very popular in the Saber Guards. Because of this, although he's very senior, he's only a squad leader. The people in the same batch as him have already been promoted, but he hasn't been promoted. To be honest, if such a person stays in the Saber Guards, it'll be harmful to Crane Grass. It's not a big deal to get rid of him. After all, he's not popular in the Saber Guards, but he's still from the Saber Guards, so we can't treat him too badly." Zhao Hai didn't know that Dao Beiying had already started paving the way for him. To be honest, he didn't think that Dao Beiying would be so kind as to solve his problems in advance. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't care about Iron Hammer's matter. Iron Hammer was just a captain, what kind of storm could he cause? Zhao Hai already knew that Iron Hammer's entry into the Saber Guard army must have something to do with Captain Feng. Because of this, Zhao Hai was certain that Iron Hammer would be one of Captain Feng's subordinates. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about Iron Hammer. After returning to the academy and resting for a while, Zhao Hai went to the research team. To be honest, although their research hadn't been going on for a long time, one shouldn't forget that they had someone supporting them. This person was Dao Fuliu. Dao Fuliu had been involved in this research for a long time. He had a lot of valuable information in his hands. Now that this information was given to Zhao Hai and the others, it saved them a lot of detours. Because of this, their research team's progress was very fast. Zhao Hai also discovered that Wan Jun and the others were more suitable than him to be a researcher. When Zhao Hai arrived at the research team, Wan Jun and the others were still busy. There was a lot of information that they needed to sort out. Upon seeing Zhao Hai arrive, Wan Jun immediately greeted him with a smile on his face. "Junior brother, I heard that you went out to drink with the Seventh Highness? How come you're back so soon?" Wan Jun was very satisfied with his current life. Although this research team wasn't very impressive, they could still apply for funding from the academy. This was real money. Although people like them who haven't left the academy could get subsidies, this money wasn't a lot. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent most of their time eating inside the academy. Now that they had funding, although they couldn't spend it as much as they wanted, it would still improve their lives. Most importantly, if they could really complete the research, then it would be very beneficial for them. Zhao Hai looked at Wan Jun and smiled faintly. "Senior brother, I came this time to say goodbye. After some time, I might not have much time to research with everyone." When Wan Jun heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "What's going on? Junior brother, you're leaving?" Wan Jun's words attracted the attention of everyone in the research team. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned their heads to Zhao Hai. This research team was proposed by Zhao Hai. Now that Zhao Hai said that he was leaving, doesn't this mean that the research team would be disbanded? If this was really the case, then wouldn't their previous happiness be for naught? Zhao Hai looked at them, then he smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to worry. Now that the research team has been established and is on the right track, it won't be disbanded. Even if I leave, you can still conduct research here. As for where I'm going, I can't tell you about it. But rest assured, if I have the opportunity in the future, I'll come back and do research with you all." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wan Jun understood. It seems like Zhao Hai really can't tell them where he's going. Otherwise, Zhao Hai wouldn't have said this. Wan Jun also knew that there were some things that couldn't be asked, so he immediately said, "All right, since you said so, then we won't ask. In any case, this research team was established by you. No matter when you come back, you'll always be the team leader." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, it's fine. Don't be so sad. To be honest, I'm really not suitable for this kind of research. You can see that my body isn't suitable for research. I still like to run around in the wild, but don't worry, I'll collect some information in the wild. I hope that this information can help you. I hope that everyone will continue with this research because the potential of plants is limitless. Think about it, if everyone really continues with this research and obtains good results, then I believe that everyone's names will leave a deep mark in the world of botany. And this reputation might not be of much use to me, but it's very important to all of you. I believe that everyone understands what I mean." Zhao Hai nodded his head and said, "That's right, I'm not the only one." Wan Jun and the others naturally understood what Zhao Hai meant. They were all commoners. Although they were geniuses, they weren't in the time for the country to develop. At that time, if you have talent, then the country would value you. You might even be able to stand out and establish your own family. At this time, the country's development was very stable. The great clans were firmly in control of various interests. At this time, it would be very difficult to stand out. It's true that you're a genius, but are there no geniuses in the great clans? Not to mention, Zhao Hai was an absolute genius. The great clans didn't know how many people like Zhao Hai were. In this case, even if they left the academy and became the exclusive plant masters of the imperial family, their development wouldn't be too big. But this research project was an opportunity. If their research was successful, then they would become famous. The difference between a famous plant master and an unknown plant master was very big. In the past, they didn't think about this. They only thought about funding and improving their lives. But now that Zhao Hai reminded them, they immediately understood how important this research was for them. Moreover, this research was carried out with the support of Dao Lu. Dao Lu was a member of the imperial family. And after they graduate, they would become the exclusive plant masters of the imperial family. If their research was successful, then it would be great. This was related to their future and destiny. After thinking about this, Wan Jun and the others couldn't help but show an excited expression. Zhao Hai looked at Wan Jun and the others and smiled faintly. Alright, it's good that everyone understands what I'm talking about. I won't say much about the rest. You can do as you see fit. I still have some time to go, so I'll be doing research with everyone. But the main characters will be you all. Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai didn't hold back and began to look at the information with Wan Jun and the others. It must be said that the reason why their group was able to get on the right track in such a short time was because of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had the ability of the crane grass, which was to look at things without looking at them. Because of this, in this era where there were no computers, people had to rely on people to look up information. His ability was very important. As long as Zhao Hai looked through the information, he would be able to see the information and easily obtain the results. It was under Zhao Hai's guidance that the information was sorted out in the shortest time possible. Moreover, it was divided into categories. This was very important for their research. In the following time, Zhao Hai was busy with the research group. He returned the books that he borrowed from the library and had less contact with Ma Liang and the others. However, he still told Ma Liang and the others that he would be leaving the school for a while. Ma Liang and the others asked where he was going, but Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Ma Liang and the others were more sensible than Wan Jun and the others. They knew that there were some things that they shouldn't ask. Therefore, they didn't ask. They just became more intimate with Zhao Hai. They even led Zhao Hai to meet with people in their circle several times. Now that the commotion was over, these people gathered together again. Zhao Hai didn't oppose these gatherings. On the contrary, he liked them very much. He discovered that although Ma Liang and the others weren't as talented as Wan Jun and the others, they weren't completely useless. Each of them had their own strengths. If these people were to gather together and develop their strengths, then they would become a force to be reckoned with. However, it wasn't convenient for Zhao Hai to do these things himself. If he did, then it would certainly attract people's attention. After all, he was now very eye-catching in the school. He slapped Yang Difeng's face in front of Dao Beiying. Not only did Dao Beiying not blame him, she even became very close to him. On the contrary, Dao Beiying and Yang Difeng had become estranged. Additionally, Zhao Hai's identity as a member of the Hu clan made people pay attention to him. Because of this, if Zhao Hai were to gather Ma Liang and the others, then he would certainly have a lot of trouble in the future. Not only would he have trouble, but the Hu clan would also have trouble. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't want to deal with this matter. He handed it over to Ma Liang. Naturally, he didn't want to control Ma Liang. Ma Liang was a loyal and affectionate person. As long as Zhao Hai told him the method and Ma Liang followed it, then in the future, when Zhao Hai needs Ma Liang's help, Ma Liang wouldn't refuse. This meant that Zhao Hai could control this force. Because of this, during this month, Zhao Hai was either with the research group or with Ma Liang. Occasionally, he would also meet with Dao Beiying and the others. His days were very free and unfettered. A month passed by in a blink of an eye. On this day, Hu Zhong sent a message to Zhao Hai, telling him to immediately report to the Saber Guard army. The location of the report wasn't in the city, but outside the city, at the foot of the mountain. Naturally, there would be people there to receive him. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He just informed Ma Liang and Wan Jun about this matter. Then he said goodbye to Dao Beiying, Lang Shiping, and Hu Xian'er. Then he rode mottled bamboo towards the mountain. The academy wasn't very far from the mountain. However, very few people went there. If people wanted to hunt, then they would go to the Saber Horse Mountain. Very few people would go there. There was only one reason why people didn't go there. It was the imperial hunting grounds. There were many places where the imperial family hunted. Every year, besides the emperor, no one else was allowed to go there. Even the princes weren't allowed to go there. Because of this reason, almost no one went to the mountain to hunt. If they accidentally entered the Imperial hunting grounds, then even if they didn't die, they would still lose a layer of skin. Because of this reason, Zhao Hai didn't meet anyone on his way to the mountain. He quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain, but he didn't see anyone there. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He rode mottled bamboo at the foot of the mountain, slowly circling it. At the same time, he was communicating with the plants. While he was walking, the plants suddenly told Zhao Hai that there were people in front of him. They were hiding in the woods. These people were carrying weapons. This made Zhao Hai surprised. He immediately used his plant eyes and discovered that these people were none other than Captain Feng and Lu Yuangong. Seeing them, Zhao Hai immediately understood what was going on. It seems like Captain Feng was here to help him. However, looking at Captain Feng and the others, it seems like they wanted to test him. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he pulled mottled bamboo to stop. Then he turned his head towards Captain Feng and the others and waved his hand. Captain Feng and the others really wanted to test Zhao Hai. They wanted to see how good Zhao Hai was as a plant master. Because of this, they hid in the woods and didn't go out. The woods they were in were on the hillside while Zhao Hai was at the foot of the mountain. The distance between them was at least 5 li. Ordinary plant masters, even if they could communicate with plants, wouldn't be able to scout this far. However, Zhao Hai's performance in the previous operation was too conspicuous. Captain Feng wanted to see how far Zhao Hai could scout. Just as they saw Zhao Hai getting closer and closer to them, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped and waved his hand in their direction. Captain Feng stared, then his expression changed. He looked at Lu Yuangong and asked, "Did the crane grass discover us? Is that possible? Such a long distance? How far is the crane grass from us?" Lu Yuangong estimated and then said, "At least 6 li. I think he discovered us. Otherwise, he wouldn't be waving his hand in this direction." Just as Lu Yuangong finished speaking, he felt someone patting his shoulder. Lu Yuangong was stunned. He turned his head and was startled. This was because the one who patted his shoulder wasn't a person, but a tree branch. Lu Yuangong's action also attracted Captain Feng's attention. Captain Feng turned his head and looked at Lu Yuangong. He was also stunned. This was because he found that the tree beside Lu Yuangong was shaking its branches as if it was waving at them. This action was very similar to what Zhao Hai did before. One must know that there was no wind in the forest. The shaking of the tree branch was definitely not caused by the wind. Even if it was cut by the wind, it shouldn't be like this. Captain Feng knew that Zhao Hai had discovered them and was greeting them. When Captain Feng saw this, he was really surprised. He didn't think that Zhao Hai's strength would be so strong. He discovered them from so far away and even used a plant to greet them. In other words, Zhao Hai wasn't as simple as discovering them. He could even attack them. This discovery really surprised Captain Feng. Lu Yuangong was also shocked by Zhao Hai's move. He turned his head to Captain Feng and said, "Captain Feng, what do you think we should do now?" Captain Feng smiled bitterly and said, "He discovered us and even greeted us. What else can we do? Let's go out." Then he led Lu Yuangong and the others out of the forest. When Zhao Hai saw Captain Feng and the others coming out of the woods, he smiled faintly. Then he jumped down from the mottled bamboo and waited for them. Before long, Captain Feng and the others arrived in front of Zhao Hai. Captain Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "When did you find us?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Just a moment ago. I saw that no one came to pick me up, so I wanted to take a look around. At the same time, out of habit as a plant master, I communicated with the plants here. Then I found you." Captain Feng nodded, then he carefully looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Iron Hammer left the Saber Guard Army and became an official of the Quartermaster Division. Although he doesn't have much power, he can live a carefree life. Did you know about this?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he carefully looked at Captain Feng and said, "Iron Hammer left the Saber Guard Army and became an official of the Quartermaster Division." Zhao Hai stared, then he shook his head and said, "I don't know, wasn't Iron Hammer doing well in the Saber Guard Army? How come he was suddenly transferred?" Captain Feng looked at Zhao Hai and saw that he really didn't know, then he said, "It's good that you don't know about it. This means that this matter wasn't done by the Hu clan. There are some voices in the Saber Guard Army. Although Iron Hammer isn't popular, he has already served the Saber Guard army for a long time. Although he's now in the military supply department, it still caused a lot of dissatisfaction. Iron Hammer had a conflict with you before, and he was transferred just as you were about to enter the Saber Guard army. This made people think that Iron Hammer was transferred because of you. Because of this, a lot of people in the Saber Guard army are dissatisfied with you. You need to be careful. Zhao Hai stared, then he frowned and said, "Alright, I understand." Lu Yuangong looked at Zhao Hai's appearance, then he sighed and said, "Crane Grass, your identity might be an advantage in other places, but in the Saber Guard army, it's a disadvantage. Most of the people in the Saber Guard army are commoners, so they naturally dislike the disciples of big clans. Many disciples of big clans are isolated for a long time after entering the Saber Guard army. You need to be mentally prepared for this, but the Saber Guard army also likes the strong. As long as you show your strength, there will be people who will believe you. But at the same time, the Saber Guard army prohibits private fights. In other words, if you want to show your strength, then you can only do missions. Because of your special situation, you are now a guest of the Saber Guard army, so it's impossible for you to stay with our squad. So we can't take care of you. You need to be careful when you move with other squads. Although they won't take your life, they might play tricks on you. They might even make you do some very dangerous missions, causing you to be seriously injured and have no choice but to leave the Saber Guard army. You need to be mentally prepared." When Zhao Hai heard Lu Yuangong, he couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Uncle Lu, you can rest assured. I believe in my strength. Actually, I don't care about that Iron Hammer anymore. With his current strength, he doesn't pose any threat to me." Lu Yuangong looked at Zhao Hai and sighed. Then he said, "You still need to be careful. I won't say anything else. You're a smart person, so you need to be careful." Captain Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Let's go. Although your identity is special and it's impossible for you to carry out missions with us, you're still one of us. As long as you complete a few missions, nobody would say anything." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Captain Feng led Zhao Hai to the other side of the mountain. On the other side of the mountain was a dense forest. This forest looked very ordinary, there was nothing special about it. However, Captain Feng led Zhao Hai directly into the forest. As soon as Zhao Hai entered the forest, he immediately felt that there was something different about this forest. In this forest, he could feel tamed animals monitoring them every few meters. In addition to these animals, there were also plants. In other words, this forest was strictly monitored. Captain Feng and the others were actually secretly observing Zhao Hai. When they saw that Zhao Hai entered the forest, they smiled and relaxed their pace. In some places, he would take big steps and small steps. This made him look strange as he walked. However, Captain Feng and the others knew that Zhao Hai was trying to avoid small insects that he might step on. Of course, Captain Feng and the others knew what this forest was like. It could be said that this forest was for those who wanted to join the Saber Guard army to train. Almost all the animals here were tamed and placed here, from small snakes, insects, rats, and ants to big wolves, tigers, and leopards. Of course, many animals would die here every day, and new animals would be added. So even if some animals were trampled to death here, it would not be strange. However, it was impossible for ordinary people to know about this. But Zhao Hai obviously knew about this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stepped on those animals. Captain Feng looked at Zhao Hai's strength in a new light. He discovered that Zhao Hai wasn't just a plant master, he also had a certain understanding of beast spirits. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to find out that there was something wrong with those animals. However, this made Captain Feng even more curious. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How did you find out?" Zhao Hai naturally knew what Captain Feng was talking about. He smiled faintly and said, "It's very simple, Uncle Lu taught me." Captain Feng turned his head to look at Lu Yuangong. Lu Yuangong bitterly smiled and said in a deep voice, "I think I only told you that animals with red light in their eyes are controlled by people, right? How did you find out about this?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's very simple, I'm a plant master. What can be hidden from me in this forest?" "Brother, are you still not convinced?" "Hee hee, plant eyes aren't used like that. If you did it like that, you would have been discovered by others. Zhao Hai's last few words were directed at the tree next to him. When Captain Feng heard what Zhao said, he looked at the tree next to him and said, "Is that tree the eye of a plant? How come I didn't feel it? It seems like he hit it very well." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "He's not bad, but he's too arrogant. Because you know that it's safe here, you wouldn't notice him. But if you were on the battlefield, you would definitely be able to find him." Captain Feng nodded and led the group into the dense forest. The group walked for more than an hour before they passed through the dense forest. They didn't expect that after passing through the dense forest, there would be a canyon. And in front of this canyon, there was a sea of bamboo. Zhao Hai looked at the sea of bamboos, his eyes couldn't help but flash with a trace of light. He said, "Sure enough, this is an expert. With this sea of bamboos, we can't see what's going on below from the sky. Amazing, really amazing. This sea of bamboos doesn't seem to be artificially planted, this is even more amazing." Captain Feng looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled bitterly and said, "I found that bringing you here was a mistake. Now, our base has no secrets." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. This sea of bamboo was really big. He also knew about the variety of bamboo. It was a very common bamboo in the continent. It was called sky bamboo. This bamboo had a special characteristic, it grew very fast. Moreover, the bamboo was very thick and easy to grow. Most importantly, the bamboo's reproduction speed was very fast. This sky bamboo can grow to a maximum of 40 meters, and its diameter can reach 50 centimeters. Moreover, its branches and leaves were luxuriant. It can be said that once it grows, it would cover the sky. This kind of bamboo was also the favorite thing of the Soul World's common people. This was because not only can they cut it down for firewood, they can also make it into various tools and even build houses. However, no one thought that these bamboo could be made into a natural barrier, and then build a base underneath it. This was something that no one thought of, but the Dao Wei Jun did it. Captain Feng led Zhao Hai into the bamboo forest. From the outside, the bamboo forest didn't look special. Inside the bamboo forest, one would only feel a bit cold. However, Zhao Hai was very clear that there were countless eyes watching them from above. 6 meters above the bamboo rice, branches and leaves began to grow. Above the bamboo forest, the Dao Wei Jun had already built an aerial fortress. The design of this aerial fortress was very special. It used the bamboo as a foundation, and a lot of bamboo planks were laid on top of it. Bamboo buildings could also be built. One could stay on top of it and monitor every movement below. One could also monitor the sky and see if anyone sent flying tamed beasts to scout them. Every day, there would be a lot of people from the Dao Wei Jun patrolling this aerial fortress in order to ensure the safety of the base. After passing through the dense bamboo forest, Zhao Hai and the others finally arrived at a valley. This valley was very dark because there were some sky bamboo growing on top of the valley, blocking the sky. However, because of this environment, the valley had never been discovered. This valley was very big. On the walls of the valley, there were some bamboos. It can be seen that these bamboos weren't planted by people, they were originally this long. However, after being discovered, these bamboos must have been taken care of by a plant master. Otherwise, these bamboos wouldn't have been able to grow this long. Zhao Hai just glanced at the bamboos, then he turned his attention to the valley. The area of this valley was very big. Although it couldn't be compared to the academy, it was still enough for 10 to 20,000 people to live here. However, the valley was now transformed into a huge military camp. There were a lot of training equipment inside, but there were no houses to be seen. Zhao Hai looked at both sides of the valley and finally found a cave. The cave didn't look very big, but there were bursts of white light coming from inside. From time to time, there were also voices coming from inside. Hearing the voices, Zhao Hai was sure that there were a lot of people inside the cave. However, what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that in this huge valley, there wasn't a single person to be seen. Aside from the voices coming from the cave, there wasn't a single person to be seen. Just as Zhao Hai was looking at the valley in confusion, Captain Feng's expression turned ugly. After a while, he let out a long breath and turned to Zhao Hai, "Crane grass, this is the rule of the valley. If you want to officially become a member of the Saber Guard Army, then you have to walk from here to the Saber Guard Army's encampment. The valley is just a training ground, the encampment is inside a cave, it's a huge sky-colored grotto. As long as you can safely walk from here to the grotto, then you'll be fine. When Zhao Hai heard Captain Feng, he couldn't help but stare. Then he asked, "What's so difficult about this?" "I only see some training equipment, there's nothing else." Captain Feng looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled bitterly and said, "You'll know once you walk. I can only tell you that this path isn't easy to walk. Be careful of beasts, be careful of traps, and be careful of people. You should know that some people were seriously injured and left the Saber Guard army under this test, never to return." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, can I start now?" Captain Feng looked at Zhao Hai, then he took a deep breath and said, "Yes, you can start now. We'll be here watching you." Actually, Captain Feng and Lu Yuangong knew that not everyone who wanted to join the Saber Guard army had to go through this test. This test could be said to be specially designed for the disciples of the great clans. Anyone who wanted to join the Saber Guard army had to go through this test. If they couldn't pass, then they wouldn't be qualified to join the Saber Guard army. However, Zhao Hai's situation was different from the other disciples of the great clans. Many of the disciples of the great clans who wanted to join the Saber Guard army came here on their own initiative. Then they used some methods to join the Saber Guard army. It was very rare for the Saber Guard army to be in charge of people from the great clans. Generally, the people that the Saber Guards wanted were people with special abilities. People like these didn't need to go through this test, because these people often had their own special abilities. Their abilities might not be reflected in their fighting strength. If people who weren't good at fighting were to go through this test, then they would really be disregarding human lives. And Zhao Hai belonged to the latter. Originally, he didn't need to participate in this test. But now, it seemed that there were still a lot of people in the Saber Guards who were dissatisfied with Zhao Hai's arrival. That was why they allowed Zhao Hai to participate in this test. Captain Feng was a little worried for Zhao Hai because this test was really dangerous. Even if they participated in this test, they couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't be injured, let alone Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw Captain Feng nod, he pointed at the entrance of the cave and said, "Is it true that as long as I reach there safely from here, I will pass the test?" Captain Feng nodded and said, "Yes, as long as you reach there, you will pass the test. Even if you're injured, as long as you still have fighting strength, then you will pass." Zhao Hai nodded, then he took a deep breath and adjusted the wooden box on his back. Then he turned his head to Captain Feng and smiled. Then his figure moved as he rushed forward. His speed was very fast. When Captain Feng saw Zhao Hai's actions, he immediately knew what he was thinking. His expression couldn't help but change. This valley was a testing ground, countless people had come here to take the test. If you can pass through this valley as long as you're fast, then this valley wouldn't be qualified to be a testing ground for the Saber Guards. Sure enough, just as Captain Feng thought, when Zhao Hai moved, a rain of arrows immediately shot towards Zhao Hai. This rain of arrows was calculated in advance. In other words, if Zhao Hai moved forward at this speed, then he would certainly be shot to death by the rain of arrows. Zhao Hai didn't seem to notice these things, his figure was still rushing forward. But at some point, a bullhead drill appeared in his hand. While Zhao Hai was rushing forward, the bullhead drill was also dancing in his hand. Because of this, the arrows that were shot towards him were all blocked by the bullhead drill. But at this time, Zhao Hai felt his feet go soft. He immediately understood that he had stepped on a trap. Zhao Hai took a deep breath, then he pointed the bullhead drill downwards, causing his whole body to soar. However, he didn't fly straight up, instead, he kept spinning. In this way, the arrows that were dodging him were all deflected to the side. At the same time, he also jumped through the trap. But before his body landed on the ground, a large net suddenly came down from above him. This net was very large and had a lot of barbs on it. At a glance, one could see that its attack power was very strong. When Zhao Hai saw this large net, he suddenly roared. Then his body directly fell from the sky like a stone. This was the 1000-gene fall technique. When Zhao Hai's figure fell to the ground, he raised the bullhead drill in his hand and pointed it at the large net. Then Zhao Hai began to shake the bullhead drill in his hand. When the bullhead drill moved, the large net didn't turn into a huge handkerchief. It formed a natural shield above Xiao Hai, making it impossible for any arrows to attack Xiao Hai. While doing this, Xiao Hai didn't stop. He was still running forward. One must know that the large net that Xiao Hai was holding was square. Each side was about 15 meters long. Moreover, this net wasn't made of ordinary hemp or silk. It was a pure iron net with iron barbs on it. Even if it was used by professions, it would take at least 4 people. Each person would pull a corner of the net in order to open the net and make it easier to use. Most of the time, this net was fixed in place by a mechanism. When it was used, the mechanism would be opened and the net would fall down. This means that the net was very heavy. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to use it at all. Not to mention Xiao Hai using the bullhead drill to rotate the net above his head like a handkerchief. This was because ordinary people simply didn't have the strength to do this. Not to mention doing this while running forward, this was even more difficult. Xiao Hai didn't care about what these people thought. He was still rushing forward. At this time, arrows were shot from both sides of the mountain. These arrows were very fast and their target was Xiao Hai's vital points. Xiao Hai laughed and said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Then a shovel appeared in Xiao Hai's hand. He held the bullhead drill in one hand while the shovel danced in the other. The arrows that were shot towards him fell to the ground. At this time, green bamboos as thick as an arm shot out from both sides of the mountain. These bamboos were more than 2 meters long and had sharp edges. One could see that these bamboos were very heavy. If Xiao Hai were to use his plant master's shovel to deal with these bamboos, it would take a lot of effort for him to do so. When Xiao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but coldly snort. Then he inserted the shovel into the wooden box behind him and rushed forward. At this time, a bamboo shoot flew in front of him. Xiao Hai reached out and grabbed the bamboo shoot. The bamboo shoot was smooth and carried a huge force. However, it still couldn't escape Xiao Hai's grasp. It was caught by Xiao Hai. Then Xiao held the bullhead drum in one hand and kept shaking it. He waved the bamboo in the other hand, knocking down all the bamboo that was shot at him. At the same time, his figure never stopped. At this time, Xiao Hai had already rushed halfway through the valley. At this time, sharp wooden stakes suddenly emerged from the valley. Xiao Hai had already felt the changes underground. So when a wooden stake stabbed towards him, Xiao Hai kicked it and broke it. Then he continued to rush forward. Although he bypassed the wooden stakes, his speed didn't slow down. At this time, holes suddenly appeared on the mountain walls on both sides. Then, figures rushed out from the mountain walls. These people were holding bows and arrows in their hands. But in addition to bows and arrows, they also carried other weapons. As soon as these people came out, a rain of arrows shot towards Xiao Hai. "Good!" Xiao Hai shouted. At the same time, he exerted force in his arms. The large net that he had been holding above his head was suddenly thrown out. It was like a black cloud that covered the archers on his left. At the same time, Xiao Hai swung the bullhead drill in his hand. All the arrows that were shot towards him were all knocked to the ground. But Xiao Hai didn't stop and continued to rush forward. At this time, the archers on Xiao Hai's right threw away their bows and took out their weapons. They rushed towards Xiao Hai. These people were actually all blade soul users. Bows and arrows weren't their main weapons. This could be seen from their soul objects. Seeing these people rushing over, Xiao Hai didn't care. He continued to rush forward. Soon, these people blocked in front of Xiao Hai. "Ha ha ha, let me see what you've got." After he said that, Xiao Hai swung the bullhead drill in his hand and charged forward. It was as if he didn't care about them at all. These people were angry. They didn't think that Xiao Hai would be so arrogant. Several people shouted and rushed towards Xiao Hai. They waved the long swords in their hands and formed a huge net that covered Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai laughed and waved the bullhead drill in his hand. He didn't care what kind of move they used. He just swung the bullhead drill. These people had no choice but to dodge or use their swords to block the bullhead drill. This was because the bullhead drill was a heavy weapon. If they were hit by the bullhead drill, then the consequences would definitely not be good. There were also a few smart people who wanted to use the wooden stakes that protruded from the ground to block the bullhead drill. But in Zhao Hai's eyes, these wooden stakes were like straws. They didn't have any use at all. Those who tried to use their swords to block Zhao Hai's bullhead drill were directly swept away by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's strength was perfectly displayed in this attack. Unstoppable. Seeing Zhao Hai's attack, Captain Feng thought of this word. That's right, Zhao Hai is now using his own strength to create a path, sweeping all the people in front of him to the side. No one can stop him from moving forward. Indeed, those people in front of Zhao Hai were swept to the side by Zhao Hai's drum. Then Zhao Hai rushed forward. At this time, the person on his left had just blocked the iron net that Zhao Hai threw to the side and chased after Zhao Hai, but it was already too late. Although Zhao Hai's body was huge, his movements were not slow at all. Moreover, he was very flexible. It was almost impossible for the other party to catch up with him after being left behind. Zhao Hai's speed increased once again. At this time, he was like a tank charging at full speed. Everything in front of him would be hit by him. Those wooden stakes in front of him were like straws that were broken by Zhao Hai's casual kick. While Zhao Hai was moving forward with full strength, suddenly a loud roar came. Zhao Hai's eyes shrank, then he laughed. It turned out that a herd of bison came out of nowhere and rushed towards Zhao Hai. These bison seemed to be enraged. They lowered their heads, revealing their sharp horns, and rushed straight towards Zhao Hai. Ha ha ha, interesting. Zhao Hai looked up to the sky and laughed. Then he rushed straight forward. The drum in his hand was still in his hand. It looked like he was charging, a person charging towards a herd of bison. A person charging towards a herd of bison, this was a very crazy thing to do. Now, Captain Feng and the others thought that Zhao Hai was crazy. Zhao Hai didn't care so much. He was still charging. Soon, his drum hit the head of a bison. Zhao Hai roared, but he didn't stop. The drum in his hand didn't bend, it directly pierced the bison's head. One must know that the bison's skull was very hard. However, the drum in Zhao Hai's hand pierced the bison's skull. Then the bison's skull was shattered. Zhao Hai's drum went into the bison's neck. At the same time, he pushed the bison's corpse and rushed forward. Zhao Hai kept rushing forward. All the bison in front of him were knocked away by him. Captain Feng and the others stared blankly at all of this. They only had one thought in their mind, that this guy wasn't human. This guy definitely wasn't human. It was impossible for a human to have such great strength. Zhao Hai quickly rushed through the herd of bison. Then he swung the drum, sending the bison flying. Then he rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed through the valley and arrived at the cave. Violence. It was absolute violence. It seemed that there was no technical content. It was just strength. He rushed all the way forward. However, he relied on strength to rush through the valley. Moreover, it took him a long time. Most importantly, when he rushed through the valley, all the training equipment in the valley was damaged and could not be used. At this time, the bison were shot to death by arrows. These bison were caught by the saber guards to improve their food, so it was normal for them to be shot to death. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He stood at the entrance of the cave. There were a lot of people standing there. At this time, these people were staring at Zhao Hai. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would rush to the entrance of the cave so quickly. Moreover, he used such a violent method to break through all the attacks in the valley. Zhao Hai looked at the people in the cave and smiled faintly. Then he turned his hand and received the drum. Then he waved his hand and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Tian Cranegrass. I'm here to report." The people in the cave recovered. Then they looked at Zhao Hai with a complicated expression. At this time, a pleasantly surprised voice was heard, "Welcome, welcome. Ha ha ha, we've been waiting for you for a long time." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked inside the cave and saw several people standing there. These people's attire was different from the others. They were wearing exquisite armor and looked very beautiful. At a glance, one could see that they were expensive. Moreover, their eyes were filled with arrogance as well as their different temperament. Zhao Hai immediately knew that these people were from the saber guards. No wonder they were different from the others. Zhao Hai nodded to these people, but he didn't say anything. At this time, Captain Feng and the others arrived at the entrance of the cave. Captain Feng looked inside the cave and then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Why didn't you go in? Come, let's go in. I'll arrange a place for you to live." Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Captain Feng into the cave. At this time, the people in the cave were looking at Zhao Hai with a complicated expression. When Zhao Hai entered the cave, he understood why the saber guards chose this place as their base. This place was really spacious. Upon entering, one could see a huge space. This space was at least 1,000 li wide. 10,000 people moving around in such a place wouldn't be crowded at all. Most importantly, besides this huge space, there were also countless small caves. Some of these caves looked very dark, as if they were very deep. Some of them were very shallow, and some of them were very dark. In these caves, there were also some luggage. One could see that these were living quarters. Captain Feng went to a nearby cave. The entrance of this cave wasn't very big, it was only 2 meters wide and less than 3 meters high. When Zhao Hai entered this cave, he couldn't help but lower his head. But after taking a dozen steps forward, they arrived at a space that wasn't very big. This space was only about 100 square meters. There were several beds, a table, and several chairs. In the corner of the cave, there were some weapons as well as some food. Captain Feng turned to Zhao Hai and said, "This is the condition of the base. We won't be here all the time, this is just a temporary resting place. This cave belongs to our team. Although you are a guest, you can't be counted as a member of our team. But since you were introduced by me, you can be counted as a member of our team. You can live in this cave from now on, I've already prepared a bed for you." Then Captain Feng pointed to a bed on the side of the cave. Zhao Hai looked around, all the beds here were very simple. They were made of stone and were covered with hay. On top of the hay was a simple luggage. It was very clean, it was a good choice for resting. Moreover, Zhao Hai's bed was bigger and longer than the other beds. Zhao Hai wasn't polite, he took the wooden box and placed it on the bed. Then he turned to Captain Feng and said, "Captain, what about my horse? How come I don't see my horse? It couldn't have been shot to death, right?" Captain Feng smiled and said, "No, of course not. You don't need to worry about it. You can go and rest. Your horse is fine. Behind this valley, there is another valley. That valley doesn't have sky bamboo blocking it, but the terrain at that time is very flat. There is a lot of pasture growing there, which can be used for grazing. Therefore, that place has always been the location of the military's horse farm. Everyone in the cave would place their mounts there. Only when we go out on a mission would they send their mounts to us. When we're on duty, we'll send our mounts there." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So it's like that. That's good. Captain, I found that the air here is very good. It doesn't have the stuffy feeling of the cave. What's going on here?" Captain Feng smiled, then he pointed to a corner of the cave. That was where they usually put their weapons. Captain Feng pointed to the top of the corner. Zhao Hai noticed that there was a hole there. This hole wasn't very big, it was only about 1 meter in diameter. Because it was dark, most people wouldn't notice it. Captain Feng said, "That's where the magic of this cave lies. We've investigated it and found that there's a natural wind tunnel on top of the cave. This wind tunnel connects most of the smaller caves together, allowing them to maintain air circulation inside the cave. Also, if we make a fire inside the cave, the smoke will escape along the wind tunnel. It won't have any effect on the inside of the cave." Captain Feng nodded and said, "What's so special about this cave is that there's a natural wind tunnel on top of the cave." Then Captain Feng turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Crane grass, come with me. I'll take you to a place." Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Captain Feng outside. Captain Feng led Zhao Hai to a large cave outside. Then they went to a small cave not far away. Upon entering the small cave, Zhao Hai felt a wave of moisture hitting his face. Zhao Hai stared, then he heard the sound of flowing water. Zhao Hai followed Captain Feng and took a few steps forward. Then he saw that they had arrived at the side of an underground river. This underground river didn't look very wide, it was only about 10 meters wide. Moreover, the water flow was very gentle. On the side of the river was a stone platform. It seemed to have been polished by someone, it looked very neat. Captain Feng turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Do you see this place?" This is where the Saber Guard army uses their water. Everyone gets water from here. Moreover, the Saber Guard army has a rule that they absolutely cannot pour dirty water into the underground river. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Captain Feng and said, Captain, how do we deal with our dirty water? What if our clothes get dirty? What if we want to take a bath? Captain Feng smiled and said, come with me. Then he led Zhao Hai out of the cave. Before long, they arrived at the big cave outside. Then Captain Feng led Zhao Hai to another cave. Upon entering the cave, Zhao Hai stared. This was because the cave was too big. What surprised Zhao Hai even more was that there were countless small holes on the top of the cave. And these small holes were constantly letting water flow down. This place was actually a natural bathroom. Captain Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, this is where we take a bath and wash our clothes. Originally, it wasn't like this because there was a river above the cave. So we spent a lot of effort to make a big hole above the cave so that the river could flow into it. Then we dug some small holes on the stone slabs above to form this bathroom. The most wonderful thing is that there is a cave below this room, and this cave is actually connected to the river outside. So the water in this bathroom flows directly into the river, forming a cycle. So this bathroom has been filled with water all year round, but it's all cold water. But we don't care about it, cold water is cold water, it's not a big deal. Zhao Hai nodded. He now understood that the Saber Guard army's position in the Saber Spirit Nation was indeed very high. Just building a base would take a lot of time, manpower, and resources. It was really amazing. Zhao Hai nodded. He now understood that the Saber Guard army's position in the Saber Spirit Nation was indeed very high. After Captain Feng led Zhao Hai out, he led him to a very small cave. Upon entering the cave, Zhao Hai stared. This was because he could smell a very unpleasant smell, a very foul smell. After Captain Feng led Zhao Hai into the cave, Zhao Hai was stunned. This was because the cave was very big. However, this cave also had a special feature, it was very deep. This cave wasn't deep inside the mountain, but deep underground. This cave was actually very deep. But now, there were bamboo poles and bamboo boards on top of it. Moreover, there were compartments on top of it. This place was actually a huge toilet. Captain Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, this is our toilet, as well as our garbage dump. The garbage here will flow directly to a large underground cave outside, where it will ferment and be made into fertilizer. Then it will be buried in the bamboo forest outside. Some of it will be sent to the army's horse farm, where they will sprinkle it on the grassland, turning it into fertilizer for the grass. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai nodded. Then the two walked out of the toilet. After arriving outside, Captain Feng turned to Zhao Hai and said, there's still one more place to go, it's the canteen. However, we don't eat there for a lot of time. People like us don't do basic training, it's simply useless. Therefore, we spend most of our time in the city. We have our own identities in the city, so when we go out on missions, we don't show our faces. Let's go, I'll take you to the canteen to have a look. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he followed Captain Feng into another cave. This cave was very big. There were a lot of stone tables and benches inside. There were also several people who were busy inside. When these people saw Captain Feng leading Zhao Hai in, they just nodded to Captain Feng. Then a fat man rushed out of the crowd and arrived in front of Captain Feng and said, Captain Feng, how come you have time to come here? And this must be Mr. Cranegrass, right? I've heard of your name for a long time. It's a great honor to meet you. Zhao Hai looked at this person with a puzzled expression. He discovered that the sole object on this person's head was actually a kitchen knife. A kitchen knife? A kitchen knife sole object? Should this person be an object soul or a knife soul? Since this fatty was able to appear here, among the saber guards, he should be considered a soul soldier, right? Fattian, you don't need to flatter me. Today, I'm bringing Cranegrass here. If Cranegrass comes to eat here in the future, I'll deal with you if you don't do a good job. Without waiting for Zhao Hai to speak, Captain Feng opened his mouth. Moreover, his tone was very impolite. However, the person Captain Feng called fatty and didn't care at all. He smiled and said, Captain Feng, you're joking. I wouldn't dare. In our base, who doesn't know that I, Fattian, am an honest person? You can rest assured. Captain Feng snorted, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, this is the base's chef, Chang Dequan. You can call him Fadian. Although this guy's soul is a kitchen knife, he can still cultivate. Therefore, he's also a soul soldier. However, he doesn't like to fight. He likes to cook, so he became the head chef. I usually boil water and make tea in my cave. You can get firewood from him. Zhao Hai nodded. He understood Captain Feng's meaning. This Dequan really wasn't a simple person. Dequan looked at Zhao Hai and cupped his fist. Zhao Hai quickly returned the gesture. Then Dequan smiled and said, Brother Cranegrass, if you need anything in the future, don't hesitate to look for this Fadian. As long as this Fadian can do it, I'll definitely do it for you. You can rest assured. Zhao Hai nodded, then he cupped his fist and said, then I'll have to trouble Big Brother. And looking at Big Brother N's figure, I can see that Big Brother N is a person who knows how to eat. Hee hee. If I get something good outside, I wonder if Big Brother N can help me. When Dequan heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he patted Zhao Hai's arm. It seems like he wanted to pat Zhao Hai's shoulder, but since he couldn't reach it, he could only pat Zhao Hai's arm. Dequan patted Zhao Hai's arm and said, Brother, you're right. Big Brother doesn't have any other hobbies besides eating. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this kind of figure. As long as Brother can get something good, then Big Brother will definitely make it. But let's make a deal, I'll keep a portion of it. Zhao Hai laughed, but Captain Feng didn't pay attention to Dequan. He directly pulled Zhao Hai out of the kitchen and walked towards their cave. At the same time, he said to Zhao Hai, in this base, although Dequan isn't a big shot, his words still have some weight. But he's a very good person, he always smiles and doesn't do anything behind people's backs. Because of this, he has friends everywhere. Therefore, it's not wrong for you to have a good relationship with him in the base. Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Captain Feng back to their cave. When they arrived at the cave, Captain Feng stared. This was because in addition to Lu Yuangong and the others, there were also a few people. These people were wearing beautiful armor. They were the people that Zhao Hai noticed before. They were people who came from big clans. When Captain Feng saw these people, his expression didn't change. He calmly looked at them and said, Lin Dong, you're here to see the crane grass? At the entrance of the cave, the first person to welcome Zhao Hai smiled faintly at Captain Feng and said, Captain Feng, we're here to see the crane grass and welcome him. Captain Feng nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, this is Captain Lin Dong. He's from Yu City's Lin family. He's very strong. The people beside him are all members of his team. If you have the chance in the future, you should get closer to them. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Lin Dong and cupped his fist. Lin Dong quickly smiled and said, Brother Cranegrass, you're too polite. Although we're not in the same team, your status is different. You're a guest elder. We'll have a chance to work together in the future. Today, I prepared some food and wine. I'm here to invite you. Before Zhao Hai could say anything, Captain Feng said, Lin Dong, you're wrong. I wanted Cranegrass. It's his first day in the base, how can he drink with you? Not today, he wants to stay and drink with us. How about another day? Another day. How about we have him drink with you? Hearing Captain Feng's words, Lin Dongben didn't know what to say, so he nodded and said, all right, another day then. I won't disturb Captain Feng's reunion today. Brother Cranegrass, if you have time in the future, you must come to my place and have a drink with me. Zhao Hai quickly smiled and agreed. Only then did Lin Dong leave with his people. After Lin Dong left, Captain Feng said, Cranegrass, you must keep your distance from them. Lin Dong and the others aren't very popular in the base. Zhao Hai looked at Captain Feng in confusion. Lin Dong and the others were in the same team. This meant that they should have some fighting strength. Why weren't they welcomed in the base? Captain Feng also saw Zhao Hai's confusion, so he said, Lin Dong's strength isn't weak, but he takes his identity too seriously. In other words, if you think of yourself as a member of a large family and not a member of the Saber Guard army, then people like him aren't welcomed. In the Saber Guard army, aside from Lin Dong and the others, there are also some guests from large families. But those people would find ways to integrate into the Saber Guard army. Only Lin Dong and the others seemed to keep their distance from the Saber Guard army. Because of this, they seemed to be incompatible with the base. I don't know what they're thinking, but they're really not welcomed. Even if they're strong, they're still not welcomed. Zhao Hai nodded, he understood what Captain Feng meant. He nodded and said, yes, Captain, I understand. Actually, I'm different from Lin Dong and the others. Lin Dong and the others are members of large families while I'm just a foster relative of the Hu clan. Although I'm a core disciple of the Hu clan, I'm not surnamed Hu. Captain Feng nodded, then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Today, I'm going to hold a welcoming dinner for you. But it's not here, it's in Horizontal Blade City. Hee, let's go. Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Captain Feng and said, can I just walk around the base and then leave? Is that okay? Captain Feng laughed and said, Crane Grass, you still don't understand our Saber Guard army. What kind of work do we do? Let me tell you, it's the most dangerous job in the Saber Spirit country. It's also the job with the highest casualty rate. Therefore, we don't need to stay in the base, we can just stay in Horizontal Blade City. We can live with our families, but we can't tell them our true identities. This will make us relax and not be nervous all the time. This will help us complete our mission. Let's go back to Horizontal Blade City. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he said in a deep voice, I thought that after joining the Saber Guard army, I would have to stay in the base every day. Therefore, before joining the Saber Guard army, I've already taken care of everything in the academy. I didn't expect that I would be able to return to Horizontal Blade City at any time. This is really... Zhao Hai didn't know what to say. He thought that the Saber Guard army was like the special forces on Earth, they had to stay in the barracks. But now, he realized that this wasn't the case at all. He felt that everything he did before was useless, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Captain Feng shook his head and said, no, you did the right thing. You can still use your identity as a student of the academy as a cover, but you have to be prepared to do missions at any time. So you have to deal with other things well. If one day, a mission suddenly comes, and the matter at hand has reached a critical moment, what will you choose at that time? Moreover, do you really think that we're going to stay in Horizontal Blade City every day and do nothing? No, we won't stop our cultivation for even a moment because we're with our families. We don't want anything to happen to us, and what we're going to do is the most dangerous mission. If we want to come back alive, if we want to return to our families, then we must work hard in our cultivation. Only in this way can we ensure our own safety. Therefore, under normal circumstances, we'll focus on our cultivation and maintain our condition. We won't be distracted by other things. Of course, what I'm talking about is only us in the Saber Guard army. You're a guest, so you're different from us. But you still need to remember this, otherwise, you might really be in danger. Zhao Hai nodded. Captain Feng's words today can be said to be from the bottom of his heart. These words were all based on his experience. Captain Feng didn't become one of the captains of the Saber Guard army by chance. Strength, experience, and intelligence were all indispensable. And what he said was absolutely invaluable for an ordinary person who had just joined the Saber Guard army. Unfortunately, he was facing Zhao Hai, and Zhao Hai's experience in combat was something that Captain Feng couldn't catch up to. However, Zhao Hai didn't feel disgusted, on the contrary, he was very touched. He could hear the deep concern in Captain Feng's words. Lu Yuangong smiled and said to Captain Feng, Captain, don't say so much. You can tell the team that if we take Crane Grass on a few missions, he will understand everything. Let's talk about where to eat, it's rare for Captain to treat us. The others also laughed and joined in the commotion, but Captain Feng didn't care at all. They were brothers who had experienced life and death together. What kind of relationship could be stronger than this, so Captain Feng didn't care. He just smiled and said, I know you guys want to take advantage of me, but unfortunately, you guys are wrong. I, Old Feng, have one good thing, and that is that I take care of my family. Moreover, the dishes that my wife cooks can't even be compared to the dishes of the restaurant's chefs. So today, when we treat Crane Grass to a meal, we'll go to my house. Forget it. TCH. Lu Yuangong and the others booed Captain Feng at the same time. Lu Yuangong continued, I knew that captain is the most stingy. Sure enough, it's true. But forget it, it's not bad to be able to eat a meal cooked by sister-in-law. After that, everyone laughed. Everyone rode their horses back to Horizontal Blade City. However, they didn't enter the city through the gate where the Saber Sage Pavilion Academy was located. Instead, they entered through another gate. Although there were many people here, it was much more deserted compared to the gate where the Saber Sage Pavilion Academy was located. Although Zhao Hai's huge figure attracted people's attention, it didn't delay their journey. After all, this was Horizontal Blade City, the capital of the Saber Spirit Nation. There were too many people going in and out of the city every day. No one would pay too much attention to things that had nothing to do with them. Zhao Hai followed Captain Feng around the city several times before they arrived at an ordinary residential area. There weren't any particularly good houses here, but each house had its own entrance. The courtyard walls were also very high, giving it a unique flavor. Everyone stopped outside an ordinary courtyard and jumped off their horses. Captain Feng went forward and knocked on the door. A woman's voice was heard, Who is it? Captain Feng said, It's me. Begin. Along with Captain Feng's voice, the door opened. A teenage girl was standing inside, but she was dressed as a servant. When she saw Captain Feng, she immediately gave him a salute and said, I've seen the master. Welcome. Back to the mansion. Captain Feng nodded and said, Is the madam home? Have Feng Shan lead the horses to the stable at the back and settle them down. Have you prepared the food and wine that I asked madam to prepare? The girl immediately replied, Yes, master. The madam is home. The food and wine have been prepared. Captain Feng nodded. Then he turned to look at Zhao Hai and said, Let's go in. Zhao Hai and the others naturally didn't say anything. They chatted and laughed as they entered the courtyard. Once they entered the courtyard, they realized that although the courtyard door didn't look very big, the courtyard inside wasn't small at all. Once they entered, they saw a training field. Behind it was a row of main rooms with 2 rows of side rooms on both sides. Moreover, it was obvious that there was a backyard behind the main rooms. The area of the entire courtyard was really not small. Lu Yuangong looked at Captain Feng's courtyard and sighed, although it's not my first time here, I still have to say that the captain's courtyard is really good. What do you think? The others nodded as well. Captain Feng's courtyard was really good in Horizontal Blade City. One had to know that the Horizontal Blade City was the leader of the Blade Spirit Nation. It was the largest and most prosperous city in the Blade Spirit Nation. Cities like this all had a common problem, and that was the high price of housing. It wasn't easy for an ordinary person to own a house in Horizontal Blade City. If one were to use a phrase to describe the people in Horizontal Blade City, it would be that living in a big city was unsuitable. When Captain Feng heard Lu Yuangong, he smiled faintly and said, My family is originally from Horizontal Blade City. This house is also an ancestral property. Hee, in the past, the houses in Horizontal Blade City weren't as expensive as they are now. Now that I think about it, it's really good to have a house like this. Everyone chuckled. At this time, a woman came out of the main room. This woman was wearing very simple clothes. She wasn't very beautiful, but she had a temperament, a very gentle temperament. It made people feel very peaceful and comfortable when they saw her. Lu Yuangong and the others obviously respected this woman. Therefore, when they saw her, they immediately gave her a salute and said, Sister-in-law, we've come to disturb you again. The woman smiled faintly and said, There's no need to be polite. We're all brothers. Oh, who is this brother? He's quite tall. Captain Feng smiled and said, This is a new member of our team. He's called Crane Field. He's a powerful plant master. Today, I brought him here to see who he is. Zhao Hai quickly stepped forward and gave Madame Feng a salute. I've seen sister-in-law. Madame Feng looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, Good, you're too polite. From now on, we'll be brothers. There's no need to be so polite. Come in and have a seat. Captain Feng also invited everyone to enter the house. After entering the house, they discovered that it was just an ordinary living room. However, the furniture inside was quite old. After the group sat down, the maid immediately served them tea. After Madame Feng personally served everyone tea, she sat next to Captain Feng and chatted with everyone. Because they were all soldiers and weren't from a large family, they didn't have many rules. Drinking tea and chatting with everyone like Madame Feng was something that couldn't be seen in a large family. However, in a small family like this, it wasn't disrespectful at all. It can even be said that it was a sign of intimacy. After chatting for a while, Captain Feng led everyone to the dining room. When they arrived at the dining room and sat down, Madame Feng immediately served them food and wine. The dishes weren't anything special, they were just ordinary dishes. However, there was a lot of meat. The wine was also ordinary wine. However, this kind of hospitality made everyone happy. While the group was drinking, Captain Feng suddenly heard a knock on the door. Then the door opened and Madame Feng walked in. She said to Captain Feng, "Old Feng, someone from your regiment came. They said that they have something important to discuss with you. They are looking for all of you." When Captain Feng heard Madame Feng, he immediately knew that there might be a mission. He immediately nodded, then he turned to everyone and said, "All right, it seems like we won't be able to drink today. Madam, clean up the place. Let's go." After he said that, he stood up and led everyone outside. On the surface, Captain Feng's current identity was a mid-level officer in the City Guard Corps. Very few people knew that he was actually a captain in the Saber Guards Corps. That was why Madame Feng said that the Corps sent someone to look for him, not the Saber Guards Corps. When they arrived at Captain Feng's courtyard, Captain Feng saw a person. When he saw this person, Captain Feng immediately nodded. Then he turned his head and ordered someone to bring out the horses. Then he led everyone and the person to leave. When they were outside, Captain Feng looked at the person and said, "What's going on?" The person replied, "Important mission, saving people. We'll talk about it when we get back." Captain Feng nodded. Then everyone rode their horses out of the city. The group quickly returned to the base. When they arrived, Captain Feng led Zhao Hai and the others back to their cave. When they arrived at their cave, a person came in. This person was about 1.7 meters tall. He had an ordinary appearance, but his face was cold. The sole item on his head was a long sword. Moreover, it was the most ordinary type of sword. When they saw this inconspicuous person, Captain Feng and the others immediately stood up. Then they gave a salute and said, "Captain." The person nodded and waved his hand. Then everyone sat down and waited for him to speak. Zhao Hai now had a certain understanding of the division of the Saber Guard Corps. The total number of people in the Saber Guard Corps wasn't a lot, only about 10,000. If they were considered as the reserve force, then the number would be higher. However, the reserve force had its own independent command system. Their relationship with the Saber Guard Corps wasn't very clear. Because of this, the actual number of people in the Saber Guard Corps was about 15,000. These 15,000 people were all official members of the Saber Guard Corps. However, this didn't include the guests. If the guests were included, then the total number of people in the Saber Guard Corps would be about 16,000. Of these 16,000 people, there would be a squad captain for every 10 people, a platoon captain for every 100 people, and a captain for every 1,000 people. In total, the Saber Guard Corps had 15 captains, all of whom were under the command of a legion commander. Of course, the Saber Guard Corps was generally different from those who went out on missions. The number of people who went out on missions was also different. Sometimes, they needed to dispatch 100 people, sometimes, they only needed 50 people, sometimes, 20 to 30 people, or even 200 to 300 people. For the platoon captain and squad captain, the number of people under their command was always higher than the number of people specified in their duties. For example, Iron Hammer had even commanded a few hundred people, while Captain Feng sometimes commanded a few dozen people. In fact, under normal circumstances, the captains and platoon captains didn't have too many direct subordinates. Today's mission required 300 people, so the captains would assign the task to a platoon captain. Then, the platoon captain would ask the platoon captain to propose the type of personnel he wanted. Finally, the platoon captain would choose the appropriate personnel. Once the number of people was reached, the platoon captain would take command of the platoon captain. Therefore, a platoon captain like Captain Feng didn't have a lot of people in his platoon, only about 10 people. These people usually followed Captain Feng, and the other platoon captains didn't have the authority to mobilize them. When the mission required more people, the Saber Guard Corps would assign the corresponding number of people to Captain Feng. This way, it would prevent a platoon captain from directly commanding a 1,000-man platoon to rebel. Of course, this method wasn't suitable for other armies. If it was used in other armies, then the soldiers wouldn't know their generals, and the generals wouldn't know their soldiers, then the army would fall into chaos. However, the Saber Guard Corps was different. Every person in the Saber Guard Corps was an elite, and they all had their own unique skills. Moreover, the missions that they carried out were different from ordinary missions. Therefore, this method of command was suitable. But no matter what, a platoon captain in the Saber Guard Corps was a person with real power. In the Saber Guard Corps, there were more than 10 platoon captains. This showed how much power these platoon captains had. The Saber Guard Corps was different from other armies, their fighting strength was very strong. 1,000 Saber Guard Corps warriors could defeat a regular army 10 times their number. This was the strength of the Saber Guard Corps. It can be said that being a platoon captain in the Saber Guard Corps was much better than being a platoon captain in an ordinary army. And today, this platoon captain who came to see Captain Feng had a nickname in the Saber Guard Corps, the Cold-Faced Azura. He had never seen this name before, but he was very strong. People said that his fighting strength was as strong as an Azura's, and his methods were also as ruthless as an Azura's. Therefore, he got this nickname. His real name was Nongrunli, but this nickname was completely inconsistent with his real name. Seeing that everyone had understood, Nongrunli opened his mouth and said, "Mission, go to the Wolf Soul country and rescue someone. This person is one of the spies that we sent to the Wolf Soul country." On the surface, his identity is that of a prairie merchant. But a few days ago, his caravan was robbed in the prairie. Most of the people accompanying him were killed, but his body was not found. Your mission is to enter the prairie, find him, and rescue him. Captain Feng nodded and said, "When do we leave?" Nongrunli replied, "Immediately, we'll leave right now." This is information about the caravan and the location of the incident. You can take a look along the way. Remember, you need to reach the prairie in the shortest time possible and find them. This person has made a great contribution to our Saber Spirit Nation, we can't let him die in the hands of the enemy. Every minute you're late, they'll be in more danger. While speaking, Nongrunli gave a piece of paper and a map to Captain Feng. Captain Feng didn't say anything as he took the map and called for Zhao Hai and the others to head out. When they arrived outside, they immediately went to Indaquan's place. After receiving some provisions from Indaquan, they immediately set off. This was Zhao Hai's first time doing a mission with the Saber Guards. He was curious, but he wasn't nervous at all. This was because Zhao Hai had experienced a lot of big scenes. A scene like this wouldn't make him nervous at all. When the group came out of the base, the people outside had already delivered their horses. After everyone got on the horses, they began to head north. Although Captain Feng was sitting on the back of a horse, he still looked at the piece of paper that Nongrunli gave him. It contained information about the person and the caravan. After reading it, Captain Feng passed the information to Lu Yuangong. After Lu Yuangong read it, he passed it to the others. Just like this, the information was passed on to everyone. This time, there weren't many people who came with Captain Feng. Including Captain Feng, there were a total of 40 people. Among these 40 people, 20 were soul soldiers, 10 were soul beasts, 5 were plant masters including Zhao Hai, and 5 were craftsmen. Only half of the people were familiar with Zhao Hai. As for the other half, Zhao Hai didn't know them. They weren't friendly towards Zhao Hai, but they also didn't have much hostility towards him. On the contrary, they looked at Zhao Hai with a very complicated expression. There was a trace of hostility, but there was also a trace of admiration. In short, no one knew what they were thinking. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about them. He knew that he didn't have any enmity with these Saber Guards. The reason why these people looked at him like this was because of his identity as a member of the Hu clan. This was a class conflict, it wasn't a conflict between him and these people. This kind of conflict was the most difficult to resolve. But at the same time, it was also the easiest to resolve. This was because they were in the army. Here, as long as Zhao Hai shows his strength, as long as Zhao Hai doesn't show the arrogance of a disciple of a great clan, as long as he can lower himself to communicate with these people, then there wouldn't be any problems. Before long, Zhao Hai received the piece of paper. He glanced at it and saw everything clearly. The person they were going to save this time was called Xianxia. He was 40 years old, fat, dark, not tall, and had an ordinary appearance. However, he was very eloquent. Naturally, these were all descriptions of Xiaoxing's figure. Then Xiaoxing's caravan was introduced. His caravan was mainly made of tea, salt, porcelain, and other things. These things were in high demand in the prairie, so his business was very good. The reason why Xiaoxing was recognized as the hero of the Saber Spirit Nation was because he discovered that the prairie was preparing to attack the Saber Spirit Nation. Moreover, he reported this to the Saber Spirit Nation, allowing the Saber Spirit Nation to prepare. At that time, the Wolf Spirit Nation's losses weren't small. However, because the Saber Spirit Nation was prepared, they didn't suffer any losses. This time, Xiaoxing's caravan was attacked in the depths of the prairie. Xiaoxing and his caravan often took this route. Logically speaking, it should be very safe. However, they were attacked in a very safe place. Most of the people in the caravan were killed, and everything was taken away. However, Xiaoxing and several important people in the caravan weren't found. Because of this, the Saber Spirit Nation decided to send their most elite team to the depths of the prairie to rescue Xiaoxing and his caravan. In the Saber Guard army, it was hard to say which team was the strongest. However, Captain Feng was definitely the person who participated in the most battles. He was very experienced. Because of this, they sent Captain Feng's team out. Although Zhao Hai had just joined the Saber Guard army, he was still a guest of Captain Feng's team. According to the rules of the Saber Guard army, Zhao Hai was now part of Captain Feng's team. Because of this, if Captain Feng wanted to carry out a mission, then he must follow. Only when Captain Feng didn't have a mission and another team asked him to do it would Zhao Hai. If Captain Feng and another team were to carry out a mission at the same time, then Zhao Hai would still need to follow Captain Feng's team. After Zhao Hai gave the paper to the person beside him, he no longer paid attention to it. Instead, he rushed with all his might. They ran for more than 3 hours before they arrived at a relay station. When they arrived at the relay station, all of them dismounted from their horses and went to the relay station to eat some food and drink some water. After that, they set off. Again. It took them another 3 hours to reach the second relay station. At the second relay station, they dismounted from their horses and rested for a while. At the same time, the people in the relay station prepared to change their horses. Their horses couldn't take it if they kept running like this. However, Zhao Hai didn't let the people in the relay station change their horses. He only said that he couldn't ride other horses. Although Captain Feng advised Zhao Hai that the horses couldn't take it, Zhao Hai still didn't agree. In the end, Captain Feng had no choice but to let the people in the relay station prepare a horse for Zhao Hai. This way, when Banju's stamina was insufficient, he could take turns. However, what surprised Captain Feng was that Mottled Bamboo was still very spirited even after running for an entire day. He was even more spirited than the horses that Captain Feng and the others had switched horses with. This was something that Captain Feng didn't expect. Captain Feng and the others naturally didn't know that Zhao Hai had already injected nature's energy into Banju's body. Naturally, Banju wouldn't feel tired. At night, Captain Feng and the others were still resting in the relay station. After resting for an entire night, they set out. During the day, they would rest every 3 hours and change horses every 6 hours. The average time spent on the road was around 15 hours. After traveling for 5 days, Zhao Hai and the others finally arrived at the ford at the back of the Saber Spirit country, Yellow Wind City. Yellow Wind City was the northernmost military fort of the Saber Spirit country. At the same time, it was also an important place for trading with the Wolf Spirit country. Although the Saber Spirit country and the Wolf Spirit country had conflicts, trading was still necessary. The Wolf Spirit country's herdsmen would sell some of their goods in Yellow Wind City. When they arrived at Yellow Wind City, Zhao Hai was stunned by the situation inside. Yellow Wind City was like a large military camp combined with a large market. Yellow Wind City didn't allow people to casually enter, but outside the city, there was a large market. There were small houses and tents everywhere. This was the place used for trading. Zhao Hai and the others directly entered Yellow Wind City and rested for a day. At the same time, they made their final preparations. This time, their supplies were very important. Each person was given 3 horses, enough rations to eat for a month, and 2 water bags filled with water. At the same time, they also brought along some simple tents. The group of 40 people had nearly 200 horses. After resting for a day, Zhao Hai and the others finally left Yellow Wind City and directly entered the prairie. Upon entering the prairie, Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath. To be honest, he really liked the prairie's environment. The wind blew the grass, causing it to bend down and rise up. It looked very beautiful. It wasn't that Zhao Hai hadn't seen a prairie before, but every time he came here, he would feel his heart lighten. It was the same as when he saw the sea. Captain Feng wasn't in the mood to think about this. He carefully looked at the surrounding terrain before waving his hand and leading the group forward. While moving forward, Captain Feng turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Crane grass, from now on, monitor the surrounding situation. There might be an ambush." Zhao Hai nodded, but he didn't say anything else. Then Captain Feng gave the order and the group flew forward. After about an hour, Zhao Hai suddenly said, "Captain, let's stop. We're being watched." Captain Feng immediately stopped. He looked around and said in a deep voice, "Is there an ambush?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "The sky, don't look up. There are 2 eagles in the sky, they've been following us for an hour. They've been following us since we left Yellow Wind City." When Captain Feng heard Zhao Hai, he immediately urged his horse to move forward. At the same time, he gave an order, "Goldie, see if there are 2 eagles in the sky. Are they watching us?" A person in the group nodded. Then he took out 100 small mirrors from his chest and looked at the sky. Before long, he saw 2 eagles. After carefully looking at the eagles, Goldie opened his mouth and said, "Captain, we're being watched. It seems like it's the Wolf Spirit Country's Wolfhawk Cavalry." When Captain Feng heard Goldie, his expression couldn't help but change. "Wolfhawk Cavalry? Are you sure?" Goldie nodded and said, "There's an 80% chance. In the Wolf Spirit Country, although there are a lot of spirit beasts that can tame eagles, not everyone can tame golden eagles. In the Wolf Spirit Country, they don't allow ordinary people to tame golden eagles. Only the Wolfhawk Cavalry are allowed to do so. And the 2 eagles that are watching us are golden eagles." Captain Feng's expression turned ugly, but he didn't stop. He just didn't say anything. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Crane grass, is there anyone around here?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, there's no one around here. At least, there's no one within 10 li actually, in the prairie, one could see as far as 10 li. However, Captain Feng still had Zhao Hai confirm. This was because in the prairie, the people of the Wolf Spirit Country could use camouflage to make themselves look like a pile of grass. Because of this, they couldn't just rely on their eyes, they had to rely on a plant master's reconnaissance. This time, including Zhao Hai, there were a total of 5 plant masters who followed Captain Feng. However, the other 4 plant masters were ignored by Captain Feng. Although the plant masters were unconvinced, when they heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai in surprise. One must know that ordinary plant masters were able to communicate with plants. Their range of surveillance was around 2 li. However, Zhao Hai was able to reach 10 li. This really surprised them. They didn't suspect that Zhao Hai was lying. After all, they were now in the prairie. If they were to lie, then the result would be their complete annihilation. Thinking about it, Zhao Hai wouldn't do such a thing. Zhao Hai didn't lie. In other words, what he said was true. He could really observe the situation within 10 li. This was truly amazing. This was definitely much better than most plant masters. Captain Feng was now moving forward while thinking about how to deal with this situation. He had already realized that their operation this time might be a trap set up by the Wolf Spirit Country. However, he still didn't know why the other party set up this trap. This trap wasn't very clever. At most, it would only attract a small team. Their team only had 40 people. Even if all of them were to die here, it wouldn't be a big deal. For the Blade Spirit country, the loss wouldn't be too big. Therefore, this trap would be meaningless. To set up such a trap for 40 people, and even the elites of the Wolf Spirit country, the Wolf Eagle cavalry, had been dispatched. This was absolutely abnormal. They couldn't be after these 40 people, so what were they after? Logically speaking, Captain Feng could lead everyone back to Yellow Wind City. However, as a member of the Blade Guard army, he was very clear that they couldn't return to Yellow Wind City. If they were to return to Yellow Wind City, then they would never know what the Wolf Spirit country wanted to do. Therefore, they could only move forward and determine what the Wolf Spirit country wanted to do through their various reactions. After making up his mind, Captain Feng didn't think too much about it. He ordered everyone to move forward at full speed. At the same time, he asked Zhao Hai to pay attention to the situation around them. Although everyone didn't know what Captain Feng was thinking, no one objected to Captain Feng's order. This was because they were very clear that they had to listen to Captain Feng's orders. Even if Captain Feng's orders might cost them their lives, they still had to carry it out. If they didn't carry out Captain Feng's orders, then they would be punished by the Blade Guard army. In the end, unless they betrayed the Blade Spirit country, they would only end up dead. They wouldn't be implicated. Everyone didn't speak, but their hearts were heavy as they hurried forward. They weren't fools. If Captain Feng could think of something, then they could also think of it. However, at this time, no one would shrink back. In addition to being afraid of the military rules, they were also soldiers of the Blade Spirit country. They had trained their soldiers for 1,000 days and used them for 1 day. They were the best soldiers in the Blade Spirit country. If they were to flee at this time, then they wouldn't be qualified to be soldiers. During this day, they didn't encounter any enemies. However, the golden hawk in the sky was constantly monitoring them. This made everyone feel uneasy. Soon, the sky slowly darkened. Everyone found a place to shelter from the wind and set up a simple camp. After the camp was set up, they started to make a fire to cook. Actually, the so-called cooking fire was just making a fire and boiling a pot of water. Everyone was just boiling water and eating military rations. It wasn't really cooking. While everyone was eating, Captain Feng said, "I know that everyone doesn't understand why I still went into the prairie even after I found out that we were being watched. I just feel that as soldiers, we can't just go back like this." Everyone might have thought that this might be a trap set by the Wolf Soul country, but why would they set this trap? Is it just for the 40 of us? Isn't that too unworthy? If they aren't doing this for the 40 of us, then what are they doing this for? No matter what, I feel that the Wolf Soul country is planning something big this time. After saying this, Captain Feng paused for a moment and looked at everyone who was listening to him seriously. From everyone's expression, it could be seen that everyone agreed with what he said. Captain Feng looked at everyone and said with a deep voice, "If the Wolf Spirit Nation is really planning something big, then their target isn't us, but the Saber Spirit Nation. If the Wolf Spirit Nation really wants to attack our Saber Spirit Nation, then what should we do? So this time, we must figure out what the Wolf Soul country is planning. After all, we are soldiers of the Blade Soul country. If the Wolf Soul country really attacks our Blade Soul country, then the ones who will suffer will be our loved ones." Everyone nodded. They understood what Captain Feng meant. The Blade Guard army was responsible for this kind of dangerous mission. It was to eliminate all threats in the bud. Therefore, no one objected to Captain Feng's words. Captain Feng looked at everyone and said, "I have to say that our mission this time is very dangerous. I'm afraid that not many of us will be able to return to the Blade Soul country alive. So if everyone wants to go back, then I won't oppose it. If you want to leave, then you can leave now. If you want to stay, then be prepared to sacrifice yourselves." Everyone didn't say anything. It was clear that they didn't know what to say. At this time, Zhao Hai chuckled. Everyone's mood was heavy, so when they heard Zhao Hai's laughter, they couldn't help but stare in confusion. They didn't know what he was laughing about. Zhao Hai looked at Captain Feng, then he smiled faintly and said, "Captain Feng, you don't need to scare us. From what we can see, the Wolf Spirit country's actions aren't disadvantageous to us, they just want to use us." When Captain Feng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Tell us more about it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, just like what Captain said, the Wolf Soul country spent a lot of effort to set up this trap. It's impossible for it to be just for the 40 of us. They must be planning something big, it might even be the entire Blade Soul country. Then we would be safe in the prairie. Think about it, if you kill us, then wouldn't you alert the enemy? The country would certainly strengthen its defenses. At that time, no matter what they want to do, it would be impossible. At this point, Zhao Hai paused and looked at everyone. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although they were few in number, they were still part of the Blade Soul army. Moreover, the Blade Soul country had always attached great importance to the Blade Soul army. If their team were to die in the prairie, then they would certainly attract the attention of the Blade Soul country. At that time, no matter what the Wolf Soul country wanted to do, they wouldn't be able to do it. Zhao Hai continued, killing us wouldn't give them any benefits, it would only cause a lot of trouble. In this case, the Wolf Soul country wouldn't deal with us. So what do they want to do? I think that they want to use a spy. Use a spy? You mean, a spy? When Captain Feng heard Zhao Hai, he looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, a spy. Captain Feng, the person we want to save this time is called Xianxia. Have you seen his appearance? Do you have a portrait of him? Captain Feng stared, then he shook his head and said, no, we don't belong to the same system as Xianxia. Their system requires strict confidentiality, so how could we know what he looks like? To be honest, before this mission, I've never heard of this name, even if he had made great contributions. Captain Feng nodded, then he shook his head and said, I don't know. Zhao Hai nodded, I think so too. Xiaoxing's identity can't be exposed. So even if he made a great contribution, I'm afraid that he can only be rewarded internally. It's impossible for the whole world to know about it. And this time, Xiaoxing's caravan was robbed. Besides him, there were only a few corpses that weren't found. The others were all killed. If this was a trap, then how would this trap be used? Zhao Hai nodded, that's right. Everyone frowned, they didn't know what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, if the Wolf Soul country wants to attack our Blade Soul country, then they must remove a nail, that is Yellow Wind City. But Yellow Wind City is a military fortress. I don't think anyone knows what the inside of the fortress is like, how many troops are there, how many supplies are there, and what's the layout inside. Even if those people do business outside the city every day, I'm afraid that they wouldn't know what's going on inside the city. So how can we deal with Yellow Wind City in the shortest time possible before the reinforcements of the Blade Soul country arrive? The only way is to figure out the layout of Yellow Wind City and arrange for someone to enter the city. At this point, Zhao Hai paused, then he looked at everyone and said, how can we arrange for someone to enter a military fortress like Yellow Wind City? Naturally, it would be best to arrange for our own people to not arouse suspicion. We haven't seen what Xiaoxing looks like, and I'm sure that the people of Yellow Wind City haven't seen him either. In this case, if the Wolf Soul country arranges for someone who looks like Sha Liang to pretend to be seriously injured, then we can save him. Since he's seriously injured and can't go too far, we can send him to Yellow Wind City and let him recuperate there. Then we can secretly arrange for a spy to be brought to Yellow Wind City. And because this person was brought by the Saber Guard army, no one would suspect his identity. He can even move freely in Yellow Wind City. Yellow Wind City has no secrets. When the Wolf Soul country attacks Yellow Wind City, he can even act as a spy inside the city. Even if he's weak, he can still poison people and send messages. With such a person in Yellow Wind City, it would be hard for Yellow Wind City to not fall. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although what Zhao Hai said was all hypothetical, it was still possible. This was because Zhao Hai was right, he hadn't seen Xiaoxing and didn't know what Xiaoxing looked like. They didn't even have a portrait of Xiaoxing. In this case, they could only rely on what was written on the paper to find someone. What if the other party found someone similar to what was written on the paper? The answer was that there was no way to judge. If they really brought such a spy to Yellow Wind City and let him recuperate, then they would return to hand in the order. Would the people in Yellow Wind City suspect the person sent by the Saber Guard army? Obviously not. Under such circumstances, if this spy wanted to enter Yellow Wind City, he would be unimpeded. If he was really good at talking, he might even make friends with the commander-in-chief of Yellow Wind City. After all, the Saber Guards had a very special status in the Saber Spirit Nation. If such a dangerous person really entered Yellow Wind City, then it wouldn't take long for Yellow Wind City to fall when the Wolf Soul Country's army arrived. Then, the north gate of the Saber Spirit Country would be officially open to the cavalry of the Wolf Soul Country. The cavalry of the Wolf Soul Country would be able to drive straight in and gallop unhindered in the Saber Spirit Country. When they thought of the Saber Spirit Country's back and the Wolf Soul Country's cavalry trembling, Captain Feng and the others couldn't help but feel a chill run down their backs. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "All right, these are just our conjectures. Just like what Captain said, what we need to do now is to enter the prairie and figure out what the Wolf Spirit Country wants to do. Are they really preparing to send troops to the Blade Spirit Country? If they really intend to do so, then it would be impossible for them to not reveal any flaws. When the time comes, we can officially report the results. For now, it's useless because we don't have any evidence. These are just my conjectures." Captain Feng nodded and said, "Right, our first task is to find Xiaxing and see if there's any problem with him." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai looked at Captain Feng, then he smiled faintly and said, "That's why I said that if the Wolf Spirit Country really wants to attack our Blade Spirit Country, then we would be safe. Moreover, based on the current situation, my guess might be true. Otherwise, the Wolf Spirit Country wouldn't send their elite Wolf Hawk cavalry to monitor us. Moreover, they only monitor us, they didn't attack us." Captain Feng nodded, then he said, "I'm afraid that the Wolf Spirit Country's Wolf Spirit Country wouldn't attack us." Captain Feng nodded and said, "It seems like this is the case. However, this is still just a guess. What we need to do is to confirm the authenticity of this matter. Alright, everyone should go and rest. According to Crane Grass, we should be safe right now." Everyone wanted to laugh, but they couldn't. This was because they were frightened by what Zhao Hai said. If what Zhao Hai said was true, then the dark clouds of war would begin to slowly envelop the Saber Spirit Country. Most importantly, no one in the Saber Spirit Country knew about this matter. Even when they received the mission, they thought that it was just an ordinary robbery. After all, robberies like this happened many times in the prairie. The people of the Wolf Soul Country were just like their country's name. They were a pack of wolves that focused on robbing. When they have the ability, they would rob other countries. When they don't, they would rob their own people. This was the Wolf Soul Country, a country that practiced the law of the jungle to the extreme. On the boundless prairie, a small black dot was slowly moving. If you look closely, you can see that this black dot was a cavalry team consisting of 200 horses. Although there were 200 horses in the cavalry team, there were only 40 riders. However, each of these riders had a sturdy physique, one could see that they were all experts. This group was naturally Zhao Hai's group. After hearing Zhao Hai's words, their group became silent. They wanted to verify Zhao Hai's words and see if Zhao Hai was telling the truth. Zhao Hai didn't have any reaction, he was still doing what a plant master should do, which was to monitor the surrounding situation. What made Zhao Hai surprised was that they had been moving forward for 3 days. However, during these 3 days, not a single Wolf Soul Country's cavalry came within 10 li of them. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. For 3 days, nobody came to trouble them, they didn't even encounter any small tribes. This made Captain Feng believe in Zhao Hai's words even more. The Wolf Soul Country, in fact, using a country to describe it wasn't appropriate. The Wolf Soul Country should be called an alliance. Every small tribe here was a small independent kingdom. The leader of the tribe was the king of the kingdom. In the entire Wolf Soul Country, the strongest tribe wasn't the Golden Wolf tribe. The leader of the Golden Wolf tribe was the king of the Wolf Soul Country, which was also the head of the Wolf Soul Alliance. Usually, these small tribes would pay tribute to the bigger tribes, while the bigger tribes would pay tribute to the bigger tribes. Finally, they would pay tribute to the Golden Wolf tribe. Usually, the Golden Wolf tribe wouldn't make things difficult for these small tribes. Only when they encountered a natural disaster would they use force against these small tribes. If it was during normal times, they wouldn't do this. After all, if the Golden Wolf tribe didn't want to offend all the tribes in the prairie, then they would have to deal with them. However, under certain circumstances, the Golden Wolf tribe was the absolute king of the prairie. If someone dared to make irresponsible remarks, the Golden Wolf tribe wouldn't hesitate to exterminate them, and that was during a war. In times of war, the Golden Wolf tribe was the only king. Their words were military orders, and no tribe could disobey them. Zhao Hai's group had been on the road for 3 days, but they didn't encounter any attacks, nor did they encounter any tribes. This was very unusual. The prairie was very big, but there were also a lot of tribes. The road that Zhao Hai's group took was a road that caravans often took. In other words, they might encounter more tribes on this road. But after 3 days, they didn't encounter any tribes. This was absolutely abnormal. Captain Feng looked around, then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Crane Grass, is there anyone around us? Is the surveillance still in place?" Zhao Hai replied, "No, there's no one within 10 li of us. The surveillance in the sky is still there." "Captain, are we about to reach the place where Xianxia and the others met with an accident?" Although they had only been in the prairie for 4 days, they were still cavalry. They were completely different from caravans. They had been on the road for 3 days, and with their speed, it was equivalent to a caravan traveling for 10 days. It can be said that they were now deep in the prairie. Captain Feng nodded and said, "Soon, but we won't arrive today. We might arrive tomorrow. Everyone, be careful." Everyone nodded, but they didn't take it to heart. After setting up camp at night, Captain Feng arranged the guards as usual. Then he let everyone rest. Zhao Hai also went to rest. Although this kind of march wasn't too tiring for him, he still rested on time every day in order to maintain his best condition. But in the middle of the night, Zhao Hai suddenly woke up. He directly jumped up and rushed out of the tent, then he loudly said, "Captain, quickly get up, there are enemies." The reason why Zhao Hai had such a reaction wasn't because he was sleepy, but because they were in the prairie. Although they had set up a tent, it was still equivalent to sleeping on the grass. Before Zhao Hai went to sleep, he also called Little Grass to help him keep watch. Before, Zhao Hai heard Little Grass's warning, so he jumped up. His shout also woke up everyone in the camp. Captain Feng immediately ran out. When he saw Zhao Hai carrying the wooden box on his back, he quickly asked, "Crane Grass, what's going on?" Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "There are enemies. There are about 500 of them. They are less than 10 li away from us." When Captain Feng heard Zhao Hai's words, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. He quickly turned his head to look at the person on night duty. The person on night duty was a plant master, but he didn't find the enemy. So when he saw Captain Feng looking at him, he quickly shook his head and said, "I didn't find the enemy, but I can only see things 2 li away. 10 li is too far, I can't find them." Captain Feng nodded and said, "Get ready. Dry food and water, put them on the horses. There's no time to put away the tents. Everyone, get on the horses." Everyone immediately responded. In the shortest time possible, they put the dry rations and water bags on the back of the horses. At the same time, they also put the other things that could be taken away on the back of the horses. As for the tents, they really didn't have time to put them away. Everyone jumped on the war horses and took out their weapons. Captain Feng waved his hand at the same time. The horses slowly retreated and hid in the darkness. This was because their camp was lit by a fire. Although this fire wasn't big, it was lit in the night. It was undoubtedly a lighthouse, making it easy for the enemy to find the target. But at the same time, the enemy would only target the fire. At this time, Captain Feng had already led his men to hide in the darkness. They were quite far away from the fire. If the enemy targets the fire and the tents next to it, then only death would await them. For cavalry, 10 li wasn't a long distance. After Zhao Hai and the others got on their horses, they retreated into the darkness. This took some time, so when they retreated into the darkness, they heard a muffled thunder-like sound. This sound was very muffled, it didn't sound like a normal horse's hooves. Upon hearing this sound, Captain Feng said, "The enemy has wrapped cloth on the horse's hooves. I think they might be worried that we would find something, so they did this." Everyone nodded, but their eyes were cold. At the same time, they tightened their grip on their weapons. Not long after Captain Feng said this, Zhao Hai and the others felt the ground shake. Then a large number of shadows appeared around the camp and directly rushed into it. When these people entered the camp, they immediately destroyed the tents. But at this time, they also discovered that something was wrong. The camp was too quiet. They had already rushed into the camp, but there was no reaction at all. This wasn't right. When these people realized that they were being attacked, Captain Feng gave the order to attack. Everyone took out their weapons and rushed towards the cavalry. Zhao Hai took the lead. Everyone didn't expect that Zhao Hai's ugly horse would have such a powerful explosive force. It actually rushed in front of all the other horses, it even surpassed them by a horse's length. One must know that they weren't far from the camp, at most 200 meters away. In such a short distance, being able to surpass them by a horse's length showed how terrifying this horse's explosive force was. Moreover, Zhao Hai hadn't changed his horse in the past few days. On the other hand, everyone had to change their horses at least 2 or 3 times a day. From this point, one could see how terrifying Banju was. In fact, they had overestimated Banju. Although Banju was good, it wasn't as terrifying as it was now. This was all because of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was constantly transferring natural energy into Banju's body. Because of this, Banju was able to evolve and become this terrifying. Zhao Hai held the bullhead drum in his hand as he rushed forward. At the same time, the cavalry that were attacking the camp also reacted. They immediately turned around to face the enemy. However, when they attacked the camp, they had already stopped. At the same time, Zhao Hai's charge was very short. At this time, the people attacking the camp simply didn't run. The cavalry couldn't charge, it meant that they weren't as strong as the infantry. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was already charging. One wasn't charging, while the other was charging. Like this, there was no suspense in the outcome. Zhao Hai's bullhead drum spun, and the cavalry in front of him were directly knocked down from their horses. They fell to the ground, dead. Zhao Hai's bullhead drum was a heavy weapon. Moreover, the bullhead drum also had a blade. The bullhead drum's tip was very long. When it was spun, its attack power was incomparable. Then Zhao Hai rushed towards the cavalry. The bullhead drum in his hand flew up and down. Because of this, the cavalry that were hit by the bullhead drum fell to the ground. If they weren't dead, then they were injured. At this time, Captain Feng and the others also arrived and rushed straight into the cavalry. With Zhao as the arrowhead, they split the cavalry into 2 halves. All of the knights in front of them were knocked down from their horses. After Zhao Hai swung the bullhead drum a few times, he suddenly discovered that there were no more enemies in front of him. Zhao Hai knew that he had killed his way through the enemy formation. However, he didn't stop. Instead, he made Banju run forward. Then he turned his horse around and charged towards the cavalry. But this time, he controlled his horse's speed and didn't go too far from Captain Feng and the others. Captain Feng and the others had already treated Zhao Hai as the arrowhead. Wherever Zhao Hai ran, they would run there. Therefore, when Zhao Hai turned, they would also turn. At this time, the cavalry also turned their heads. They also began to charge, but they didn't increase their charging speed. Their charging speed didn't increase, but Zhao Hai's charging speed didn't decrease by much. In addition to his divine power, the second wave of attacks wasn't weak. With a charge, Zhao Hai once again led Captain Feng and the others to kill their way through the enemy formation. After killing the enemy twice, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He turned his horse around and charged towards the enemy. But what surprised Zhao Hai was that after killing the enemy for the second time, the enemy actually ran away. When Zhao Hai turned around, the enemy had already disappeared into the night. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai was stunned. He stopped his horse and turned around to look at the battlefield. There were at least 100 horses left on the battlefield, but there were nearly 200 corpses on the ground. On the other hand, other than a few people who were injured, there weren't any serious casualties. Even those who were injured only had flesh wounds. They would be fine after applying some Jinchuang medicine. Zhao Hai jumped down from his horse. Captain Feng and the others also came to Zhao Hai's side. There were still some enemies who weren't dead, and they were still groaning. Captain Feng waved his hand. Lu Yuangong and the others immediately went up to deal the final blow. Those who weren't dead would be dealt a final blow until they were sure that the enemy was completely dead. This wasn't to say that Lu Yuangong and the others were cruel. One must know that they were deep in the enemy's territory. There was no way for them to be merciful to the enemy. Moreover, they couldn't treat the enemy, it was too dangerous. So the best way was to kill the enemy. After dealing with the final blow, they cleaned up the spoils of war. The spoils of war were mainly the enemy's horses, some weapons, some dry rations, and water bags. Their tents couldn't be used, they were all destroyed by the enemy. However, they got a lot of blankets from the enemy's horses. This was one of the most important equipment for the prairie people. After cleaning up the battlefield, Captain Feng led everyone to retreat. But this time, their speed wasn't very fast. Because Zhao Hai was there, they weren't afraid of being targeted by the enemy. While walking, Captain Feng looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, do you have any ideas?" Everyone was silent for a moment, then Lu Yuangong opened his mouth and said, "The people who attacked us this time aren't very strong. Moreover, we've been monitored by the Wolf-Hawk cavalry. If the other party wanted to eliminate us, then they wouldn't have sent these people. This is because they know our identity. Sending these people wouldn't pose any threat to us. Now that they've sent these people, there's only one goal, to make us think that the caravan of Sandstar was robbed, there's no other conspiracy." Everyone nodded. Another person continued, "This proves that they are indeed plotting something. I now think that Cranegrass is right. This time, the Wolf Spirit Nation must be plotting something big. They might really attack our Blade Spirit Nation." Captain Feng nodded, then he said, "Then what do you think? Should we continue to move forward?" When these words came out, everyone turned silent. To be honest, Captain Feng's words were on point. They were now certain that the other party was scheming. However, they didn't have any concrete evidence. If they went back now, then it would be hard to say if the Blade Soul country would believe them. Zhao Hai replied, "Captain, I don't think we should retreat right now. But we should immediately report the situation we've encountered. At the same time, we should go deeper into the prairie and figure things out." Zhao Hai nodded. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Captain Feng nodded. Then he turned to a beast soul warrior and said, "Bluebird, immediately send the news back. The Golden Hawk is in the sky during the day. It wouldn't be easy for us to send the news back. Now is the right time." The beast soul warrior nodded and immediately wrote the news on a small piece of paper. Then he took out a cage from his saddle and took out a blue bird from the cage. Then he rolled up the paper and placed it on the bird's leg. After that, he released the bird. Throughout the whole process, the person called Blue Bird by Captain Feng had been on the horse, and the horse had been running forward. But when he was writing the report, his hands were as steady as if he was sitting in an office writing documents. This kind of ability was really incredible. At this point, Zhao Hai understood that the people in the Saber Guard army were indeed elites. They also had their own unique skills, but he still didn't know what the other people's unique skills were. However, it seems like Captain Feng had a good understanding of these people. Zhao Hai nodded. After the news was sent out, Captain Feng looked for a place to rest. Then everyone got down from their horses and took their blankets. Then they spread them on the ground and directly fell asleep. This time, they slept until dawn. Then they got back on their horses and slowly moved towards their destination. This time, it only took them half a day to arrive at the place where Xianxia's caravan was attacked. It has been more than 10 days since Xianxia's caravan was attacked. The grass on the prairie grew very fast. At this time, there were no traces of a battle. However, Zhao Hai still found some blood stains under the grass. Naturally, they didn't find any corpses. Then Zhao Hai communicated with the grass and confirmed the route that Xianxia's caravan took when they were attacked. After confirming this, Zhao Hai pointed to a direction and said to Captain Feng, "Captain, it's that direction. They have been gone for 11 days. Should we chase after them?" Captain Feng nodded and said, "All right, let's chase after them." "Are the Golden Hawks still in the sky?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, the 2 Golden Hawks haven't left yet." Captain Feng thought for a moment, then he said, "Let's see if we can successfully rescue them this time. If we can, then we'll plan our next move." Everyone nodded, they understood what Captain Feng meant. If they can really rescue them this time, then it would mean that the other party wanted them to rescue them. Otherwise, with the Wolf-Hawk cavalry monitoring them, it would be impossible for them to rescue them. Although the Saber Guards were the elites of the Saber Spirit Nation, the Wolf-Hawk cavalry were also the elites of the Wolf Spirit Nation. If they were to fight on foot in the city, then the Wolf-Hawk cavalry wouldn't be a match for the Saber Guards. But if they were to fight on the prairie, then the Saber Guards wouldn't be a match for the Wolf-Hawk cavalry. After all, the people of the Wolf Spirit Nation grew up on horseback. But this time, they only had 40 people with them. Even if the Wolf-Hawk cavalry didn't move, the other tribes in the prairie could send 1,000 people and cause them to suffer heavy losses, not to mention the Wolf-Hawk cavalry. If they were to be able to successfully rescue their people in this case, then it would mean that the other party wanted them to rescue their people. Everyone rode on their horses, and under the guidance of the grass, they followed the trail. After 2 days, they finally found a camp. This camp was the camp of a small tribe. The entire camp only had about 1,000 people, and there were only about 200 warriors. The ones left behind were the old and the weak. In fact, in the Wolf Spirit Nation, there weren't a lot of old and weak people. Aside from some children, the old people also had a certain amount of fighting strength. Even the women could fight with weapons. Moreover, the speed of the women in the prairie wasn't any slower than the men. Moreover, in the prairie, having a soul didn't mean that they didn't have any fighting strength. Even if they were a soul, they would still have a very strong fighting strength. Almost everyone here carried a weapon, and the most common weapon in the prairie was the scimitar. Zhao Hai and the others found the camp 10 li away. Then they retreated and went behind a slope. Then they jumped down from their horses and sat together. Although the prairie looked very flat, there were still ups and downs. However, these ups and downs weren't very obvious. Only those who were active in the prairie would be able to feel these ups and downs. Captain Feng looked at everyone and said, "What do you think?" Lu Yuangong smiled bitterly and said, "Now we can be sure that the Wolf Spirit Nation really did set a trap. Moreover, they used this small tribe as bait. This small tribe doesn't have a lot of fighting strength. If we rescue the people from this small tribe, there won't be any problems. Moreover, I think that the Sand Star Caravan's things are still in this small tribe. This small tribe is meant to be sacrificed." Everyone nodded. Then Captain Feng said, "Then what do you think we should do next?" Zhao Hai replied, slaughter this tribe as well as Shaxing. Then we'll see how the Wolf Spirit country reacts. Captain Feng, you can send a letter back to the family. Tell them to prepare, I think the Wolf Spirit country will certainly make a big move." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Captain Feng smiled bitterly and said, "But we still don't have any evidence. If we send a letter back at this time, what if the Wolf Spirit Nation doesn't make a move?" Zhao Hai said, "After we attack this tribe, I think the Wolf Spirit Nation will make a move against us. At that time, we will be in a difficult situation. Our enemies are everywhere in the prairie. We will have to fight with everyone. Moreover, I think that Sand Star Caravan won't be the only spy in the country. As long as we make a big move in the Wolf Spirit Nation, the country will certainly receive the news. When the time comes, we won't be able to hide the Wolf Spirit Nation's actions." When Captain Feng heard Zhao Hai, his expression changed. Then he looked at everyone and said, "Have you thought about it? If we really do this, then I'm afraid that none of us will be able to go back alive." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's not necessarily true. There are plenty of tribes in the prairie. Moreover, the prairie is very big. We can be bandits for a while. Also, don't forget that there are slaves in the prairie." Captain Feng stared, then he turned his head to look at everyone. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What do you think about the crane grass? Do you want to organize an army in the prairie?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's nothing wrong with that. I remember that the Saber Guard army has a rule. When we carry out a mission in an enemy country, all the loot will belong to the individual. Everyone, including me, doesn't seem to be very rich. If we can be bandits in the prairie for a while, then we'll be able to make a lot of money when we go back." Captain Feng and the others stared blankly. To be honest, they had never thought about this before. Although the Saber Guard army did have such a rule, any loot obtained during an operation in an enemy country would belong to the individual, they didn't need to hand it over. But in the end, they were all soldiers, they never thought about being bandits. In their eyes, they only cared about completing their mission. So when they heard Zhao Hai's words, they were all stunned. Zhao Hai looked at Captain Feng and said, "Moreover, we're not doing this recklessly. If the Wolf Spirit Country really wants to attack the Saber Spirit Country, then with us behind them, would they still dare to attack the Saber Spirit Country? We're also doing our part for the Saber Spirit Country." Captain Feng was silent. To be honest, he was a little tempted. However, he still thought that this was too risky. They only had 40 people, what could 40 people do in the prairie? This was hard to say. Lu Yuangong and the others also looked at Captain Feng, they were also tempted. Although the Saber Guard Army's treatment was very good, they weren't rich people. Moreover, they lived in Horizontal Blade City. The level of consumption in Horizontal Blade City was very high. Their lives were also very tight. If they can really get a lot of loot from the Wolf Spirit Country, then their lives would be much better. Naturally, in the end, it all depended on Captain Feng's decision. Captain Feng turned his head to look at the group, he understood what they were thinking. He sighed and said, "You need to think about it carefully. If we really do this, then we'll be in danger. It's hard to say how many of us will be able to make it back alive." Captain Feng nodded. Everyone didn't say anything, they just looked at Captain Feng. Captain Feng sighed and said, "All right, then let's go crazy for once. But don't say anything right now. Let's send the news back to our country first. Then we'll act tonight and deal with this small tribe first. Remember, if you see someone who looks like Xianxia, don't kill him. We'll capture him first and interrogate him to see if he's the real Xianxia." The group nodded, then they lay down on the grass and quietly looked at Lan Tian. However, their hearts weren't calm at all. This was the first time they did such a crazy thing. Although they had completed missions before, this was the first time they did something like this. Bluebird had already sent the news back. Now, everyone was waiting for the night's action. Zhao Hai's heart was also not calm. The reason why he suggested to Captain Feng that they should loot the prairie for a while was for the sake of the Saber Spirit Country. But if he did this, then Captain Feng and the others would be in danger. However, he had no other choice. Although Zhao Hai wasn't completely a citizen of the Saber Spirit Country, he was still born in the country. His family and everyone who was related to him were all in the country. He didn't want the country to have a big war. This time, the Wolf Spirit Country's operation was obviously planned for a long time. Even if they sent the news back to the Blade Spirit Country, they didn't know if the Blade Spirit Country could prepare in a short time. Therefore, the Blade Spirit Country needed a force to restrain the Wolf Spirit Country on the prairie. The night was still calm, the camp in the distance had fallen into silence. There was no sound at all. In the prairie, people rarely came out at night. They also wouldn't light a lamp outside because it was very likely that they would provoke the prairie wolves. And in the prairie, being targeted by the prairie wolves was a very troublesome matter. More than 300 horses were stopped on a hillside. It was already midnight, the people in the camp were already asleep. This was the best time for Zhao Hai and the others to act. Captain Feng looked at the dark camp and after a while, he said, "Crane Grass, we'll be counting on you this time. You'll be the first to rush in. You must be the first to break the fence. Then we'll kill our way in." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Don't forget to set fire." Captain Feng nodded, then he looked up at the sky. Then he waved his hand towards Zhao Hai and said, "Let's go." Zhao Hai nodded, then with a move of his hand, the bullhead drum appeared in his hand. Then he clamped his legs on Mottled Bamboo's abdomen. Mottled Bamboo immediately rushed towards the camp. Captain Feng and the others followed behind. Nobody shouted, moreover, their horses' hooves were wrapped in cloth. Because of this, the sound of their charge wasn't very loud. A distance of more than 10 li could be covered in the blink of an eye. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others were already close to the camp. But what Zhao Hai didn't expect was that at this time, there were shouts coming from the camp. Apparently, someone had discovered their attack. Although Zhao Hai didn't know how the other party discovered them, he didn't care. Mottled Bamboo rushed forward. Zhao Hai extended the bullhead drum in his hand and hit the fence. Then Zhao Hai exerted his strength, causing the fence to fly more than 10 meters. Zhao Hai and the others directly rushed in through this opening. Upon entering the camp, Zhao Hai immediately used the bullhead drum to pick up the tents. Because of this, all the tents were sent flying. At this moment, Captain Feng and the others arrived. The herdsmen who were still sleeping and didn't react in time were killed on the spot. Of course, at this time, some people in the camp also reacted. They were all wearing underwear, and some were even bare-chested. They held scimitars and attacked. However, without a horse, they were no match for Zhao Hai and the others who were charging at full speed. They were directly killed by Zhao Hai and the others. Moreover, Zhao Hai and the others had a very clear distribution of contribution points. Zhao Hai, Captain Feng, and the others had high attack power, so they were in the front while the others were in charge of the rear. After Zhao Hai and the others killed their way over, the fire at the back also started. For a moment, the camp fell into a sea of fire. Everyone in the camp was lying. Zhao Hai, who was charging, also found a tied-up fatty in a tent. This fatty seemed to be injured and was struggling in the tent. Zhao Hai's eyes flashed. He knew that this should be the main person. He quickly rushed to the fatty and reached out his hand. He lifted the fatty up and placed him on mottled bamboo's back. Then he rushed out of the camp. Outside the camp, Zhao Hai found a place to put the fatty down. Then he turned around and killed his way back. At this time, Captain Feng and the others also killed their way back to the camp. Whether it was men, women, old, or young, they didn't let anyone go. After going in and out a few times and making sure that there were no survivors, Zhao Hai and the others dismounted from their horses and began to fight. All the valuable things in the camp were gathered together. Naturally, the gold, silver, and other things needed to be taken away. The food needed to be taken away, and the cows and sheep needed to be driven away. Naturally, they wouldn't let the horses go. After driving away all these things, they set fire to the camp and burned it to the ground. Then Zhao Hai led Captain Feng to the fatty. The fatty was still tied up. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived, the fatty immediately said, "Everyone, I'm from the Saber Spirit Nation. Are you here to save me?" Captain Feng looked at the fatty. This person's appearance was similar to Xianxia's description. He nodded and said, "Yes, are you Xianxia? We're here to save you." While speaking, Captain Feng untied the rope on the fatty. The fatty was indeed injured, and his injuries weren't light. When he heard Captain Feng, he immediately became excited and said, thank you very much." Captain Feng smiled and said, "It's all right, there's no need to be so polite. Hee, we've already avenged you. Can you still leave?" "Crane grass, quick, golden sore medicine." Zhao Hai nodded, then he walked over and looked at the fatty's injuries. Then he said, "Captain, your injuries aren't light. It's best if you find a place to rest." Captain Feng nodded, then he turned to the fatty and said, "Mr. Xianxia, can you ride a horse? We need to leave this place as soon as possible." The fatty nodded. Then Zhao Hai and the others helped him onto a horse. Then they left. Not long after Zhao Hai and the others left, a group of about 1,000 cavalry arrived at the camp. They looked at the camp that was burned to the ground, but they didn't have any expression. The leader of the cavalry said, reporting, "The goods have been taken away." A person beside him nodded, then he immediately began to write a note. Then he placed the note into a bamboo tube on a golden hawk's leg and released it. After the person released the golden hawk, he turned to the leader and said, "Captain, when will we destroy those fellows? They're too hateful. They didn't even let a single one of the 1,000 people in the camp go. Too hateful." The captain replied, "Don't worry about them. Once we kill our way into the Saber Spirit Nation, we'll take our revenge 100 times over. Let's go." Then he turned around and left the camp. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others were already far away from the camp. They dismounted from their horses and prepared to rest. As for the fatty, he was also helped down from his horse and arranged to rest. Seeing that the fatty was resting, Captain Feng and the others went to the side. Captain Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How is he?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "His injuries aren't light, but they're all flesh wounds. Although they look very serious, he'll be fine after a few days of rest. Moreover, I also noticed that there are thick calluses on his hands. It's clear that he's not a merchant." Captain Feng nodded and said, because Xiaxing wants to pretend to be a merchant, it's impossible for him to practice martial arts. Otherwise, his identity would be exposed. It seems like this fellow is a fake. Zhao Hai said, I think so. And from the shape of his legs, he shouldn't be Xiaxing. He should be a native of the Wolf Spirit Nation. Captain Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, why do you say that? Zhao Hai replied, Xiaxing is from the Saber Spirit Nation. Although there are a lot of horses in the Saber Spirit Nation, to be honest, there aren't a lot of them. It's impossible for people to ride horses when they go out. In the Saber Spirit Nation, most people would ride carriages. But in the Wolf Spirit Nation, children, especially boys, would grow up riding horses. Riding horses for a long time would cause the bones in their legs to deform a little bit. If it was Xiaxing, then it would be impossible for him to have such legs. But this person has them. Captain Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light, then he said, all right, then let's proceed with the next step of the plan. Kill him for me. Tomorrow, we'll kill him. Then we'll immediately head to the depths of the prairie. If we see any small tribes, then we'll directly destroy them. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, actually, even if he's the real Xiaxing, it doesn't matter. We can just go back and say that Xiaxing was killed by them. We're here to retaliate against the Wolf Spirit Nation. Captain, you should rest. We still have a lot of things to do tomorrow. Captain Feng looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, all right, you don't need to worry about me. Even if I kill the real Xiaxing, there won't be any problems. Don't forget our identity, we're the Saber Guards. In fact, every action we take is very independent. This time is the same. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone crazy with you. Upon hearing Captain Feng, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Then he took a blanket and laid down on the side. Before long, he fell asleep. Captain Feng looked at Zhao Hai and let out a long breath. Actually, he knew about Zhao Hai's plan. He also understood that although staying in the prairie was dangerous, it would be of great help to the Saber Spirit Nation. However, he didn't have a good reason to persuade the others. In fact, the others also understood this. Therefore, when Zhao Hai said that staying in the prairie would make them rich, he was actually giving himself and everyone else a good excuse. Sometimes, people were like this. They knew that staying in the prairie would be more dangerous, and that they might die here. However, they still used a seemingly absurd excuse to stay. In fact, they already had a choice in their hearts, they just needed a reason. If they didn't have a reason to get rich, then there would be other reasons. Things were very simple. Sometimes, people were really stupid. They knew that they were lying to themselves, but they would rather believe it. This was because they still had love in their hearts, love for their country, love for their family. And people who have love in their hearts would know how to sacrifice, and they would know why to sacrifice. Those who said that sacrifice were stupid, in fact, they didn't know what love was. At best, they were just a bunch of flies that didn't know why they were alive. The next morning, everyone woke up, including the dark-skinned fatty. Captain Feng and the others didn't immediately set off. Instead, they surrounded the dark-skinned fatty. The dark-skinned fatty looked at Captain Feng and the others in confusion. However, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He looked at Captain Feng and said, Mister, what's wrong? Aren't we going to hurry? What if we're discovered? Captain Feng's face was cold as he looked at the dark fatty and said, don't pretend, you're not Xiaxing, tell me, who are you? As long as you tell me, I'll give you a quick death. If you don't, then you should have heard of the Saber Guard Army. They have a lot of methods to deal with people. The dark fatty's eyes shrank, but he still pretended to be confused. He looked at Captain Feng and said, Mister, what are you talking about? I don't understand. I'm Xiaxing. Captain Feng looked at the dark-skinned fatty, then he smiled and said, you don't know, right? Although I don't know Xiaxing, he has a special characteristic that other people don't have. That is, his left foot has 6 limbs. In other words, his left foot has 6 toes. The black fatty was stunned, then loudly said, that's impossible, there were obviously 5 of them, when I saw. He didn't wait for the words to finish, then his black face suddenly turned white, a sheet of white. Captain Feng looked at the dark-skinned fatty and said, you saw it, right? In other words, Xianxia is already dead. Even if he isn't, he should have been taken to another place. You're just an imposter. Tell me why you're impersonating Xianxia, then I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll skin you alive. When Captain Feng said this, he wasn't fierce at all. He even had a smile on his face. But it was precisely because of this that he was even more terrifying. This was because the dark-skinned fatty could hear the soaring killing intent in Captain Feng's words. But at this time, the dark-skinned fatty smiled strangely. Just as he was about to make his next move, Zhao Hai suddenly took a step forward and dislocated his jaw. The dark-skinned fatty's face turned pale. He looked at Zhao Hai with horror in his eyes. Zhao Hai's actions weren't finished. He continued to tap the dark-skinned fatty's body several times, completely sealing the fatty's strength. Then he reached into the fatty's mouth and pulled out 2 teeth. These 2 teeth didn't look any different from other teeth, but they were black inside. Moreover, there was also a pill inside. Then Zhao Hai carefully searched the dark-skinned fatty's body, especially his clothes. As a result, he found a lot of things inside the fatty's clothes. These things were all small things. There were knives, saws, poison needles, and other small things. Then Zhao Hai reattached the fatty's jaw, but he also tapped twice on the fatty's face. After Zhao Hai reattached the fatty's jaw, the fatty wanted to bite off his tongue. But in the end, he discovered that it was impossible. Zhao Hai actually left 2 traces of nature force on his face. The fatty could move his mouth and speak, but it was impossible for him to bite something. The dark-skinned fatty looked at Zhao Hai in horror. In his eyes, Zhao Hai was a demon. This was because Zhao Hai saw through all of his methods and took away all of his useful things. At this point, the fatty couldn't do anything. Even if he wanted to commit suicide, it would be difficult. Captain Feng also saw Zhao Hai's actions. He also understood what the dark-skinned fatty wanted to do. His expression couldn't help but turn ugly. He looked at the fatty and coldly snorted, "Since you refuse a toast, then you must drink a forfeit." "Good, today I'll let you know what methods the saber defenders have." Then Captain Feng turned to a soul of beasts and said, "Ant, I'll leave him to you." The soul of beasts named Ant nodded, then he took the dark-skinned fatty and left. Zhao Hai was puzzled as he looked at Captain Feng. Captain Feng turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Ant is our interrogation expert. There's nothing we can't get from him. You can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded. He knew that these interrogation experts were ruthless people. However, he didn't care about that right now, he just wanted to know the answer. Before long, screams could be heard from the distance. The screams didn't seem to come from a human. Zhao Hai didn't care, he just lay on the ground and looked at the sky. The 2 black dots were still circling in the sky. This gave Zhao Hai a headache. Captain Feng also looked up at the sky. When he saw the 2 black dots, he couldn't help but frown. The feeling of being stared at was really bad. Captain Feng turned to everyone and said, "There's nothing we can do. Let's get these 2 golden eagles down. It's impossible for us to do anything with them staring at us." Everyone frowned. To be honest, how to deal with these scouts flying in the sky had always been a problem for everyone. In fact, the simplest way was to send the golden eagles to chase them down. However, this was almost impossible because the golden eagles were very strong. Ordinary eagles weren't their opponents at all. It was impossible to use the golden eagles to chase them down. The next step was to shoot him down, but this was even more difficult. These golden eagles were specially trained. It was impossible for them to fly too low. In this case, it was difficult to shoot them down. When Captain Feng saw that everyone was silent, he couldn't help but frown. He also knew that this was a bit difficult, but he really didn't want to be watched all the time. Moreover, if their next action was watched all the time, then there was no possibility of success at all. If they could escape with their lives, then they would be thankful. Zhao Hai looked at the 2 golden eagles. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Then he said, "Captain, if we suddenly disappear, will the 2 golden eagles fly lower to check the situation? Will we be able to shoot them down at that time?" When Captain Feng heard Zhao Hai, he was puzzled at first, but then he nodded and said, "It's still possible. As long as they can fly within a kilometer, then there's a chance." Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, "Captain, now all the horses and people should lie down on the ground. Archers, as long as the golden hawks fly down, immediately shoot them down." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Captain, now all the horses should lie down." Although he didn't understand what Zhao Hai wanted to do, Captain Feng still nodded and let everyone do it. They took the horses one by one. These horses were all war horses. They had been trained, so they were very obedient. If they didn't obey, then they would be beaten to death first. In any case, they weren't their horses, so they wouldn't feel bad if they were beaten to death. When all the horses were lying down, the people also followed. The archers were also ready. At this time, they suddenly felt the grass around them begin to grow wildly. Then the grass grew more than a meter high, directly covering them. Then the grass above them weaved into a net, covering everyone inside. At this time, Captain Feng and the others knew what Zhao Hai wanted to do. Although they were very surprised, they were more happy. After a while, Zhao Hai and the others really disappeared from the grassland. From a distance, they couldn't see any difference between here and other places. The two golden eagles also found that the people below suddenly disappeared, which made their small brains unable to turn around. Instinctively, they flew a little lower, wanting to see where those people went. Just as the two golden eagles fell, the archers in the team were calculating the distance. At the same time, they were also prepared. As long as the golden eagles entered their attack range, they could immediately attack. The golden eagle flew lower and soon entered the attack range of the archers. The 8 archers in the team jumped up at once, and 8 long arrows shot straight into the sky. The two golden eagles found that several people suddenly jumped out from below. They instinctively felt the danger and immediately wanted to fly higher. However, it was already too late. The 8 arrows directly shot into the bodies of the two golden eagles. The two golden eagles screamed twice and fell from the sky. At this time, Ant ran back from the side. He didn't know where Black Fatty had been thrown by him. Captain Feng and the others also jumped up and pulled the horses up. Then they didn't say anything. They directly mounted the horses and ran away. After Zhao Hai jumped on the spotted bamboo, he immediately said to Captain Feng, "Captain, you guys go first. I'll clean up the traces before leaving." Captain Feng didn't say anything. He just nodded and led everyone away. Zhao Hai followed behind them. Wherever he went, the grass that had been trampled by the horses grew back, returning to its original appearance. The reason why they were in such a hurry to leave was because they knew that if they shot down the Golden Hawk, the Wolf Hawk cavalry would be alerted. At that time, the Wolf Hawk cavalry would certainly come to kill them. If they don't jump, then the Wolf Hawk cavalry would catch up to them. At that time, they would be in danger. As Zhao Hai and the others ran forward, and told Captain Feng about the results of the interrogation. Zhao Hai's guess was right, the Wolf Soul country wanted to send troops to the Blade Soul country. They wanted to let Black Fatty enter Yellow Wind City and destroy it from the inside. At the same time, they wanted to understand the layout of the city. This would allow them to take Yellow Wind City in the shortest time possible. Then their army would be able to march straight into the Blade Soul country's hinterland. Upon hearing this news, Captain Feng couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, if it weren't for Zhao Hai, then they might have been fooled. This was because they didn't think that the Wolf Soul country would do something like this. They would even sacrifice a small tribe in order to trick them. Captain Feng immediately had Bluebird send the news back to the Blade Soul country. He told them that the information from before had been confirmed. At the same time, he also told them about the next step of their plan. Naturally, all of this information was written in a special code. If one didn't know the code, then even if they got hold of the paper, they wouldn't be able to understand what was written on it. Not long after Zhao and the others left the camp, they heard the muffled sound of horse hooves in the distance. Soon, the 1,000-man cavalry appeared not far from Zhao's camp. There was something that looked like a person, but it was no longer humanoid. That thing was the dark fat man Zhao, and the others looked at each other and saw that the dark fat man in front of them. The 1,000-man cavalry's captain looked at the indistinguishable mass of flesh and blood with a pale face. Then he said, "Find the golden eagles." Someone immediately passed down the order. The 1,000-man cavalry immediately split into 2 groups. Before long, they found the 2 golden eagles that were shot down. However, the 2 golden eagles were also turned into meat patties. The 1,000-man cavalry's captain's face was pale as he said, "Send out fast horses and contact the nearby tribes. Tell them to pay attention to this group of people. If they find them, inform them on the spot. At the same time, send a message to the Wolf King. Tell the Wolf King that the plan has been seen through. Hurry!" Every Wolf Hawk cavalry squad of 1,000 people would generally be equipped with a single golden eagle. But because this Wolf Hawk cavalry squad was carrying out a special mission, they were equipped with a total of 3 golden eagles. But in the hands of this 1,000-man team, they didn't have a single golden eagle. Today, 2 of them were shot down by Zhao Hai, and the last one was sent to deliver a letter last night. They thought that their plan was very successful, but they didn't think that their plan would be seen through from the very beginning. Moreover, their 2 golden eagles were shot down by Zhao Hai. One must know that the golden eagles were considered the overlords of the sky by the people of the Soul Realm. If an ordinary country's golden eagles were to fight against a golden eagle, they would only be killed. But now, 2 of the golden eagles of the Wolf Hawk cavalry were shot down. This made the captain of this squad of 1,000 people lose his mind. Compared to losing 2 golden eagles, the Wolf Soul Kingdom's plan being seen through was the most terrible thing. One must know that the Wolf Soul Kingdom had been planning for this operation for a long time. Once their plan was seen through, all their previous preparations would become useless. This wasn't just a blow to the Wolf Soul Kingdom, it was also a huge blow to the Golden Wolf tribe. This was because this would severely damage the prestige of the Golden Wolf tribe. Of course, the most important thing was the war. If the Blade Soul Kingdom was prepared, then it wouldn't be easy for the Wolf Soul Kingdom to capture the Yellow Wind Fort. The Yellow Wind Fort was a purely military fort. Moreover, the Blade Soul Kingdom had been operating it for many years, so it wouldn't be easy to capture it. Originally, they wanted to use their advantage to capture the Yellow Wind Fort. But now, that was no longer possible. If they couldn't capture the Yellow Wind Fort with their advantage, then they could only force their way in. As for giving up, the Golden Wolf tribe didn't think about it. Sometimes, even if a leader knew that he was wrong, he would still persevere. This was related to his prestige. But now, the Wolf Hawk cavalry squad was distressed. They had no way to send this news to the Golden Wolf tribe in the shortest time possible. This was because they didn't have any golden eagles to communicate with. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others had already left. Without the surveillance of the sky, they could run as much as they wanted. After running for a long time, everyone finally stopped. They needed to stop and discuss what to do next. Everyone dismounted from their horses and immediately gathered together. Captain Feng looked at everyone and said, "I think everyone knows about the current situation. Just like what Cranegrass said, this time, the people of the Wolf Spirit Nation want to attack the Blade Spirit Nation. Does anyone have any thoughts?" Lu Yuangong smiled and said, "What else can I think? Aren't we already doing it? To be honest, I've been killing bandits since I was born. I really don't know what it's like to be a bandit. Who knows, I might really be able to make a big profit." Ha 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 ha. When everyone heard Lu Yuangong, they couldn't help but laugh. At this time, they didn't think too much about it. In any case, they already had a plan, so they might as well carry it out. Captain Feng glanced at the crowd and his eyes turned red. He knew that although everyone was laughing happily, they were already prepared to die. They were not afraid of anyone now that they were prepared to die. After taking a deep breath and calming down, Captain Feng opened his mouth and said, "All right, then it's settled. But let's make it clear first. This time, no matter how many things we get, how much money we get, we will divide it equally. No matter if the person is dead or alive, everyone will get a share. Even if there's only one person left, as long as he or she can return, everyone's home will be taken care of by him or her. Today, everyone will report the location of their homes." Everyone nodded. They also knew that Captain Feng was doing this for their own good. They reported the location of their homes, but there wasn't much sadness on their faces. From the day they joined the army, they already knew that this day would come. Moreover, they had experienced more than one battle, so they already knew that they would die one day. Because of this, they were very calm. Finally, it was Zhao Hai's turn. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly. I think everyone already knows where my home is. I won't say anything more. If I die, then my family will be taken care of by the Hu family. Everyone doesn't need to worry about me. Everyone nodded, then Lu Yuangong looked at Zhao Hai and said, Crane Grass, you and I won't be polite. I believe in your strength, but you have to remember that since you joined this team, everyone here will be your brothers. If you can return alive and we can't, then we'll have to ask you to take care of our families. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Alright, don't be so pessimistic. But if that day really comes, then I'll take care of your family. Rest assured. Captain Feng nodded and said, Right, Crane Grass is right. With our strength, we won't necessarily have any problems. Everyone doesn't need to be too worried. Alright, let's talk about the next step. Everyone quieted down and looked at Captain Feng. Captain Feng said in a deep voice, I think that the people of the Wolf Spirit Kingdom have already known about our situation. So we need to make a response before the people of the smaller tribes know about it. We need to strengthen our strength in the shortest time possible. Therefore, during this period of time, we need to work harder. Everyone will have to live on horseback for a period of time. Eat on horseback, sleep on horseback, everyone understand? Do you understand? Everyone nodded. The next period of time would be the most difficult period for them. They needed to strengthen themselves as soon as possible. Only then would they be able to pose a threat to the Wolf Soul country. Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, Captain Feng, are there any bandits in the prairie? Or in places where bandits roam, we can find a way to subdue them. This way, it would be easier than conquering the smaller tribes. Captain Feng stared, then his eyes suddenly lit up. He patted his head and said, If Crane Grass didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it. Brothers, let's not go to the depths of the prairie. We'll go to another place, the desert. Upon hearing Captain Feng, everyone stared. Then their expressions changed as they laughed. Lu Yuangong smiled and said, Right, we should go to the desert. Ha ha ha, if you want to be a bandit, how can you not go to the desert? After hearing what they said, Zhao Hai also reacted. In the books that he had read, there were indeed records of this, especially about the desert. The desert was a special place that bordered the prairie. Originally, it was also a prairie, but later on, it became desertified. The pasture disappeared, leaving only yellow sand behind. In that place, people could only survive in oases. Moreover, the terrain of that place was completely different from the prairie. There were more hills there, and there was very little vegetation. Most of it was just stone mountains and yellow sand. In such a place, there was only one kind of person who could survive, and that was bandits. This was indeed the case. In the desert, there was indeed a bandit nest. Bandits were everywhere. Whether it was the elderly or the children, whether it was a disabled person or a woman holding a child, whether it was a soldier soul or an object soul, anyone could become a bandit at any time. And the bandits in that place had always been a big problem for the Wolf Soul country. Every year, people from that place would enter the Wolf Soul country to rob. Caravans, small tribes, and all the places that they could rob would be their targets. There were even cases where dozens of bandit groups joined forces to fight against the Wolf Soul country. In the eyes of the Blade Soul country's people, the Wolf Soul country's people were bandits. However, these bandits couldn't do anything to the experts in the desert because of the desert's terrain. In the desert, water was very important. In the desert, the temperature was very high during the day, but at night, the temperature was very low. Moreover, there was yellow sand everywhere. If there was no water source, then one could only wait for death. In the end, one could only die of thirst. However, it was very difficult to find an oasis in the desert and find a water source. If one wasn't familiar with the terrain, then it was impossible to find a water source. Because of this, the people of the Wolf Soul country couldn't do anything to the bandits in the desert. It can be said that if you want to be a bandit, then you must go to the desert. Captain Feng stood up and looked at everyone. He said in a deep voice, It will take at least 10 days to reach the desert from here. Moreover, we will need to ride at full speed. Everyone, check your rations. We will find it soon. Everyone nodded, then they immediately checked their rations. After checking their rations, everyone mounted their horses and headed west. On this day, Zhao Hai and the others didn't stop at all. Captain Feng and the others kept changing their horses as they headed west. Only Zhao Hai didn't change his horse. However, Banju was able to run faster than the other horses. This attracted the attention of Captain Feng and the others. These days, Zhao Hai didn't change his horse. It should be said that any kind of horse wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, Banju was able to withstand it. Not only did he withstand it, he didn't look tired at all. He rarely ate anything, and even if he did, he would only eat some grass. This made Captain Feng very curious. At night, they found a place to camp. But this time, they didn't light a fire, nor did they build a tent. They just took a blanket and laid down on the ground. After everyone laid down, Captain Feng turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Cranegrass, what's wrong with your horse? Why is it still so energetic after so many days? Moreover, I didn't see you adding anything to it. You also didn't change your horse. How can it persist for so long?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, it's very simple. I can directly inject my natural energy into the horse's body, just like how I inject it into a plant. This way, the horse will be able to keep running. As long as my natural energy isn't used, the horse will be able to keep running." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone stared. Then the four plant masters suddenly sat up. Their eyes lit up as they looked at Zhao Hai. One of them said, "Impossible, how is this possible? How can natural energy be transferred into a horse's body?" Don't forget, in the beginning, plant masters were only considered to be able to save people, treat plants, and promote the growth of plants. They simply couldn't be used in battle. Among all the professions, plant masters' natural energy was the strongest. For animals, their meridians are stronger than human meridians. We don't want to attack them, so the natural energy that we send into their bodies naturally has no attacking power. Because of this, they naturally won't be injured. Natural energy itself plays a role in nourishing the body of a horse, and as long as it finds the right meridians, the horse can completely absorb the natural energy and convert it into its own strength. Naturally, the horse can run farther and faster. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's not possible. Don't forget, at the very beginning, plant masters were only considered to be able to save people, treat plants, and promote the growth of plants. Among all the professions, plant masters' natural energy is the strongest when it comes to attack." Zhao Hai's words not only attracted the attention of the plant masters, but also the curiosity of Captain Feng and the others. Everyone sat up. Captain Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're saying that horses also have meridians? How do you know that?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's nothing difficult. You also know that plant masters need to train in the wild. In the wild, anything can happen. Last time, I met some demonized animals in Suiyu Mountain. These demonized animals can attack like ordinary animals, but they also have some special attacking means. Take a tiger as an example. In addition to their normal attacks, their roars can make people and other animals feel dizzy. They can even make other animals faint and lose their fighting strength. Ordinary animals can't do this. Therefore, I assumed that the tiger was using natural energy or battle chi. Therefore, I began my trial to see if there were meridians in the body of a human. Only after this trial did I realize that there were meridians in the body of an animal. Moreover, the meridians in an animal's body are much stronger than the meridians in a human's body." After saying this, Zhao Hai paused. He glanced at Captain Feng and the others and said in a low voice, "After that, I started to train with horses. It's not easy to figure out the meridians in animals. After killing several horses, I finally figured out the meridians in horses. You should know that the meridians in animals aren't very complicated, they're much simpler than those in humans. Additionally, we don't need to use the meridians like how we use cultivation methods. We just need to let the meridians be absorbed by the meridians and make the meridians stronger than before." What about other professions? Can they also transfer their own energy to the meridians in order to make the meridians run faster like plant masters? Can they run for a longer time? Captain Feng immediately asked after Zhao Hai finished. This was also the question that the others wanted to ask. "I don't know, I'm just a plant master. I haven't done any experiments in this area, but I'm afraid it won't be easy. This is because in addition to the plant master's natural energy, the energy used by other professions is too overbearing. Their attack power is too strong. Even if it's injected into an animal's body, it might still cause damage. Naturally, this might not be the case. As long as you can find the right place to inject your energy into the animal's body, it should be fine. Brother, we also want to give it a try. You should know that anything can happen on the battlefield. One more ability is another way to save one's life. Alright, in any case, there are a lot of horses here. You can give it a try. Killing some horses isn't a big deal. We have enough horses to use right now. After he said that, Zhao Hai stood up and walked to the side of a horse. This horse was the one that they robbed when they arrived at the prairie. Now, Zhao Hai and the others had more than 1,000 horses. It was a waste for 40 people to ride 1,000 horses. However, they couldn't just throw away these horses. This was because these horses could even be used as food. They were now in the enemy's territory, anything could happen. It was better to prepare more things. Zhao Hai pointed at the horse's body as he spoke. He carefully explained the horse's meridians to Captain Feng and the others. Naturally, this wasn't something that Zhao Hai figured out by himself. In fact, when he was in the space, he already knew about the horse's meridians from the time he chatted with Mottled Bamboo. In addition, he also asked Mottled Bamboo how he absorbed natural energy. In the end, he concluded that the horse's meridians were definitely correct. Captain Feng and the others listened carefully, remembering Zhao's words. Then they began to experiment. At the very beginning, they were able to find the horse's meridians, but in the end, they didn't control the energy well. Once the energy entered the horse's body, it wouldn't take long for it to go astray. Once the energy swept through the horse's meridians, the horse would be finished. After each of them had wasted 3 horses, they were finally able to send their energy into the horse's body. Moreover, the energy would travel far away from the horse's body before returning to their own body. They had truly reached the realm of man and horse as one. What made Zhao Hai surprised was that when the energy entered the horse's body, it didn't do anything. The horse could actually receive the energy very naturally. This was completely different from what Zhao Hai had imagined, that the energy would kill the horse. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai understood what was going on. The energy could circulate in the body of Captain Feng and the others without harming them. This meant that when they weren't fighting, they wouldn't do any harm done. Only when they were in battle. After Captain Feng and the others got used to the feeling of man and horse unity, they knew the importance of this ability. When they were in man and horse unity, their horses would be able to run faster. If they were fighting with an enemy, or if they were running away, their horses would be faster than the enemy's horses. Moreover, their horses would be able to run further than the enemy's horses. In this case, their chances of survival would naturally be higher. After trying it out, Captain Feng and the others calmed down. They returned to the camp and laid down on their own blankets. As for the horses that died during the experiment, they were already buried by Zhao Hai. After Captain Feng and the others laid down, Lu Yuangong let out a long breath and said, "We have another method to save our lives. I'm more confident in our operation this time. However, this method also consumes a lot of energy." "Crane grass, how did you manage to use this energy for such a long time?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I have natural energy in my body. Although my soul is grass, my soul space isn't small. Moreover, because my soul is grass, I can exchange energy with the grass in the prairie. Although the energy I get isn't a lot, it's still a lot. Don't forget, this is the prairie, there are grass everywhere. Therefore, my energy recovery speed is much faster than yours." Captain Feng turned his head to look at the other plant masters and said, "Is that so?" The other plant masters smiled bitterly, then one of them said, "Captain, our situation is different from crane grass. Although our energy recovery speed isn't slow, it can't be as fast as crane grass. This might be related to crane grass's powerful communication ability. I now understand why the Hu clan would take a fancy to crane grass. His soul space isn't any worse than ours, but his ability to communicate with energy is much stronger than ours. This is definitely the standard to become a top plant master. It would be strange if the Hu clan didn't take a fancy to crane grass. Right, Cranegrass, I saw your weapon, it seems to be a bullhead drum, right? Why do you use such a weapon? Is that also a plant? Xiaohai nodded and said, it's a plant, and it's also a demonic plant. I subdued it when I was training outside. Hee, this thing's movement speed is very slow. I also spent a lot of effort to subdue it. At first, I wasn't used to it, but later on, I slowly got used to it. When the other plant masters heard Zhao Hai say that his weapon was a demonic plant, they couldn't help but feel envious. Everyone chatted for a while before falling asleep. The next day, everyone woke up very early. They didn't have time to eat, so after tidying up, they immediately got on their horses and hurried on. They ate on the horses, and on this day, they almost didn't stop for a moment. They traveled the distance that they would have traveled for a few days before. It was also because of their sudden change in direction that the Wolf-Eagle cavalry were unable to find them. In the end, the Wolf-Eagle cavalry sent the news back to the Golden Wolf tribe. When the Golden Wolf tribe found out that their plan might not have been leaked, they immediately gathered their army and prepared to attack the Yellow Wind Fort. At this time, the Blade Spirit Nation also received the information that Captain Feng and the others sent back. When they received this information, the Blade Spirit Nation was shaken. They didn't think that the Wolf Spirit Nation would be preparing to attack them. Fortunately, Yellow Wind Fort was always in a state of combat readiness, so they weren't afraid of the Wolf Spirit Nation's sudden attack. However, the dark clouds of war still shrouded the Blade Spirit Nation. The Blade Spirit Nation immediately went into a state of combat readiness. The entire Blade Spirit Nation was like a huge machine that finally started to operate. Although there were some conflicts in the Blade Spirit Nation, these conflicts hadn't developed to the point of life and death. Once there was an enemy, the Blade Spirit Nation would still be able to unite against the enemy. However, the great clans wanted to use this war to gain more power for their family. On the other hand, the Imperial clan wanted to use this war to weaken the strength of the great clans. Therefore, the Imperial clan had already issued an order for all the cities to begin conscripting soldiers. All the local legions were conscripted. Those who disobeyed would be charged with treason. In this case, the great clans of the Blade Spirit Nation had no choice but to agree. Because they had been neighbors of the Wolf Spirit Nation for many years, they knew the character of the people of the Wolf Spirit Nation. If they couldn't resist the attack of the Wolf Spirit Nation, then they would be finished. The Wolf Spirit Nation didn't care if you were a great clan or not. They would only destroy you and turn your things into their things, your money into their money, and your women into their women. Therefore, even if the great clans were unwilling, they still had to listen to the Imperial clan's orders. Recently, the large clans of the Saber Spirit Nation had been developing very quickly. However, the Imperial family was still the strongest force in the nation. These large clans didn't dare to have a direct conflict with the Imperial family. Therefore, the Imperial family used the war as an opportunity to gather these large clans together. This was a huge blow to the strength of these large clans. When the Hu clan and Dao Beiying received the news that Zhao Hai was in the prairie, they were shocked. After a moment of panic, the Hu clan immediately calmed down. Although the Hu clan thought highly of Zhao Hai, it wasn't as if the Hu clan couldn't develop without him. They just felt some heartache. Moreover, the Hu clan had some understanding of Zhao Hai's strength. They were confident in Zhao Hai, they believed that nothing would happen to Zhao Hai. As for Dao Beiying, he was truly shocked. He didn't think that Zhao Hai's operation would be so dangerous. The two nations were at war and they were still in the enemy's territory. This meant that their chances of survival were very slim. Dao Beiying didn't think that a friend that he had met a few days ago would go to such a dangerous place. Moreover, the odds were against him. This made Dao Beiying depressed for a few days. Before long, Dao Beiying didn't have time to be shocked. This was because his imperial father directly took him out of the academy and made him an advisor of the 9th Army of the Blade Spirit Nation. The commander of the 9th Army was Dao Beiying's uncle, a famous general of the imperial clan. He was known as the imperial martial god, Dao Mingtang. Dao Mingtang was the younger brother of the current emperor of the Blade Spirit Nation, Dao Mingyuan. The two grew up together and had a very good relationship. Later on, when Dao Mingyuan became the emperor, Dao Mingtang became a general. 5 years ago, the Wolf Soul Kingdom had waged a war against the Saber Soul Kingdom, and they had almost taken down the Yellow Wind stronghold. At that time, it was Dao Mingtang who had led reinforcements to the Yellow Wind stronghold and personally led the army to repel the Wolf Soul Kingdom's attack. Hundreds of thousands of cavalrymen from the Wolf Soul Kingdom died outside the Yellow Wind stronghold, and that was how he had gained the title of Royal War God. This time, Wolf Soul Nation was going to attack Blade Soul Nation. Of course, Dao Mingyuan activated Dao Mingtang. The 9th Corps was the most powerful corps in Blade Soul Nation except for the Forbidden Corps. This time, Blade Soul Nation dispatched the 9th Corps to Yellow Wind Fortress, which was the main body of the 9th Corps of Dao Mingtang. Additionally, other garrisons were transferred to Yellow Wind Fortress and formed a great army after mixing them up. At this time, Dao Mingyuan sent Dao Beiying to the 9th Army as an advisor. This was clearly to train Dao Beiying. It was even possible that he wanted to train Dao Beiying as his successor. This was because no matter how high one's position was in the Blade Spirit Nation, it was impossible for one to have an army. If Dao Beiying were to lead an army in the future, then the position of successor would most likely fall to him. This was a very mystical place. There seemed to be a natural line here that perfectly separated the green and yellow. Looking ahead, one could see yellow soil and green grass. To be honest, Zhao Hai hadn't seen this kind of scenery many times before. There was very little sand in the space. This was because a desert represented a forbidden zone for life. Therefore, although there were deserts in the space, it was only because of some special reasons that they existed. Therefore, there were very few of them. It was precisely because of this that Zhao didn't get to see this kind of scenery. Needless to say, Captain Feng and the others had never been to the desert to perform a task. There were only bandits there, so there was no need for them to do any kind of task. Captain Feng looked ahead, then he took a deep breath and said, "We're about to enter the desert. Everyone must be careful. Also, use all of your skills. The first thing we need to do is to find water." Everyone nodded. Captain Feng looked at everyone and said, "We're not very familiar with this area. But in a place like this, we can't do without water. Therefore, we must find water." Captain Feng nodded and said, "We're not very familiar with this area." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Captain Feng, you don't need to worry. I'll solve the problem of water. I guarantee that not only us, but also the horses will have water to drink and food to eat. Rest assured." When Captain Feng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Crane Grass, this is a matter of life and death. You can't talk nonsense." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Don't worry, Captain Feng. When have I ever joked about this kind of thing? You don't need to worry." Captain Feng nodded and said, "All right, I'll believe you. Brothers, let's go and be bandits." Then he laughed and urged his horse forward. The others also laughed and urged their horses forward. The group quickly rushed into the desert. Upon entering the desert, everyone quickly learned one thing, and that was to use a piece of cloth to cover their mouth and nose. If you don't cover your mouth and nose, then you'll be eating sand. Fortunately, everyone was prepared for this. They were all members of the Saber Guard Army. Because of this, the Saber Guard Army's missions couldn't be exposed. Because of this, they carried a piece of black cloth to cover their faces. This was a good time to use it. They entered the desert in the morning. Then they arrived at noon, one of the two most difficult times in the desert. This time was definitely the most difficult time in the desert. This was because at this time, the weather was hot enough to roast people to death. If you put a knife on the sand, then it wouldn't take a long time to crack an egg on the knife and cook it. Everyone thought that with their strength, they should be able to survive this period of time. However, after walking for a while, they discovered that their thinking was too simple. Even if they could survive, the horses wouldn't be able to. They needed to find a place to rest for a while. Lu Yuangong also noticed that their horses were getting slower and slower. Many of the horses were sweating a lot. Moreover, the horses were panting more and more heavily. He knew that the horses wouldn't be able to last much longer. Because of this, Lu Yuangong immediately said to Captain Feng, "Captain, let's find a place to rest. The horses won't be able to last much longer." Captain Feng nodded, looked around, and said in a deep voice, "But there isn't even a bit of shade in the surroundings. I'm afraid it won't be good to rest in this place. Crane grass, didn't you say there was water? Let the brothers drink some. This place is too hot, we can't stand it. Zhao Hai laughed and said, Captain, don't you want to find a place to rest? Rest assured, I guarantee that there will be food and drink. After he said that, Zhao Hai stopped his horse and jumped down from its back. Then he took out a cloth bag from his wooden chest and took out some seeds. After carefully counting the number of seeds, he nodded and turned to Captain Feng. Captain, please wait here for a while. Captain Feng nodded and said, Captain, please wait here for a while. Then he ignored Captain Feng and jumped back on his horse. Then he ran away while throwing the seeds on the ground. Captain Feng and the others didn't understand what Zhao Hai was doing. Why did he do this? Before long, Zhao Hai had already run far away. The seeds in his hand were all thrown away. Then Zhao Hai ran back. While running, he released natural energy from his hand. This natural energy directly entered the seeds that he just threw on the ground. As the natural energy entered the seeds immediately took root and sprouted. Then in a short time, the seeds grew into towering trees. Each of these trees was more than 10 meters tall, some were even more than 20 meters tall. Moreover, they were very sturdy. Everyone stared blankly at Zhao Hai, especially the plant masters. Naturally, they knew that Zhao Hai was using mutant seeds. However, they had never seen mutant seeds like these before. At this time, the trees had already stopped growing. At this time, people discovered that Zhao Hai's trees were divided into two types. These two types of trees were very tall and very thick. However, one of them was as thick as a loaf of bread. There weren't many leaves on the tree, but there were a lot of large fruits. The other type was also very thick, but it looked like a big bottle with some branches stuck on it. No matter how you look at it, it looked very strange. When these two types of trees grew out, it was as if a forest had suddenly appeared on the spot. The shadows under the trees were enough for everyone and their horses to rest under. At this time, Zhao Hai arrived in front of Captain Feng. He laughed and said, How is it, Captain? It's not bad, right? Now we have a place to rest. Captain Feng laughed, then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, Good kid, you're good. Ha ha ha. This place to rest is very good. Hurry, everyone, let the horses eat some leaves. We should also eat something. Zhao Hai quickly said, All right, Captain. You can't let the horses eat the leaves. Do you see? If you want to eat it raw or roast it, it'll taste like a roasted noodle restaurant. On the other side are bottle trees. The trunks of these bottle trees are filled with water. The water in one bottle tree is enough for all of us and our horses to eat. You can poke the water with a knife or a sword, and water will gush out from the cracks. Remember, you can't destroy all of the trees, only a little. When we find water later, I can make them recover in an instant. If you damage the trees too much, then we won't have anything to eat or drink in the future. Zhao Hai nodded his head and said, That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's the baobab tree, and the fruit on the tree is the baobab fruit. This kind of fruit tastes very good, and both animals and humans like to eat it. If you want to eat it raw or roast it, you can eat it raw. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Captain Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he laughed and patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, Good kid, I didn't expect you to have such a skill. Everyone, did you hear that? Hurry up and feed the horses. Eat some monkey bread. Be careful when you get the water. In this kind of place, water is very precious. Everyone agreed. Some went to drive the horses, while others went to pick the fruits. Everyone was busy at once. However, the plant masters didn't move. Instead, they ran to Zhao Hai's side as fast as they could. Each and every one of them looked at Zhao Hai as if they wanted to eat Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was surprised as he looked at them and said, What do you want to do? Don't look at me with those disgusting eyes. Be careful or I'll beat you up. The plant masters realized that they had lost their composure. They immediately recovered as one of them said, Crane grass, brother, you have to teach me this method. With these two things, no matter where we go in the future, we'll have food and water. If we go out on a mission, it'll be very convenient. Brother, you have to teach me. Seeing them crying, Zhao Haibin quickly said, "Go to the side. If you have the time to cry, why don't you go and get some baobab fruits? There are seeds inside. After you go back, refine them according to the method of making mutated seeds. In the future, no matter where you go, you'll find a baobab tree. Use more nature energy to make it bear fruit. As for the bottle tree, it's even simpler. The bottle tree also has seeds, but it doesn't have any water inside. You just need to find a place with water and let the bottle tree absorb it. Once the bottle tree has absorbed enough water, you can store it and turn it into a portable water bag. Do you understand?" Zhao Haibin nodded, then he said, "Don't worry. Do you understand?" Just as Zhao Hai finished speaking, the 4 plant masters were like rabbits that had been shot by arrows. They ran out and disappeared into the forest in a blink of an eye. In fact, there weren't many trees in this forest. There were only 100 trees, but each tree was very big, so it looked like a forest. People and horses could rest under the trees. They could also drink water and eat baobabs. This feeling was really good. As for what Zhao Hai said about eating baobabs, nobody did it. In this hot weather, who would be stupid enough to eat baobabs? Unless they had worms in their heads. Looking at the people and horses drinking water, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Then Banju went under a baobab tree and picked a baobab fruit for Banju to eat. Then he filled a water bag with water and poured it into the shell of the baobab fruit for Banju to drink. Whether it was eating the baobab fruit or drinking water, Banju had a leisurely appearance. He looked very elegant. From time to time, Banju would snort twice at the horses that were eating and drinking not far away. It seems like he was looking down on the horses. This made Zhao Hai not know whether to laugh or cry. Naturally, Zhao Hai knew that Banju didn't need to eat these things. This was because the natural energy he absorbed was enough for him to consume. These things weren't attractive to him. Zhao Hai patted Banju, then he turned around and went behind a baobab tree. Then he slowly closed his eyes as his body slowly grew bigger. Before long, he was 4 meters tall. At the same time, his nose grew longer, his ears grew bigger, and 2 big teeth protruded out. Then Zhao Hai sniffed with his nose. Then his body slowly returned to its original appearance. All the special parts of his body were also restored. Zhao Hai had just fused with Little Mao. He did this in order to borrow Little Mao's strong sense of smell. An elephant's sense of smell was very strong. It could smell water from dozens of miles away. It could also smell water several meters underground. This ability wasn't something that an ordinary animal could have. Zhao Hai wanted to borrow Little Mao's ability. He wanted to see if there was any water nearby. Now he knew that there was the smell of water about 50 miles northwest of them. Moreover, the smell was very strong. It was clear that there was a lot of water vapor there. When Zhao Hai came out from behind the tree, he saw Captain Feng and the others coming over. There were still water droplets on their faces, all of them had smiles on their faces. Zhao Hai looked at Captain Feng and smiled faintly. "Captain, how was it? I said that we would have food and drink." "Hee, how was it? I didn't lie, right?" Captain Feng laughed and said, "Good kid, you didn't lie, you didn't lie. Very good. With you here, we can come and go freely in the desert." "Ha ha ha." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Captain, you rest here first. I'll go with Banju to take a look around. I need to replenish my energy. I don't need anything else, I just need water." Captain Feng stared, then he said, "What? Do you have a target?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't, but I want to try. Banju's nose is very good. If we're close to a water source, then he can smell it." Captain Feng nodded and said, "All right, then you go. Come back quickly." Zhao Hai nodded, then he mounted his horse and ran away. Captain Feng looked at Zhao Hai's back, then he turned to Lu Yuangong and said, "Yuangong, you've made a great contribution this time. I feel that absorbing the crane grass into our Saber Guard army was the best decision we've made." Lu Yuangong smiled but didn't say anything. He was also very optimistic about Zhao Hai. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Hai would be so outstanding. At this time, Zhao Hai was already riding his horse towards the place where he smelled the water. Before long, they arrived at the place where he smelled the water. But when they arrived, Zhao Hai was dumbfounded. This was because this place wasn't an oasis, there was no trace of water. There was only yellow sand, a small sand dune, and nothing else. Zhao Hai stared, then he jumped down from Banju's back. Then he waved his hand and released Little Mao. Little Mao was now the size of an adult elephant. Zhao Hai communicated with Little Mao and had it smell the water. After Little Mao smelled the water, it nodded to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai understood that there was indeed water under the sand soldier, so he felt relieved. Then Zhao Hai received Little Mao and mounted his horse. Then he turned around and ran back. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai arrived at the forest. Now that the horses were full, Captain Feng and the others were also full. Several people were sitting and chatting. When they saw Zhao Hai come back, Captain Feng immediately said, "How was the crane grass? Did you find anything?" Zhao Hai jumped down from his horse and said, "Yes, about 50 li to the northwest. There's a sand dune there, but there might be an underground river under the sand dune. I'm going there to take a look." When Captain Feng heard Zhao Hai, he stared for a moment, then he immediately said, "All right, then we'll wait for the hottest period to pass. Then we'll go there and rest tonight. We've been running around the prairie these past few days, so we can finally have a good night's sleep." Everyone nodded, then Zhao Hai also sat down. At this time, the plant masters ran to Zhao Hai's side. Each of them looked at Zhao Hai with shining eyes. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "What? Didn't I give you the method? What else do you want?" The leader of the plant masters smiled and said, "We're here to thank you. Crane grass, do you know that your method has opened a door for all plant masters? In the past, plant masters only used plant masters to make mutated plants for battle. They never thought of making plants into mutated plants with such abilities. Think about it, if it's a lone army, as long as they follow a plant master who has a lot of these plants, it's equivalent to not having to worry about logistics. They can go further to attack the enemy. How great of a contribution would that be?" Fanny is right. Crane grass, your way of doing things has opened a new window for all plant masters. At the same time, it has also allowed all armies to fight in a more multifaceted manner. You can say that you have led the way for plant masters to change, Captain Feng said from the side. Zhao Hai was puzzled as he looked at Captain Feng and said, "Is it that serious?" Captain Feng nodded, then he said with a heavy expression, "Do you know why our Saber Spirit country stationed so many troops at Yellow Wind Fort? It's because we're afraid that the Wolf Spirit country would attack us. In terms of military strength, we're much stronger than the Wolf Spirit country. However, the Wolf Spirit country's advantage lies in their mobility. They mainly eat dried meat, and their cavalry can come and go like the wind. Once they enter the prairie, our logistics would become a big problem. Because of this, we can only be attacked from the back. If we can use your method to bring food and water, then our army can charge into the prairie and slaughter the Wolf Spirit country's bandits one by one. Yes, there's also the method of using natural energy on the horses. If our cavalry can use this method, then our cavalry wouldn't suffer any losses when facing the Wolf Soul country's cavalry. However, I think that this method isn't suitable to be popularized. If the Wolf Soul country were to know about this method, then their cavalry would become even more powerful, which would make things more troublesome for us." Lu Yuangong said. "Sai, there's nothing we can do about it. Once our Saber Guard army uses this method, then it will inevitably spread. In the end, I'm afraid that the whole world will know about it," Wu Fei said with a heavy voice. Hearing Wu Fei's words, everyone turned silent. They understood what Wu Fei meant. Although the Saber Guard army was loyal to the imperial family, it was hard to say how many of them were spies. Zhao Hai's face was calm as he said, "There's nothing we can do about it. Things will happen sooner or later. It would be better for us to take the initiative and grow stronger as soon as possible." Captain Feng nodded, then he said, "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's take a good rest, there's no point in thinking about it. These things need to wait until we get back. Let's rest for a while, we need to sleep for 2 hours in order to avoid the hottest part of the day." Everyone nodded, then they went to find a place to sleep. After 2 hours, the sun was no longer as hot. Everyone got up and Zhao Hai directly collected the trees. When Captain Feng and the others saw the forest turn into seeds, they couldn't help but sigh at the magic of plant masters. Then everyone set off on their journey. This time, they walked very slowly. After walking for about 50 li, they stopped at the sand dune that Zhao Hai mentioned. Zhao Hai jumped down from mottled bamboo, then he pointed at the small sand dune and said, "Captain, it's that sand dune. There might be an underground river underneath it, but it's buried." Captain Feng looked at the sand dune, then he frowned and said, "Crane grass, are you sure? This sand dune isn't low. Can mottled bamboo really smell the water through the sand?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he rode mottled bamboo to the sand dune. Then with a move of his hand, a black line drilled into the sand dune. Before long, the black line drilled into Zhao Hai's hand. Zhao Hai turned his head to Captain Feng and said, "Captain, let's rest here. I need to replenish my water." When Captain Feng saw Zhao Hai's expression, he knew that there was indeed water underneath the sand dune. He didn't say anything else and just nodded. Then he got down from his horse and prepared to camp here for the night. At this time, Zhao Hai took out all the trees that were released at noon. When the trees appeared, their roots immediately went down. Then the bottle tree's trunk expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, no one doubted Zhao Hai. Everyone tied up their horses and prepared to rest for the night. To be honest, they didn't feel that the desert was bitter. They had food and drink. Although the wind was strong, it wasn't a problem for them. Therefore, everyone sat together and laughed as they ate and drank. Unfortunately, there weren't any dead trees nearby, so there was no way to make a fire. After eating, everyone went down into the forest. However, they all wrapped themselves tightly with blankets. Even the horses were gathered together to prevent them from running around. Time passed bit by bit, and the sky quickly darkened. When the sky darkened, the desert's climate immediately turned cold. Moreover, the temperature dropped to a frightening degree in a very short period of time. Soon, the desert's temperature became so low that a drop of water would turn into ice. In this case, whether it was the baobab tree or the bottle tree, they weren't suitable for survival. Zhao Hai had no choice but to store the two trees. Naturally, Captain Feng and the others didn't object to Zhao Hai's method. They were still counting on these two trees to eat and drink. If they were frozen, then it would be troublesome. Fortunately, everyone was a cultivator. They wrapped themselves in a blanket. In this kind of weather, they could safely get through it. None of them froze to death. The next day, everyone got up. After feeding the horses, everyone rushed towards the desert. Captain Feng and the others hadn't come to the desert to perform a mission, so they weren't very familiar with the place. Zhao Hai had only seen some information, so he didn't think that this place was very hot. Therefore, everyone could only move forward. However, it didn't take long for them to find someone. On the morning of the third day after they entered the desert, they were still on their way. At this time, they were already in a hilly area. They were surrounded by rocky mountains or yellow mountains. Just as Zhao Hai and the others were moving forward, a whistling sound was suddenly heard. Then the sound of hooves could be heard. A group of people rushed out from behind a mountain. They were wearing sheepskin coats and had scimitars in their hands. Their mouths issued wolf-like howls as they rushed towards Zhao Hai and the others. When Captain Feng saw this situation, his eyes lit up. Then he laughed and said, "Brothers, we have work to do." Then he took out his weapon. The others also took out their weapons. Zhao Hai also took out his bullhead drum. Then Captain Feng gave a command as everyone rushed towards the group. The group of bandits that rushed outnumbered about 200 people. Their strength was good, but how could they compare to Captain Feng and the others? Zhao Hai and the others rushed forward. In just 2 charges, all of the bandits were knocked down from their horses. Although these people were injured, they didn't die. However, they also lost their ability to fight. Zhao Hai and the others jumped down from their horses and walked towards the bandits. The bandits weren't as courageous as Zhao Hai and the others imagined. When they saw Zhao Hai and the others coming over, they immediately began to loudly beg for mercy. When Captain Feng saw the appearance of these people, he coldly snorted and said, "Shut up. Speak, who is the leader? If you tell me, I'll spare your lives." But what Captain Feng didn't expect was that when the bandits heard this, they immediately closed their mouths. However, nobody spoke. Seeing this situation, Captain Feng stared. Then he couldn't help but coldly snort and said, "Good, you want to play this game with me? That's simple. Yuangong, go and kill them. Kill them until they speak." Lu Yuangong nodded. Then he went forward and grabbed a person in front of him. Just as he was about to cut him down, Captain Feng suddenly said, "Wait, don't do it here. I don't like the smell of blood." Lu Yuangong nodded. Then that person went to the back of Zhao Hai's group. Then a scream was heard. Then Lu Yuangong went to pull the person to the back of the group. Another scream was heard. Then Lu Yuangong pulled the person to the back of the group. After pulling 10 people in a row, the bandits began to sweat. Just as Lu Yuangong was about to pull more people, a person in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Wait, don't kill. I'm the leader. If you want to kill, then kill me. Let me go." Lu Yuangong coldly snorted. Then he went forward and pulled the person to the back of the group. Then a scream was heard. Captain Feng looked at the bandits on the ground and said, "Speak, is that person the real leader? You still have a chance. If you say who the real leader is, then I'll only kill that person. Otherwise, all of you will die." When the bandits heard Captain Feng, they couldn't help but stare blankly. Then many of them unconsciously swept their gaze towards a person in the crowd. This person wasn't tall and had an ordinary appearance. They couldn't see anything special about him. Captain Feng didn't notice this person before. But when he saw the bandits' actions, Captain Feng immediately waved his hand. Lu Yuangong walked towards the person. When the person saw Lu Yuangong walking towards him, his face couldn't help but flash with a ruthless expression. Then he suddenly roared and rushed towards Lu Yuangong. His movements were very agile, he didn't seem to be injured at all. However, Lu Yuangong was already prepared for this move. As soon as the man moved, Lu Yuangong chopped down with his saber and directly chopped off the man's head. After the leader was beheaded, the bandits were in a mess. However, they quickly calmed down. Captain Feng looked at the bandits and said, "Now, I'll give you 2 choices. First, become my subordinates. Second, I'll kill all of you right now. You can make your choice." Was he giving them a choice? The bandits looked impatient. In the end, one of them opened his mouth and said, "Greetings to the Great Master." When Captain Feng heard this title, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. To be honest, he didn't know what to say when he, who had always killed bandits, was suddenly called the boss by a group of bandits. However, Captain Feng still nodded and said, "All right, tell me. Is this your real leader? Is there anyone else?" The bandits looked at each other in dismay, they didn't know how to answer. Captain Feng casually pointed at a bandit and said, "You tell us." The bandit was startled by Captain Feng, but he immediately replied, reporting to the Great Master, "He is indeed our leader. His name is Sand Tiger, and we are also called the Sand Tiger Bandit Group." The one who took the blame for him was his confidant. In addition to that person, we also have another confidant who is absolutely loyal to Sand Tiger. I won't hide it from the Great Master. In the past, we weren't called the Sand Tiger Bandit Group, we were called the Stone Stronghold. Later on, Sand Tiger led 2 of his subordinates and killed our Great Master as well as many of our brothers. After that, he became our Great Master and changed the name of our stronghold. Now that the Great Master has killed Sand Tiger, it can be considered as revenge for us. We are willing to follow the Great Master. When Captain Feng heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded and waved his hand to Lu Yuangong. Lu Yuangong nodded and then ordered several people to follow him. Before long, they came back with a person in their hands. Originally, Lu Yuangong didn't kill those people, he just knocked them unconscious. But now, Lu Yuangong killed the one who pretended to be the Great Master. When the bandits saw that Captain Feng didn't kill those people, they couldn't help but feel happy. Captain Feng then asked them to lead the way to the stronghold. They didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. The group walked towards the mountain. After going around the mountain, they turned around a few hills and finally arrived in front of a valley. This valley was surrounded by earth walls and there were people standing guard on top of it. Captain Feng looked at the valley, then he turned his head to the person who spoke to him before and said, "What's your name?" The person quickly replied, "Great Master, this little one is called Sand Dog. They call me Silly Dog." Captain Feng nodded and said, "Silly Dog, go and shout. Tell them to open the gate. If they don't open the gate, then don't blame me for being impolite." Silly Dog didn't dare to neglect and quickly went forward to shout. The people in the stronghold also heard Silly Dog's words. They looked at each other, not knowing what to do. At this time, a person suddenly appeared on the wall of the stronghold. This person turned out to be a fat man. He was very fat, but his stature wasn't very tall. He looked like a ball. He looked at the people below and then loudly said, "Who is the new great master? This little fat cat is very polite." Captain Feng looked at this fat cat. This guy was a beast spirit, his soul beast was a cat. Captain Feng stepped forward and said, "I am. Open the gate. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." The fat cat quickly said, "Great Master misunderstands. This little one will open the gate. But I hope Great Master can spare this little one's life. This little one hasn't done anything bad." Captain Feng turned his head to look at Silly Dog. Silly Dog hurriedly said, "Great Master, Fat Cat is right. He's the one in charge of the stronghold's food. He hasn't done anything bad. He's different from Sand Tiger and Second Master." Captain Feng nodded and said, "Good, I'll spare your life. But you have to be loyal to me. If you don't, then I won't forgive you." Hearing Captain Feng say this, Fat Cat quickly said, I wouldn't dare. Rest assured, Great Master. This fat cat will follow Great Master loyally. What are you waiting for? Quickly open the gate and let Great Master in." Fat Cat's lackeys immediately complied. They turned around and ran down. Before long, the crude wooden gate opened. Captain Feng led his horse and led everyone into the stronghold. This was a very large valley. There was a small lake in the middle of the valley. This lake wasn't big, and it didn't seem to be formed by a river. Instead, it was formed by underground spring water. In the valley, all the places that could be farmed were planted with crops. There weren't many people in the valley. At this point, there were less than 1,000 people in the valley. Aside from those on horses, there were only a few dozen strong men. The rest were old, young, women, and Confucians. Most of these people were soul bearers. Their clothes were tattered. At this time, the people in the stronghold were gathered by the fat man. Everyone was looking at Captain Feng and the others in horror. They didn't know what their fate was going to be. There was no other way, this was the fate of the weak. They would never be able to control their own destiny. Captain Feng looked at these people and said, "From today onwards, this stronghold is mine. I'm your Great Master. Alright, you can all disperse." These people didn't expect Captain Feng to disperse them with just a few words. They all turned around and left. At this time, Fat Cat arrived in front of Captain Feng and bowed. "Fat Cat has seen Great Master. Does Great Master have any orders?" Captain Feng nodded and said, "Arrange for the brothers to rest. Treat those who need to be treated. You come with me. Yuan Gong, Crane Grass, you two come with me." After saying that, he led the three into the valley. In the valley, there was an earthen house. Most people lived in caves. Because of this earthen house stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens. Fat Cat led Captain Feng and the others to the earthen house and said, "Boss, this is where Sand Tiger used to live. It's also where the leaders of the village would discuss matters." Captain Feng nodded, then he jumped down from his horse and led the three people into the wooden house. The wooden house wasn't very big. It had 3 rooms. In the middle was the meeting room, one was for rest, and the other was for eating. Captain Feng looked at the 3 rooms and then sat down in the meeting room. Then he looked at Fat Cat and said, "Fat Cat, you're a smart person. Now tell me how much wealth the stronghold has. Also, where did you and Sand Tiger come from?" The Fat Cat immediately replied, "Yes, boss. The stronghold still has about 1,000 dan of grain. As for how much gold and silver we have, I don't know, because Sand Tiger was the one in charge of those things. In addition, we have more than 1,000 jin of salt, which we recently traded for. We also have 300 horses and a total of 958 people, of which 302 are able-bodied men. The rest are the old and the weak. Sand Tiger was originally a small leader of Xianxia River stronghold, and another person and I were from there as well. However, we were only small fries there, and when we went out to rob some people, we were defeated. Sand Tiger was the leader, and he knew that if he returned to Xianxia River stronghold, only death awaited him. Therefore, he led me and another person here, took over this stronghold, and became the leader. Sand River Stronghold is one of the most famous bandit groups in the Great Desert. Captain Feng nodded and said, there are a lot of things. Fat Cat, do you really not know where Sand Tiger hides the gold and silver? Fat Cat shook his head and said, Great Master, I really don't know. Sand Tiger doesn't trust anyone. Although the two of us have been following him since he was in Xianxia River Stronghold, we weren't his most trusted people. Therefore, after arriving here, he still doesn't fully trust us. However, I'm sure that Sand Tiger hides the gold and silver in this house. No matter how much gold and silver he steals, he will move it all into this house. As for where he hides it, I really don't know. Captain Feng nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Crane Grass, you go and take a look. Treat the injured as soon as possible. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned around and left. Captain Feng turned to Fat Cat and said, Fat Cat, you're a smart person. I hope that you can continue to be smart. Don't do stupid things. If you follow me, I can guarantee that you won't have to worry about your life. Maybe you'll even get rich. But if you hide something from me, or if you want to betray me, then I can guarantee that you will die miserably. Fat Cat's face was covered in sweat. He quickly replied, I wouldn't dare. Great Master can rest assured. This Fat Cat will definitely be loyal to you. Captain Feng nodded, then he looked at Fat Cat and said, Fat Cat, do you know if there are any strongholds nearby? Tell me about them. Fat Cat immediately nodded, then he said, about 50 li away from here, there's a Black Tiger stronghold. The stronghold's leader is called Black Sky Tiger. This person is a beast soul, a black tiger. He's very strong and has 300 subordinates. I heard that Black Sky Tiger used to be someone from the Wolf Soul country. He offended a big shot in the Wolf Soul country, so he had no choice but to bring his family here and become a bandit. Among his subordinates, there are a lot of people from the Wolf Soul country who are very strong. Aside from the Black Tiger stronghold, the nearest stronghold is about 100 li away from here. That stronghold is called Phoenix Mountain, and there's a stronghold called Phoenix Stronghold. I heard that the leader is a woman, her nickname is Fire Phoenix. She's very strong, and I heard that she has nearly 1,000 subordinates. It's the biggest stronghold around here. Captain Feng nodded and said, Alright, then tell me about this Black Tiger stronghold. Why are they so close to you? Don't you have any conflicts with each other? Fat Cat immediately replied, Yes, how could there be no conflict? However, we are not a match for the Black Tiger stronghold. It would not be easy for them to attack our stronghold. In the end, Sand Tiger and Black Sky Tiger came up with a rule. If we give them 10,000 jin of food every year, they will not attack us. Captain Feng nodded, then he said, Alright, you can go now. Fat Cat nodded before he turned around and left. After Fat Cat left the room, Lu Yuangong turned to Captain Feng and said, Captain, do you really believe him? Captain Feng smiled faintly and said, It doesn't matter if I believe him or not. We don't want to be bandits for the rest of our lives. Even if he lied to us, it's just a small amount of money. Those things are useless to us. What we need to do now is to strengthen ourselves as quickly as possible. Then we can send troops to deal with the Wolf Soul country. Right, can we still get in touch with our families? Lu Yuangong said in a deep voice, Probably. If we settle down now, then we can immediately contact Enli. In the future, we'll be able to contact our family from here. Captain Feng nodded, then he said, Let's get in touch with our families. Once Crane Grass heals those fellows, we'll deal with the Black Tiger stockade first. Lu Yuangong nodded, then he said, I'll arrange it. Then he stood up and left. Captain Feng sat there and let out a long breath, then he muttered, If we can gather several tens of thousands of people in a short time, then we might be able to fight against the Wolf Soul country. Unfortunately, it's not that easy to gather several tens of thousands of people. Just as his voice fell, Zhao Hai came in from the outside. He cupped his fist and said, "Captain, those who were injured have all been healed. They'll be fully recovered in 3 days." Captain Feng nodded and said, "Good, you've worked hard." "Right, Fat Cat just said that there might be a place where Sand Tiger hid his money. Let's look for it and find it as soon as possible." Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Captain Feng to search. Before long, the two found a cave in the bedroom. After the two entered the cave, they discovered that it was actually a secret passage that led to the back of the mountain. What surprised Zhao Hai and Captain Feng was that there were a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry inside the cave. Some of these things were made by the Saber Soul country while some were made by the Wolf Soul country. In addition to these things, the cave also had a lot of weapons, food, and water. This was beyond the two's expectations. The two didn't move the gold and silver out, instead, they returned to the room. Then Zhao Hai went out and called Lu Yuangong and the others over. Then Captain Feng led Lu Yuangong and the others into the cave and showed them the gold and silver. They roughly calculated that there was a lot of gold and silver here. There were at least 50,000 gold coins and 100,000 silver coins. In addition to the gold and silver coins, there were also a lot of gold and silver wares. There were also some jewelry and other things. There were even some beautiful curved swords inlaid with diamonds. After Captain Feng led the group to see the things inside the cave, he led them back to the room. After sitting down, Captain Feng looked at the group and said, "Everyone can see that we really made a big haul this time. Hee, with these things, we didn't become bandits in vain." Captain Feng nodded and said, "You've all seen that we really made a big haul this time." When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but chuckle as they waited for Captain Feng to continue. Captain Feng said, "But this time, we didn't come here just for the money. We're here for the people. We need to organize a group of people here as soon as possible. Does anyone have any ideas?" Zhao Hai nodded. Lu Yuangong said, "Let's first flatten the nearby strongholds. It's not safe to travel 100 li. We'll first flatten the Black Tiger stronghold, then we'll deal with the Phoenix stronghold. After we flatten these two strongholds, we'll expand outwards. This way, we can organize an army in a short period of time." Everyone nodded. Captain Feng also nodded and said, "That's a good idea. The Grand Desert is a famous bandit nest. We might be able to organize an army of 10,000 people in a short period of time. With this army in hand, we can create some trouble for the Wolf Soul country." "Not only that, Captain, I have an idea," Zhao Hai said. When he heard Zhao Hai, Captain Feng immediately said, "Crane grass, what do you want to say?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Captain, in the Grand Desert, everything is based on strength. We can't let go of this opportunity. As long as we have enough strength, we can negotiate with the famous bandit groups in the Grand Desert. We can tell them that the Wolf Soul country is currently at war with the Blade Soul country. The prairie's defenses are weak, we can make a big move. I think those bandits won't disagree. Even if they don't agree, we won't lose anything. If they agree, then we'll have another helper. In any case, our main goal is to create chaos in the prairie so that we can cooperate with our family's actions." As soon as Captain Feng heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up, then he nodded and said, "Crane grass is right. As long as we have enough strength, we can negotiate with those big bandit groups. But Crane grass, you should know that we don't have much time. Although we haven't contacted our families yet, I'm afraid that a fight is about to break out. So we have to hurry." Captain Feng nodded and said, "You're right." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai said, "Captain, I think that we don't need to wait for their injuries to heal. We can go and deal with the Black Tiger stronghold. Once we deal with the Black Tiger stronghold, their injuries would be almost healed. At that time, we can send troops to the Phoenix stronghold. Wouldn't that be enough?" Captain Feng thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, "All right, we'll listen to you. How about this, we'll rest for today. Tomorrow, we'll leave a few people to guard this place. The others will attack the Black Tiger stronghold. Although the Black Tiger stronghold is stronger than here, it shouldn't be a threat to us. Wu Fei, you take Fan Yi and the others and stay behind. Old Xiang and the others should come as well. Captain Feng had a total of 40 people under him. This time, Captain Feng asked Wu Fei, 4 plant masters, and 5 craftsmen to stay behind. He also took all the soul soldiers and soul beasts, as well as Zhao Hai. To be honest, Captain Feng couldn't leave Zhao Hai. The key point was that Zhao Hai was too useful. Not only was he strong, he was also a mobile supply base. Moreover, he could heal injuries. It can be said that Captain Feng wouldn't have to worry about anything if he brought Zhao Hai along. Because of this, Captain Feng would definitely bring Zhao Hai along with him when they fight outside. Although Wu Fei was somewhat unwilling, he still agreed in the end. Wu Fei also knew that Zhao Hai was much stronger than him. Moreover, Captain Feng wanted him to stay behind for his own good. After Captain Feng finished speaking, he let everyone rest. Then, he called Fat Cat over. When Fat Cat heard Captain Feng calling for him, he didn't dare to neglect. He quickly ran over. Captain Feng looked at the Fat Cat standing in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Fat Cat, do you know where the Black Tiger stockade is?" When Fat Cat heard Captain Feng, he quickly replied, reporting to the boss, "I know. In the past, I was the one who delivered the food to the Black Tiger stronghold." Captain Feng nodded and said, "All right, go back and pack up. Tomorrow, we'll go to the Black Tiger stronghold." When Fat Cat heard Captain Feng, although he was somewhat puzzled, he didn't dare to ask. After all, he wasn't clear about Captain Feng's personality. He was afraid that if he said something wrong, Captain Feng would deal with him. The day passed by peacefully. The people in the stronghold were still trembling with fear. After all, they knew that their new leader was a ruthless person. With just a few subordinates, he was able to eliminate more than 200 people. They didn't dare to underestimate this new leader. The next morning, after everyone finished eating, Captain Feng called everyone over. Fat Cat was also prepared. This time, they only prepared 1 horse for each person. The rest of the horses were left outside the valley. For bandits, their most important assets weren't their gold and silver, but their horses and swords. Now that there were so many horses in the stronghold, the people in the stronghold were very happy. However, Fat Cat could see that something was wrong. He thought that Captain Feng was going to deliver food to the Black Tiger stockade today. This was also a rule. The new stockade head had to go to the surrounding stockades and tell them that they were in charge of the stockade in the future. This way, there wouldn't be any misunderstandings in the future. However, Fat Cat saw that Captain Feng only brought 30 people. He didn't bring any food and just went to the Black Tiger stronghold. It didn't seem like he was going to visit the stronghold or deliver food. What did he want to do? Fat Cat had already sensed that something was amiss. He carefully followed beside Captain Feng, looking as if he wanted to hide himself. When Captain Feng saw Fat Cat's appearance, he couldn't help but stare and said, "Fat Cat, what are you doing? Follow me obediently. If you put on that expression again, I'll be the first to deal with you." Fat Cat had a sad face as he said, "Yes, boss." "Boss, can I ask why we're going to the Black Tiger stronghold?" Captain Feng coldly snorted and said, "Why? What else can we do? We're going to destroy the Black Tiger stronghold. It's only a few dozen li away from us. If we don't destroy it, how can I sleep?" Fat Cat's face turned pale. He looked around and said with a trembling voice, "Boss, you don't want to rely on these brothers to attack the Black Tiger stronghold?" "Boss, the Black Tiger stockade is different from our stockade. Their stockade is really built on a mountain. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. Moreover, we can't even ride a horse up there. Boss, with just these brothers, we definitely can't attack. Boss, you can't let our brothers die in vain." Captain Feng turned his head and said, "Don't shout. If you shout again, I'll cut you down. Just follow me, don't talk too much." Fat Cat had a bitter smile on his face. He wanted to say something, but he didn't dare. He could only put on a sad face as he followed behind Captain Feng. From time to time, he would give directions to Captain Feng. 50 li of road was covered by horses. Before long, they arrived at the foot of a stone mountain. This stone mountain wasn't very high. From the foot of the mountain, one could see the situation at the top. It was strange because this was the only mountain in the vicinity that had trees. On this mountain, there was a stronghold. The stronghold's walls were made of logs. It looked very rough, but it was very tall. Moreover, there was only one way to enter the mountain, and it was very narrow. It was impossible to ride a horse up there. Fat Cat stood beside Captain Feng with a bitter face and pointed to the stronghold at the top of the mountain. "Boss, that's the Black Tiger stronghold. It's definitely easy to defend and hard to attack. In the past, there was a small stronghold here and the environment wasn't as good as ours, so we didn't move here. But we didn't expect it to be taken over by the Black Tiger stronghold. Boss, if we want to attack the Black Tiger stronghold, it's impossible to attack by force. They just have to throw stones down from the bottom of the mountain and we won't be able to attack up there. How about this, we'll send them food in a few days and we'll say that we'll help them send the food up." Captain Feng turned his head to look at Fat Cat and faintly smiled. "Good Fat Cat, I didn't expect you to be so smart. But there's no need for that, just watch. Crane Grass, it's up to you. Attack and open the stronghold's gates. If there's anyone who refuses to comply, just kill them." Captain Feng now understood that if he didn't use Zhao Hai's killing machine, then he would be letting them down. Therefore, this matter was left to Zhao Hai to deal with. Zhao Hai wasn't polite as he jumped down from mottled bamboo's back. Then with a wave of his hand, the bullhead drum appeared in his hand. Then he walked step by step towards the Black Tiger stronghold. Just as he took a few steps, the people on the Black Tiger stronghold noticed him. A loud voice immediately shouted, "Kid, what are you doing? Immediately roll down. If you come up again, then we won't be polite." Zhao Hai looked at the place where the voice came from. It wasn't the stronghold, but halfway up the mountain. He didn't reply and just continued to walk up step by step. When the other party saw Zhao Hai's actions, they knew that this matter wasn't going to end well. They immediately began to push stones down from the mountain. The stones that they pushed down weren't small. The smallest one was the size of a millstone, while the largest one weighed a few hundred jin. The impact of such a large stone being pushed down from the mountain was very strong. Zhao Hai looked at the stones and coldly snorted. He didn't pay any attention to them as he slowly walked up the mountain. Moreover, he was holding the bullhead drum with one hand, he didn't use both hands. Captain Feng and the others were also looking at Zhao Hai nervously. Although they knew that Zhao Hai was strong and powerful, they were still nervous. Fat Cat was even more nervous. Although he could see that Zhao Hai was very strong, he still couldn't believe that a person could take down an entire mountain camp. Therefore, he sat on his horse nervously as he watched Zhao Hai slowly walk up the mountain. At this moment, the first stone was already 3 meters away from Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai held the bullhead drum with one hand and pushed it to the side. The stone fell to the side of the mountain path. It was as easy as pushing a peanut with chopsticks. Then a few more stones flew down, but the bullhead drum in Zhao's hand seemed to be completely weightless as it gently plucked the stones away. The Black Tiger stronghold's minions who were pushing the stones down the mountain were stunned. When they saw that Zhao Hai was about to come up, they didn't even have the courage to fight. They screamed as they turned around and ran. Very quickly, he ran back to the Black Tiger stronghold. Then, the gates of the stronghold were closed. A lot of people appeared on the walls of the stronghold. This caused everyone to look at Zhao Hai, who was slowly walking up the mountain. When they saw that Zhao Hai was about to come up, they immediately threw stones down. However, these stones were even smaller than the stones pushed down by the minions. How could they pose a threat to Zhao Hai? Zhao Hai didn't care at all. He used the bullhead drum and the stones were all hit by a baseball bat and flew to the side. At this time, Zhao Hai was about 10 meters away from the Black Tiger stronghold's gate. The Black Tiger stronghold's people weren't just throwing stones down, they were also shooting arrows. Their arrows were very accurate. It could be seen that they were indeed people from the Wolf Soul country. However, Zhao Hai had already used the bullhead drum. Naturally, the wind and rain wouldn't be able to pass through, let alone shoot arrows. At the same time, Zhao Hai was also looking at the Black Tiger stronghold's gate. The Black Tiger stronghold's gate was similar to the Sand Tiger strongholds. It was also made of logs. It looked rough and clumsy, but it was also very sturdy. Zhao Hai calculated the thickness of the gate. Then he slowly took a few steps back. Then he held the bullhead drum in his hand. He ignored the rain of arrows and shouted as he rushed forward. Boom! Just like a tank hitting the gate burst open. Then Zhao Hai directly rushed into the stronghold. There were several minions guarding the gate. However, these minions were sent flying by Zhao Hai. When they fell to the ground, they were half dead. There were even 2 who were directly killed by Zhao Hai. After breaking through the stronghold's gate, Zhao Hai flipped his hand and completely broke the gate. Then he flew straight into the stronghold. The Black Tiger stronghold's people recovered from their shock. They immediately took out their weapons and rushed over. Most of these people's weapons were scimitars. However, these weapons were useless in front of the bullhead drum. Zhao Hai's bullhead drum flew. As long as someone was hit by it, they would be sent flying. Even if they didn't die, they would lose their ability to fight. At this time, Captain Feng and the others, who had just recovered from Zhao Hai's performance, also rushed forward. At this time, no one in the stronghold cared about them. They were all rushing towards Zhao Hai. When the people in the stronghold woke up, Captain Feng and the others had already rushed into the stronghold. The Black Tiger stronghold was broken. Fat Cat, who had been following behind Captain Feng, was also holding a scimitar. However, he was still in a state of shock. He was really scared by Zhao Hai's fighting strength. He didn't think that Zhao Hai's fighting strength would be so strong. He actually broke the stronghold by himself. Just as Captain Feng and the others charged into the stronghold, the people in the stronghold knew that they had lost the upper hand. A calm voice rang out, "Stop." Following this voice, the people of the Black Tiger stronghold immediately stopped and retreated to the side. Zhao Hai didn't attack. He held the bullhead drum in his hand as he looked towards the direction of the voice. The person who came was a middle-aged man. This man was very tall, about 2 meters tall. Although he couldn't compare to Zhao Hai, he was still a lot stronger than ordinary people. The sole object on this person's head was actually a tiger. He also held a large axe in his hand. The axe's surface was almost as big as the door. However, this person's face was calm as he looked at Zhao Hai. To be honest, he was also shocked by Zhao Hai's strength. He was also a person who was very strong. However, Zhao Hai was able to break into the stronghold alone and completely destroy the stronghold's gate. This was something that he couldn't do. In fact, if he attacked alone, he wouldn't even be able to reach the stronghold's gate. This person was the leader of the Black Tiger stronghold, He Tianhu. He Tianhu looked at Zhao Hai and then said, "I am the leader of the Black Tiger stronghold, He Tianhu. Who is this hero? Why did you attack my Black Tiger stronghold?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he stepped to the side and allowed Captain Feng to come out. He looked at He Tianhu and said, "The new leader of the Sand Tiger stronghold, Feng Tianbao, has seen Leader He. This Feng came today to discuss a matter with the leader. From today onwards, the Black Tiger stronghold will be merged into the Sand Tiger stronghold. What do you think?" He Tianhu looked at Captain Feng and said in a deep voice, "What if I agree? What if I don't agree?" Captain Feng smiled faintly and said, "If you agree, then you will still be a leader in my Sand Tiger stronghold. I will also let you command your subordinates. If you don't agree, then the entire stronghold will be exterminated." He Tianhu's expression changed. He looked at Captain Feng and said, "So I have to agree even if I don't want to?" Captain Feng smiled faintly and said, "You can also choose not to agree." He Tianhu looked at Zhao Hai, then he sighed and said, "Your Excellency has such fierce subordinates. How can I, He Tianhu, disagree? From today onwards, the Black Tiger stronghold and the Sand Tiger stronghold will follow your Excellency's orders." Then he threw down his axe. When the other members of the Black Tiger stronghold saw He Tianhu's action, they also threw down their weapons. They looked at Captain Feng and the others calmly, as if they didn't care about their own lives. Seeing the performance of these people, Captain Feng's eyes couldn't help but shrink. He could see that the people in this mountain stronghold, especially those who followed He Tianhu, were definitely elites. They could even be said to be the death warriors of the elite. Not only were their strength incomparable, but they were also absolutely loyal to He Tianhu. Such subordinates couldn't be cultivated by ordinary people, let alone by an ordinary thief. It seemed like He Tianhu's identity wasn't simple. Captain Feng calmed himself down, then he laughed and said, "Good. Then let's talk inside the stronghold. Crane Grass, take care of these brothers and treat their injuries." Zhao Hai nodded, then he put away the bullhead drum and began to treat the injuries of the Black Tiger stronghold. The people of the Black Tiger stronghold thought that Captain Feng was talking about treating the injuries of those who were seriously injured. This was actually a common practice. In this kind of place where there was a shortage of medicine, the injuries of those who were seriously injured would usually be treated with a final blow, leaving the rest to suffer. However, they quickly discovered that they were wrong. Zhao Hai wasn't treating the injuries of those who were seriously injured. Moreover, from the way he treated them, they could see that he was a highly skilled alchemist. After coming to this conclusion, the people of the Black Tiger stronghold were in a mess. They really didn't know what was going on. At the same time, they felt that the world was changing too quickly. An invincible warrior turned into an alchemist in the next moment. Moreover, he was an extraordinary alchemist. What the hell was going on? On the other hand, Fat Cat didn't follow Captain Feng into the stronghold's room. Instead, he stayed outside and looked at Zhao Hai. Fat Cat was really shocked. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so strong. Moreover, he was also skilled in medicine. Was he still human? He was just too strong. Moreover, Fat Cat discovered that among all of them, Zhao Hai was the most powerful. However, the most mysterious one was also Zhao Hai. Fat Cat even felt that although Captain Feng was the one giving the orders, he was afraid that Zhao Hai was the real core of these people. Therefore, Fat Cat didn't follow Captain Feng into the stronghold's room. Instead, he stayed by Zhao Hai's side and helped Zhao Hai take care of the injured. The people of the stronghold were shocked by Zhao Hai's battle prowess and medical skills. Moreover, He Tianhu had already surrendered. Naturally, they didn't resist and cooperated with Zhao Hai's treatment. They didn't even have any resentment towards Zhao Hai. The reason for this situation was because this was the Great Desert. This was a bandit's nest. Every day, there would be new bandits who would be taken over by new bandits. Every day, there would be new bandits changing their names. There were even battles happening every day. It was precisely because of this that in the Great Desert, it was possible for enemies to become brothers in the next moment. The people who lived here were already used to this way of life. Therefore, they didn't blame Zhao Hai. At this time, Captain Feng and He Tianhu were drinking tea in the Black Tiger Stronghold's hall. Captain Feng was very polite to He Tianhu, he didn't have the arrogance of a victor. After taking a sip of tea, he smiled at He Tianhu and said, "Good tea. I didn't think that I would be able to drink such good tea here. It's really rare." He Tianhu smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. When I went out last time, I robbed a small tribe in the Wolf Soul country. If boss likes it, then you can have it. In any case, everything in the Black Tiger stronghold belongs to you." When He Tianhu said this, his tone was indifferent, as if he didn't care at all. Captain Feng looked at He Tianhu, then he suddenly smiled and said, "Yuan Gong, lead the people out. I want to talk to He Tianhu alone." When Lu Yuangong heard Captain Feng, he couldn't help but stare. But then he nodded and led the people out of the stronghold's room and stood guard outside. Before long, He Tianhu's subordinates also came out and stood guard outside. Both sides stood there, nobody moved. For a moment, the atmosphere between them was filled with the smell of gunpowder. After everyone left, Captain Feng turned his head to He Tianhu and said, "He Tianhu, I think that when you were in the Wolf Soul country, you weren't a nobody, right? Look at your subordinates, they're all death warriors. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to train them. Give me your name." He Tianhu looked at Captain Feng and said, "I'm afraid that boss's identity isn't simple. From your attire, to your tone of voice, to the way you drink tea, as well as your weapons, you're not from the Wolf Soul country. You should be from the Blade Soul country, right? I'm really curious, why did boss's people come to the Great Desert?" When Captain Feng heard He Tianhu's words, he smiled faintly and said, "There's nothing strange about this. I can tell you that I'm from the Saber Spirit Nation's Saber Guard Army. This time, I was ordered to enter the Wolf Spirit Nation to rescue a spy that was robbed. However, I didn't expect that it was a trap set by the Wolf Spirit Nation. They wanted to attack the Saber Spirit Nation, But we found out about it and sent the news back to the Saber Spirit Nation. Then we came here to organize a group of people. When the Wolf Spirit Nation attacks the Saber Spirit Nation, we'll give them a heavy blow. Therefore, we need to have enough strength in the shortest time possible. The reason why Captain Feng said this to He Tianhu was because he wanted to take a risk. In the prairie, people didn't have much loyalty. Today, if your influence is strong, then you will follow. Tomorrow, if your influence is strong, then you will not hesitate to betray them. This was the rule of the prairie. However, there were also some special cases, such as the ancient surnames of the prairie. These ancient surnames had existed in the prairie for many years. Moreover, they were like the great clans of the prairie. Because of this, their surnames were incomparably noble in the prairie. And for such noble surnames, they generally had loyal followers. These followers were like men of sacrifice. They were loyal to this noble surname for generations, making the surname even more noble. However, these big families in the prairie also had a problem, and that was the change of power. Noble families would fall one day, especially when the power of the prairie was no longer in their control. Every time a new king appeared in the prairie, it would be accompanied by the decline of a large number of old families. This was a rule. Just like in the Saber Spirit country, every time a new king took over, a large number of families would be unlucky. These old family names were not completely useless. They still had their most loyal subordinates. They would either follow these subordinates, conceal their identities, slowly develop, and wait for the opportunity to soar, or find a place where the grassland forces could not reach, take root, and spread their branches and leaves. No matter what the situation was, these old families had deep hatred with the current king of the prairie. If there was a chance, they would certainly take revenge, and it would be the craziest revenge. In Captain Feng's view, He Tianhu's identity wasn't simple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a group of people following him. These people were obviously men of sacrifice trained by the big families in the prairie. A big family in the prairie, in the end, became a bandit. And not the strongest bandit, but a small bandit. It could be seen how poor his life was. And there was only one reason why he was so poor, and that was because he was suppressed by the people in power in the prairie. Because of this, Captain Feng decided to take a risk. He directly revealed his identity and wanted to see how He Tianhu would react. If He Tianhu really had a grudge with the Golden Wolf tribe, then he wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Naturally, Captain Feng wasn't taking a risk by doing this. In fact, the thieves in the desert didn't care about your identity. They only cared about benefits. Even if you were from the Sword Spirit country, as long as you can bring them enough benefits, they would do anything for you. But if you can't give them any benefits, then sorry, it would be useless even if you tried to convince them otherwise. But if you can't give them any benefits, then sorry, it would be useless. The bandits in the prairie were the most ruthless people. They were just like the prairie. In the prairie, if you don't have strength, then you will die and be swallowed by the prairie. The same was true for the bandits in the prairie. It was unknown if the prairie made the bandits ruthless, or if it was because of the bandits that the prairie became ruthless. Because of this, Captain Feng said those words to He Tianhu. He knew that even if He Tianhu didn't have any enmity with the Golden Wolf tribe, he still wouldn't tell the Golden Wolf tribe about this matter. Moreover, even if he did tell the Golden Wolf tribe wouldn't send an army to the prairie to kill them. This was because once the Golden Wolf tribe did so, the bandits in the prairie would retaliate. This was because the bandits would think that the Golden Wolf tribe was using this as an excuse to attack them. After hearing Captain Feng's words, He Tianhu stared for a moment. Then he let out a long breath and said, "So it's the Saber Guard army of the Saber Spirit country. No wonder. I didn't think that the Saber Spirit country and the Wolf Spirit country would go to war." Captain Feng looked at He Tianhu's expression and smiled faintly. "Right, we didn't think about it before. But this isn't important, right? I'm afraid that the war between the Wolf Spirit country and the Saber Spirit country wouldn't stop in a short period of time. This is because the Wolf Spirit country has made ample preparations. At the same time, the Saber Spirit country has also made ample preparations. This is a good opportunity for us." He Tianhu looked at Captain Feng and waited for him to continue. To be honest, he was already tempted. However, he still wanted to hear Captain Feng's plan. Captain Feng looked at He Tianhu and said, "What we need to do now is to make ourselves stronger as soon as possible. Once we're strong enough, we'll have the qualifications to negotiate with the other great bandit groups. At that time, we can tell them about the Wolf Spirit Country's situation. Once everyone wants to send troops to the Wolf Spirit Country, then I'll be the one to lead them." He Tianhu stared, then he immediately understood what Captain Feng meant. He looked at Captain Feng and said, "Are you confident?" Captain Feng replied, "I'm not 100% sure. However, if we can become very strong in a short period of time, then even if the other great bandit groups don't send troops, we can still send troops. Now that the Wolf Spirit Country and the Saber Spirit Country are at war, their internal defenses must be very weak. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, isn't it?" "Hey." Tianhu nodded, then he looked at Captain Feng. He understood what Captain Feng meant. Captain Feng wanted to know his identity. He Tianhu let out a long breath and said, "My surname is Asri He Tianhu." He Tianhu only said this one sentence, then he didn't say anything else. However, Captain Feng immediately understood He Tianhu's identity. This was because the surname Asri was very famous in the prairie. The surname Asri was one of the most ancient surnames in the prairie. Moreover, the Asri family also had another identity, the virtuous prince of the left. In the prairie, besides the lord of the prairie, there were also two other noble identities. These two identities were the virtuous prince of the left and the virtuous prince of the right. The virtuous prince of the left and the virtuous prince of the left helped the virtuous prince of the prairie. The virtuous prince of the left and the virtuous prince of the prairie changed several times. However, the virtuous prince of the left and the virtuous prince of the left belonged to the Asri family while the virtuous prince of the right belonged to the Bas family. The position of the left and right virtuous kings was second only to the great Han dynasty. In fact, these two surnames were very powerful. Moreover, because they were designated as the left and right virtuous kings, it was impossible for them to compete for the position of the great Han dynasty. Additionally, any king of the prairie would need to borrow the prestige of the left and right virtuous kings to control the prairie. Therefore, for many years, these two families had always been the left and right virtuous kings of the prairie. He Tianhu's surname was Asri. This meant that he was a member of the Asri family, the virtuous prince of the left and the virtuous prince of the left. However, the current virtuous prince of the left was also a member of the Asri family. He seemed to be called Asri Quangshi. Asri He Tianhu saw that Captain Feng was puzzled. He let out a long breath and said, "Asri Quangshi is actually my younger brother. He is the shame of the Asri family. Our Asri family has already recognized me as the successor. But Quangshi is not only perverse and ruthless, he also doesn't have any benevolence. Everyone in the family doesn't like him. But we didn't expect that he would collude with King of the Left and send an army to kill us. Most of the people in the family died to protect me. I was only able to escape from the prairie under the protection of the family's loyal Black Tiger army. Not long after I entered the prairie, I heard that Quangshi had become the virtuous prince of the left. I really didn't expect that he would attack his own family for the sake of the title of virtuous prince of the left." Speaking up to here, Asri He Tianhu's face was filled with pain. Without waiting for Captain Feng to say anything, Asri He Tianhu continued, "Quangshi and I have a good relationship since we were young. When I was young, my status wasn't very good. But Quangshi, who was 2 years younger than me, was very strong. At that time, no matter what happened to me, he would help me. If the other children in the family dared to bully me, he would stand up for me. Slowly, I grew up and my body got better and better. But his relationship with me got worse and worse. I didn't think that he would do such a thing. How could he do such a thing? He has tarnished the Asri family name." At the end of his speech, Asri He Tianhu's face was filled with anger. Captain Feng looked at Asri He Tianhu's appearance and couldn't help but sigh. He was lamenting Asri He Tianhu's naivety. Although Captain Feng was only a small captain of the Imperial Army, he was still a member of the Imperial Army. He knew a lot more about the internal affairs of the Imperial Army compared to others. It was precisely because of this that he understood how filthy, ugly, and bloody the Imperial Army was under the glorious exterior of the Imperial Army. And all of this was because of one thing, and that was power. Once a person became obsessed with power, then he would no longer be a person. He would turn into a beast, an incomparably greedy beast. In his eyes, there would be no more family, no more affection. Everyone who stood in his way would be his enemy, his food. He would do everything in his power to get rid of them. But unfortunately, Asri Haitianhu didn't understand this point at that time. He didn't think that Asri Quanshur, who had grown up and knew what power was, would still be his younger brother. He didn't think that in Asri Quanshur's eyes, Asri Haitianhu was no longer his older brother, but an enemy who could compete with him for the throne of the virtuous prince of the left. However, his most loyal naivety had harmed him and the Asri family. Thus, he had come here and become a lowly bandit. As for the Asri wild lion, he had become the incomparably respected left virtuous prince of the grasslands. Captain Feng looked at Asri Haitianhu and said, "What? Do you want to go back and take revenge? Do you want to take back what you lost? Do you want to restore the Asri family to its former glory?" Asri Haitianhu looked at Captain Feng and said, "Of course I want to, but I know that we can't do it right now. I agree to fully support you, but you can't reveal my true identity. In other words, you can't use the identity of the Asri family to make a fuss." Zhao Hai didn't know what Captain Feng said to Haitianhu, and he wasn't interested in knowing either. His view was the same as Captain Feng's. They were bandits, but they were only temporary. They wouldn't be able to do it for a long time. Therefore, there was no point in paying too much attention to them. So when Zhao Hai saw Captain Feng and Haitianhu talking and laughing as they walked out of the room, he knew that today's matter was settled. Sure enough, after Captain Feng arrived outside, he shouted to everyone, after discussing with He Zhigo, "From today onwards, the Black Tiger Stockade will be merged with the Sand Tiger Stockade. They will still be stationed in the Black Tiger Mountain. However, a portion of the stockade's people will be transferred to the Sand Tiger Stockade. At the same time, Crane Grass, you will stay here and help He Zhigo." Zhao Hai didn't mind, he just nodded and didn't say anything. At this time, Fat Cat suddenly said, "Boss, let me stay as well. I can serve Crane Grass." When Fat Cat said this, Captain Feng was stunned. Lu Yuangong and the others were also stunned. Lu Yuangong and the others understood why Captain Feng wanted Zhao Hai to stay. It was clear that Captain Feng wasn't 100% confident in He Tianhu. With Crane Grass here, He Tianhu wouldn't dare to make a move. But now that Fat Cat wanted to stay, it was clear that he wanted to follow Crane Grass from now on. This fatty had good eyesight. Captain Feng and Lu Yuangong thought of this at the same time. They looked at each other before Captain Feng turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Crane Grass, what do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, it's good to have someone by my side. I'll listen to you." Captain Feng nodded, then he turned to Fat Cat and said, "All right, Fat Cat, if you want to follow Crane Grass, then follow him. You two stay here, we'll head back first. Tianhu, you have a few days to rest and reorganize. When the time comes, we'll send troops to the Phoenix Stockade. You must be prepared." Black Sky Tiger, also known as Asri Black Tiger, nodded and said, "Yes. Please rest assured, we'll be prepared." Captain Feng nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Crane Grass, I'll leave the injured brothers to you. Treat their injuries as soon as possible, don't delay our dispatch of troops." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Captain, don't worry. We won't make any mistakes." Captain Feng nodded and led everyone away. From Captain Feng's performance, Zhang Tai could tell that he was not a suitable bandit. If he was a normal bandit, after conquering a new mountain village, he would at least stay there for a period of time to eat, drink, and get in touch with the people in the mountain village. However, Captain Feng didn't do this. He was a military man, and his duty was to obey orders. Because of this, after conquering the Black Tiger Stockade, he only left Zhao Hai behind to look after them. In his opinion, since these people submitted to him, then they must listen to his orders. If they don't listen to his orders, then it would be a violation of military orders. Violating military orders would result in death. Captain Feng and the others were on guard. Black Sky Tiger turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was standing there with a gentle smile on his face. Although he was still tall, his gentle smile and childish face made him look harmless. However, when he thought of Zhao Hai's battle prowess, Black Sky Tiger didn't dare to underestimate Zhao Hai. Their black tiger stockade was conquered by Xiaohai alone. Facing such a person, if Black Sky Tiger still thought that he was harmless, then he would be courting death. Black Sky Tiger looked at Xiaohai and said, "Brother Cranegrass, I'll have people arrange a place for you to stay. Do you have any requests?" Xiaohai shook his head and said, "No, I'll just follow Stockade Master's arrangements." Black Sky Tiger looked at Xiaohai and smiled faintly. "Alright, then I'll see to it." "Right, Brother Quan Pang, do you have any arrangements for your place?" Fat Cat quickly said, No, I just want to be near Cranegrass. After all, I'm staying behind to serve Cranegrass." Black Sky Tiger nodded, then he had people arrange a place for Xiaohai and Fat Cat to stay. Then he had people send the two of them over. The Black Tiger Stockade was different from the Sand Tiger Stockade. Most of the people in the Sand Tiger Stockade lived in caves and only had one room. On the other hand, the Black Tiger Stockade was different. There were a lot of houses in the Black Tiger Stockade, most of them were wooden houses. Xiaohai and Fat Cat were arranged to stay in a relatively large wooden house. Xiaohai lived in a large bedroom while Fat Cat lived in a small bedroom outside. This arrangement was a master-servant arrangement, so Xiaohai didn't object. He went into the bedroom and placed the wooden box down. Then he walked out of the bedroom and sat down in the living room. He waved his hand and called Fat Cat over. When Fat Cat saw that Xiaohai had called him, he immediately said, "Cranegrass Stockade, do you have any orders?" Xiaohai looked at Fat Cat, then he smiled faintly and said, "Fat Cat, why do you want to follow me?" When Fat Cat heard Xiaohai's question, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Xiaohai and saw that Xiaohai was looking at him. Xiaohai's eyes seemed to be able to see through him. "I want to be a good person, but a good person can't live for long in the desert. So I can only be a bandit. Cranegrass, I can see your identity. You aren't simple, at least you aren't a bandit in the desert. You will definitely leave the desert in the future. Young Master Cranegrass, I want you to take me with you when you leave. I want to leave this place, I don't want to be a bandit in the desert anymore. I want to return to the Saber Spirit Nation, I still have family there. I want to go back and see if they are still there. I want to be an ordinary person." Xiaohai looked at Fat Cat, then he nodded and said, "Alright, then you can follow me from now on. Don't call me Master, it sounds awkward. Just call me Young Master." Upon hearing Xiaohai, Fat Cat's face couldn't help but be happy. Then he immediately replied, "Yes, Young Master." Before, Fat Cat only had doubts about Xiaohai's identity. But now, he was sure of Xiaohai's identity. From the way Xiaohai addressed Fat Cat was sure of their identity. Xiaohai waved his hand and said, "Alright, go get me some water to drink. Also, let me familiarize myself with the environment." Fat Cat nodded, then he turned around and ran away. At this point, he felt that his bones had become lighter. This was because he finally had hope. Xiaohai looked at Fat Cat and smiled. He didn't say anything. Fat Cat wanting to be a good person was good. For Xiaohai, helping Fat Cat would affect his life. This was something that Xiaohai liked to do. Before long, Fat Cat returned with a pot of tea for Xiaohai. Then he ran out. Xiaohai didn't mind, he just quietly drank his tea. After today's battle, he was tired and needed to rest. Tomorrow, he planned to examine the injuries of the people in the village. Then he would carefully observe the plants in the desert. To be honest, when Xiaohai saw the scenery of the desert, he immediately thought of the deserts on Earth. He thought of sandstorms, and the grasslands that were slowly swallowed by the wind. When he was on Earth, he didn't have the ability to manage the desert. But after coming here, he had the ability. He wanted to see if he could change the situation here. As a plant master, if he could turn the desert into an oasis, then it would be the most glorious thing for a plant master. Of course, the plant masters in the Soul Realm didn't have such an idea. The plant masters here were still thinking about how to invent new plants. They were still thinking about how to leave their names in history. They were thinking about how to let the imperial family and the great clans see them and let them live a life of a superior being. What ecological environment was, they didn't think about it. However, Xiaohai wanted to give it a try. He wanted to improve his strength in the Soul Realm. There was nothing wrong with cultivating in the desert. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to give it a try. However, he couldn't say these words to others right now. Because of this, others wouldn't understand. Therefore, he could only do it himself and slowly try it out. When there's an opportunity in the future, he would slowly experiment. At this time, He Tianhu was in his room, discussing Zhao Hai's matters with his confidant. Naturally, He Tianhu's confidant was brought over from the prairie. There were only two people who could discuss matters with He Tianhu. One was the commander of He Tianhu's Black Tiger army, Barter. The other was an old servant of He Tianhu's family. This person wasn't just a simple servant. In fact, he wasn't a person from the prairie, but a person from the sword spirit country. He came to the prairie to do business, but later on, he was robbed by a small tribe. He ran away, and when he was about to starve to death, he was saved by the Ashri family. Thus, he became a servant of the Ashri family. Later on, when the Ashri family experienced internal strife, he followed Ashri He Tianhu to the desert. Although he was just a servant, Ashri He Tianhu valued him very much. He always called him Uncle Kai. He was also Ashri He Tianhu's most important advisor. In fact, when Ashri Wild Lion didn't rebel, Uncle Kai had already warned Ashri He Tianhu. However, Ashri He Tianhu didn't listen. In the end, the reason why Ashri He Tianhu was able to escape to the desert was because Uncle Kai had the Black Tiger army prepare in advance. In the end, the Black Tiger army escorted Ashri He Tianhu here. Although the Black Tiger army suffered great losses, Ashri He Tianhu's life was saved. Therefore, Uncle Kai's position in Ashri He Tianhu's heart was very high. He Tianhu, Uncle Kai, and Barter were sitting in He Tianhu's living room. He Tianhu looked at Uncle Kai and said, "Uncle Kai, I've already told you about this matter. Do you think we should cooperate with them?" Uncle Kai looked at He Tianhu and said, "Young lord, this old servant only wants to know one thing. Does the young lord really want to return to the prairie? Does the young lord want to take back the position of the virtuous prince? Does the young lord want to take revenge for the old master?" When He Tianhu heard Uncle Kai, he couldn't help but stare. However, he didn't immediately refute. Instead, he thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "I want to, Uncle Kai, I want to take revenge for my imperial father. I want to take back everything that belongs to me." Uncle Kai nodded and said, "As long as young lord wants it, then it's fine. As long as young lord wants to take back everything, then you must cooperate with these people. They have already made it very clear that they are from the Saber Guard army. This time, they are here to deal with the Wolf Spirit Nation. That means that even if they have gathered a lot of people in the desert, they can't stay here for too long. Sooner or later, they will have to return to their country. If young lord's cooperation with them is successful, then when they leave, I'm afraid that they will hand over all their power to young lord. Moreover, the Saber Spirit Nation might even give you some support. When that time comes, young lord will be able to control a strong force. Perhaps you can really return to the prairie and take back everything that belongs to you." He Tianhu quietly listened to Uncle Kai's words. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "All right, then we'll listen to Uncle Kai. We'll cooperate with them. The Saber Guard army's fighting strength is truly extraordinary. With their strength, it wouldn't be impossible for them to grow stronger in a short period of time. If their plan succeeds, then the Wolf Spirit country will certainly suffer heavy losses. When that time comes, then we might have a chance." Uncle Kai nodded and said, "That's right, young master. Right now, Crane Grass is in our stronghold. He's here to keep an eye on us. We all know about Crane Grass's strength. His identity is definitely not simple. Moreover, from his bearing, I'm afraid that he's from one of the great clans of the Saber Spirit country. Being on good terms with him will only bring us benefits." When He Tianhu heard Uncle Kai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Uncle Kai and said, "Uncle Kai said that Crane Grass's identity isn't simple? Could he be from one of the big families in the Saber Spirit Nation?" Uncle Kai nodded and said, "That should be the case. This person's bearing isn't ordinary. Moreover, his battle prowess is very strong. May I ask, young lord, have you seen a plant master with such a strong battle prowess? Although this person's fighting style is different, he reminds me of someone. That person's surname is Hu, and he is from the Saber Spirit Nation's Hu clan." The Hu clan isn't just a big clan in the Saber Spirit Nation. Their clan has a great influence in the world of plant masters, and the Hu clan's combat plant masters are very famous for their fighting strength. He Tianhu said solemnly, Uncle Kai, you think he's from the Hu clan? If he really is from the Hu clan, then what should we do? Uncle Kai said in a deep voice, you don't have to do anything. Just make friends with him. If you deliberately make friends with him, it won't be good. For a disciple of such a large family, they are very guarded against others. He Tianhu nodded. He looked at the time and said in a deep voice, how about this, Uncle Kai? Why don't you prepare some food and invite Crane Grass over for a meal? Uncle Kai nodded and said, all right, I'll go now. Young master can rest assured. Then he turned around and left. He Tianhu turned his head to Barter and said, Barter, go and take a look at what Crane Grass is doing. But don't monitor him too much. I just want to know what he's been doing. Barter nodded and then turned around to leave. At this time, He Tianhu had no one he could use. The only person he could use was Uncle Kai, the only person he could use was Barter, and the only person he could use was the Black Tiger Army. However, there were only less than 50 people from the Black Tiger Army around him. This number was too few. Otherwise, he wouldn't have occupied such a small stronghold. Before long, Barter returned to the room and bowed to He Tianhu, young master, Crane Grass has been resting in his room. His servant boiled some water and made him a pot of tea. I didn't see Crane Grass come out of his room. His fat servant is currently wandering around the stronghold. Young master, should we stop him? He Tianhu shook his head and said, no, don't worry about him. Let him go. Barter nodded and then went to arrange things. He Tianhu sat there and closed his eyes. Then he let out a long breath. To be honest, today's battle had a huge impact on him. He had never seen a person who could be this strong. If someone told him before that a person could take down a stronghold, he would have thought that the person was dreaming. But now, he believed it because the facts were in front of him. Moreover, He Tianhu had a feeling that Zhao Hai didn't use his full strength. Perhaps in other people's eyes, Zhao Hai was able to take down a stronghold by himself. However, He Tianhu had a feeling that Zhao Hai wasn't using his full strength. As for why he had this feeling, he didn't know. After more than an hour, Uncle Kai came to He Tianhu's room. He Tianhu was still sitting in the room with his eyes closed. He seemed to be asleep, but his mind didn't stop for a moment. He wanted to think about this matter from beginning to end and understand everything clearly. Uncle Kai looked at He Tianhu and said, young master, the food has been prepared. The main dish is roast lamb. Do you need anything else? He Tianhu shook his head and said, no need, let's just have roast lamb. Roast lamb might be ordinary for us, but for people who live in the Saber Spirit Nation, it's not something that's commonly seen. Go and invite Crane Grass to eat. Uncle Kai nodded and then turned around to leave. He Tianhu also stood up and walked towards the dining hall. Before long, He Tianhu arrived at the dining hall. Sure enough, the dining hall was already prepared. A roast lamb was placed on the table. Besides the roast lamb, there were also some vegetables. There was nothing else. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the dining hall. Fat Cat didn't follow, Zhao Hai didn't want it to. When Zhao Hai entered the dining hall, He Tianhu immediately stood up and gave Zhao Hai a salute. Then he laughed and said, Crane Grass, my brother, welcome. Please take a seat and have a taste of the roast lamb that I prepared for you. Zhao Hai also quickly gave a salute to He Tianhu and said, many thanks to Fort Lord. I haven't eaten roast lamb in a long time. Many thanks to Fort Lord. He Tianhu laughed and said, you and I are brothers, there's no need to be so polite. Please take a seat. Uncle Kai, bring the wine. Brother, please have a taste of our fermented horse milk wine. At this time, Uncle Kai took out a leather bag and poured 2 cups of milk wine into Zhao Hai and He Tianhu's cups. The milk wine looked turbid and didn't smell very good. However, Zhao Hai knew that this was fermented using the most primitive method. Moreover, it wasn't distilled. It could be considered a good thing, but ordinary people weren't used to it. After the wine was served, Uncle Kai retreated to the side. Zhao Hai looked at Uncle Kai, then he turned to He Tianhu and said, "Fort Lord, let this old man eat with us. To be honest, if someone were to watch me eat, I wouldn't be able to eat." He Tianhu looked at Uncle Kai and smiled, "Since brother said so, then why don't we let Uncle Kai eat? How about we leave this place to the two of us?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Alright, then I'll have to trouble Uncle Kai." Uncle Kai hastily said that he wouldn't dare. Then he gave a salute to the two of them before he turned around and left. After Uncle Kai left, He Tianhu picked up his cup and raised it to Zhao Hai and said, "I don't know if brother would be able to get used to these things. However, there's no other way. After all, there aren't many good things in the Great Desert. I hope brother can forgive me." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Fort Master is too polite, this is already very good. I rarely get to eat a whole roasted lamb with such an original flavor. I also rarely get to drink horse milk wine that was brewed using such a primitive method. Although I can still drink some horse milk wine in the Blade Spirit country, it was specially brewed and lost its original flavor. Although it may taste better, I still like this original flavor." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're right, Fort Master." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're right." When He Tianhu heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he laughed and said, "I didn't think that brother would be able to recognize good things. Good, very good. Come, cheers." Then he clinked his cup with Zhao Hai and drank the wine in one gulp. To be honest, without too much processing, the taste wasn't very good. But once you got used to the taste, you would feel a mixture of milk and wine. The taste was irresistible. But once you got used to it, you would feel that it was a mixture of milk and wine, making you unable to stop yourself from the taste. After Zhao Hai drank the wine, He Tianhu immediately pointed at the roasted lamb on the table and said, "Since brother has eaten roasted lamb before, I won't let you have it. How about you do it yourself?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't refuse. He picked up the knife on the table and cut a piece of lamb for himself. Then he placed the lamb on his plate and cut another piece of lamb. He dipped it in some salt and ate it. Seeing Zhao Hai eat like this, He Tianhu's eyes couldn't help but light up. He now understood that Zhao Hai had eaten the most authentic prairie roasted lamb before. He also drank the most authentic horse milk. This was because the prairie roasted lamb was exactly the way he ate it. He didn't use any other spices, only salt was needed. Zhao Hai ate a mouthful of lamb and nodded, "It's really worthy of being a goat from the desert. The taste is even better than a real prairie goat. It's a pity that some of it is overcooked. Moreover, eating it like this makes the lamb become colder and colder. If I hadn't eaten roasted lamb before, I wouldn't have been able to stand the smell. But it's very fragrant, very fragrant. Ha ha ha, brother, you weren't a prairie person before, right? You should know that no matter if it's the Saber Spirit Nation or the Sword Spirit Nation, nobody would be able to get used to this taste. How did you get used to it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I like this taste. I've also eaten a real whole roasted lamb before. Haha, the taste is very good. Come, let's drink." He Tianhu also laughed as he raised his glass and drank with Zhao Hai. Then the two drank one cup after another. One mouthful of wine, one mouthful of meat. Just like what He Tianhu said, the people of the Saber Spirit Nation wouldn't be able to get used to it. They would think that the taste was too strong. However, this taste was very good for Zhao Hai. It also made him recall a lot of memories. In the end, the two didn't know how much wine they drank. Unknowingly, He Tianhu drank too much. He told Zhao Hai about his life and experiences. In the end, he burst into tears and became completely drunk. Although Zhao Hai was also drunk, it wasn't as serious as He Tianhu. However, he couldn't show it. He pretended to be drunk and fell asleep on the table. After the two were drunk, Uncle Kai entered the room and had someone help the two back to their room. Then he immediately prepared a bowl of hangover soup for He Tianhu. After He Tianhu drank a large bowl of hangover soup, He Tianhu slowly sobered up. He Tianhu's strength wasn't weak. When he sobered up, he immediately understood what happened. He couldn't help but pat his face as he let out a long breath and said, "I didn't think that I would drink so much this time. Haha, this crane grass is really good at drinking." Zhao Hai wanted to get information from He Tianhu. Naturally, he also wanted to talk about himself. He didn't think that there was anything wrong with his identity. Moreover, he specifically mentioned the Saber Spirit Nation in front of He Tianhu. However, He Tianhu didn't seem surprised. Therefore, Zhao Hai knew that He Tianhu already knew about his identity. Therefore, he directly told He Tianhu that he was from the Hu clan. However, he was only a disciple of the Hu clan. Moreover, his surname wasn't Hu. However, he didn't say that he was a foster relative of the Hu clan. Uncle Kai looked at He Tianhu and said, "Young lord, did you ask? Who is this crane grass? Is he a member of the Hu clan?" He Tianhu nodded and said, "Crane grass is indeed a member of the Hu clan. However, he is a disciple of the Hu clan. His surname is Tian, his real name is Crane grass. Because of his talent when he was young, he was accepted as a disciple of the Hu clan. Now that he has gone through the Hu clan's rite of passage, he became an official disciple and entered the Saber Guard army to train." When he heard He Tianhu, Uncle Kai wasn't disappointed at all. He nodded and said, "That's right. A great clan like the Hu clan wouldn't easily let their disciples enter a dangerous place like the Saber Guard army. Since he is an official disciple of the Hu clan, he can speak with the Hu clan. Being on good terms with them would be good for us. What does the young lord think about this crane grass?" He Tianhu was now completely sober. He nodded and said, "Good, very good. I suspect that he went to the prairie because he didn't have any disgust when eating roasted lamb. He also didn't have any discomfort when drinking horse milk. But to be honest, with his special physique, if he really went to the prairie, then it would be impossible for us to not have heard of him. However, I really haven't heard of him. This is what makes me feel strange." Uncle Kai nodded and said, "Plant masters have to go everywhere to train. It's not strange for him to go to the prairie. Young lord, it's important to be on good terms with this person." He Tianhu was puzzled as he looked at Uncle Kai and said, "Uncle Kai, I don't understand. Why do you want me to be friends with crane grass? Is there a reason?" Uncle Kai looked at He Tianhu and said, "Young lord, who do you think is the greatest enemy of the prairie?" He Tianhu stared, then he frowned and said, "The greatest enemy of the prairie? That's hard to say. Any country can become the greatest enemy of the prairie." Uncle Kai shook his head and said, "No, no country can become the greatest enemy of the prairie. The special environment of the prairie allows the tribes to form a natural barrier. The tribes rarely suffer a fatal blow. Countries like the Saber Spirit Nation and the Sword Spirit Nation can defeat the tribes of the prairie, but they can't stay in the prairie forever. Sooner or later, they will return to their homes. At that time, the prairie will still belong to the prairie, so they can't be considered as the greatest enemy of the prairie. The prairie's greatest enemy is only one kind of people, and that is the plant masters." When He Tianhu heard Uncle Kai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he asked, "Plant masters? You're saying that the prairie's greatest enemy is the plant masters? That's impossible. The prairie also has its own plant masters. How can the prairie's greatest enemy be the plant masters?" Uncle Kai said, "Young lord, although the prairie has a lot of plant masters, compared to the size of the prairie, there are too few of them. Moreover, young lord, you forgot that plant masters can not only make the plants live better, they can also make the plants die faster." Boom! Uncle Kai's words were like a clap of thunder that exploded in He Tianhu's head. He finally understood why Uncle Kai said that the plant masters were the prairie's greatest enemy. It was because they can control the life and death of plants. What was the most important thing in the prairie? Maybe some people would say that it was sheep, some would say that it was horses, and some would say that it was cavalry. But in fact, everyone was wrong. In the prairie, there was only one thing that was important, and that was the most inconspicuous thing in the prairie, grass that could be seen everywhere. The prairie, without grass, could it still be called a prairie? A prairie without grass was a desert. Think about it, if one day, all the grass on the prairie died, then what would be left? Nothing would be left. If one day, a large number of plant masters really entered the prairie and turned the prairie's lush grass into dead grass, turning the prairie into a desert, what would happen to the people of the prairie? There was only one answer. They would either starve to death, die in battle, or become a citizen of another country. The grassland would disappear, the wolf soul country would disappear, and everything would disappear. Uncle Kai, Uncle Kai, Uncle Kai. And Uncle Kai, Plant Master STSSSS, S2TS2. Uncle Kai said in a deep voice, we'll have to wait and see. If someone really can't even protect their own life, do you think they would still be afraid of the punishment from the Plant Master Association? When a person is in a life and death situation, they will become very crazy. They don't care if others will punish them or not, they just want to drag others to die with them. If that day really comes, then what should we do? So, young master, befriending Crane Field is equivalent to befriending the Hu family. Befriending the Hu family is equivalent to befriending a large number of plant masters. They will become a powerful fighting force. And if someone really wants to use the I've mentioned to deal with you, with so many plant masters helping you, the worst situation won't happen. So, young master, you must befriend Crane Field and treat him as a brother. This will only be good for you, young master. Alright, I will definitely befriend Crane Field, definitely. He Tianhu said with a solemn face. Obviously, he was really scared. He was frightened by Uncle Kai's. In fact, it wasn't just He Tianhu, even Barter, who heard his, turned pale. This man who wasn't afraid of death was also scared. At this time, Zhao Hai was lying on his bed, sleeping soundly. But because his body was too tall, the bed wasn't long enough. Although Fat Cat saw this and was anxious, he couldn't do anything about it. This time, Zhao Hai slept soundly. He believed that He Tianhu wouldn't do anything to him. This was because He Tianhu knew their identity and didn't show any disgust. He even surrendered to Captain Feng. In other words, He Tianhu didn't care about their identity as the Saber Guard army. He might have even reached an agreement with Captain Feng. So, Zhao Hai would be safer here. In addition, Zhao Hai also found out about He Tianhu's identity today. After knowing He Tianhu's identity, Zhao Hai was even more relieved. He Tianhu definitely wouldn't do anything to him. This was because He Tianhu and them had a common enemy, the Wolf Spirit Nation. He Tianhu wanted to take back everything he had. It would be best if the Wolf Spirit Nation changed its ruler. Even if it didn't change its ruler, the current Golden Wolf tribe wouldn't be able to deal with him. Therefore, He Tianhu and Zhao Hai had a common goal. In this case, not only would He Tianhu not deal with them, he would also befriend them and cooperate with them. Because of this, Zhao Hai felt very relaxed and slept very soundly. The next morning, Zhao Hai came out of his room feeling refreshed. He saw Fat Cat instructing a few people to move a longer and coarser wooden bed to his room. Zhao Hai looked at the wooden bed and knew what Fat Cat wanted to do. He didn't say anything, he just smiled faintly and said, "Good, go change it." When Fat Cat heard Zhao Hai, it immediately became spirited. It immediately directed a few people to move the bed from Zhao Hai's room and change it to the new one. Just as they changed the bed, they saw He Tianhu leading Barter and Uncle Kai over. It must be said that the area of the Black Tiger camp wasn't smaller than the Sand Tiger camp, it might even be bigger. However, because this place was in the mountains, there was less land available for farming. Therefore, although the environment looked good, the people of the Sand Tiger camp didn't occupy this place. However, there were a lot of houses here. Moreover, Zhao Hai's status wasn't ordinary. Therefore, he was given a relatively quiet house with better conditions. He Tianhu's house was quite a distance away from Zhao Hai's house. Therefore, when He Tianhu woke up in the morning and wanted to see Zhao Hai, he had to walk some distance to Zhao Hai's house. When Zhao Hai saw He Tianhu, he immediately greeted him and said, "Village Lord, why are you here so early?" He Tianhu waved his hand and said, "Brother Cranegrass, you're too polite. Why are you calling me Village Lord? If you think highly of me, then you can just call me Brother Tiger." When Zhao Hai heard He Tianhu, he didn't hold back as he smiled and said, "Brother Tiger, why are you here so early? Do you have something to tell this little brother?" He Tianhu smiled and said, "What can I do? It's getting late, so I came over to see if you've eaten. If you haven't, you can eat with me. After we finish eating, you can take a look at the injured brothers in the stronghold." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, I just woke up and wanted to eat." When He Tianhu heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he followed Zhao Hai to his room. After eating breakfast, Zhao Hai and He Tianhu went to take a look at the injured people in the village. Zhao Hai had already treated them yesterday, so they shouldn't have any problems. However, Zhao Hai still came to take a look. After seeing that there were no problems, he felt relieved. He knew that they would be taking action in the near future, and this action couldn't be done without these people. Therefore, these people needed to get better as soon as possible. He Tianhu looked at Zhao Hai's skillful treatment and was surprised. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to treat injuries. Moreover, it seems like he was quite skilled. After looking at the injured, He Tianhu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Crane Grass, did you learn how to treat injuries before?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Brother Tiger is joking. I'm from the Hu clan. How could the Hu clan not know how to treat injuries? This is our basic skill. If I didn't know how to treat injuries, then the clan wouldn't have let me out." He Tianhu patted his head and said, "Look at me, I really forgot." "Alright, forget it. Brother, do you have anything else to do? If you don't have anything else to do, how about drinking with me?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Tiger, let's call it a day. This is also my first time coming to the desert. I want to study the plants here and see what's the difference between them and other plants. I won't be drinking with Brother Tiger today. Please forgive me, forgive me." When Black Sky Tiger heard this, not only was he not angry, he was actually very happy. He quickly said, "Good, brother, no wonder you're so young, but you've already finished your apprenticeship. With this strength, you can also finish your apprenticeship. Alright, I won't stop you. If you need anything, just tell me. Do you want me to send a few people to help you?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's no need. Brother Tiger, you're being too polite. You don't need to worry about me." When He Tianhu heard Zhao Hai, he nodded and didn't say anything. He just waved his hand towards Zhao Hai and then left. After He Tianhu left, Zhao Hai carried his suitcase and walked out of the village. While walking, he said to Fat Cat, "Where are the most trees on the mountain? Do you know?" Fat Cat has been by Zhao Hai's side. When he heard Zhao Hai's question, he quickly replied, "Young master, the place with the most trees in the village is at the back of the mountain. There is a spring there, and near the spring is the village's only source of water. Every day, there are people watching over it. Does young master want to go there? I'll lead the way for young master." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Forget it, there's no point in going there. Let's go down the mountain and take a look." "Let's go." Then Zhao Hai led Fat Cat out of the village. When they passed by the gate, Zhao Hai saw some people repairing the gate that he destroyed. When they saw him, their faces were filled with awe. Zhao Hai walked all the way down the mountain with Fat Cat following behind him. Although Fat Cat was fat, his physical strength was good. However, Zhao Hai could understand that in this place, it would be impossible for one's physical strength to be weak. Before long, the two arrived at the foot of the mountain. There were fewer plants here, but Zhao Hai also understood why there were fewer plants here. It was because there was no water. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, Zhao Hai didn't go anywhere else. Instead, he went to the side and carefully observed the weeds and the short shrubs. At the same time, Zhao Hai also began to communicate with the plants. Communicating with plants was very good, he could tell what was wrong with them. However, if you want to use these plants to improve other plants, then this method wasn't very suitable. This was because the plants themselves didn't know how to evolve, and what made them evolve. This was something that the plant master needed to observe. Fat Cat has been following Zhao Hai. He had been thinking about whether or not he could help Zhao Hai. However, he soon discovered that he couldn't help at all. Zhao Hai was observing the weeds and shrubs. However, in the eyes of Fat Cat, these things weren't interesting at all. He really didn't know what was going on. Zhao Hai didn't have time to care about what Fat Cat was thinking. He carefully observed the plants, and from time to time, he would observe the environment in which the plants grew. With his super strong ability to communicate with plants, he was naturally able to contact the plants very quickly. Then, he could carefully observe the plants. Time passed by little, Fat Cat was already sleeping on the side. However, Zhao Hai was still observing the plants. At this time, Zhao Hai's eyes suddenly turned sharp, he immediately raised his head. He looked around, then turned to look at Fat Cat, and said in a deep voice, "Fat Cat, wake up." Fat Cat's body shook as he woke up. He looked at Zhao Hai and quickly said, "Young master, what are your orders?" Zhao Hai looked around and said, "Let's go back." Fat Cat nodded. At the same time, he looked at the sky and found that it was almost noon. He couldn't help but admire Zhao Hai. Just observing the weeds and bushes for such a long time wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Zhao Hai turned around and led Fat Cat into the village. But what puzzled Fat Cat was that Zhao Hai walked very fast, even faster than when they were descending the mountain. Sometimes, Fat Cat had to run to keep up with him. Not long after, Zhao Hai returned to the stronghold. As soon as he arrived at the entrance, he saw Uncle Kai walking out of the stronghold. Upon seeing him, Uncle Kai immediately greeted him and bowed, "Young Master Cranegrass, the young lord is waiting for you. Please follow me." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Just in time, I also have something to look for Brother Tiger." Then he followed Uncle Kai to He Tianhu's room. Before long, the two arrived at He Tianhu's room. He Tianhu was sitting in the living room waiting for Zhao Hai. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, He Tianhu quickly smiled and said, "Brother Cranegrass, I was just about to send Uncle Kai to look for you. Come, it's already noon, let's go eat." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Brother Tiger, now isn't the time to eat. We've been surrounded." When He Tianhu heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "What happened? Brother, what did you find?" Zhao Hai replied, "Brother Tiger, when I was observing the plants at the foot of the mountain, they suddenly told me that a group of black-clothed people is slowly approaching us. There are about 500 of them, and they aren't weak. I also used my plant's eye to observe them. These black-clothed people are coming from the surrounding mountains, but they haven't reached the foot of the mountain yet. These people are all wearing black clothes, their faces are covered, and they carry bows, arrows, and scimitars on their backs. But their bows are a bit strange, they seem to be longer and narrower than your scimitars." When He Tianhu heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. He fiercely turned around and ran into the house. Before long, he came out with a scimitar. This scimitar was very strange. The blade was about 1.2 meters long and had a large arc. However, the scimitar was black, it was very strange. He Tianhu took the scimitar and looked at Zhao Hai with a nervous expression. "Brother, did you see this kind of scimitar?" Zhao Hai looked at the scimitar and nodded, "Right, it's this kind of scimitar. Everyone has one." He Tianhu's expression became very ugly. He turned to Uncle Kai and said, "Uncle Kai, quickly gather the He Tianhu army. We need to prepare to face the enemy. Have the other people hide, they aren't a match for these people." Uncle Kai's expression also became very ugly. He immediately complied and turned around to leave. Zhao Hai looked at He Tianhu and said, "Brother Tiger, what's going on?" He Tianhu replied, "Brother, you know my identity. Do you see this scimitar? A lot of people in the prairie recognize this scimitar. This is the Golden Wolf tribe's Wolf Fang army. The Wolf Fang army is an assassination unit of the Golden Wolf tribe. They are very powerful, but they don't appear in the open. They are similar to your Saber Guard army, but they aren't the same. The Saber Guard army carries out all kinds of missions while the Wolf Fang army only carries out assassinations. I heard that a lot of great clans in the prairie have been assassinated by the Wolf Fang army." At this point, He Tianhu sighed, then he continued, "The Asri Wild Lion and Kohan colluded and took over the patriarch's position, becoming the virtuous prince of the left. But I'm still alive. As long as I'm alive, I'm still a threat to them. So I thought that they would send people to kill me. But I didn't think that they would send the Wolf Fang army. Moreover, they sent so many of them. They really think highly of me." When Zhao Hai heard He Tianhu, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he turned to Fat Cat and said, "Fat Cat, find a place to hide. Don't let anyone find you. Go." Fat Cat also knew that his strength was nothing in front of Zhao Hai. Therefore, he immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, young master, be careful." Then he turned around and left. He Tianhu turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, their target is me. It's better if you don't get involved. It won't do you any good." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm already involved. As long as I'm in the stronghold, they won't let me go. I might as well go all out. Brother Tiger, don't worry, they won't be able to do anything to me. After saying that, Zhao Hai placed his wooden box on the ground. Then he sat on a chair and poured himself a cup of tea. Then he slowly drank it. When He Tianhu saw Zhao Hai's appearance, he didn't know why he suddenly calmed down. He placed his black scimitar to the side and sat down. Then he poured himself a cup of tea and said, All right, brother. I'll remember your kindness. From now on, you're my brother. Zhao smiled faintly, then picked up the teacup and raised it to He Tianhu. Then he drank the tea in one gulp. He Tianhu looked at Zhao Hai's actions and laughed. Then he also drank all the tea in his cup. At this time, Barter came in. When he arrived at the living room, he stared blankly. He didn't think that the living room would be like this. He Tianhu looked at Barter and said, Barter, how are the preparations? Barter returned to his senses, then he gave He Tianhu a salute and said, Young lord, everything has been prepared. The people of the stronghold have already been moved to the cave. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to find them. He Tianhu nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Crane grass, remember brother's words. If you really can't do it, then kill your way out. I believe that with your strength, if you want to kill your way out, nobody would be able to stop you. Their target is me, so they shouldn't chase you too much. The stronghold's people have already entered a hidden cave, so they shouldn't be able to find them. After they leave, then he can lead the people to the Sand Tiger camp. If there's an opportunity in the future, then take revenge for me. If there's an opportunity, then I'll kill them. Zhao Hai looked at He Tianhu and laughed, All right, I'll listen to Brother Tiger. When He Tianhu heard Zhao Hai, he relaxed. At this time, Zhao Hai placed his teacup on the table and said, They're here. Brother Tiger, let's go out and welcome them. When He Tianhu heard Zhao Hai, he nodded. Then he grabbed the slender scimitar and followed Zhao Hai outside. When the two came out of the house, Zhao Hai saw more than 40 soldiers wearing black armor, carrying scimitars and holding longbows. They were standing outside He Tianhu's house. Their faces were very calm, as if they didn't know that a battle was about to happen. Zhao Hai looked at these people and unconsciously nodded. These people from the Black Tiger army were worthy of being called elites. With a glance, one could see that they were experienced soldiers. Such people were able to display their greatest strength on the battlefield. Today's battle wasn't suitable for them. Zhao Hai and He Tianhu didn't say anything. The two slowly walked forward and stood in front of the Black Tiger army. He Tianhu held his scimitar while Zhao Hai's hand moved. The bullhead drum appeared in his hand. When the bullhead drum appeared, Zhao Hai's aura changed. If he was a cultured and refined plant master before, then he was now an iron-blooded warrior. It was as if the bullhead drum was a signal. As long as he grasped the bullhead drum, he would transform. Zhao Hai's change attracted everyone's attention. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about them. Instead, he placed the bullhead drum on the ground. Then he went to a wooden house next to He Tianhu's house and kicked it open. Then he took out 2 bundles of wooden poles. These wooden poles weren't ordinary, they were the backup spear shafts of the village. In the Grand Desert, a lot of small fries used long spears. This was because long spears were the easiest to make. A wooden pole with an iron spearhead would make it a long spear. Naturally, this kind of long spear was also the easiest to break down. Because of this, no matter which village it was, they would prepare a lot of spear shafts for easy replacement. Zhao Hai placed the 2 bundles of spear shafts by his side. Then he took out a wooden stick and made a cut on the edge of the bullhead drum. The wooden stick was split into 2 with a sharp edge. Then Zhao Hai inserted the 2 sticks into the ground next to him. Then he took out another stick and did the same thing. Before long, his side was filled with slanted wooden sticks. He Tianhu and the others didn't appear, they just quietly watched as Zhao Hai did all of this. Zhao Hai didn't seem to be in a hurry, he didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. After he cut the last stick, he stood there with the 2 sticks in his hand and slowly closed his eyes. After 10 breaths, Zhao Hai suddenly opened his eyes. Then he moved his hands and the 2 sticks flew out. Then he didn't look at where the 2 sticks were going. Instead, he bent down and picked up 2 sticks. His hands were like the wind as he threw them out. At this time, 2 muffled groans were heard from the walls of the stronghold. Then Zhao Hai's hands moved again, one stick after another was thrown out. Before long, all the sticks in front of him were gone. At this time, a group of black-clothed people came in from all directions. However, when the black-clothed people came in, the number of people facing Zhao Hai was much smaller. At this time, Zhao Hai waved his hand and pulled out the bullhead drum from the ground. Then he shouted and rushed towards the black-clothed people. The He Tianhu also took out their scimitars and shouted, "Kill!" Then he also rushed forward. At this time, Zhao Hai was already fighting with the black-clothed people. These black-clothed people were actually all beast soul warriors. Moreover, they were all wolf soul warriors. They originally wanted to shoot arrows, but all of them were nailed to death by Zhao Hai's wooden sticks. The others didn't shoot arrows and just rushed over with their scimitars. The bullhead drum in Zhao Hai's hand flew up and down. All the black-clothed men who were hit by it were either dead or injured. No one was able to get close to him. As for He Tianhu and the others, none of them were mediocre. These people were the ones who protected He Tianhu from the millions of soldiers. Each and every one of them were elites among elites. How could they be mediocre? The black-clothed men didn't have an easy time. Moreover, He Tianhu's Black Tiger army had formed a battle formation, protecting He Tianhu in the middle. Even if He Tianhu wanted to fight, he wouldn't have a chance. Of course, none of them noticed that a black shadow would appear from time to time behind those men in black. Every time that black shadow appeared, it would take the life of a man in black. In the entire battlefield, besides the sounds of weapons clashing, the shouts of the Black Tiger army, and Zhao Hai's shouts, there were no other sounds. The black-clothed men didn't come out from the beginning to the end. This made Zhao Hai feel very strange. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about this. At this time, he could only reveal 2 types of weapons. One was the bullhead drum, and the other was the iron thread grass. Because of this, he could only do this for now. The number of black-clothed men decreased as the battle went on. The Black Tiger army also suffered casualties. However, the number of people who died at the hands of Zhao Hai was even more. More than 400 people entered the stronghold, but less than 300 of them were killed by Zhao Hai's wooden sticks. And in this period of time, more than 10 people died at the hands of Zhao Hai. Now, there were only less than 200 people left from the Wolf-Fang army. At this time, Zhao Hai had already killed all the people around him. Then he turned around and immediately rushed towards those people. All of the Wolf-Fang soldiers in front of him were swept away by his bullhead drum. At this time, Black Tiger army finally saw Zhao Hai's godlike performance yesterday. Yesterday, Zhao Hai relied on his own strength to break through their stronghold. Today, it was the same. Because of Zhao Hai's influence, the morale of the Black Tiger army was greatly boosted. Their attacks intensified, and the black-clothed men were forced to retreat. However, none of the black-clothed men retreated. They were still attacking with all their strength. They even used their moves to perish together with the enemy. After about an hour of battle, the Black Tiger army only had 12 people left. On the other hand, the Wolf-Fang army was completely wiped out. Everyone who could fight had been killed by Zhao Hai. At this time, the battle was officially over. Zhao Hai put away the bullhead drum and let out a long breath. He looked at Black Tiger and said, "Brother Tiger, let the brothers sweep the battlefield. If there are any survivors, let's give them a stab. People like these won't be able to say anything. I'll treat the brothers and see how many of them I can save." Black Tiger's expression was very ugly. Although he didn't suffer any injuries, the Black Tiger army that he valued the most were already dead. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai, then they would have all died. Black Tiger nodded, then he turned to Barter and said, "Barter, go and give them an arrow. Don't get close. Make sure that they're dead before you go." Barter was also injured, but he still complied and immediately arranged for people to shoot. At this time, Zhao Hai began to treat the wounds of the Black Tiger army. Originally, the Black Tiger army only had 47 people left. This time, 15 of them died in battle, 14 of them were lightly injured but still able to fight. As for the remaining 18, all of them were injured and lost their ability to fight. Some of them even had their hands chopped off. Zhao Hai didn't have the ability to help these people reconnect their hands. However, saving their lives wasn't a problem. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai finished treating the injuries of the 18 people. Of these 18 people, 7 of them would be permanently disabled while the remaining 11 would be fine. Although their injuries weren't light, with the help of Zhao Hai's natural energy, they would be able to recover quickly. At this time, Barter and the others finished shooting. Sure enough, there were still a few people who didn't die. However, they were all shot dead by Barter. Then Zhao Hai treated Barter and the others' injuries. Then he began to clean up the battlefield. The dead Wolf Fang soldiers were all carried outside. The equipment on their bodies were all taken away. Then Uncle Kai called out the people who were hiding in the village and had them bring the corpses down the mountain and find a place to bury them. When these people saw the corpses on the ground, their complexion changed. Although they were all bandits and had killed people before, they knew that the other party wasn't simple. Moreover, Zhao Hai only had 40 people, yet they were able to kill hundreds of people. Such a result was very amazing. When Fat Cat ran out, he immediately went to Zhao Hai's side. When he saw that Zhao Hai wasn't injured, he let out a long breath and said, "Young master, do you want to tell the boss about this matter?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Brother Tiger will tell him. You don't need to worry. Go and clean up the battlefield. Remember to bring 2 scimitars. You keep one for yourself and one for me. Also, bring me a bow." Fat Cat nodded and immediately went to clean up the battlefield. Before long, he picked out 2 scimitars as well as a bow and brought them to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai picked up the scimitars and nodded. Then he turned to He Tianhu and said, "Brother Tiger, I'll leave this place to you. I'll go and rest. I'll take these 2 scimitars and the bow." He Tianhu immediately said, "All right, brother, you go and rest. Leave this place to me." Zhao Hai nodded and turned around to leave. Fat Cat also quickly followed. As for the scimitars, He Tianhu didn't care about it. He was very clear that if it wasn't for Zhao Hai, then none of them would have survived. Not to mention that Zhao Hai only took 2 scimitars, even if he took all of them, he would still give them to Zhao Hai without hesitation. When Zhao returned to his room, he asked Fat Cat to fetch him some water. He carefully cleaned himself. Although he wasn't injured in the battle, his body was stained with a lot of blood, so he needed to clean himself up. Fat Cat fetched some water for Zhao Hai. After cleaning himself, Zhao Hai gave his clothes to Fat Cat to wash while he went back to his room to rest. Although Zhao Hai's strength was much stronger than others, his body wasn't his original body. After a long and fierce battle, he still felt tired and needed to rest. Naturally, this didn't mean that he couldn't continue fighting. If Zhao Hai were to continue fighting, then he would still be able to. This was because the natural energy in his body hadn't been exhausted. Naturally, he would be able to continue fighting. However, Zhao Hai also discovered that after arriving in the desert, his natural energy cultivation speed was much slower than before. This was something that couldn't be helped. In the past, when he was in the Saber Spirit country, he could exchange energy with the surrounding plants. This allowed his natural energy cultivation speed to increase a lot. However, there weren't many plants in the desert, so it was impossible for him to cultivate natural energy like before. However, it wasn't as if he couldn't cultivate his nature energy. His nature energy was still circulating within his body. Every time it circulated, he could still absorb new nature energy and cultivate. However, his cultivation speed was a lot slower than before. Zhao Hai slept until the next morning. When he woke up, Fat Cat had already prepared the water for him to wash his face. While Zhao Hai was washing his face, Fat Cat turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, the boss and the others have arrived. They are currently discussing matters with He Zhaozhu. Do you want to go and take a look?" Zhao Hai picked up a clean cloth and wiped his face. Then he nodded and said, "Since Captain Feng is here, then of course I'll go and take a look. Bring the water, let's go." Fat Cat nodded and brought the water. Then he followed Zhao Hai to He Tianhu's room. When they arrived outside of He Tianhu's room, Zhao Hai saw several people from the Black Tiger army. There were also several people from his team standing outside. When these people saw Zhao Hai, they immediately greeted him. Naturally, the people from his team were very enthusiastic. The people from the Black Tiger Army also gave a salute to Zhao Hai. A person from the Black Tiger Army opened his mouth and said, "Young Master Cranegrass, the young lord is waiting for you. When you arrive, please go in immediately." Zhao Hai nodded and greeted everyone. Then he directly entered He Tianhu's room. When he entered He Tianhu's room, he saw He Tianhu, Captain Feng, Lu Yuangong, Uncle Kai, as well as Barter. They were sitting in the living room and discussing something. When they saw Zhao Hai arrive, Captain Feng and He Tianhu immediately stood up. He Tianhu said, "Brother, you're finally awake? Are you hungry? I'll immediately have someone prepare something for you to eat. Take a seat, take a seat." Captain Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Not bad, you're not injured. Take a seat, we're discussing how to deal with Phoenix Village in the next few days. This time, the Golden Wolf tribe has sent people to attack Tianhu. Whether they succeed or not, I believe that they won't be able to send people to attack us in a short period of time. Their main focus will be on attacking our Saber Spirit country. We can use this time to quickly gather our strength. When we have enough strength, we'll immediately send our troops to the prairie." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "In about 3 days, the injured in the village will be fully recovered. When that time comes, we can send our troops. But Captain, do you think we should send people to investigate the situation of Phoenix Village? If we rashly send our troops, I'm afraid that we'll be in danger." Captain Feng nodded and said, "We should send people to investigate. I'll take care of this matter. You've experienced 2 battles in the past 2 days, you should rest well. The Phoenix Village isn't far from here. 3 days should be enough for us to gather a lot of information. When the time comes, we'll send our troops." Zhao Hai nodded, he didn't object. Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. Captain Feng and He Tianhu discussed the matter of sending troops again. Then Captain Feng sent people to investigate the situation of Phoenix Village. This time, Captain Feng sent a beast spirit warrior and an archer to inquire about the situation of Phoenix Village. With their cooperation, they should be able to find out about the situation of Phoenix Village. After the arrangements were made, the 2 men set off. Captain Feng and the others didn't stay for long. They immediately returned to Sand Tiger Stockade. They wanted to go back and transfer all the capable fighters from Sand Tiger Stockade to Black Tiger Stockade. Then, they would send troops to attack Phoenix Stockade. After all, Black Tiger Stockade was closer to Phoenix Stockade than Sand Tiger Stockade. In the next few days, Zhao Hai stayed in Black Tiger Village and treated the injured. If he didn't use his natural energy to treat them, then it would be impossible for them to recover in 3 days. On the 3rd day, when all of the injured people in Black Tiger Village had recovered, the 2 people who went to investigate the Phoenix Village also returned. However, the 2 of them were in a sorry state. Not only were they covered in dust, they also had injuries on their bodies. Upon seeing their injuries, Captain Feng stared, he looked at the 2 and said, "What happened? Were you discovered? How did you get injured?" The archer replied, "Captain, don't mention it. That Phoenix stronghold is really something. Their stronghold is built on a mountain, and the stronghold is very high. We can't see the inside of the stronghold from afar. Later on, Snake 2 let a snake in. We didn't expect that there would be a very powerful soul beast on the mountain. He immediately killed the snake that Snake 2 released and then began to search the surrounding area. In the end, we were discovered. If it weren't for the 2 of us running away, we would have been captured." When He Tianhu heard the archer's words, he immediately asked, "Did they follow you?" The archer shook his head and said, "No, they definitely didn't. Captain, you can rest assured." Just as he said that, Zhao Hai's expression changed. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "All right, don't talk about it anymore. You've been targeted. Look at the sky." When the archer heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he quickly looked up and saw a small black dot in the sky. However, this black dot wasn't an eagle, it was a very common bird. Zhao Hai pointed at the black dot and said, "That's the other party's scout beast. In this world, it's not only eagles that can be used as scout beasts. They've followed you all the way to the foot of the mountain. Captain, you should get ready." Captain Feng nodded and said, "All right, get ready. We'll move at any time." Everyone nodded and immediately went to prepare. The archer's expression was very ugly. He didn't think that even though he was very careful, he would still be followed. Zhao Hai looked at him and smiled faintly. Don't worry too much about it. There are a lot of strange people in this world. The ones you've met are definitely different from the other soul beasts. Get ready, we're going to deal with them. Now that they've delivered themselves to our door, we've saved ourselves a lot of trouble. They're going on an expedition this time, while we're waiting for them to tire themselves out. Haha, this is the perfect time to deal with them. When the archer heard Zhao Hai, he took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Crane Grass, thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid that we wouldn't have known about them until they arrived at our door. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Don't be polite, let's go. The archer nodded and followed Zhao Hai forward. At this time, Zhao Hai discovered that a lot of people were jumping up the wall. He was stunned for a moment, then he quickly said to Captain Feng, Captain, let everyone come down. We're going down the mountain, don't go up the wall. When Captain Feng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Crane Grass, what did you say? Not going up the wall? Are we going to fight them head-on? Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, Captain, our goal is to subdue them, not eliminate them. If we go up the wall, we can use the advantage of the wall to cause great damage to them. But what are the consequences of that? Even if we do defeat them, it will be a great loss for them. We won't be able to replenish our manpower. Furthermore, we were originally planning to attack Phoenix Stronghold. Now that they have come out of the stronghold, isn't that just perfect? We can subdue them in one battle, then we can use them for our own purposes. When Captain Feng heard Zhao Hai, he stared for a moment. Then he immediately reacted, he nodded and said, Right. Everyone, come down from the wall. We're going to attack. When the people who ran up the wall heard Captain Feng, they were also stunned. Then they all ran down. However, some of them were reluctant. He Tianhu and the others didn't have any complaints, they stood behind Zhao Hai. Before long, everyone came down from the wall. Captain Feng had Lu Yuangong and the others lead the troops. After a while, Captain Feng turned to Zhao Hai and said, Crane Grass, what are they doing? Zhao Hai replied, They're also a group. Moreover, they're observing the stronghold. It seems like they want to attack. Captain, let's go out now. Captain Feng nodded and said, All right, let's go. Then he waved his hand. Two people immediately ran over and opened the gate of the stronghold. Then Captain Feng led everyone down the mountain. At this time, at the foot of the Black Tiger Mountain, there was a group of about 700 to 800 people. The leader of the group was a woman. Her age couldn't be seen. She was wearing a fiery red warrior uniform. Her face was covered by a red veil, making it impossible to see what she looked like. On top of her head was a beast soul. This beast soul was very strange, it looked like a phoenix. The color of the beast soul was bright red, it was very beautiful. At this time, the woman was talking to a boy standing next to her. He looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. The boy looked very thin and weak. The beast soul on his head was also a beast soul. However, his beast soul was a tiger, a white tiger. This tiger looked charmingly naive, it didn't seem to be dangerous at all. While the two were discussing how to attack, the gate of the stronghold suddenly opened. A group of people came out of the stronghold. Upon seeing this, the woman and the boy stared blankly. The two looked at each other and felt that it was very strange. The other party actually came out of the stronghold. Were they stupid? At this time, Captain Feng led the people down. The woman in red turned to the boy next to her and said, Little brother, tell everyone to be careful. Since the other party dared to come, then they must have something up their sleeves. Let's see what they want to do. The boy nodded and immediately gave the order for the people behind him to get ready. The people behind him seemed to be very obedient to the boy. They immediately got into formation. Then, they slowly retreated, leaving an empty space for Captain Feng and the others. After Captain Feng led the people down the mountain, the woman in red began to look at them. These people's gazes were inevitably attracted to Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai's height was too prominent. It was hard not to be attracted. Captain Feng and the others were also looking at the woman in red. After carefully looking at the woman in red, Captain Feng couldn't help but frown. To be honest, he couldn't see through the depth of the woman in red. It seems like this woman wasn't simple. At this time, the woman in red suddenly said, "Is the other party the leader of Black Tiger Mountain? May I ask why you sent people to spy on my Phoenix stronghold?" Captain Feng looked at the woman in red, then he smiled faintly and said, "It's not spying, it's just reconnaissance. There's no other purpose. I just want the Phoenix stronghold to merge with my Sand Tiger stronghold, just like the Black Tiger stronghold." When the woman in red heard Captain Feng, she couldn't help but be surprised. She didn't think that Captain Feng would be so direct. She looked at Captain Feng and said, "You want our Phoenix stronghold to merge with the Sand Tiger stronghold? On what basis?" Captain Feng smiled faintly and said, "On the basis that we're stronger than you. Do you know why we didn't stay in the stronghold and instead came down to meet you? It's because we don't want to hurt too many of your people. If that's the case, then there's no point in subduing you. How about this, we don't want to make a big fuss with you. You can state your conditions and we'll accept them." The woman in red looked at Captain Feng as if she was looking at an idiot. She had never seen such a bandit before. Who would be a bandit like this? This was too unconventional. Captain Feng looked at the woman in red, clearly waiting for her reply. The woman in red looked at Captain Feng, she wanted to know if he was joking or not. But looking at Captain Feng's expression, she didn't seem to be joking at all. The woman in red's eyes couldn't help but sharpen as she shouted, "What a madman, you actually want to subdue my Phoenix stronghold. Do you think that I, Fire Phoenix stronghold, am a vegetarian? Alright, if one of you can defeat me, then my Phoenix stronghold will agree to merge with the Sand Tiger stronghold." When Captain Feng heard the red-cloaked woman, he was stunned. He looked at the red-cloaked woman in confusion and said, "Fire Phoenix, is what you said true? Ha ha ha, isn't this too simple?" Fire Phoenix coldly looked at Captain Feng and said, "Although I, Fire Phoenix, am a woman, I still know the principle of keeping my word. As long as one of you can defeat me, then my Phoenix stronghold will merge with the Sand Tiger stronghold from today onwards. You will be our leader." Captain Feng laughed and said, "Alright, it's a deal. That's for the best, it won't hurt our friendship." Fire Phoenix looked at Captain Feng and said, "Wait, what if none of you can defeat me?" Captain Feng said, "Then our Sand Tiger stronghold and Black Tiger stronghold will merge with your Phoenix stronghold from today onwards. You will be our leader." Fire Phoenix nodded and said, "Alright, I'll keep my word. You can send someone." Captain Feng turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai was about to step forward, Lu Yuangong stepped forward and said, "Captain, let me fight this round. Crane Grass has been working hard these past few days." Captain Feng thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, "Alright, you go. Be careful, I know that this woman isn't simple." Lu Yuangong nodded, then he waved his hand as a long saber appeared in his hand. Then he walked out. Fire Phoenix also took a few steps forward and looked at Lu Yuangong. Then she sneered and said, "Someone else, you're not my opponent." When Lu Yuangong heard Fire Phoenix, he also sneered and said, "If you defeat me, then someone else will come and take care of you. If I can't even defeat you, then don't brag." Fire Phoenix looked at Lu Yuangong and sneered, "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'll let you make 3 moves. Make your move." After he said that, he stood there motionless, but this made Lu Yuangong choke with anger. He really didn't think that he, an elite of the Saber Guard army, would be despised by a bandit. How could he swallow this anger? Lu Yuangong roared, the long saber in his hand shined brightly. Then a saber chi flew out and slashed towards Fire Phoenix. When Fire Phoenix saw Lu Yuangong's saber chi, her eyes flashed with a sneer. Then she stretched out her hand and grabbed the saber chi. Then she exerted her strength, causing the saber chi to disappear. Fire Phoenix's method made Lu Yuangong and Captain Feng's expression change. One must know that saber chi and sword chi were the strongest attacks of a soul soldier. Even the weakest saber chi and sword chi would have an astonishing lethality. This was especially true for their penetrative power. They had never seen someone who could catch a saber chi with their bare hands. Not to mention seeing it, they had never even heard of it. Lu Yuangong looked at Fire Phoenix with a dignified expression. He didn't think that Fire Phoenix would be this strong. Lu Yuangong knew that he wasn't Fire Phoenix's opponent, but the Saber Guard didn't have the habit of retreating. Just as Lu Yuangong was about to launch his second attack, Captain Feng said, "Alright, Yuangong, come back. You're not her opponent." When Lu Yuangong heard Captain Feng, he didn't try to be brave. Instead, he put away his saber and cupped his fist towards Fire Phoenix and said, "Fire Stockade's method is good. I admire it." Then he retreated. Fire Phoenix had not expected Lu Yuangong to back down so easily. In her eyes, men were all prideful, and even if they knew they were going to lose, they would not back down. But now, he had actually backed down, and that was beyond her expectations. Captain Feng looked at Fire Phoenix and said, "Stockade leader, you are indeed a good fighter, and I am impressed. How about this, I will send out another person, and if he loses, then it will be our loss. Crane Grass, it's all up to you." Captain Feng had already thought it through, none of them were a match for Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai really lost to Fire Phoenix, then they would really lose. When Zhao Hai heard Captain Feng's words, he nodded. With a wave of his hand, the bullhead drum appeared in his hand. He then took a few steps forward, standing in front of Fire Phoenix. He cupped his fist and said, "Crane Grass, please teach me, Stockade leader." Fire Phoenix could feel the pressure coming from Zhao Hai. It was not because of Zhao Hai's height, but because of Zhao Hai's aura. Zhao Hai's aura was just too shocking. Just by standing there, he gave off the feeling of a mountain, as if nothing could touch him. Just this aura alone was enough to make many people unable to unleash their full strength in front of Zhao Hai. Fire Phoenix also kept her arrogance, cupping her fist and saying to Zhao Hai, "Fire Phoenix, please teach me." As soon as she said that, a fiery light burst out from Fire Phoenix's body. This fiery light was like a flame, surrounding Fire Phoenix. Suddenly, a phoenix cry rang out, and everyone saw that on Fire Phoenix's body, there was actually a phoenix image formed from flames. This phoenix looked extremely real, as if it was a phoenix from the 9 heavens, looking down at everyone. Seeing the phoenix, everyone's faces changed, and Leader Feng exclaimed in shock, "Beast Aura Consolidated Equipment. He's actually a consolidated equipment master." It was no wonder that Captain Feng and the other captains were amazed. It was the dream of many professionals to form their battle chi. In the first 9 levels, the division of professionals was not that clear. Take Zhao Hai as an instance. Although he was a 1-star plant master, his battle force was definitely greater than that of a 1-star plant master. Even a 9-star plant master might not be his match. To become a 9-star plant master, not only did one need to have sufficient abilities, but one also needed to have sufficient time to become a plant master. Moreover, one also needed to have sufficient contributions to the Plant Master Association. The levels of other professions were more or less the same, because under normal circumstances, the longer you cultivated, the more energy you accumulated, and the higher your level. Many people thought that level 9 was the highest level a professional could reach. However, that was not the case. Above level 9, there were 3 more levels. The strength of these 3 levels was much higher than level 9. These 3 levels were the Consolidating Equipment level, the Sky Dancing level, and the Breaking River level. The Consolidated Equipment level was divided into 3 levels. The first level was Virtual Form, the second level was Half Form, and the third level was Manifestation. The Sky Dance level was also divided into 3 levels. The first level was 10 Dance, the second level was 1000 Dance, and the third level was Sky Dance. The Broken River level was also divided into 3 levels. The first level was Mountain Break, the second level was Broken River, and the third level was Broken Sea. The Consolidated Equipment level's Virtual Form level was to form a virtual image of one's own spirit outside one's body, just like the Fire Phoenix. This could greatly increase one's battle strength, and at the same time, increase one's beast power recovery speed, and increase one's attack power by several times. It could be said that as long as one reached the Virtual Form level, one could basically kill a level 9 expert in a second. The second level, Half Form, was even more incredible. In this situation, the Fire Phoenix could transform one part of her body into a phoenix's appearance. For example, her hand could become a phoenix's claw. This wasn't a virtual form, but a real phoenix's claw. The attack power of this transformed phoenix's claw was incomparably strong, and was several times or even dozens of times stronger than the virtual form level. As for the third stage of metamorphosis, it allows you to completely transform into your soul for a certain period of time. For example, the fire phoenix's soul was a large bird that looked like a phoenix. Once she reaches the metamorphosis stage, she would be able to transform herself into a large bird for a certain period of time. This way, her battle prowess would increase by a step. At that time, if the fire phoenix were to encounter someone like Lu Yuangong, then she would be able to exterminate him with a single breath. As for the sky dance level, it was actually quite easy to explain. It meant that one could fly in the skies. As for the 10 dance and 1000 dance, these two levels were mainly about how far one could fly in the skies. For the 10 dance level, that was to say, one could only fly for 10 li, and for the 1000 dance level, that was to say, one could definitely fly for 1000 li. The sky dance level was even more incredible, that was to say, one could fly continuously in the skies, up to 10,000 li, or even tens of thousands of li. Of course, this level didn't simply mean that one could fly. It would allow one to reach the battle prowess of the transformation level even before the transformation level. Even after reaching the transformation level, one's battle prowess would be even more powerful than the transformation level. As for the Broken River level, that was even more amazing. The first level was Broken Mountain, that was to say, one could break a mountain in half with a single blow. How strong was this person? The second level was Broken River, that seemed to be somewhat unreasonable. You could break a mountain, but you couldn't break a river? But don't forget, the river was flowing. Using a sword to break the river was even more difficult to break. Therefore, this Broken River level was much more difficult to break than Broken Mountain level. After reaching the Broken River level, an expert could cut a river in half with a single blow. After that, the river wouldn't be able to flow through the place where the river was cut. Even if there was a river in front, the river wouldn't be able to flow through and could only change its course. This was the Broken River level. As for the last level, the Broken Sea level, it was even more powerful. It was said that such an expert could break the sea with a single blow. Moreover, the place he attacked would be difficult to be filled with seawater for 10,000 years. Of course, this was just a legend. As far as the soul world was concerned, a Broken River level expert had never been seen before, let alone a Broken Sea level expert. Out of 100,000 professions, 99,999 of them were in the lower 9 levels. Only one could reach the upper 3 levels, which were the Consolidated Equipment level, Sky Dance level, and Broken River level. It could be said that in the entire Blade Spirit Nation, there weren't many who could reach the Sky Dance level. Even the Consolidated Equipment level people weren't many in the Blade Spirit Nation. Those people were all overlords. Captain Feng and the others didn't expect that they would actually meet a Consolidated Equipment level expert here. In a bandit's nest, there was actually a Consolidated Equipment level expert. Most importantly, this person wasn't even from the biggest bandit's nest. Zhao Hai also clearly felt the terror of the fire phoenix. His expression changed. Then, under everyone's surprised gaze, Zhao Hai's body grew bigger in an instant. Moreover, a set of heavy bullhead armor appeared on his body. Following that, a leaf-shaped energy shield appeared outside his body. When they saw the leaf-shaped energy shield, Captain Feng and the others didn't do anything. However, they heard the 4 plant masters exclaim, "Plant protection?" It's actually the plant protection. When they heard the few people's words, Captain Feng and the others regained their senses. They finally understood what the energy shield on Zhao Hai's body was. It was actually the dream of all plant masters. However, until now, not many people on the mainland had been able to obtain the plant protection. As for where the armor on Zhao Hai's body came from, they didn't care anymore. They thought that it was Zhao Hai's special ability. Even the 4 plant masters didn't know what Zhao Hai's armor was. After the armor appeared on Zhao Hai's body, he let out a roar. Then everyone saw that his body grew bigger. Then Zhao Hai raised the bullhead drum with both hands as he roared and attacked the fire phoenix. Captain Feng and the others were standing on Zhao Hai's body. They couldn't see how big of a change Zhao Hai had. However, the fire phoenix could see that Zhao Hai really had a big change. First of all, his temperament had completely changed. he had become more powerful. Then there was his skin. The fire phoenix noticed that Zhao Hai's skin had completely changed. A layer of blood-red hair appeared on his skin. His entire person looked like a blood-red gorilla. But after taking a closer look, the fire phoenix understood that Zhao Hai's body didn't really grow hair. Instead, it was tattooed on his body. Moreover, it was a hidden blood tattoo. Among the bandits, there were a lot of people who liked tattoos. This was because it made them look more ferocious. Naturally, there was another reason that no one wanted to talk about. Tattoos could sometimes help them identify their identity. They were bandits, and they did things with their heads hanging on their waists. They didn't know when they would be hacked to death. If they were only killed, then nothing would happen. If they were beheaded or thrown down from a cliff, then it would be difficult to identify who was who. In this case, tattoos became an important mark to identify one's identity. If a corpse had a tattoo, then the corpse's family would naturally be able to determine their identity. This was another use of tattoos. In fact, this was the original use of tattoos. The fire phoenix didn't dislike tattoos. She even had tattoos on her body. However, she had never seen a tattoo like Zhao Hai's. This was because there were too many tattoos on his body. It was too scary. How could someone have tattoos like this? It was just like tattooing oneself into a gorilla. Moreover, the fire phoenix could see that Zhao Hai's tattoos weren't as simple as tattoos. There must be some other use. However, she still couldn't figure out what it was. However, now was not the time for her to think too much. Zhao Hai had already attacked. The fire phoenix gave a cold humph, and her body moved. The phoenix image moved with her, as if a phoenix was dancing gracefully, extremely beautiful. However, everyone knew that such a beautiful phoenix was actually deadly. Leader Feng and the rest were extremely nervous. They had not expected that the fire phoenix would actually be a consolidated equipment stage powerhouse. Even more so, Zhao Hai still dared to take the initiative to attack. More importantly, they could feel that the fire phoenix seemed to be extremely wary of Zhao Hai's attack. That was the most shocking thing. Could it be that his strength was already enough to enter a illusory form stage powerhouse? That shouldn't be possible, right? Flight of the Phoenix pair. In a flash, the fire phoenix charged towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai could also sense that the fire phoenix's attacks were extremely powerful. Zhao Hai gave a cold humph, and with a wave of his bullhead drum, he struck towards the fire phoenix. His bullhead drum did not have many moves, but every single one of them felt extremely heavy. Slowly, the crowd felt as if a bull had appeared around Zhao Hai's body, and this bull was fighting evenly with the fire phoenix, not at a disadvantage at all. However, very quickly, the crowd realized that it was all just an illusion. There was no sign of a bull around Zhao Hai's body. That was to say, Zhao Hai had not reached the consolidating equipment stage yet. Although Zhao Hai had not reached the consolidating equipment stage yet, his combat prowess was not any weaker than the fire phoenix's. The two of them had already exchanged more than 20 blows, but neither of them was able to gain an advantage over the other. Zhao Hai's combat prowess was definitely out of everyone's expectations. As for Zhao Hai, he was finally able to relax. Although the fire phoenix's attacks were extremely powerful, Zhao Hai could sense that the fire phoenix had just reached the consolidating equipment stage not too long ago. As such, she was still not used to using her own energy, and that was why he had been able to hold on for so long. Furthermore, Zhao Hai had also realized that the fire phoenix was having a hard time maintaining her consolidating equipment stage state, and he was afraid that she would not be able to maintain it for long. This was his only chance at victory. Zhao Hai's guess was not wrong. The fire phoenix had just reached the consolidating equipment stage not too long ago, and she was still not used to using her consolidating equipment properly. If it were any ordinary person, she would be able to destroy them with a wave of her hand. Alas, she had met Zhao Hai, and his power was far beyond her expectations. As such, she had not been able to take down Zhao Hai, and her beast chi was almost unable to sustain the effects of her consolidating equipment. As soon as she sensed the situation, the fire phoenix flew up into the air, shouting out, "Phoenix dance of the 9 heavens." She then swooped down towards Zhao Hai. As soon as Zhao Hai saw the fire phoenix's appearance, he knew that this attack was extremely powerful. He couldn't help but give a cold humph, raising the bullhead drum in his hands as he shouted out, "Wuox breathing the moon." Following Zhao Hai's explosive shout, the bullhead drum in his hands suddenly flew up, thrusting towards the fire phoenix. Just as Zhao Hai thrust it out with the drum, a faint illusory image of a green bull appeared around his body. However, it was still extremely faint, and had yet to fully form. Bang. Two powerful gusts of air clashed together, and the fire phoenix gave a cry of shock as she was sent flying backwards. At the same time, the illusory image of the phoenix around her disappeared. As for Zhao Hai, he was also sent flying backwards, his feet digging into the ground, digging 2 deep trenches in the ground. By the time Zhao Hai finally came to a stop, his calves had already sunk into the ground. Zhao Hai gave a cold humph, and with a lift of his body, he jumped up from the ground. Waving the bullhead drum in his hands, he looked in the direction that the fire phoenix had flown away and said solemnly, "Do you still dare to fight?" As soon as his words fell, the fire phoenix slowly walked out from behind the phoenix stronghold members. Although her face was still covered by a veil, one could see from her eyes that she was exhausted. She looked at Zhao Hai and said solemnly, "There is no need to fight, you have won. I never expected that someone like you who has not even reached the consolidating equipment stage would actually be so powerful. From today onwards, the Phoenix Stronghold will be merged into the Sand Tiger Stronghold, and we will listen to your orders." After saying that, Fire Phoenix looked at Zhao Hai with a complicated look in her eyes. In truth, she had just broken through to the consolidating equipment stage not too long ago, and she had been preparing to show off her skills. Unexpectedly, she had tasted defeat at the hands of Zhao Hai. That caused her ambitions to vanish, and she felt that she had underestimated the heroes of the world. Zhao Hai nodded. With a wave of his hand, the bullhead drum and his armor disappeared, and Zhao Hai returned to stand behind Leader Feng. Leader Feng looked at Fire Phoenix and smiled faintly, saying, "Fire Stockade Leader, can you come to the stronghold for a look?" Fire Phoenix looked at Zhao Hai with a complicated look in her eyes, before nodding. Turning to the boy beside him, she said, "Little tiger, you stay here. Big Sis will follow them up to have a look." The boy looked at Leader Feng and the others with hostility, saying solemnly, "Big Sis, I'll go with you." Fire Phoenix smiled faintly and said solemnly, "Don't worry, Big Sis will be fine. Although Big Sis has lost this time, it won't be easy for them to take my life. Big Sis might not be able to beat them, but if Big Sis wants to run, they won't be able to stop Big Sis. Don't worry." The boy nodded and said, "All right, Big Sis, you go then. As soon as you give the signal, I will lead everyone to attack and destroy their stronghold." Fire Phoenix smiled faintly, then turned to Leader Feng and said, "Let's go, let's talk upstairs." Captain Feng now had a higher opinion of Fire Phoenix. He glanced at Fire Phoenix and smiled, "All right, I'm impressed. Other than Crane Grass, the rest of you stay here. Don't go up. Chief Hua, this way please." When Fire Phoenix heard Leader Feng, she stared for a moment. Then she nodded and followed Leader Feng and Zhao Hai into the stronghold. Zhao Hai waved his hand to the fat cat. The fat cat stared for a moment, then it immediately ran over. Zhao Hai said, "Follow me, light the fire and bring the tea. I'll leave these things to you." The fat cat nodded and then followed Zhao Hai. Fire Phoenix glanced at the fat cat from the corner of her eyes. She could see that the fat cat wasn't a threat to her, so she didn't care. Zhao Hai's face was calm as he followed Leader Feng up the mountain. Before long, they arrived at the stronghold. When they arrived at the stronghold's gate, Fire Phoenix stared blankly. This was because she could see that the gate had just been repaired. Leader Feng smiled faintly and said, "No need to be so surprised. We have not taken down the Black Tiger stronghold for long, just a few days." Fire Phoenix nodded and looked at Zhao Hai, saying solemnly, "With such a strong general, it is not strange that you were able to take down the Black Tiger stronghold. I am just curious, why haven't I heard of you before? Who are you?" Leader Feng smiled faintly and gestured for them to enter. Fire Phoenix did not ask any further, and they walked into the stronghold. Before long, they were in the main hall of the stronghold. Fat Cat immediately went to light the fire and brew the tea, while Zhao Hai and the other two sat down in the main hall. Leader Feng looked at Fire Phoenix and said, I never expected that there would be such a genius like you in the Great Desert. Looking at your age, you should be quite young. I never expected that you would already be a consolidating equipment master. I guess your identity is not simple, right? Fire Phoenix looked at Leader Feng and said solemnly, your identities are not simple, right? Alright, tell me, who are you? Leader Feng smiled faintly and said, there is no need to hide our identities. We are from the Blade Spirit Empire, the Blade Guard Army of the Blade Spirit Empire. This time, we were on a mission in the Central Plains, but were discovered and chased into the Great Desert. Hearing Leader Feng's words, Fire Phoenix started. She looked at Leader Feng and said, Blade Guard Army? You are actually from the Blade Guard Army? That is truly rare. Leader Feng looked at Fire Phoenix and said, you should tell us your identity now, right? Fire Phoenix smiled faintly and said solemnly, my identity is actually not much of a secret. I am from the Tiger Spirit Empire, and my home is in the 100,000 Great Mountains. My father is the Tiger Spirit Empire's General Huafeng. Now, you should know why I am in the Great Desert, right? Leader Feng started for a moment before nodding and saying, yes, I know. So you are the descendant of General Huafeng. I apologize for my lack of respect. Although General Hua is an enemy of our Blade Spirit Empire, but his character and power is something that all of us in the Blade Spirit Empire respect. Towards General Hua's plight, I truly sympathize with him. The Tiger Spirit Empire's king is truly foolish and incompetent, actually cutting off his own arm. To be honest, when we heard the news, we were both happy and angry. Fire Phoenix looked at Leader Feng and said, I am very happy to hear you say that. If my father knew that even his enemy respected him, he would be very happy. Thank you. Although Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he was able to discern Fire Phoenix's identity from the conversation between the two. Fire Phoenix was actually a descendant of General Hua. This was something that he didn't expect. General Hua's surname was Hua, and his given name was Yun. The Hua family was a large family in the Tiger Spirit Empire. Moreover, they had been a family of generals for generations. They were very loyal to the Tiger Spirit Empire. The Blade Spirit Empire wanted to attack the Tiger Spirit Empire several times, but in the end, they were all blocked by General Hua. Because of this, the Blade Spirit Empire hated General Hua to the bone, but at the same time, they also admired him. However, the king of the Tiger Soul Nation was suspicious of General Huafeng. He then found an excuse to kill General Huafeng's entire family. It was said that there was no one left in General Hua's family. Who would have thought that they would actually meet General Hua's descendant here? However, this could also explain why General Hua's family was killed. It was said that General Hua's daughter was a top genius. She practiced the Hua's family's inherited cultivation technique, and her Huafeng Heart Sutra improved by leaps and bounds. She was a famous genius in the Tiger Spirit Empire. It was said that the Tiger Spirit Empire's king wanted to take her as his concubine, but General Hua refused. In the end, General Hua's entire family was killed, and it was said that Huafeng was also killed. Who would have thought that Huafeng was still alive, and had even become a consolidated equipment stage powerhouse? Team leader Feng looked at Huafeng and said, this time, the reason why we want to expand our influence in the Great Desert is because we need an army as soon as possible. Currently, the Wolf Spirit Empire is attacking the Blade Spirit Empire, and the grasslands are defenseless. We want to take advantage of the moment when the Wolf Spirit Empire is defenseless to strike a vicious blow at their backs. As such, we want to develop our power as quickly as possible. Miss Hua, you should know that with our status, we cannot stay in the Great Desert for long. As such, after we complete our operation, we will return to the Blade Spirit Empire immediately. I would like to ask Miss Hua to help us, to quickly grow our power. Of course, we will also help you. After we complete our plan, we will hand over everyone here to Miss Hua. What do you think? Huafeng looked at team leader Feng and said with a deep voice, I said that from now on, everyone in the Phoenix Stronghold will listen to you. I will do whatever you say. Team leader Feng looked at Huafeng, then he nodded and said, alright, I'm relieved to hear Miss Hua's words. However, there's one more thing that I need to make clear to Miss Hua. The Black Tiger Stronghold's lord, He Tianhu, was originally named Asri He Hu. He is the first successor of the virtuous prince of the left, the Asri clan. The current virtuous prince of the left, Asri Quangshur, is his younger brother. His younger brother colluded with the Golden Wolf tribe and almost destroyed the Asri clan. If Asri He has the opportunity, he will certainly go back and take revenge. Huafeng nodded and said, "There's no use in talking about this right now. Let's wait until you can carry out your plan." "I'm very curious, who is this mister? You're a plant master, yet you have such a strong fighting strength. This is very rare. Even the Hu clan's combat plant masters don't have this kind of fighting strength." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm ashamed. I'm Tian Cranegrass, a core disciple of the Hu clan." Huafeng stared, then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The moves you used weren't all plant master moves. There are also many strange moves. Your tattoos aren't from the Hu clan, right?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's not the case. I had a fortuitous encounter, so I can't tell you about it." Huafeng nodded, then she turned to Captain Feng and said, "I'll remember what you said. I'll do my best to cooperate with you. But I also hope that you can do what you said. What's your next move?" Captain Feng nodded and said, "Use the fastest speed to subdue the surrounding small strongholds. But if the big strongholds know about our movements, I'm afraid that they will suppress us. At that time it will be more troublesome. Before they can react, we have to subdue the small strongholds. Then we can negotiate with the big strongholds." To be honest, the war between the Wolf Soul country and the Saber Soul country is a good opportunity for the bandits in the desert. The main forces of the Wolf Soul country have been attracted by the Saber Soul country. If we attack the prairie at this time, we will certainly reap a lot of benefits. But if we don't have the strength, we won't be able to negotiate with them. Captain Feng nodded and said, "That's right." Huafeng nodded, then she said, "All right, I'll do my best to cooperate with you. Although our Phoenix stronghold hasn't expanded in the past few years, we still know how many strongholds there are in the surrounding area. Because of this, you can save yourself a lot of trouble in scouting. How about it, when do we move?" Captain Feng thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Let the brothers rest in the stronghold for a night. We'll take action tomorrow. We have to be quick. If the big strongholds find out about this, we'll be in even bigger trouble." Captain Feng nodded. At this time, Fat Cat came in with tea. Captain Feng turned to Fat Cat and said, "Fat Cat, go down the mountain and pass down the order. Have the brothers rest in the mountain." Fat Cat nodded, then he turned around and ran out. With the addition of Fire Phoenix, Captain Feng's plan went even smoother. Zhao and Fire Phoenix, these two experts, set out at the same time. In less than 10 days, they had swept through nearly 10 large and small mountain strongholds. Now, the total number of people in their bandit group had reached nearly 10,000 people. These 10,000 people were all young and strong, not counting the old and weak. This kind of speed was really incomparably fast. However, such a number of people didn't guarantee that Zhao Hai's group would have the qualifications to compete with the other bandit groups. One must know that the strength of these bandit groups was surprisingly high. In the desert, there were 10 bandit groups with more than 100,000 people. This included the Sand River stronghold that Fat Cat and the others were in. Compared to these bandit groups, Captain Feng's group was still far behind. However, it was undeniable that they had become a famous bandit group in the vicinity. Moreover, their encampment had also changed. However, Captain Feng didn't stop there. They continued to subdue the smaller bandit groups around them. Before the bigger bandit groups could react, they had already increased the number of combatants in their bandit groups to an astonishing 80,000 people in just a month. 80,000 people wasn't a small number. Such strength was enough to compete with the top 10 bandit groups. Moreover, there were experts like Fire Phoenix among them. This made Captain Feng even more confident. He believed that with his current strength, he would be able to compete with the top 10 bandit groups. At this time, the top 10 bandit groups also reacted. They suddenly discovered the rise of this bandit group. They immediately investigated Captain Feng's group and received news from the prairie that a group of saber guards had arrived in the desert. This attracted the attention of the other bandit groups. Just as the members of the top bandit groups were thinking about how to get in touch with Captain Feng and the others to confirm their identities, they suddenly received an invitation from Captain Feng. The invitation stated very clearly that he wished to meet with the leaders of the top 10 bandit groups, and the location of the meeting was Wolfbane City in the desert. The Wolfbane City was famous because of the wolfbane flower that grew all around the city. The wolfbane flower was a poisonous plant, but it was very resistant to drought. Therefore, in a place like the desert, it was very common. The people of the desert both loved and feared this flower. Nobody knew when the Wolfbane City was built. The entire city was made of earth. It had been in the desert for many years. There wasn't a single bandit group stationed in the Wolfbane City. It was a free land. All the bandit groups had been abiding by a rule for many years. That was, they wouldn't bring 1,000 people within 50 miles of the Wolfbane City. They also wouldn't start a war within 50 miles of the Wolfbane City. The reason for this decision was because the Wolfbane City was a strange place. There were many people living there, and these people were rare craftsmen in the desert. How would the various bandit groups in the Great Desert deal with them if they stole from others? Ordinary porcelain was easy to deal with, but what about some semi-finished products? What about things with special markings? How would they deal with these things? Would they directly deal with the semi-finished products? That would be too much of a loss. This was because they wouldn't be able to sell them for a good price. Those things with special marks would definitely belong to the major powers. If they really took those things to sell, they would certainly attract the attention of those major powers. When that time comes, they would be the unlucky ones. The craftsmen of the Wolfbane City were responsible for turning semi-finished products into finished products. They would deal with the special marks and even turn some special things into something else. This kind of work was very important to all the bandit groups. This was related to everyone's plan to make a fortune. Therefore, no bandit group would come to the Wolfbane City to cause trouble. Naturally, in addition to the craftsmen living here, the Wolfbane City wasn't completely defenseless. Although the Wolfbane City was mostly inhabited by craftsmen, it was also the place with the most craftsmen. Craftsmen from all over the continent would come here to learn their craft. This was because some lost crafts could be learned in the Wolfbane City. As for the craftsmen who came here to learn their craft, they would stay in the Wolfbane City for a long time. At this time, there were several thousand craftsmen in the Wolfbane City. With the addition of the apprentices, this number wasn't small. Moreover, their fighting strength was very formidable. Additionally, they also had the walls of the Wolfbane City as a defense. Wanting to take down the Wolfbane City wouldn't be easy. Besides being a city of craftsmen, the Wolfbane City was also a city of negotiation. Two bandit groups wanted to negotiate, but no one trusted the other. So what could they do? Everyone made an appointment to meet in the Wolfbane City. Here, they wouldn't use force. Everyone would talk things out. If they could resolve it, then they would resolve it. If they couldn't, then they would go out and fight. Captain Feng also knew about the Wolfbane City from other people. Because of this, he invited the leaders of the top 10 bandit groups to meet in the Wolfbane City. This showed that he wouldn't scheme against these people. When it came to the meeting, Captain Feng didn't bring too many people. He only brought 100 people, Zhao Hai, Fire Phoenix, and He Tianhu. The group entered the Wolfbane City with a light carriage. According to the standards of the Saber Spirit Nation, the Wolfbane City wasn't a big city. At most, it could house around 100,000 people. It could be considered a small city. But in the Great Desert, having a city like this was already very clear. It can be said that the Wolfbane City was second to none in the Great Desert. The city was filled with mud houses. These mud houses were all rammed together. In addition to the drought in the Great Desert, these houses could be used for a long time. In Wolfbane City, in addition to various kinds of houses, there were also taverns, brothels, and casinos. This time, Captain Feng had invited the leaders of the top 10 bandit groups to the largest restaurant in Wolfbane City, Rumbling Horse Restaurant, for a gathering. The Horse Sound Restaurant was also a bandit group. The largest restaurant in the Wolfbane City was called the Horse Sound Restaurant. It was very suitable for the occasion. According to legend, the owner of the Horse Sound Restaurant was originally the head of a bandit group. But later on, when he went out to do business without any capital, he encountered an expert. The entire bandit group was scattered. He took a few of his trusted brothers and fled back to the Great Desert. Since then, he was disheartened and entered the Wolfbane city to open a restaurant. He didn't expect that the business would get better and better. Now, it had become the largest restaurant in the Wolfbane city. It was also the restaurant used by the bandit groups to negotiate. Captain Feng led the group and quickly arrived at the Horse Sound restaurant. Although the Horse Sound restaurant was very big, it still couldn't accommodate so many people. Captain Feng had Lu Yuangong lead the others to find a place to rest. He only led Zhao Hai, Fire Phoenix, and He Tianhu to the Horse Sound restaurant. As soon as they entered the Sound Horse restaurant, a person immediately came out to greet them. This person was dressed in coarse clothing and was very fat. He had a full beard on his face. No matter how you looked at him, he didn't look like the owner of a restaurant. Instead, he looked like a bandit who killed and robbed. When this person saw Captain Feng and the others, he immediately cupped his fist and said, "Everyone, I'm sorry. Today, our restaurant has been booked. If you want to drink, then please go to another restaurant. I'm really sorry." Captain Feng smiled faintly, then he cupped his fist and said, "Are you Boss Ma? My surname is Feng. A few days ago, I sent someone to greet you. Today, I'm here to entertain some friends." When Boss Ma heard Captain Feng, he immediately understood Captain Feng's identity. He quickly said, "So it's Boss Feng. Please come in." Captain Feng nodded, then he led the three people into the restaurant. The restaurant wasn't very tall and had a total of 3 floors. The lobby on the first floor was decorated in a very interesting way. There were a lot of wine jars that were thick enough for 2 people to wrap their arms around. On top of the wine jars was a large round table. Next to the table were wooden stools. It was very unique. Captain Feng and the others didn't go upstairs. Instead, they casually found a place to stay on the first floor. Boss Ma immediately had people serve them tea. Captain Feng waved his hand and called Boss Ma over. He said solemnly to Boss Ma, "Boss Ma, you don't have to be so busy. Just go and prepare the wine and dishes that I asked you to prepare. We will wait here for the guests. When the guests arrive, we will let you serve the dishes. Go ahead, we have something to discuss." Naturally, Boss Ma knew that Captain Feng and the others had something to discuss. He immediately nodded and turned to leave. After Boss Ma left, Captain Feng turned to Zhao Hai and the others and said, "Do you think the top 10 bandit groups will come?" Zhao Hai said solemnly, "Yes, they will definitely come. Right now, in the Great Desert, our Sand Tiger stockade is no weaker than them. Furthermore, they should know that we have Sister Hua, a consolidating equipment master. They will definitely give us face. Of course, I think they will also want to see who we are. These bandits have their own ways, and they should be able to find out who we are. That way, they will definitely come and take a look. After all, our identities are not simple." The few of them nodded. He Tianhu said solemnly, "These bandits are also very well informed. Otherwise, how could they rob us? Furthermore, they have been roaming the Great Desert for so many years. The Wolf Spirit Nation has tried to deal with them several times, but they could not do anything about it. If you say that they don't have their own sources of information, I'm afraid no one in the Wolf Spirit Nation would believe it. I think they have already heard about the Wolf Spirit Nation attacking the Blade Spirit Nation. I don't think they will let go of this opportunity." Captain Feng nodded and said, "It's good that they won't give up. I was just afraid that they would give up. If they don't give up, isn't that what we want? Haha, I really want to see what kind of people the leaders of the top 10 bandit groups are." Just as they were talking, the sound of horse hooves suddenly came from the street outside. After a while, the sound of horse hooves stopped in front of the sounding horse house, followed by the sound of people getting off their horses. Captain Feng and the others knew that there were people outside. They all stood up and turned their heads to look at the entrance of the sounding horse house. They wanted to see which of the top 10 bandit groups had come. To be honest, they were really looking forward to it. A group of people came in from outside. Except for the leader, the others were all wearing leather armor. The leader was wearing a blood-red warrior suit. He was about 180 centimeters tall, but he was very thin. He didn't have a single strand of hair on his head. He didn't even have eyebrows. He looked like a skinned skeleton. As soon as Captain Feng saw this person's appearance, He didn't need to guess to know that this person was the leader of the Blood Skull Bandit Group, the Blood Skull Bandit Group. The Blood Skull Bandit Group was known for their cunning and ferocious nature. It was said that the Blood Skull Bandit Group was very bloodthirsty, but they were also very strong. Their subordinates were also very fearless. They were the most troublesome bandit group in the Great Desert. Blood Skull also saw Captain Feng and the others. His eyes swept across the four of them. He paused on Fire Phoenix and Zhao Hai. Finally, he set his eyes on Captain Feng. Because the four of them were standing in front of him, he knew that Captain Feng was the leader. Captain Feng immediately walked up and said to Bloody Skull, "Greetings, Chieftain Shui. I'm Feng Tianbao." Blood Skull looked at Captain Feng and said coldly, "You're the one who invited me here? What do you want?" Captain Feng smiled faintly and said, "It's me. This time, I invited the leaders of the top 10 bandit groups to come here to discuss an important matter. As for what it is, we'll talk about it when the other leaders arrive. How about Blood Chieftain come upstairs and have some tea?" Blood Skull looked at Captain Feng and didn't object. Instead, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll wait for you upstairs." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and the people around him retreated. Only two big men wearing leather armor were left by his side. These two big men looked exactly like each other. They were actually twins. Blood Skull cupped his fist towards Captain Feng and then led the two big men upstairs. Not long after the three of them went upstairs, there was a sound of horse hooves outside. More people had arrived. In less than an hour, the leaders of the top 10 bandit groups had arrived at the Horse Sound Tower. Captain Feng also invited them upstairs. After everyone had arrived, Captain Feng led Zhao Hai and the other two upstairs. Although the Horse Sound Tower only had 3 floors, each floor could hold about 50 tables. Now, the top 10 bandit groups were all sitting on the 3rd floor. Each group sat at a table alone. Each of them had 2 subordinates who stood behind them. The 10 of them didn't make a sound, they just drank tea quietly. The whole 3rd floor was a bit eerily quiet. Captain Feng didn't care. He went to the middle of the 3rd floor and cupped his fist towards the 10 leaders. "Thank you for coming as promised. I'll introduce myself first. I'm Feng Tianbao, the leader of Sand Tiger Camp. Of course, this is what I'm saying to the outside world. I have another identity. I'm a captain of the Saber Guard Army of the Saber Spirit Country. This time, I entered the Wolf Spirit Country to carry out a mission, but I didn't expect to fall into the Wolf Spirit Country's trap. Fortunately, I discovered it early and escaped in time. When I entered the desert, I became the leader of Sand Tiger Camp." When Captain Feng said this, the 10 leaders were stunned. The reason they came today was to know the identity of Captain Feng and the others, to see if they were from the Saber Guard Army. They thought that Captain Feng would make excuses, but they didn't expect him to admit it. This made them very puzzled. Captain Feng looked at the 10 leaders and said in a deep voice, "The reason why I'm telling you my identity is to tell you that everything I'm saying today is true and sincere. There's absolutely no falsehood. Please rest assured." The 10 leaders didn't say anything. They were people who had been in Jianghu all their lives. Naturally, they wouldn't completely believe Captain Feng just because of a few words. That was impossible. Captain Feng looked at them and said in a deep voice, "This time, I've invited all of you here because I want to do something big with you. I believe that all of you have already received the news that the Wolf Soul Nation is at war with the Saber Soul Nation. The big thing I'm talking about is this. I want all of you to send troops with us, the Sand Tiger Camp. Say that most of the Wolf Soul Nation's forces will be used in the war with the Saber Soul Nation. Send troops to the prairie and stab the Wolf Soul Nation in the back." The 10 leaders didn't say anything. To be honest, they didn't think that Captain Feng would be this sincere. To be honest, when they heard that Captain Feng might be a member of the Saber Guard Army, they thought about the war between the Wolf Soul Nation and the Saber Soul Nation. They could roughly guess why Captain Feng came looking for them. But just like what they thought that Captain Feng would give them some reason to send troops. They didn't think that Captain Feng would directly say it. This was too surprising. Actually, the reason why Captain Feng was acting like this was all because of Zhao Hai's teachings. Zhao Hai was very clear that these people were all experienced in Jianghu. It would be useless to talk to them about the ozone layer. It would be better to go straight to the point. Captain Feng thought about it for a long time before he finally agreed to Zhao Hai's suggestion. After Captain Feng finished speaking, the 10 leaders looked at each other. For a moment, they didn't know how to respond. If Captain Feng were to beat around the bush, then they would have some excuses. But now that Captain Feng was so direct, they really didn't know what to say. Captain Feng looked at the 10 commanders and said in a deep voice, "I know that if I say this, you might feel that it's too sudden. Moreover, you might feel disgusted because you're used to being free in the desert. You don't want to have anything to do with people from other countries. You might even feel that you're helping our Blade Spirit Nation for nothing. I've also thought about this problem. However, I feel that this time, not only will it benefit our Blade Spirit Nation, it will also benefit everyone." At this point, Captain Feng paused, then he looked at the 10 leaders and said, "You might seem to be free in the desert, but you must always be on guard against the Wolf Spirit Nation. All of you have been robbing the Wolf Spirit Nation over the years. It can be said that your enmity with the Wolf Spirit Nation is as deep as the sea. The Wolf Spirit Nation wouldn't want to kill you immediately, but because of the special terrain of the desert, the Wolf Spirit Nation couldn't do anything to you. But this time, the Wolf Spirit Nation has sent all of its forces to deal with us. However, we are also prepared. If they want to attack our Yellow Wind Fort, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult. Moreover, during this period of time, the prairie's defenses will be very weak. If you take the opportunity to send your troops, you will definitely be able to obtain a lot of good things without suffering too many losses. Although this is a great help to the Saber Spirit Nation, it is also a great benefit to all of you." Speaking up to here, Captain Feng looked at the 10 leaders. The 10 leaders looked pensive, then Captain Feng continued, "Moreover, there are 2 benefits to doing this. First, I asked you to send your troops. This way, you won't be inadvertently helping the Saber Spirit Nation. Instead, you will be intentionally helping them. In the future, if you steal anything from the prairie, you can directly sell it in the Saber Spirit Nation. I can guarantee that once your items enter the Saber Spirit Nation, then it will be legal. This means that you will have a fixed place to sell your items. Second, if you send your troops to the Wolf Spirit Nation this time, then the Wolf Spirit Nation won't be able to attack you in the future. You will have to live in fear, and maybe the people of the Wolf Spirit Nation will have to look at your faces in the future." The eyes of the 10 leaders shrunk. They were very clear about their status as well as the situation of the prairie. They were bandits, but the tribes of the prairie were all bandits. Small tribes were small bandits, while big tribes were big bandits. But because they lived in the desert, they were treated as bandits by the bandits of the prairie. This made them feel very uncomfortable in their hearts. They also wanted to one day appear in the prairie in broad daylight. They also wanted to one day leave the desert and go to a place with abundant water and grass. However, they didn't dare to do so. This was because once they leave the desert, they would be chased by the cavalry of the Wolf Spirit Nation. This was the reason why they were so angry. If one day, they could really go out with a straight back, if one day, they could really make the people of the Wolf Spirit Nation look at their faces, then that would be great. In other words, even if they couldn't deal with the Wolf Spirit Nation this time, they wouldn't be afraid. They could be considered to have established a relationship with the Saber Spirit Nation. In the future, their things would be legal in the Saber Spirit Nation. They wouldn't have to be sneaky like now. Even if they had good things, they could only sell them at half price or even lower. Captain Feng had been paying attention to the expressions of the 10 commanders. When he saw that they were a little moved, he immediately said, "Everyone, actually, for this operation, I can still do it even if I don't call all of you. I have 80,000 men under my command. 80,000 men might not be much to the Wolf Spirit Nation in the past, but for the current Wolf Spirit Nation, 80,000 men isn't a small number. However, 80,000 men isn't enough to cause serious damage to the entire Wolf Spirit Nation. Therefore, I would like to invite all of you to join me in this operation. This time, we must make the Wolf Spirit Nation suffer and be afraid. We must make them lose the ability to attack the Saber Spirit Nation and the desert. This is the main reason why I would like to invite all of you to join me in this operation." At this point, Captain Feng glanced at the 10 commanders and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, give me an answer. Are you going to join me in this operation or not?" If you join me in this operation, then there's no need to say anything. I will immediately get someone to serve wine and dishes. Everyone will have a drink. If you don't want to join me in this operation, I will also get someone to serve wine and dishes. In order for this operation to go smoothly, after this drink, we will be enemies once we leave the venomous wolf city. Life and death will be up to fate. Ha ha ha, good Feng Tianbao. Quick, I will join the operation. Just as Captain Feng finished speaking, a loud laugh was heard. Captain Feng and Zhao looked towards the source of the voice and found out that it was the blood skull. This made them stare. Before they came here, they had already analyzed the personalities of the 10 captains. They believed that the blood skull would be the most difficult to convince. This was because, although the blood skull was very murderous, he wasn't a person who was easy to talk to. Moreover, he hated it when people told him what to do. Logically speaking, Captain Feng and the others didn't intend to invite the blood skull this time. However, they had no choice. The top 10 bandit groups were recognized as the strongest bandit groups in the desert. If they only invited 9 of them and didn't invite the blood skull, it would be tantamount to offending the blood skull to the core. Therefore, they still invited the blood skull. However, they were still cautious as they were afraid that the blood skull would cause trouble. However, they didn't expect that the blood skull would be the first to agree. When the other bandit group leaders heard the blood skull's words, they were also stunned. A few of them looked at the blood skull in confusion. When the blood skull saw their expressions, he laughed and said, "What's there to be surprised about? Actually, I know what you guys are thinking. You just don't want to help the Blade Spirit Nation for free. Now that the other party has already spoken, this is a good thing for us. What's the point of pretending? We're not politicians. We are not fucking politicians, we are bandits. When bandits see an opportunity, we will do it even if no one says anything. Ha ha ha, Chief Feng, we don't care what your status is in the Saber Spirit Nation. Here in the desert, you are Chief Feng. Don't worry, we will definitely participate in such an opportunity. We will send out the troops, but let's make things clear. This time, we will only send out 60,000 men. Also, if we want to send out the troops, we will need a unified commander. Have you thought about who will be the unified commander? Who will be the one to lead the troops? The other leaders also laughed. After hearing the blood skull's words, they all understood. They were bandits. If they didn't participate in such a good opportunity, how could they still be considered bandits? Therefore, no one objected and the atmosphere in the hall became much better. However, everyone wanted to hear Captain Feng's opinion on the issue of unified command. They were worried that Captain Feng would use them as cannon fodder. Captain Feng also had a plan for this matter. He said in a deep voice, "Crane grass, clear the ground." Zhao Hai nodded and moved all the tables and chairs to the side, leaving the middle of the hall empty. This made Blood Skull and the others very curious. They didn't know what Captain Feng was going to do. Then, Captain Feng turned to He Tianhu. He Tianhu nodded and took out a sheepskin scroll from his back. Then, he spread the huge sheepskin scroll on the ground. At first, Blood Skull and the others thought that Black Sky Tiger was carrying a weapon. But now, they realized that it was not a weapon at all. It was a sheepskin map. On this sheepskin map, there were only some simple locations of camps and some rivers. There was nothing else special about it. Captain Feng pointed at the map and said, "Everyone, this is the map of the Wolf Spirit Country. It took us a long time to draw it. The reason why this map is so simple is because the terrain of the prairie doesn't change much. As long as there are rivers and the camps of the big tribes, everyone can take a look." Captain Feng nodded and said, "Everyone, this is the map of the Wolf Spirit Country." The map didn't only show the camps of the big tribes, it also showed the military strength of the big tribes and their routes. It must be known that the big tribes had their own fixed grasslands. They would graze in one place for a period of time before moving to another grassland. The Blood Skull and the others were also curious, so they all gathered around. Captain Feng pointed at the map and introduced it to everyone. Then he divided the map into 11 sections. Captain Feng looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, this is what I think. Although we are going to dispatch troops together, we cannot act together because there is no need for that. The Wolf Soul country doesn't have enough troops right now. If we act together, it will only slow down our movement and also affect everyone's income. This time, the arrangement is like this: each team will be responsible for one area. Starting from the desert, each team will be responsible for killing and looting in their own area. Don't go to other people's areas. How much you can loot will depend on your own ability. What do you think? Everyone nodded. Then Captain Feng took out a charcoal pencil and drew 10 areas on the sheepskin. These 10 areas were almost parallel to each other. Moreover, there will be a big tribe in each area. It was very fair. Captain Feng looked at everyone and said, everyone should understand that when we meet those big tribes, there will certainly be resistance. This is because those big tribes won't send all of their people to attack the Blade Soul country. However, they also won't have a lot of manpower. If we can really defeat those big tribes, then our income will be higher. I'm not afraid to tell you that although we are from the Blade Guard Army, the income of the Blade Guard Army isn't very high. But for people like us, when we carry out missions abroad, all of our income will belong to each person. Therefore, we also want to use this opportunity to make a good profit. This way, we won't have to worry about money for the rest of our lives. Therefore, when it comes to making a fortune, everyone's mood is the same. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. Captain Feng pointed at the largest camp on the north side of the map and said, this is the Golden Wolf tribe's main camp. It's our biggest target. Naturally, it's also our most difficult target. It's very difficult for everyone to attack the Golden Wolf tribe's main camp. Therefore, we want to choose this route. If you don't have any objections, then we'll take this area. As for the other areas, everyone can discuss it. Of course, if anyone wants this area, then we can also exchange it with them. Everyone looked at the map and kept calculating. In the end, they discovered that giving the Golden Wolf tribe's area to Captain Feng was the most ideal choice. Not to mention whether or not they could capture the Golden Wolf tribe, even if they did, the Golden Wolf tribe's people would go crazy when they returned. At that time, if the Golden Wolf tribe was determined to retaliate, then their days wouldn't be any better. If they couldn't capture the Golden Wolf tribe, then their income would decrease a lot. In any case, it wasn't worth it. Therefore, giving the Golden Wolf tribe to Zhao Hai's group was the best choice. The following distribution was very simple. The 10 bandit groups each chose an area and drank the blood wine. They made an oath and agreed that after 10 days, they would set out together. After that, they would eat and drink to their heart's content. Speaking of which, it was quite ironic. Sometimes, these bandits were the ones who respected oaths the most in this world. Especially in this situation where many parties were working together, everyone would automatically respect this agreement. In addition, they had already drunk the blood wine, so this agreement had to be respected even more. After eating and drinking, Captain Feng led everyone to leave. The other bandit groups also left. They weren't worried about this operation. If the bandits said that they would attack, then they would certainly attack. Captain Feng and the others returned to the Sand Tiger Camp's camp. Their current camp was no longer the same as before. Although there were still some people left in those places, they were very few in number. It was only because those places could be used for farming that they left some people there. Their current camp was next to the famous Golden River in the desert. The reason why the Golden River was famous was because there was a lot of yellow sand in the river. This made the river yellow. Moreover, it was said that gold could be extracted from the river's water. This was how the river got its name. The Golden River wasn't very long. It would eventually flow into the desert's salt sea. This salt sea was a very large lake in the desert. But because the lake's water was very salty and its surface was very large, it was named the Salt Sea. In the Salt Sea, there weren't any bandit groups stationed there. This was because the water there was undrinkable, it was too salty. However, every bandit group would send people to the Salt Sea to get salt. 95% of the salt that the desert ate came from the Salt Sea. This time, Captain Feng led a large group of people to the Wolfbane city. Now that they had returned to the camp, they were preparing for the final operation. After arriving at the camp, Captain Feng immediately gathered everyone in the tent to prepare for the operation. To be honest, Captain Feng had never commanded so many people before. In the past, when he was in the Saber Spirit country, he was at most 1,000 commander. Now that he was commanding so many people, he was very careful. After everyone sat down, Captain Feng looked at everyone and said, everyone should know about the current situation. 10 days later, we will set out to deal with the Wolf Spirit country. Does anyone have any thoughts? Everyone was silent for a while. To be honest, they were a little nervous now that things had come to a head, so they didn't know what to say for a while. At this time, Captain Feng saw that Zhao Hai wasn't nervous at all. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Crane Grass, why don't you say something? Zhao Hai nodded, actually, there's nothing to worry about. We are cavalry, so we only need to prepare our own supplies. We don't need to prepare too many horse supplies, so there's nothing to worry about. I think we should rest for about 3 days, then we can head straight to the prairie. You should know that we said 10 days later, but 10 days later, we will attack the tribes of the prairie together, not 10 days later. And this time, we can't send everyone. If we go to the prairie, then it wouldn't be good. I think this time, we should send at most 50,000 troops, and leave 30,000 behind to guard the camp. Moreover, we need to send a trustworthy person to guard the camp. Captain Feng stared, then he immediately nodded and said, Crane Grass is right. We must send a trustworthy person to guard the camp. We don't want the camp to change its name when we come back. That would be troublesome. Who do you think is the most suitable person? Everyone looked at each other, but they didn't know what to say. This person wasn't easy to recommend. No matter who they recommend, they wouldn't feel at ease. Therefore, they must choose a good person to guard the camp. Captain Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, Crane Grass, you're the one who proposed this. Do you already have a plan? Tell me, who do you want to leave behind? Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he looked at Fire Phoenix and said, I think that little tiger is the most suitable person. The little tiger that Zhao Hai was referring to was Fire Phoenix's little brother. Fire Phoenix's little brother was a white tiger, and his ability to communicate with animals was extremely strong. However, he was still young today, and as such when Zhao Hai suggested little tiger to guard the camp, everyone started. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly, saying, leaving little tiger to guard the camp is the best choice. Currently, all the people in the stronghold have been subdued by us, and they all know that Sister Phoenix is a consolidating equipment stage powerhouse. As such, no one dares to say anything about leaving little tiger to guard the camp. Furthermore, little tiger is still young, but he has done a good job in helping Sister Phoenix control the entire Phoenix stronghold. Furthermore, this time all of the top 10 bandit groups will be going. This way, no one in the entire Great Desert will be able to threaten the camp. As such, leaving him to guard the camp is not a big deal. The reason why we want to leave someone to guard the camp is because we are afraid that some ignorant bandits will attack our plantation. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, everyone nodded subconsciously, feeling that Zhao Hai was right. They all knew about Little Tiger's abilities. In truth, ever since Fire Phoenix had arrived in the Great Desert, she had been focused on her cultivation. At the start, the stronghold had been managed by her family's servants, but as Little Tiger grew older, he had been the one managing it. Furthermore, he had managed the stronghold well. As such, leaving Little Tiger in the camp would not be a problem. Leader Feng thought for a moment, then looked at the rest of the group and said, Does anyone have any thoughts? If not, then it's decided. Little Tiger will stay in the camp, and we will leave in 3 days. Everyone shook their heads. Everyone shook their heads. Captain Feng nodded and said, All right, it's good that no one has any objections. Phoenix, tell Little Tiger about this matter. At the same time, I will leave behind some trustworthy, loyal, and honest people to help Little Tiger. All right, everyone go back and prepare. We will set off in 3 days. Everyone responded, stood up and turned to leave. Leader Feng sat in the large tent, watching the group leave. His heart was unable to calm down. He suddenly realized that having such a power in the Great Desert was extremely important to the entire Blade Spirit country. With such a power in his hands, no matter if the Blade Spirit country wanted to deal with the Wolf Spirit country or the Tiger Spirit country, it would be much more flexible, and they would have the upper hand. However, it was also important to know who was in control of this power. For the Blade Spirit country, the Grand Desert was an enclave. There was a force here that they could cooperate with and use. However, it was impossible to completely control it. The Grand Desert was very far away from the Blade Spirit country. There was also the prairie in between. Therefore, even if there was a force here, it would be very difficult to control it. Moreover, authority can change a person's character. Once a person has too much authority, their heart would also change. If there was no power to control this authority, then it would be very dangerous. Captain Feng knew that it would be better to hand this over to Fire Phoenix. Naturally, there were some prerequisites. Fire Phoenix could be at ease as a bandit. But could she? Would a person with a blood feud be able to be at ease as a bandit? Naturally, this was impossible. Therefore, handing this force over to Fire Phoenix wasn't very suitable. Handing it over to He Tianhu was the same. He Tianhu would return to the prairie sooner or later. As long as he returns, then he would be a person of the Wolf Spirit country. Even if he didn't get along with the Golden Wolf tribe, he wouldn't get too close to the Blade Spirit country. This was because they were natural enemies. The reason why He Tianhu agreed to go with them was because of his enmity with the Golden Wolf tribe. At the same time, he also wanted to take back what originally belonged to him. However, once he became the virtuous prince of the left of the prairie, then he would no longer be He Tianhu. He would become Asri He Tianhu, the virtuous prince of the left of the prairie. He would be the enemy of the Blade Spirit country. Therefore, when Captain Feng found out about Fire Phoenix's identity, he immediately thought of giving this power to Fire Phoenix instead of He Tianhu. This was because giving this power to He Tianhu was the same as giving this power to an enemy. He wouldn't do such a stupid thing. If these two people weren't suitable, then who would be suitable? He was afraid that no one would be suitable. This was what Captain Feng was most worried about. In his opinion, this matter would need to be reported to the higher-ups before making a decision. After thinking about this, Captain Feng couldn't help but sigh. Then he stood up and slowly walked out of the tent. Outside the tent, the entire camp was already in motion. Everyone was preparing for the departure 3 days later. At this time, Captain Feng suddenly noticed a person. This person was Zhao Hai. It was hard for Captain Feng not to notice him because Zhao Hai's figure was there for all to see. This was what Zhao Hai was doing now. Zhao Hai didn't prepare anything. On the contrary, he was sitting there looking at the grass on the ground. He was looking at it very carefully. He even had a notebook in his hand and was writing something on it. Captain Feng curiously walked over and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't even notice his arrival. After a while, Zhao Hai let out a long breath and put down his pen. At this time, he also saw Captain Feng. He turned to Captain Feng and said, "Captain, why are you here? Is something the matter?" Captain Feng looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "What are you writing? Why are you writing so seriously? What's so good about grass?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's nothing. You wouldn't understand. I'm a plant master. Observing plants is my job. The desert is very dry, but these grasses are growing very well. This shows that these grasses are very resistant to drought. Think about it, if our crops are also very resistant to drought, then how much would our country's annual grain yield increase? How many people would benefit from this? Captain, I've already thought about it. After I go back, if I have time, I'll come back to the desert and carefully observe the plants here. I'll try to make 1 or 2 plants that have strong drought resistance." Captain Feng nodded, then he smiled and said, You always get lost when talking about this. Alright, I won't bother with you. Remember to rest well. We'll be leaving in 3 days. Don't be too tired to ride your horse." Zhao Hai said that he wouldn't, then Captain Feng left. But after taking a few steps, Captain Feng stopped. Then he turned to look at Zhao Hai. His eyes flashed with a strange light, then he quickly returned to his tent. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Tens of thousands of people were about to set off. There were a lot of things that needed to be prepared. Naturally, the main thing was supplies. However, Captain Feng didn't care too much about this matter. He just wanted everyone to prepare as much as possible. Although they didn't quite understand why Captain Feng said this, Fire Phoenix and He Tianhu were still very serious about their preparations. The two of them were very clear that although they could rob the prairie for supplies, if they weren't prepared, then an army of tens of thousands would starve. For these bandits, once they were starving, then this army of tens of thousands would scatter in the blink of an eye. At this point, He Tianhu already knew that Captain Feng intended to hand over the army to Fire Phoenix. However, there was a condition, and that was for Fire Phoenix to help him regain everything that he lost. To be honest, when He Tianhu first heard this news, he was somewhat angry. He thought that Captain Feng would hand over the army to him. He didn't think that Captain Feng would actually hand over the army to Fire Phoenix. However, He Tianhu had a good strategist. Uncle Kai knew what Captain Feng was thinking. Therefore, he directly told He Tianhu about Captain Feng's plan. After listening to Uncle Kai, He Tianhu wasn't angry anymore. Captain Feng didn't hand over the army to him. This meant that Captain Feng really wanted to help him regain everything that belonged to him. If Captain Feng still wanted to hand over the army to him, then he wouldn't be far from death. 3 days of intense preparation quickly passed. Then the army of 50,000 set off. This army of 50,000 was made up of cavalry. But it was a pity that they could only ride 1 horse per person. It was impossible for them to ride 2 horses per person. After a few days of marching, the army finally came out of the desert. During this time, they also made contact with the 10 great bandit groups. The 10 great bandit groups were already on the move. Moreover, they were about to enter the area that they wanted to attack. The 10 great bandit groups, along with the Sand Tiger bandit group, made a total of 11 bandit groups. And these 11 bandit groups had sent out nearly 600,000 troops. 600,000 troops wasn't a big deal for the Wolf Soul country. The Golden Wolf tribe had more than 600,000 troops. But now, the situation was different. The Wolf Soul country was attacking the Blade Soul country. The prairie's forces were empty. What would happen if 600,000 troops suddenly entered the prairie? Nobody would think of this. Although the 11 bandit groups were moving together, they were all under independent command. No one could command anyone else. For Captain Feng and the others, this was both a good and bad thing. It was good because they didn't need to command the bandit groups. If they were to command the bandit groups, then the bandit groups wouldn't necessarily work hard. This was because the bandit groups would feel that they were working for someone else. Naturally, they wouldn't have the heart to do so. Now that they weren't under unified command, everything that the bandit groups snatched would belong to them. On the contrary, they would work even harder. However, this also had its disadvantages. Without unified command, the 600,000 bandit groups wouldn't be able to exert their strength to the maximum. This also meant that they wouldn't be able to deal the most damage to the Wolf Soul country. But this couldn't be helped. If Captain Feng insisted on unified command, then the 10 great bandit groups wouldn't have agreed to send out their troops so quickly. Looking at the boundless grassland in the distance, Captain Feng let out a long sigh. He chuckled and said, "Brothers, we're back. More than a month ago, we were chased by 1,000 people into the desert like stray dogs. Now, we're finally back in glory." Everyone laughed. Fire Phoenix and He Tianhu also laughed. The two of them could imagine how miserable the 40 of them were at that time. Looking at their current appearance, they couldn't help but feel that the world was truly unpredictable. However, Fire Phoenix was also very curious. Logically speaking, with Zhao Hai's strength, even if he encountered 1,000 people, he shouldn't have been able to escape in such a sorry state. Captain Feng looked at the army behind him and then said, "Brothers, we're going to make a fortune today. Let's go forward and wipe out any tribe that we see. We'll turn their cattle and sheep into our food. We'll turn their gold and silver into our gold and silver. We'll turn their women into our women. Let's go." The others roared as they followed Captain Feng into the prairie. However, their speed wasn't very fast. Although they came to the prairie to rob, they couldn't let their horses run at full speed. Otherwise, their horses would be exhausted and their speed would slow down. Moreover, if they met an enemy at that time, it would be even more troublesome. This was because their horses wouldn't be able to catch up with the enemy. They could only become live targets for the enemy. After all, the Wolf Hun country's riding skills weren't weak. Along the way, they didn't encounter a single tribe for a whole day. However, they weren't worried. This was how the prairie was. It was impossible to encounter a tribe within a day. Therefore, they weren't disappointed. At night, they found a place and directly set up camp. Now that they had a lot of people, they couldn't just lie on the ground and sleep like before. They had to set up camp. Moreover, they had to send out sentries and night watchmen. If they didn't have these people, then they would be attacked at night. Captain Feng, who was a veteran, naturally knew about this. After setting up the camp, Captain Feng led Zhao Hai and the others to their own tent. After everyone sat down, Captain Feng turned his head to look at everyone and said, "Now that we've entered the prairie, we don't know anything about it. Let's do it this way: tomorrow, we'll send out a scout to scout ahead. At the same time, we'll send out scouts all around us to ensure that these people don't get close to us." Everyone nodded, they agreed with Captain Feng's words. For a large army like theirs, it was necessary to send out scouts. This was also for their safety. Captain Feng said in a deep voice, "Tomorrow, Cranegrass will lead 1,000 men as scouts to scout ahead. Tianhu, send a few men to follow Cranegrass and lead the way." Zhao Hai was riding on mottled bamboo's back with 1,000 cavalry behind him. To be honest, this was Zhao Hai's first time being a spy. In the past, whether it was in a low-level plane or a high-level plane, he had countless subordinates doing this kind of thing for him. But now, he actually had to do this kind of thing himself. This feeling was quite novel. Behind Zhao Hai were Barter and his 10 subordinates. They were born in the prairie, so they were very familiar with it. This time, they were sent by Black Sky Tiger to help Zhao Hai. Behind them were the thieves that they had subdued. Zhao Hai had also participated in several battles when subduing the thieves. All the thieves were very clear about Zhao Hai's strength. Although Zhao Hai would usually smile when facing them, these people who had seen Zhao Hai's ability to kill didn't dare to underestimate Zhao Hai. The group speed wasn't very fast. Although Zhao Hai hadn't been a scout, he was very clear about the things that a scout would encounter. It can be said that a scout was an army scout. Of course, they could also be called scouts. They were often the most dangerous. This was also why scouts were the most elite in an army. They were already more than 20 li away from the main group, but they didn't stop. However, Zhao Hai waved his hand. Barter immediately rode his horse to Zhao Hai's side. Then he bowed and said, "Young Master Cranegrass, what are your orders?" Because Zhao Hai and Black Sky Tiger had a good relationship, Barter called Zhao Hai Young Master Cranegrass. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Are you familiar with the surrounding terrain? Do you know if there are any places where we can resupply? Where there are no supplies, is there a water source?" Barter looked around and thought for a moment before he said, "Young Master Cranegrass, if we go forward for about 30 li, there will be a small river. The river is very wide, but the river is very deep. It is a place where we can rest." However, there was a tribe stationed there. It wasn't a very big tribe, but there were about 3,000 string control warriors. Now that it is wartime, I don't know if they have moved to the prairie. If they have, then we don't have to worry about them. If they haven't moved, then we can't eliminate them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Full speed ahead. Let's see the situation 30 li away. If there is a river, then we'll immediately send the news back." Barter nodded and immediately gave the order. Zhao Hai's horse speed increased. After traveling about 10 li, Zhao Hai waved his hand and stopped his horse. Although Barter and the others didn't know why Zhao Hai stopped, they immediately stopped as well. Zhao Hai closed his eyes. After some time, he opened his eyes and turned to Barter. "Barter, send someone back to the Great Master. Tell him that there's 1,000 wolf hawk cavalry in front of us. Have the Great Master immediately bring his men over." Barter nodded. Barter stared for a moment, then he nodded and said, "All right, I'll immediately send someone over." He didn't ask how Zhao Hai discovered the enemy, but he still immediately went to pass the order. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said to the others, "Everyone, get down from your horses and rest." Everyone nodded and jumped down from their horses. Then they casually looked for a place to sit down and rest. Before long, the rest of the army arrived. This time, they didn't conserve their horses. However, only 20,000 people came, led by He Tianhu. When He Tianhu and the others arrived at Zhao Hai's side, Zhao Hai and the others also stood up. He Tianhu patted the horse that was panting, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Crane grass, are you serious? Are there really wolf-hawk cavalry in front?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, of course it's true. 1,000 wolf-hawk cavalry, they were the ones that chased us into the prairie. I didn't expect them to not leave and instead stay here. These people will be a stumbling block on our path, we need to kick them away. Moreover, we can't let them escape. If they spread the news, then it would be very troublesome. The Wolf Soul Country's army might come back ahead of time." He Tianhu nodded, then he said, "The Fort Lord told me to listen to you. Tell me, what should we do?" Zhao Hai replied, "The other party hasn't discovered us yet. They also haven't sent out any golden hawks to scout. How about this, you divide 10,000 people into 2 groups. Then we'll circle around them from the left and right. We can't let them escape. Once they arrive at their location, they can send us a signal. We'll move forward and attack them from 3 sides. When the time comes, we'll deal with them in one fell swoop." He Tianhu nodded, then he began to arrange the people. In this regard, Zhao Hai didn't care. Although he might be able to arrange things better than He Tianhu, Zhao Hai didn't want to take care of these things right now. Before long, 2 groups of 5,000 people were led away by He Tianhu's subordinates. They will go around the 2 sides and cut off the wolf-hawk cavalry's path of retreat. After these people left, He Tianhu also dismounted from his horse. He wanted to rest for a while before moving out. He Tianhu sat beside Zhao Hai, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, aren't you afraid that the wolf-hawk cavalry will send the golden hawks out to deliver the message? If they let the golden eagle out to deliver the message, wouldn't the golden wolf tribe know about it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Brother Tiger, don't scare me. I don't believe that a virtuous prince like you wouldn't have a way to deal with the golden hawks. If you didn't have a way, then how could you escape to the desert? Why don't you show it?" When He Tianhu heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then he said, "Good kid, I didn't think that you would be able to trick me. Hee, big brother really does have some methods." Then He Tianhu nodded towards Barter. Barter nodded, then he turned around and walked towards one of He Tianhu's subordinates. This subordinate of He Tianhu was very special, his stature was very small, he looked completely different from the other prairie people. However, He Tianhu valued him very much. Zhao Hai was also very curious about him, but he didn't ask much. This was because he knew that this person might have some secret, and this secret was something that He Tianhu didn't want Barter to know. After the small man said a few words to Barter, he gently nodded. Then he slowly closed his eyes. The eagle soul object on his head suddenly moved. Then a black shadow rushed out from the eagle soul object. Then the black shadow soared into the sky and turned into a large black eagle. Upon seeing the eagle, Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that this person would be able to receive an eagle into the soul object space. Zhao Hai always thought that only he could do this. Black Sky Tiger looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, "Don't be surprised. Although most of us soul beasts can't store battle beasts into our soul spaces, there are still a lot of people who can do it. Storing battle beasts inside the soul space can make the battle beasts mature faster. If the battle beast is injured, then it can heal faster inside the soul space. But most people can't store battle beasts that are too big. Only a few people can store large battle beasts inside their soul spaces, and the Black Hawk is one of those people." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't be surprised." Zhao Hai nodded. He somewhat understood what He Tianhu meant. However, he wasn't prepared to reveal his collection of battle beasts just yet. After all, he wasn't strong enough yet. Zhao Hai had a feeling that in the near future, he would be able to reach the consolidating equipment stage. When that happened, he would be able to let others know more of his secrets. Now was not the time. After releasing the eagle, the black eagle slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the black eagle above his head, he saw that it was just circling in the air, not doing anything special. Zhao Hai also knew that now was not the time for the black eagle to make a move. If the wolf-hawk cavalry knew that they were on guard, it wouldn't be good for them. The group waited for more than an hour before 2 bluebirds flew in front of Zhao Hai and the rest. He Tianhu looked at the 2 bluebirds and nodded, turning to Zhao Hai and saying, "Ready." Zhao Hai jumped up onto his bamboo, turning to look at He Tianhu. He Tianhu looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. With a wave of his hand, he said, "Let's go." The entire group moved forward slowly, following Zhao Hai's direction. The 1,000 Wolf Hawk cavalry were the ones that chased after Zhao Hai and the others. Because they didn't complete their mission well, they were left here by the Wolf King. Nominally, the Wolf King wanted them to monitor the direction of the desert, but in reality, the Wolf King didn't want to bring them along. This was also a form of punishment. Because of this punishment, the 1,000 Wolf Hawk cavalry were very angry. However, they couldn't do anything about it. At the same time, they were also discouraged. It was also because of this that they didn't notice Zhao Hai and the others when they were within 10 li of him. However, the Wolf Hawk cavalry were still elites. When Zhao Hai and the others were about 6 li away from the Wolf Hawk cavalry camp, the Wolf Hawk cavalry finally noticed them. However, they didn't panic. Instead, they calmly picked up their weapons, brought their supplies, and jumped on their warhorses to prepare for battle. From this point, it can be seen that the Wolf Hawk cavalry were worthy of being called elites. When facing a powerful enemy, they didn't panic at all. This was very rare. Zhao Hai also saw the movements of the other party. He couldn't help but smile. He was afraid that the other party would run away with all their might. If they did, then they would be in trouble. After all, the other party was the Wolf Hawk cavalry. If they ran away with all their might, then it wouldn't be easy for the 5,000 cavalry to stop them. Now that the other party didn't run, this was an opportunity. If the other party didn't run, then they would have a chance. This time, it would be difficult for the other party to run away. Zhao Hai and the others had the opportunity to eliminate them. However, Zhao Hai and the others didn't increase the speed of their horses. Instead, they let their horses run at a constant speed. This way, they could save the horses' horsepower and use it in their charge. The leader of the 1,000 Wolf Hawk cavalry sat on his horse with a serious expression. He looked at the black line that was quickly approaching them and said in a low voice, "There are about 10,000 of them. It seems like the desert bandits really have escaped." The people of the prairie were used to calling the desert bandits as desert bandits. Because of this, the 1,000-rider captain called them desert bandits. Another person standing beside him nodded and said, "Right, it's desert bandits." At this time, besides those despicable desert bandits, no one else would have this many troops. They really know how to choose the right time. The 1,000-rider captain said, "Tell the brothers to leave immediately after this attack. We need to spread this news as soon as possible. Let the prairie tribes increase their vigilance. The destructive power of 10,000 desert bandits isn't small." The person nodded and immediately went to pass down the order. Following his order, the Wolf Hawk cavalry were all ready. They didn't reveal their bows, but instead took out their bows and arrows. At the same time, they placed their quivers in a place where they could easily grab arrows. When the cavalry commander saw that everyone was ready, he nodded. Then he waved his hand and led the group forward. Their horses weren't very fast, but when they galloped, it was very rhythmic. 1,000 horses galloped, but when they galloped, it was as if there was only one horse galloping. Only elites would be able to do this. Zhao Hai looked at the Wolf Hawk cavalry with a flash of appreciation in his eyes. He had seen a lot of cavalry, but there weren't many who could do what the Wolf Hawk cavalry did. However, Zhao Hai didn't have time to sigh. After all, the other party was his enemy. The stronger the other party was, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai turned to He Tianhu and said, "Brother Tiger, be careful of their mounted archery. I'll go and disrupt their formation first. You guys attack from behind." Then, Zhao Hai squeezed his horse's belly. Banju gave a loud cry, and his body went forward. In the blink of an eye, he had separated himself from the rest of the army. Zhao Hai's actions didn't only surprise the Wolf Hawk cavalry, He Tianhu's group was also startled. But now that Zhao Hai had left, He Tianhu couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. He still had to control his horse's speed, so he couldn't run too fast. When the 1,000-rider commander of the Wolf Hawk Guards saw Zhao Hai rushing over, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Then his face turned ashen as he said in a deep voice, "It's that person from the Saber Guard army? Kill him." Because they weren't able to stop the Saber Guard army, they ended up in this situation. Now that they saw Zhao Hai, they naturally became even angrier. If they met someone else from the Saber Guard army, they wouldn't be able to recognize him this quickly. There was no other way. They met Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's figure was too special, it was hard for them to not recognize him. As the distance between Zhao Hai and the Wolf Hawk guards got closer and closer, Zhao Hai also had a bow in his hand. This bow was obtained by Zhao Hai, it was a 5-pickle bow. Zhao Hai knocked an arrow and shot it out. His arrow was much farther than the Wolf Hawk guards. Before the Wolf Hawk guards could react, Zhao Hai had already shot down several of them. At this time, Zhao Hai finally entered the range of the Wolf Hawk guards. The 1,000-rider commander immediately gave the order to shoot. At this time, Zhao Hai put away the bow in his hand and took out a bullhead drum. Then he waved the drum and blocked the arrows that were flying towards him. At the same time, Bonju's speed increased once again. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed into the Wolf Hawk guards. The Wolf Hawk guards also discovered that bows and arrows were useless against Zhao Hai. They immediately took out their scimitars. Although scimitars were very good weapons for horses, they were still lacking compared to the bullhead drum in Zhao Hai's hand. The most important thing was the length. When fighting on horseback, speed was very fast. Aside from duels, in a head-on clash like this, you would only be able to attack your opponent in a short amount of time. Even if you were very fast, you would only be able to make 2 moves at most. At this time, the length of the weapon was a huge advantage. As soon as Zhao Hai entered the Wolf Hawk Guard army, a bullhead armor suddenly appeared on his body. The bullhead drum in his hand danced crazily. With him as the center, there wasn't a single living person within 5 meters of him. As long as a Wolf Hawk Guard entered this range, they would all be beheaded. Zhao Hai killed his way through the 1,000-man squad. It didn't take long for him to kill his way through the squad. But this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that because the 1,000-man squad was fighting with Zhao Hai, they weren't able to pull away from He Tianhu's army. At this time, they had already entered the attack range of He Tianhu's army. He Tianhu was also a warrior on the battlefield. Naturally, he wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and immediately gave the order to shoot. He wasn't afraid of hurting Zhao Hai. This was because he could see that with Zhao Hai's ability, he wouldn't be able to hurt Zhao Hai. Strictly speaking, the desert bandits and the grasslands cavalry had a similar way of fighting. They were mainly mounted archers, and their weapons were also scimitars. Therefore, when Black Sky Tiger saw that the enemy was in range, he immediately gave the order to shoot. In an instant, the arrows rained down and directly hit the 1,000-man Wolf Hawk Guard. The 1,000-man squad was shot down. Just as the 1,000-man squad was about to leave the battlefield, they discovered that it was already too late. They had already been surrounded. Behind them, there were 2 more groups of 5,000 people. They had already lost their chance to escape. When the 1,000-man commander saw this, he immediately released his Golden Eagle. He wanted the Golden Eagle to send a message to the Golden Wolf tribe. In order to make the Golden Eagle move faster, he didn't even have time to write a report. But at the moment when the Golden Eagle flew up, a dark shadow in the sky rushed directly to the Golden Eagle. Before the Golden Eagle could react, it was shot down. The 1,000-man commander also noticed that the Golden Eagle was shot down. He looked at the eagle in shock and screamed, "Ghost Eagle? How could it be a ghost eagle?" He was so shocked that his voice sounded a bit sharp. He couldn't help but be shocked. This was because he knew this type of black eagle. This type of black eagle was called a ghost eagle. It was a battle eagle trained by the Ashri family of the virtuous prince of the left. Its strength was definitely much stronger than the golden eagle. However, the 1,000-man commander also knew that no one in the virtuous prince of the left knew this secret method. This was because this method of training eagles was only known by the Ashri patriarch. The current virtuous prince of the left, Ashri Quangshur, obtained the position of patriarch through illegal means. Because of this, he didn't know how to train eagles. The people of the prairie thought that this secret method of training eagles was lost. They didn't expect to see a ghost eagle here today. He Tianhu heard the 1,000-man commander's words, but he didn't respond. He just coldly snorted. Then he waved his hand and the army began to attack. They were already very close. At this distance, it was no longer suitable to use bows and arrows. All that was left was to fight in close quarters. The wolf hawk guards were indeed elites. Even at a time like this, none of them ran away or retreated. They kept charging, and in the end, all of them fell on the path of the charge. When the last wolf hawk guard fell, He Tianhu finally relaxed. At this time, a person came to his side. He Tianhu turned his head and saw that it was Zhao Hai. He Tianhu nodded to Zhao Hai. Then he let out a long breath and said, "They're worthy of being called elites of the prairie. They're really strong. What do you think?" Zhao Hai said, "Give them a proper burial. They're brave warriors, but take their equipment and give it to our brothers. Take their armor as well, but don't take their clothes." He Tianhu nodded. Although he hadn't been a desert bandit for a long time, he was very clear about how these bandits did things. The resources in the desert were too scarce. In the past, when they encountered a situation like this, they wouldn't let go of anything. It was normal for them to strip these people of their clothes. The clothes that the wolf hawk guard wore were all good stuff. But now that Zhao Hai said it, He Tianhu naturally wouldn't object. He immediately passed down the order. With 20,000 people, the battle didn't take long. At the same time, they also counted the results of the battle. Although they didn't fight for a long time and had the upper hand, they still lost around 1,000 people. This was 1-to-1. And this was after Zhao Hai killed more than 200 of the wolf hawk guards. If they were to fight the wolf hawk guards head-on, their casualties wouldn't be this small. They might even lose 4,000 to 5,000 people. Aside from the casualties, they also gained a lot of good things. Not to mention the jerky, they also gained close to 1,000 horses. Because the wolf hawk guards each had 2 horses, there were still close to 1,000 horses left even though they had shot down many of the horses. Aside from the horses, they also got weapons, scimitars, bows, and arrows. One must know that these things were all obtained from the wolf hawk guards. And the wolf hawk guards were the elites of the wolf soul kingdom. How could their equipment be bad? These things were definitely good. Of course, aside from these, there was also the armor. Armor was actually the most difficult to make. The armor of the wolf hawk guards was different. Their armor wasn't completely made of iron. It was too heavy and would affect their movements. At the same time, it would also have a huge impact on their horses. Of course, their armor wasn't completely made of leather either. Their armor was made of leather with iron pages. Leather was the main body of the armor, but the important defensive parts of the body were all equipped with iron pages. Therefore, their armor's defensive power was very strong, and it wasn't very heavy. After collecting the equipment, they buried the bodies of the wolf hawk guards. One must know that in the prairie, there were a lot of times where people didn't need to be buried. Prairie wolves, prairie eagles, wild dogs, and other animals would naturally help you clean up the corpses. Therefore, in the prairie, burying the dead was a very important etiquette. After burying those people, Zhao Hai and the others finally moved forward. Zhao Hai was still the scout, so they quickly found the tribe that Barter was talking about. Such a small tribe naturally couldn't block the advance of an army. After being defeated by He Tianhu and the others, no one in the tribe was able to escape. In this small tribe, all the men who were taller than a wheel were beheaded on the spot. All the women who resisted were also killed. Only some ignorant children and some women who didn't resist were left behind and became their spoils of war. Facing such a situation, Zhao Hai didn't feel too uncomfortable. He had seen a lot of killings, and he had even experienced crueler ones. Why would he care about something like this? After destroying the small tribe, they cleaned up the camp and waited for Captain Feng and the others to arrive. Captain Feng and the others quickly arrived and set up camp by the river. After the tent was set up, Captain Feng invited everyone into the tent. After everyone sat down, Captain Feng smiled and said, "Not bad, we've made a good start. Although this tribe isn't big, it has a lot of good things. It seems like being a bandit has a bright future." Zhao Hai nodded. Everyone chuckled. There weren't a lot of people who were actually bandits. Therefore, they didn't feel anything wrong with Captain Feng's joke. Captain Feng looked at He Tianhu and Zhao Hai, then he said, "Today, I've made some calculations. The two of you have the highest merits. Don't worry, rewards are unavoidable. Naturally, I know that you don't lack crane grass. But if I don't reward you, then other people will make a contribution. Therefore, you have to accept it. Zhao Hai nodded, he didn't object. This was because he knew that Captain Feng was right. If he didn't accept the rewards, then other people would make a contribution in the future. However, other people weren't like him who didn't worry about money. If he didn't accept the rewards, then other people's income would be cut off. This was tantamount to offending other people. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't do such a thing. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't object, Captain Feng relaxed. He was afraid that Zhao Hai would object. Now that Zhao Hai didn't object, he naturally felt relieved. Captain Feng then said, "Tomorrow, Crane Grass will still be the captain of the scout team. The army will be divided into the front and the rear, separated by 10 li. The front will still be led by He Tianhu, and the number of people will be set at 10,000. The rear will be led by me, and the number of people will be set at 40,000. Does anyone have any objections?" Everyone shook their heads. At this time, a voice was heard, "Boss, I want to join the scout team." When everyone heard this voice, they immediately knew who it was. There was only one woman in the team, and that was Fire Phoenix. However, no one thought that Fire Phoenix would want to join the scout team. Wouldn't that mean that she would be in the same team as Zhao Hai? After thinking about this, everyone turned their heads to look at Fire Phoenix. Their faces were filled with confusion. Fire Phoenix looked at everyone, then she turned to Captain Feng and said, "Boss, I don't have anything to do here. But the scout team is the most dangerous place in the army. Therefore, I want to join the scout team. This way, if something happens, then Crane Grass and I can guarantee the safety of the scout team. I hope that boss will allow it." Zhao Hai was seated on Banju's back, a helpless look on his face. On his left was Barter, who was riding beside him, and on his right was Fire Phoenix. In the end, Leader Feng had agreed to Fire Phoenix's request, allowing her to join the scout team with Zhao Hai. As such, the entire scout team was extremely arrogant. Everyone in the Sand Tiger Stockade knew that there were two great powerhouses in the Sand Tiger Stockade. One was Fire Phoenix, and she was the only consolidated equipment stage powerhouse in the entire Sand Tiger Stockade. As such, many people thought that she was the top powerhouse in the entire Sand Tiger Stockade. However, there were still some who said that the top powerhouse of the Sand Tiger Stockade should be Zhao Hai, as Zhao Hai had defeated Fire Phoenix before. Of course, there were many who disagreed. In their eyes, Fire Phoenix had just broken through to the Heavenly Jewel stage, and was not familiar with her powers yet. That was why she had been defeated by Zhao Hai. Now, if Zhao Hai and Fire Phoenix were to fight again, the loser would definitely be Zhao Hai. However, no matter if it was those who supported Fire Phoenix or those who supported Zhao Hai, they could not deny that the two of them were the strongest in the entire Sand Tiger Stockade. Now that both of them had joined the scout team, it made the entire scout team feel extremely arrogant. Zhao Hai was also extremely annoyed. He really did not know what Fire Phoenix was thinking, and why she wanted to join the scout team with him. If she said that she liked him, Zhao Hai would not believe it. After all, who was Fire Phoenix? She was the leader of an entire stockade, and she had a blood feud on her shoulders. In fact, Zhao Hai could not even see any emotions in her eyes. Besides the time when she was facing the fire tiger, her eyes were cold and emotionless. How could such a person like him? Zhao Hai could not help but express his doubts. However, no matter what, Fire Phoenix had already joined the scout team, and no matter the reason, he had to accept her. Zhao Hai took a deep breath, calming his emotions. Turning to Barter, he said, "Barter, how much do you know about this area?" Barter replied in a deep voice, "Young Master Cranegrass, I don't know much about this place. We only learned a little about the situation here when we were fleeing." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's fine if you don't know about it, but if you know about it, then our scout team would be useless. Let's move forward with all our strength, we don't need to cherish the horses." The team gave each of us 2 horses in order to help us understand the surrounding situation. "Pass down my order, from now on, the scout team will be divided into 10 teams, with 100 people in each team. If you encounter an enemy, immediately report back." Barter immediately complied and went to pass down the order. Before long, the 10 teams were divided into 10 teams, and the team captains were also selected. Zhao Hai looked at the 10 captains and said, "Remember, contact me at least once every hour. If you don't contact me within an hour, then it means that you have been attacked or have been killed. If I find out that you haven't been attacked and haven't contacted me at least once every hour, then according to military law, the distance between teams cannot exceed 10 li. Go." As soon as the 10 teams heard Zhao Hai, their hearts shook. Then they loudly complied and left. Barter personally commanded a team, while Zhao Hai and Fire Phoenix commanded a team of 100 people as they rushed forward. After that, every hour or so, there would be people from each squad reporting their progress. 10 squads would push forward like this. In other words, they could at least observe the situation within a radius of 100 li horizontally. Pushing forward like this, it was believed that no one could escape their eyes. Fire Phoenix didn't say anything, she just sat on her horse and followed Zhao Hai all the way. She didn't express any opinion about Zhao Hai's arrangement, it was as if she was listening to everything Zhao Hai said. This made Zhao Hai puzzled, but also happy. This time, they didn't encounter any other small tribes, but they did encounter some scattered herdsmen. For these herdsmen, there was no need for the army to come, Zhao Hai's scouts would have already dealt with them. On this day, Fire Phoenix finally saw Zhao Hai's ruthless side. On this day, Zhao Hai didn't take any captives. All the herdsmen that they encountered, regardless of whether they were men or women, were all killed. Facing such a situation, Fire Phoenix didn't know what to say. Although Fire Phoenix was now a thief, she had been educated since childhood on how to be a good soldier. And a good soldier wouldn't indiscriminately kill the innocent. However, Zhao Hai's actions, in her view, were indiscriminately killing the innocent. This made her have a new understanding of Zhao Hai. Therefore, she began to carefully size up Zhao Hai, she wanted to see something from Zhao Hai's eyes. A murderous person's eyes would always reflect something. For example, the king of the Tiger Soul Nation was a murderous person. So every time he talked about killing, his eyes would shine, as if he was very excited. Her father was a general. Sometimes, a general had no choice but to kill. However, her father wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Therefore, every time her father talked to her about killing, there would always be a trace of pain in his eyes. However, Fire Phoenix also followed her father to the barracks. When they were in the barracks, Fire Phoenix also saw her father ordering people to kill. At that time, her father didn't show any signs of pain, only coldness. His cold eyes and cold tone made Fire Phoenix wake up from a nightmare. She didn't know if the person sitting in the tent was her father or a devil. Of course, Fire Phoenix had also seen another type of person. This type of person was completely indifferent to life and death. In their eyes, life was nothing. When they killed people, they wouldn't have any emotional fluctuations. It was as if they were doing something insignificant. Fire Phoenix had also seen this type of person in the Tiger Soul country. That person was a general who was even more famous than her father. Moreover, he was an old general. She was fortunate enough to see this old general commanding a battle. His indifferent tone made it seem as if he wasn't talking about killing people, but only about weeding. It was as if those weren't lives, but chess pieces in his hand. Fire Phoenix also asked her father why the old general was like that. Her father told her that it was because the old general had seen too much life and death. The death of his own people, the death of his enemies, the death of soldiers, and the death of ordinary people. He had seen too much life and death. Because of this, he could completely ignore life and death. In his eyes, soldiers were chess pieces, enemies were also chess pieces. Either his chess pieces would be eaten by the enemy, or he would eat the enemy's chess pieces. Everything, for him, didn't make any difference, as if he was doing something insignificant. But this was a general who had been in the army for decades. He had experienced thousands of battles, both big and small. The number of people who died in his hands was close to 10 million, and the number of deaths he saw with his own eyes was even more. It was precisely because of this that he developed the habit of ignoring life and death. If he cherished life like an ordinary person, then he would have already gone crazy. Because of this experience, Fire Phoenix wanted to see what kind of person Zhao Hai was. Was he the kind of person who would kill, or was he the kind who would ignore life and death? Fire Phoenix soon knew that Zhao Hai belonged to the latter. When he gave the order to kill, his tone didn't have any fluctuations. It wasn't cold, nor was it excited, it was just indifferent. It was as if he wasn't talking about human lives, but sand that could be seen everywhere in the desert. This made Fire Phoenix even more curious about Zhao Hai. On the second day after Fire Phoenix joined the scouting team, they finally met a large tribe. It couldn't be called a large tribe, it could only be considered a medium-sized tribe in the prairie. The name of the tribe was Abahai. Barter had heard of this tribe before, it was a very brave tribe. The adult men in the tribe were very brave. When the tribe was at its strongest, they had 50,000 control warriors, and the tribe's population exceeded 200,000. Such a tribe could already be considered a medium-sized tribe in the prairie. In recent years, the Abahai tribe's situation had been very good. Their population had already exceeded 300,000, and they had 80,000 control warriors. They would soon become one of the largest tribes in the prairie. However, what made Barter puzzled was that the Abahai tribe had always been in a place called the Black Sea in the north. The water and grass there were very rich, but because it was close to the north, the temperature was very low. Half a year would be covered in ice and snow. Because of this, their living conditions were very difficult. It might be because of this difficult living environment that the people of the Abahai tribe became even more brave. However, the Black Sea was very far from here. How did the Abahai tribe come here? In order to confirm that this was the Abahai tribe, Barter had Zhao Hai draw the Abahai tribe's flag. The Abahai tribe's flag was very special. Their flag was triangular with a camel on top. When Zhao Hai drew the Abahai tribe's flag, Barter was finally able to confirm that this was the Abahai tribe. After Barter introduced the Abahai tribe to Zhao Hai immediately decided to inform Captain Feng about this information before making a plan. Because of this information, Captain Feng had already given the order to set up camp. At this time, their camp was only 100 li away from the Abahai tribe's camp. This was a very dangerous distance, they could be discovered by the Abahai tribe at any time. After Captain Feng's tent was set up, he called everyone to the tent. First, he told them about Zhao Hai's discovery of the Abahai tribe. Then he had He Tianhu and Barter tell them about the Abahai tribe's situation. After the two finished talking, Captain Feng looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, let's talk about how we should deal with the Abahai tribe." Everyone was silent. Lu Yuangong and the others didn't have much experience in large-scale battles, so it wasn't convenient for them to speak. On the other hand, He Tianhu and the others were in a difficult position. This was because the Abahai tribe was a very hard bone to chew. If they attacked the Abahai tribe, they might suffer a lot. This was the reason why they were silent. Zhao Hai didn't want to be the first to speak, so he also didn't speak. When Captain Feng saw that no one spoke, he couldn't help but frown. Then he looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, don't worry. No matter what, the Abahai tribe has become a stumbling block in front of us. We need to think of a way to get rid of this stumbling block." Everyone nodded. They knew that Captain Feng was right. The Abahai tribe was definitely a stumbling block. It all depended on how they dealt with it. He Tianhu thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "The Abahai tribe should have more than 80,000 control warriors. According to the number of troops deployed in the past, the Abahai tribe should have around 60,000 troops this time. In other words, they only have around 20,000 capable young men, maybe even less. Of course, the young men I'm talking about are those between 16 and 45 years old, not counting those above 45 years old, and not counting women. However, these people shouldn't be underestimated. The men on the prairie all grew up on horseback. At around 12 years old, they can be considered warriors, and after 45 years old, although their fighting strength will weaken to a certain extent, they won't be too weak. This kind of strength can be maintained until around 55 years old, and only then will there be a substantial decline. For a tribe like the Abahai tribe, it's impossible that they don't have any experts. Therefore, if we attack them head-on, it won't be easy. The number of troops we have to face might be a lot more than what we think, even more than what we have now. Therefore, we still need to be careful when dealing with the Abahai tribe." Everyone nodded. Almost everyone present knew He Tianhu's identity, so they agreed with what He Tianhu said. After all, He Tianhu was the one who understood the grasslands the most. Captain Feng nodded. Then he looked at He Tianhu and said, "Then what do you think we should do? Are we taking a detour?" He Tianhu thought for a moment and said, in a deep voice, "It would be best if we can go around it, but I don't think it will be easy." "It's not that it's not easy. It's that it's impossible," Zhao Hai, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said. Zhao Hai immediately refuted He Tianhu's words. This made everyone surprised. He Tianhu also looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Captain Feng looked at Zhao Hai and then nodded to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai continued, "Today, Barter told me that the Abahai tribe didn't originally live here. I don't know when they moved here, but after listening to Brother Tiger, I understand that the Golden Wolf tribe deliberately moved here in order to protect the Golden Wolf tribe's flank. The distance between us and the Golden Wolf tribe isn't very far. Moreover, this is the closest distance between the desert and the Golden Wolf tribe, so it's impossible for the Golden Wolf tribe to not know about it. At the same time, it's impossible for the Golden Wolf tribe to not know about how arrogant the desert bandits are. The Golden Wolf tribe must have thought that the desert bandits would attack them when they were attacking the Saber Spirit country. But at that time, the Golden Wolf tribe had no choice but to send troops. In this case, they must have thought of a way to protect their own camp. As for the life and death of the other tribes, they simply didn't care about it. Moreover, they even wanted to use the desert bandits to weaken the other tribes. This way, their rule would be more stable. Therefore, before they attacked the Saber Spirit country, it's very likely that the Abahai tribe would first move here to block the road between the desert and the Golden Wolf tribe's camp. If we take a detour, then the Golden Wolf tribe and the Abahai tribe would be able to attack us from both sides. When that time comes, we would be attacked from both sides, which would be even more troublesome." After listening to Zhao Hai's analysis, everyone nodded their heads. This was because Zhao Hai's analysis was very reasonable. Moreover, he also considered the thoughts of the Golden Wolf tribe, the overlord of the prairie. Everyone wasn't stupid, they all thought that what Zhao Hai said might be true. He Tianhu nodded and said, "Cranegrass's analysis is correct. With the Golden Wolf tribe's style of doing things, it's very likely that they did something like this. The Abahai tribe has been developing very quickly in the past few years. Moreover, the people of this tribe are innately brave. If they continue to develop like this, they might threaten the Golden Wolf tribe's rule. Therefore, the Golden Wolf tribe would think of a way to weaken the Abahai tribe's strength." Captain Feng nodded and said, "In other words, it's impossible for us to go around them. We can only kick away the Abahai tribe in order to pose a threat to the Golden Wolf tribe?" Everyone nodded. Captain Feng slammed the table and said, "Then what's there to think about? Let's do it. If we don't get rid of them, then we won't be able to achieve our goal. Moreover, if we don't rob a large tribe, then we'll go make a fortune. Let's do it, we'll first eliminate the Abahai tribe." When He Tianhu and the others heard Captain Feng's words, they were stunned for a moment before they laughed. This was the first time Captain Feng revealed this side of him. Everyone felt a lot closer to him. Naturally, it was also because this matter had been settled, so they felt a lot more relaxed. Captain Feng looked at everyone, then he took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, since we've decided to attack, then there's no need to think about anything else. We'll just have to see how we're going to fight. To be honest, I don't have any good ideas right now. Although I'm a soldier, I've never participated in such a large-scale battle. Now, we'll have to see how we're going to fight. Phoenix, you go first, you're a descendant of a general. Tianhu, don't be idle, tell us what you think." Fire Phoenix nodded, then she said, "Since we're going to fight, then we must do it in the shortest time possible. After all, this is the prairie. Moreover, we don't know the situation of the other villages. If their progress is too slow, then we might give the Abahai tribe time to call for help. When that time comes, I'm afraid that it would be more troublesome. As for how we're going to fight, I think Tianhu has more say than me. He's from the prairie, after all, the way of fighting in the prairie is different from the 100,000 mountains." Everyone nodded. He Tianhu didn't decline and said, "The battle in the prairie is actually very simple. Because of the terrain, we can't use other methods to attack, we can only attack by force. Moreover, the Abahai tribe's camp doesn't have walls, only wooden fences. Therefore, it isn't difficult to attack by force. However, the difficulty lies in the subsequent attacks. A camp with hundreds of thousands of people isn't small, it won't be easy to take it down in a short period of time. Therefore, we must divide the camp into several groups in the shortest time possible and then clean up these areas. During the entire process, everyone must be careful because the Abahai tribe is very brave, so no matter who the Abahai tribe is, we must not hold back. Everyone nodded, then Captain Feng looked at the others and said, "Does anyone have anything else to say?" Zhao Hai looked at everyone and then said, "Captain, let me be the vanguard. My martial arts style is most suitable for charging, so I must be the vanguard. As for Sister Phoenix, don't make a move first." As Brother Tiger said, a big tribe like the Abahai tribe must have experts. When such people make a move, it will be time for Sister Phoenix to make a move. Moreover, we must act quickly. We are now only about 100 li away from the Abahai tribe. Although this distance doesn't seem close, if the Abahai tribe sends out scouting beasts like eagles, then they will quickly discover us. Our advantage of surprise will disappear. Therefore, I propose that we immediately go down and prepare. Divide the 50,000 people into 10 teams of 5,000 people. I will lead a team of 5,000 people as the vanguard. The first to charge will be the people who follow me. It would be best if they wear heavy armor and use ropes to tie all the horses together. Once we break through the enemy camp, you will charge together and destroy the enemy camp in the shortest time possible. When everyone heard what Zhao Hai said, they were stunned. Then Captain Feng didn't say anything and loudly said, "Did you hear Cranegrass's words? Let's move out. Choose 5,000 of the best soldiers and give them the best armor and sabers. Attach their horses to them and charge together with Cranegrass. Everyone else, prepare yourselves." Everyone responded with a boom, then turned around and walked out. When Zhao Hai was about to walk out, Captain Feng stopped him. Captain Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Cranegrass, although our operation this time is very important, your life is more important. If there is any danger, remember that protecting your own life is the most important thing." Zhao Hai looked at Captain Feng's appearance, then he smiled faintly and said, "Captain, rest assured. The person who can take my life hasn't been born yet. You can rest assured." Captain Feng looked at Zhao Hai's appearance, then he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "You. Forget it, go prepare." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned around and walked out. Before long, he arrived in front of Banju. He gently touched Banju's neck and said, "Buddy, we're going to shock the world today. You have to be prepared." Banju snorted, as if he was replying to Zhao Hai. In fact, he was replying to Zhao Hai. It's just that other than Zhao Hai, no one else could understand what he was saying. Before long, everyone was ready. The people who followed Zhao Hai were also ready. They were the strongest among the 50,000 people. They wore the best armor and held the best weapons in their hands. Their horses were also tied up with ropes. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai, who was standing there and gently touching his horse's neck. Behind them, Captain Feng and the others were also ready. Everyone was on their horses, and all of them were looking at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, "Brothers, charge with me. We'll break through the enemy's formation. Fat Cat, bring me the flag." After he said that, Zhao Hai turned around and mounted his horse. At this time, Fat Cat's face was red as he ran over. He was holding a flag in his hand, and on the flag was a majestic tiger. Zhao Hai reached out and took the flag. Fat Cat looked deeply at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly knelt before Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, please allow Fat Cat to follow you. Even if we die, Fat Cat will not regret it." Zhao Hai looked at Fat Cat, then he laughed and said, "Good. Fat Cat, I didn't think that a cat like you would have the soul of a tiger. Follow me." Fat Cat nodded, then he immediately brought his horse over and jumped down. Zhao Hai handed the flag over to Fat Cat and said, "Protect him. Use your life to protect him." Fat Cat responded loudly, his face was red with excitement. Zhao turned to look at the 5,000 people behind him and said, "Brothers, we are bandits. No one will look at us in the eye." But why is it that no one will look at us in the eye? It's not because we are bandits, it's because we don't have the strength. The Wolf Soul country can be said to be a country of bandits, but in this continent, no country dares to look down on them. Why? because they have the strength. We need to let the world know that there is a sand tiger bandit group in the desert. We need to let them know that we are a group of hungry tigers. A group of tigers cannot gather together unless they are starving, but a group of hungry tigers can gather together and hunt any animal they want to hunt. We are a group of hungry tigers, and anyone who stands in our way is a piece of meat, a delicious piece of meat. From now on, we are a group of hungry tigers. There is a piece of meat in front of us, and what we need to do is to rush over and eat it. We need to make the world tremble when they see our tiger banner. The only thing they can think of is to hand over everything they have to us in exchange for their lives. Now, it's time to let the world know how powerful our tiger banner is. Follow me to kill the enemy. Then Zhao Hai put on his helmet and armor, and a bull's head drum appeared in his hand. Then he turned his horse's head and shouted, "Kill the enemy." At the same time, the people behind Zhao shouted, "Kill the enemy." Mottled Bamboo roared and directly rushed out. The 5,000 cavalry followed behind Zhao, but their speed wasn't very fast. After all of their horses were already connected, so it would be difficult to increase their speed in a short period of time. Fat Cat's face was flushed red as he followed behind Zhao Hai. He held the tiger banner in his hand, and his body was trembling with excitement. He had never been this excited before. He felt that following such a master was really worth it. Zhao Hai's speed wasn't very fast, so it didn't take long for the Abahai tribe to discover them. The Abahai tribe was worthy of their reputation. They immediately organized their people and rushed out of the tribe. Hei Tianhu wasn't wrong, the Abahai tribe really did leave some people behind. Moreover, their numbers weren't small, about 20,000 people. These 20,000 people quickly formed up and then rushed towards Zhao Hai's group. Zhao Hai's group acted as if they didn't see them, and continued to rush forward. Zhao Hai was very clear that without any training, the power of these horses connected by ropes was very limited. Moreover, because they didn't have any training, it would be even more difficult for them to make turns. Therefore, they couldn't make any movements, they could only move forward. It didn't take long for the two sides to come into contact. Zhao Hai was still in the front, while Fat Cat was well protected by him. A black vine-like plant appeared beside Fat Cat, blocking all attacks for him. It was impossible for the Abahai tribe to stop Zhao Hai. It was also impossible for them to stop the horsemen behind Zhao Hai. The horsemen were all connected by ropes, allowing them to move at the same speed. They were like a flat surface, tearing apart everything in their path. The 20,000 horsemen of the Abahai tribe were quickly crushed by Zhao Hai's 5,000 horsemen. Then Zhao Hai's group didn't stop, they continued to rush towards the Abahai tribe. The fences of the Abahai tribe simply couldn't stop Zhao Hai's group. Zhao Hai's group directly smashed through the fences and rushed into the Abahai tribe's camp. Once they entered the Abahai tribe's camp, things became even simpler. There was nothing that could stop Zhao Hai's group from moving forward. Everything that stood in their way would be crushed by the hooves of the horses. Everyone who wanted to attack them would also be trampled into meat paste. Zhao Hai's group was like a hot knife cutting through butter, directly cutting through the Abahai tribe's camp. On the other hand, the people of the Abahai tribe were completely stunned. They didn't think that there would be an army that could easily kill their way into their camp. The entire Abahai tribe's camp was in chaos. At this time, Captain Feng and the others also rushed over. To be honest, they were also excited by Zhao Hai's words. They couldn't help but want to rush forward and kill the enemy. Fortunately, they still had a trace of reason. This last trace of reason allowed them to not be impulsive. Instead, they acted according to their previous plan. However, the way they looked at Zhao Hai had changed. They didn't think that Zhao Hai's words would be so provocative that they couldn't control themselves. Don't think that this is easy. The reason why some famous generals can become famous generals is because they can make their soldiers willingly fight for them. They can make their soldiers think that fighting for them is an honor. Because of this, they will go all out in battle, even if it means death. However, such famous generals were rare. Because of this, there was a saying that it's easy to get 1,000 soldiers, but hard to find a good general. And Zhao Hai obviously had the potential to become a famous general. Naturally, this was only what they thought. Zhao Hai didn't think so. This was because Zhao Hai had done these things before. It can be said that he was very familiar with it. He didn't need to prepare at all. Just as Zhao Hai's army rushed into the Abahai tribe's camp, the Abahai tribe's camp was in chaos. Captain Feng and the others also rushed in. Their morale was at its peak. They directly rushed into the Abahai tribe's camp from all directions. Then they began to divide and kill the Abahai tribe's camp. The entire Abahai tribe's camp was in complete chaos. After all, there weren't many strong youths in the camp. Moreover, they were divided by Zhao Hai's army. Because of this, they couldn't organize any effective resistance. However, right at that moment, an imposing aura suddenly rose up from the Abahai tribe's camp. Following that, a voice rang out, "Who dares to attack my Abahai tribe? Come and die." Following which, a figure charged towards the Sand Tiger Bandit gang. Every member of the Sand Tiger Bandit gang he saw was killed instantly. Around this person, the illusory image of a large blade appeared. Clearly, he was a consolidated equipment stage powerhouse. Right at that moment, a cold voice rang out, "Don't be so arrogant. Let me take you on." As the voice rang out, a fire phoenix charged towards the figure. It was the fire phoenix. Very quickly, the two of them clashed. As the two of them clashed, no one else could interfere, and they could only watch as the two of them fought. By this time, Zhao Hai had already led his men into the Abahai tribe's main camp. Of course, Zhao Hai and the others had suffered quite a few losses as well. However, all of them who charged out were filled with killing intent. After this battle, their spirits had changed greatly. It was as if an army had gained a soul, and this soul was personally infused into their bodies by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai slowly reined in his horse, turning to look at the others before saying solemnly, "The Abahai tribe is now in chaos. Brothers, cut the ropes and charge forward. Kill all the Abahai tribe members." Everyone nodded in agreement, cutting off the ropes on their horses. Following Zhao Hai, they charged back into the Abahai tribe camp. There were not many powerhouses in the Abahai tribe, and only the one who was fighting with Fire Phoenix could be considered a powerhouse. Although he was slightly stronger than Fire Phoenix, it was not by much. Fire Phoenix alone was enough to hold him back, and the others could do whatever they needed to do. At that moment, Zhao Hai also noticed the situation at Fire Phoenix's side. Zhao Hai immediately charged over, the bullhead drum in hand as he joined the fight. In a fight between the two of them, only Zhao Hai could interfere. Fire Phoenix thought that with her realm stabilized, it wouldn't be difficult for her to deal with Zhao Hai. She should be able to easily defeat Zhao Hai. But now, it seems like this wasn't the case. Zhao Hai's plant protection appeared once again. And because it was a close combat battle, Zhao Hai's bullhead armor disappeared along with the bullhead drum in his hand. Instead, a set of white jade-like armor appeared on his body. At the same time, two white jade-like sledgehammers appeared in his hands. Zhao Hai didn't use these weapons in front of others, so nobody knew about them. When Zhao Hai used these weapons, Fire Phoenix understood that Zhao Hai was holding back when he fought with her. This was because in this situation, Zhao Hai's two sledgehammers were more suitable. The attacks of his sledgehammers were very strange, but they were also very powerful. They were much more powerful than the bullhead drum. Of course, they didn't know that Zhao Hai was currently using the Hammer King's 8 stone hammer laws. In the past, the Hammer King relied on this technique to go through thousands of battles in the continent without tasting defeat. This showed how powerful this technique was. Now that Zhao Hai was using the 8 stone hammer laws, although it might not be as powerful as the Hammer King's peak, its strength wasn't necessarily inferior. After all, the snowman's blood was slowly fusing with his body, making him more and more powerful. However, Zhao Hai also discovered that the snowman's blood still hadn't fully fused with his body. In other words, his strength still had a lot of room to grow. When Zhao Hai joined the battle, the situation of the battle immediately changed. Before, the Fire Phoenix could only entangle the enemy. But now that Zhao Hai joined the battle, the enemy immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. The enemy looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief, but there was nothing he could do. After the three exchanged 300 moves, the enemy finally couldn't block Zhao Hai's attack. His back was smashed by Zhao Hai's hammer, causing blood to spurt out from his mouth. Then the Fire Phoenix followed up and kicked the enemy's chest. The enemy's sternum was directly broken. The enemy flew more than 10 meters away before he fell to the ground and couldn't get up. At this point, Zhao Hai didn't stop. Instead, he took a step forward and chopped off the enemy's head. Zhao Hai then took out the bull's head, and Zhao Hai stuck the enemy's head into the bull's head, saying loudly, "Abahai tribe members, listen up. Your elder is dead. Put down your weapons immediately, and I'll spare your lives." Zhao Hai then raised the bull's head up high, showing the heads of the consolidating equipment stage powerhouses. Zhao Hai's psychological attack was well timed, causing the Abahai tribe members to lose whatever courage they had left. The Abahai tribe members stared blankly at the heads, some even forgetting to resist. Some of the Abahai tribe women even surrendered. However, the Abahai tribe lived up to their reputation of being valiant. Even at such a stage, they didn't give up resisting. This was especially so for the men of the Abahai tribe. No matter the elderly or the children above 10 years old, none of them gave up. They kept fighting, and it was because of this that the battle lasted from morning till night. By night time, the entire Abahai tribe was almost completely wiped out. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot from the slaughter. The sand tigers, as long as they saw any Abahai tribe members, no matter if they were men or women, young or old, they would rush up and stab them. In their eyes, only the dead Abahai tribe members were the most reassuring. When the sky was about to darken, the battle finally ended. Leader Feng immediately ordered everyone to clean up the battlefield and tally up the casualties. The final tally was out of Leader Feng's expectations. Out of their 50,000-strong army, they had actually lost more than 10,000 men, while they had killed more than 200,000 Abahai tribe members, leaving less than 100,000 women and children. It could be said that the entire Abahai tribe had been completely destroyed by them. When the battle results were out, everyone had no choice but to drag their tired bodies to clean up the battlefield. Those who were injured had to be treated. Those with light injuries were still manageable, but only Zhao Hai could treat the severely injured. As for Zhao Hai, he didn't feel too tired. After all, this was the grasslands, and he could replenish his energy at any time. As such, Zhao Hai didn't feel tired at all. After all, this was the grasslands, and he could replenish his energy at any time. As such, Zhao Hai didn't feel tired at all. That night, besides those who had to guard the camp, everyone else went to sleep. As for the Abahai tribe women who had surrendered, they didn't have the time to look after them. Of course, those women didn't run away, as they knew that in this vast grasslands, if a woman ran away alone, there was no chance of survival. Now, they could only follow Zhao Hai and the others. After a night's rest, everyone was full of energy again. Today, they were able to withdraw and have a good fight. One must know that this time, they were attacking a large tribe with more than 300,000 people. How could such a large tribe be lacking in good things? Naturally, it was impossible. In such a large tribe, there were a lot of good things. There were all kinds of weapons and supplies. Just the amount of gold and silver in the tribe had reached a very high level. Of course, there were also the women, horses, cows, sheep, carriages, and other things. It can be said that even if they immediately returned to the Grand Desert, they would still make a lot of money. As for the women, of course, they didn't hesitate to take them. For these bandits, women were just a part of their wealth. The sand tigers rested there for 2 full days before settling everything. At the same time, at Captain Feng's request, the sand tigers sent out a group of 5,000 people to return to the desert with the big harvest this time. The rest of the people continued to move forward. Aside from delivering the goods, this 5,000-man brigade also needed to go back and recuperate. Many of them were seriously injured, so they needed to return to the sand tigers' main camp to recuperate. Then, they would receive a new batch of soldiers from the main camp. However, Zhao Hai's group also left some things behind. Most of these things were precious jewelry and other things. These things were left behind by Captain Feng and the others. They wanted to bring these things back to the Saber Spirit country. Captain Feng and the others had already planned this. After this operation, they would directly return to the Saber Spirit country. In the future, if anything happens, they would re-enter the Grand Desert and contact Fire Phoenix. The reason why Captain Feng made such a decision was because they were the Saber Guard army. Once their operation here ended, it meant that the Wolf Spirit country had retreated. Once the wolf spirit country retreated, their mission would be considered complete. Naturally, they would return to their country. If they didn't return to their country and retreated to the Grand Desert with Fire Phoenix, then they didn't know when they would be able to return home. After all, this time, they made the wolf spirit country so miserable. The people of the wolf spirit country would definitely take revenge on them. When that time comes, it would be impossible for them to return to their country. Therefore, Captain Feng planned to return to the Saber Spirit Nation as soon as this matter was over and the people from the Wolf Spirit Nation had not sealed off the grassland. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult for them to return to the Saber Spirit Nation in the future. They didn't know if they would be able to make a fortune in the future, but this time, they had gained a lot from the Abahai tribe. They couldn't bring too much gold and silver with them, not to mention cattle and horses. If they wanted to return to the Saber Spirit country, they would have to travel lightly. They couldn't bring a large number of cattle and horses with them, because they would only be hunted down by the people of the Wolf Spirit country. Therefore, they could only bring the best things, like jewelry. These things were much more valuable than gold, and if they brought these back, it would be enough for them to live the rest of their lives in peace. Zhao Hai didn't object to this kind of thing. He also brought a lot of things. He didn't want to be different from the others. After coming to this world, although he didn't lack money, he could only be considered a pauper compared to his previous self. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't refuse these things. The large group moved forward. Although they only had about 20,000 people, their strength was definitely not to be underestimated. After the battle with the Abahai tribe, everyone's cohesion had increased, especially Zhao Hai. His prestige in the Sand Tigers had skyrocketed. The people who charged with Zhao Hai in the beginning only recognized Zhao Hai as their leader. It wasn't easy for others to command them. This was something that couldn't be helped. Although these people were temporarily formed by Zhao Hai, they were still an army. Moreover, the soul of this army was given to them by Zhao Hai. Therefore, it was natural for these people to only recognize Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't expect this situation, but he had already thought of a way to deal with it. When he leaves, he will assign a commander to this army. Only the commander that he personally appointed would be able to control this army. As the army moved forward, Captain Feng also slowly received information about the other 10 bandit groups. The other 10 bandit groups weren't slow either. At this time, they had already swept through several small tribes. When they encountered some medium-sized tribes that weren't very strong, they also wiped them out. These bandit groups also understood that they were taking advantage of the fact that the Wolf Soul Kingdom's army hasn't returned yet. Once the Wolf Soul Kingdom's army returns, they would be able to cause trouble in the prairie. Then only death would await them. It was precisely because these bandit groups understood this that they were able to make rapid progress. They spent all their time on the road. As long as someone blocked their path, they would immediately eliminate them. The Sand Tigers' actions were similar. As long as someone blocked their path, they wouldn't let them go. They would attack them with all their might. After 10 days, the army that they sent back to the headquarters returned. 5,000 people went back, and 5,000 came back. However, most of these 5,000 people were replaced. Those who were injured were left in the headquarters to recover. What came back was a new batch of soldiers. After being on the road for several days, they weren't far from the Golden Wolf tribe. But along the way, they encountered some attacks. It can be seen that the Golden Wolf tribe was aware of their movements. When they were 3 days away from the Golden Wolf tribe, they stopped and set up a large tent. Then Captain Feng called everyone into the tent. After everyone was seated, Captain Feng looked at everyone and said, "Brothers, it's about time. We can't go any further. If we go any further, I'm afraid that we would be trapped. The Wolf Soul Kingdom's army should already know that we were attacked. Maybe at this time, the Wolf Soul Kingdom's army has already returned. I think we should rest here for a few days. At the same time, we should also pay attention to the situation of the Wolf Soul Kingdom's army." Everyone nodded. Although it was good to get rich, their lives were also very important. If they were surrounded by the Wolf Soul Kingdom's army, then only death would await them. Sand Tiger looked at everyone, then he turned his head to Lu Yuangong and said, "Yuangong, do you still have no way to get in touch with your hometown?" Lu Yuangong nodded and said, "There's no other way. Right now, we're in the prairie. Messenger hawks are used to send letters in the prairie. Not only are these messenger hawks fast, they're also very strong. I'm afraid that it would be very difficult for our bluebirds to return to the country. We've already sent out a few bluebirds, but there's no reply. I'm afraid that the bluebirds have already been killed by the messenger hawks. Captain Feng nodded, but his brows wrinkled. He looked at everyone and said, "It seems like there's no other way. We can only send people to investigate. Cranegrass, you'll be the one to go this time." Xiaohai nodded and said, "No problem, leave it to me." "But Captain, it's best if you don't do anything these days. Even if we can't deal with the Golden Wolf tribe, can't we deal with other tribes? We'll deal with the other smaller tribes. This way, we'll be able to earn more money." Captain Feng smiled faintly and said, "Kid, you can rest assured. I don't need you to teach me. This time, you can only go by yourself. I don't trust anyone else to go with you. You need to be careful." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. There's no time to lose, I'll go now." Captain Feng nodded. Zhao Hai stood up and cupped his fist to everyone before he turned around and walked out. Outside the tent, Zhao Hai saw Fat Cat standing next to Banju, feeding him. At this time, Fat Cat was completely loyal to Zhao Hai. Therefore, it was natural for him to take care of Banju. Zhao Hai walked over. When Fat Cat saw Zhao Hai, he immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Young master, are you going out?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Fat Cat and said, "Fat Cat, this time I'll be going out alone. It will take a few days for me to come back. You should follow the group and don't go to dangerous places. When I come back, I think we can return to the Saber Spirit country." When Fat Cat heard Zhao Hai, he quickly said, "Young master, if you go alone, won't it be dangerous? How about I go with you?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Why would you want to go with me? This time, I'm going to scout. If you go with me, you'll just be a hindrance. Go, take out my wooden box and prepare some rations as well as some water." Fat Cat nodded, then he turned around and left. Before long, the things that Zhao Hai wanted were all prepared. Zhao Hai carried the wooden box and hung the dried meat and water bags on the saddle. Then he jumped on Banju's back and directly rushed out of the camp towards the Saber Spirit country. At this time, Captain Feng and the others hadn't opened the tent yet. Captain Feng looked at the others and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I think you all know that after this operation, we will be returning home. Once we return home, the Sand Tigers will be under Fire Phoenix's command. I think everyone has no objections, right?" Inside the tent, there weren't only people from the Saber Guard Army, Black Sky Tiger, and Fire Phoenix. There were also leaders from the other villages that they had subdued. Captain Feng and the others had subdued a lot of villages. Some of these leaders were directly killed by Zhao Hai, while some of them performed well and were promoted by Captain Feng to become small leaders. They can be considered as part of the Sand Tigers management. Therefore, they were qualified to participate in this meeting. It was good that they were qualified to participate, but they weren't qualified to express their opinions. Just like this time, when Captain Feng said that Fire Phoenix would be the leader, they didn't dare to have any objections. Fire Phoenix was one of the two strongest people in the Sand Tigers. If they had any objections, then wouldn't they be courting death? Naturally, they didn't dare to have any objections. Seeing that these people didn't speak, Captain Feng nodded and said, "You all can leave. Black Sky Tiger and Phoenix, stay." These people nodded and then turned around to leave. Zhao Hai calmly sat on mottled Bamboo's back. Beside him were a lot of animals. There was even an eagle flying in the sky. The eagle that Zhao Hai released wasn't very big, but its flying speed was very fast, and it was very flexible. In a battle in the sky, it wasn't necessary to have a big body. Big birds can fly for a long time, they can fly higher, and they can fly farther. However, they also have a big weakness, and that was their lack of flexibility. If an eagle wanted to kill a bat in the sky, then it wouldn't have any problem. This was because bats weren't very fast, and they weren't very flexible. Therefore, catching bats wasn't a problem. However, if an eagle wanted to catch a swallow in the sky, then the eagle would be in for a tragedy. Don't underestimate a swallow. A swallow's flying speed wasn't slow. Most importantly, it was very flexible. If an eagle wanted to catch a swallow, then it would be very difficult. Naturally, this didn't mean that a swallow wasn't afraid of an eagle. Eagles were known as the overlords of the sky for a reason. The eagle that Zhao Hai released, strictly speaking, should be called a falcon. A falcon was a small eagle, but it was more flexible. Naturally, in terms of strength, an ordinary falcon wouldn't be an opponent of an eagle. However, in terms of helping people, a falcon was definitely better than an eagle. This was because falcons were suitable for various terrains. Even in the jungle, falcons could play a big role. Moreover, falcons could also prey on birds, which made them stronger than an eagle. Zhao Hai's falcon was something that he accidentally discovered. It took him a lot of effort to absorb it into the space. After being nourished by the space's natural energy, the falcon's body didn't become much bigger. However, its strength had increased by a lot, its speed was faster, and it was more flexible. In addition to this falcon, Zhao Hai also had several eagles flying in the sky. However, these birds all respected the falcon. The animals that followed Zhao Hai were wolves, tigers, elephants, bears, snakes, mice, and all kinds of animals. There were even some insects. All of these animals were received by Zhao Hai. However, he hadn't released them for some time. This was because he almost didn't have time to act alone. Therefore, these animals could only stay in his space. Although these animals also liked to stay in his space, Zhao Hai's space couldn't compare to his original space. It was very simple. Therefore, Zhao Hai would release these animals every once in a while, allowing them to get some fresh air outside. Zhao Hai was currently moving forward while chatting with these animals. It had been a long time since he had a good chat with these animals. These animals were very close to Zhao Hai. Now that Zhao Hai was able to chat with them, they were naturally very happy. Although there were a lot of movements, Zhao Hai's speed wasn't slow at all. Moreover, because the falcon was watching from the sky, Zhao Hai could feel relieved and boldly gallop on the prairie. Zhao Hai had already received some of the grass and soil of the prairie into his space. After receiving those things, a prairie appeared inside his space. Moreover, with the nourishment of natural energy, this prairie was getting bigger and bigger. This discovery made Zhao Hai very surprised. Then he looked at the woods inside the space and discovered that they had grown a lot. There were even some saplings that appeared. This made Zhao Hai very happy. At this time, Zhao Hai really had a wish. It was to establish a space like his original space. Although it might not be any worse than his original space, he still hoped that he could do it. Along the way, a day quickly passed. Zhao Hai didn't meet a single person during this time. Just when Zhao Hai thought that he wouldn't meet anyone, the falcon in the sky suddenly told him that there was a situation ahead. Zhao Hai immediately adjusted his vision to the falcon's point of view. It didn't take long for him to discover the situation ahead. There really was a situation ahead, but it wasn't what Zhao Hai imagined. In front of him was a destroyed camp. He didn't know who did it, but he was certain that it had something to do with the 10 great bandit groups. Zhao Hai didn't care about it as he rode his horse towards the direction of the destroyed camp. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the destroyed camp. The people who destroyed the camp weren't as kind as Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai destroyed the camp and killed the people, he would move the corpses together and then cut off the heads. However, the people in this camp didn't do this. After killing the people, they would just throw them there. Then after looting the camp, they would burn it down. Because of this, there was nothing to see here. Zhao Hai looked at the camp. When he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a burst of humming sound. The sound was very small, it seemed to be the sound of a newborn animal. Zhao Hai was surprised. He followed the direction of the sound and finally found a litter of puppies in the grass not far from the camp. This litter of puppies was just born. There were a total of 9 puppies. All of them were black and their fur was very short. They looked very cute. However, from the characteristics of these puppies, Zhao Hai could see that this was a litter of prairie mastiffs. There were several breeds of prairie mastiffs. In his previous life, Zhao Hai was most familiar with the Tibetan Mastiff. But purebred prairie mastiffs were different from the Tibetan Mastiff. Regardless, they were still good dogs. When Zhao Hai saw this litter of prairie mastiffs, he didn't say anything and directly received them into the space. It seems like this litter of puppies was born from the tribe's female dogs. As for their mother, there was no need to ask. Prairie mastiffs were very loyal animals. When they saw their master being attacked, they would certainly attack the attackers. Then there was no need to ask about the consequences, they would certainly die. Right now, this litter of puppies had been hungry for several days. Zhao Hai didn't have any milk to feed them. He could only receive them into the space and let nature energy nourish them. Nature energy can prevent animals from eating. These puppies were also animals, so they should be able to absorb nature energy, right? Zhao Hai didn't guess wrong. When these puppies entered the space, they immediately quieted down. Each and every one of them seemed to have fallen asleep. Naturally, they were also surrounded by nature energy. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he felt relieved. Then he looked around the camp and saw that there were no other living creatures. Then he turned around and left. Zhao Hai didn't think that his unintentional action would create 9 divine hounds. Whether it was an animal or a human, before they were born, they were in a Xianxia state. When they came out of their mother's womb, they would breathe in the outside air and enter their Hotian state. But at this time, there was still a trace of Mr. Qi in their bodies. Moreover, this trace of Xiantian Qi was the purest form of Xiantian Qi. But when a person starts to eat, this trace of Xiantian Qi would completely disappear. This was the heavenly Tao. As for the 9 prairie mastiffs, they were born not long ago. Although they breathed in the outside air, they didn't have time to eat. Because of this, there was still a trace of pure Xiantian Qi in their bodies. But at this time, Zhao Hai received them into the space. The 9 puppies didn't need to eat, so the Xiantian Qi in their bodies was preserved. Then when they absorbed nature energy, the natural energy would be slowly absorbed by the Xiantian Qi and then transformed into Mr. Qi. This was equivalent to the 9 puppies returning to their Xiantian state. In addition to these, there was another thing inside the space, and that was the jade doll. The jade doll was a peculiar life form. It absorbed natural energy and released golden energy. This golden energy had a very good effect on the human body. Naturally, it was the same for animals as well. Naturally, the 9 puppies also absorbed the golden energy, transforming their bodies. In this case, the 9 puppies could be said to be innately gifted. In the future, they would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't know about this. He also didn't think that his unintentional action would create 9 divine hounds. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He had seen all kinds of divine beasts, even the Kuan Peng, not to mention the divine hounds. Not long after Zhao Hai left the camp, he looked at the sky and saw that it was getting late. So he stopped and had the animals keep watch while he went to sleep. These days, Zhao Hai had a good sleep for the first time. He couldn't help it, he had been thinking about the battle. Moreover, when he was with the people, he didn't feel at ease when he was with the animals. Therefore, although he rested well these days, he didn't sleep well. It was rare for him to have a good sleep. When Zhao Hai woke up the next morning, he naturally felt very comfortable. He rode model bamboo all the way forward. The animals didn't return to the space, they just stayed by his side. Zhao Hai chatted with them as he walked forward. He had never felt so comfortable before. On this day, Zhao Hai encountered a small tribe that hadn't been attacked yet. Zhao Hai didn't want to provoke them, so he went around them. There were a lot of small tribes like this in the prairie. Killing them wouldn't bring any benefits to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wasn't a bloodthirsty person, so he naturally wouldn't do such a meaningless thing. After walking for 3 days, Zhao Hai still didn't encounter the Wolf Soul Country's army. This made Zhao Hai curious. He believed that the Wolf Soul Country must have heard about them. As long as they heard this news, the Wolf Soul Country would certainly retreat. This was because the Wolf Soul Country's army was different from the Blade Soul Country. The Blade Soul Country's army was under the command of the country. Even the army controlled by the great nobles was now under the command of the country. Whether they would retreat or not, it was up to the royal family to decide. On the other hand, the Golden Wolf tribe was different. They were formed by the alliance of various tribes. Once those tribes knew that their headquarters was being attacked, they would definitely retreat. At that time, even if the Golden Wolf tribe didn't want to retreat, they would have no choice but to. Zhao Hai thought that after walking for 3 days, he would meet the Wolf Soul Country's vanguard. However, he was wrong, he didn't meet anyone, he didn't even meet the vanguard of the Wolf Soul Country. Upon discovering this situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then his expression turned ugly. He was very clear that the Wolf Soul Country didn't want to retreat because they had an advantage in the battle with the Blade Soul Country. And this advantage made them unwilling to let go of it. This was the news that Zhao Hai didn't like to hear the most. Zhao Hai couldn't help but speed up. After 3 days, he still didn't see the Wolf Soul Country retreating. Zhao Hai was now certain that the Wolf Soul Country hadn't retreated, but he didn't know why. After walking for 2 days, he had no choice but to slow down. This was because the hawk had already discovered him, the Wolf Soul Country's hawk. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel relieved. There was still some distance between Yellow Wind City and the Wolf Soul Country. If they met the Wolf Soul Country here, then it could only mean one thing: the Wolf Soul Country hadn't taken Yellow Wind City. As long as they didn't take Yellow Wind City, then things would be easy. Zhao Hai received all the animals and then rode Mottled Bamboo to take a detour. He planned to go to Yellow Wind City to take a look. First, he wanted to send the news, and second, he wanted to see the situation there. After another 3 days of hurrying, Zhao Hai finally bypassed the Wolf Soul Country's army and then entered the mountains. When Zhao Hai entered the mountains, he was like a dragon returning to the sea, a tiger entering the mountains. There was no one who could be his opponent. In the forest, even the Fire Phoenix would lose if it fought with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai went straight to Yellow Wind Fort from the mountains. Before long, he arrived at a place not far from Yellow Wind Fort. Upon arriving here, Zhao Hai finally understood why the Wolf Soul Country didn't want to retreat. Now, the entire Yellow Wind Fortress was surrounded by the army of the Wolf Soul Kingdom. The walls of the Yellow Wind City were also very damaged. It looked like the city would be breached at any time. Bloodstains could be seen all over the walls of Yellow Wind City. The moat had long been filled up. It could be said that Yellow Wind City was on the verge of collapse. Under such circumstances, how could the people of the Wolf Soul Kingdom give up on Yellow Wind City and return? Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai's expression changed. Then he frowned. Yellow Wind City was now completely surrounded by people. However, if he wanted to enter the city to deliver a letter, then there was still a way. As long as he fuses with the iron thread grass, then he can easily enter the city from underground. However, this wouldn't be of much help to Yellow Wind City. Zhao Hai was now certain that the other tribes of the Wolf Soul Kingdom didn't know what happened in the prairie. The Golden Wolf tribe must have sealed the news. Otherwise, the people of the Wolf Soul Kingdom wouldn't be so relaxed as to surround Yellow Wind City. Even if they didn't retreat, they would still attack the city with all their might. But how can he break the siege of Yellow Wind City? Looking at the army surrounding Yellow Wind City, Zhao Hai suddenly had an idea. Then his eyes couldn't help but be filled with determination. He decided to break through the formation. Breaking through the formation alone was something that China's peerless warriors would do in ancient times. Naturally, this would also hurt the enemy's morale the most. Once he succeeds in breaking through the formation, then the enemy's morale would be greatly damaged. However, this was also very dangerous. The Wolf Soul Kingdom must have a lot of experts here. If these people really start to besiege Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai would be in danger. However, Zhao Hai still decided to do this. This was because once he succeeds, then the crisis of Yellow Wind City would be resolved. Even if he fails, then he can use the iron thread grass to retreat. After making up his mind, Zhao Hai decided to make a good plan. If he wants to break through the formation, then he can't be slow. Therefore, he still has to ride Banju. But this time, Banju also has to wear armor. Otherwise, he might be in danger. In addition to the bullhead drum and stone hammer, he also needs a weapon. In the end, Zhao Hai decided to use Jade Doll as his weapon. Jade Doll's sharpness was already known to Zhao Hai. Most importantly, Jade Doll is like a flying sword. It can fly out of Zhao Hai's side and attack the enemy. As long as Zhao Hai provides it with spiritual qi, then it can fly in the sky. In the past, Zhao Hai couldn't provide spiritual qi to Jade Doll in places where there were no plants. But later on, Zhao Hai suddenly thought of a method. This method, to put it bluntly, was really worthless. This was because Zhao Hai had used this method many times in the past, and that was formations. After Zhao Hai arrived at the Soul Realm, he had almost forgotten about formations. This was because he was a newcomer here. This was a completely different realm compared to other realms. He tried to use formations here, but there were a lot of formations that couldn't be used at all. This was one of the reasons why Zhao Hai forgot about formations. But since he found out that Jade Doll can be used as a flying sword, he began to worry about providing Jade Doll with natural energy. In places where there were plants, he could use those plants to provide energy to Jade Doll. But there was also a problem. Jade Doll can't be too far away from the plants. Otherwise, the plants wouldn't be able to provide energy. In the end, Zhao Hai couldn't help but think of formations. There were a lot of formations that couldn't be used here, but Zhao Hai didn't believe that all formations couldn't be used. After trying, he finally found a formation that could be used. But this formation made Zhao Hai very surprised. It was a curse formation. The curse array was the formation that Zhao Hai had studied for the shortest amount of time. It was also the formation that he understood the least. This formation seemed to be able to directly affect a person's soul. Perhaps it was because of this feature that the curse array could be used here. However, using curse formations in this place was different. The curse formation had a slight mutation in this place. The terrible effects of the curse formation became very weak, and its damage to people was very limited. However, this curse formation had another use. It allowed Zhao Hai to provide Jade Doll with natural energy from a distance. At the same time, he could also command Jade Doll to fight. For Zhao Hai, this was very important. However, Zhao Hai had only experimented with this method in his soul object space. He hasn't used it in reality yet. Zhao Hai wanted to know if this method would work in reality. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai slowly retreated back into the forest. Then with an intention, Jade Doll appeared beside him. Then Jade Doll swam around like a fish. It was very flexible. Zhao Hai waved his hand as Jade Doll appeared a kilometer away from Zhao Hai. Its speed was very fast. Moreover, Zhao Hai used the curse formation to transfer energy to Jade Doll. Commanding Jade Doll didn't require any effort. Seeing this, Zhao Hai finally felt relieved. After solving Jade Doll's problem, there was still another problem that Zhao Hai needed to solve. This was the issue of modeled bamboo's armor. Zhao Hai had fused with the plants in the past, using the human-plant fusion technique. He only put armor on himself, he didn't put armor on his mount. Now that he suddenly had to put armor on his mount, Zhao Hai wasn't quite used to it. This also needed to be tested. Zhao Hai released modeled bamboo and fused with the iron bark tree. An ox helmet immediately appeared on his body. However, it was difficult to put the armor on modeled bamboo. Zhao Hai tried several times without success. In the end, Zhao Hai had to fuse his spiritual force with the iron bark tree and modeled bamboo. He wanted to see if this would work. In the end, he succeeded. His body was covered with a bull's head armor, while Banju's armor was also broken. Moreover, on his horse head, there was a horn that looked like a bull's head. It looked very good. Although Zhao Hai's spiritual force was very high, Zhao Hai's spiritual force was already very strong. He wasn't afraid of this consumption at all. Moreover, he discovered that he still had some energy left. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately tried to communicate with the iron-barked grass. The iron-barked grass spiritual force also joined them. Like this, Zhao Hai's mind moved. Suddenly, a row of iron-barked grass appeared around modeled bamboo. These iron-barked grass were constantly rotating around modeled bamboo. Everything that came within a meter of modeled bamboo would be strangled by the iron-barked grass. Seeing this, Zhao Hai finally relaxed. Then he turned his head to look at Yellow Wind City's situation. He coldly snorted before he turned around and entered the forest. After that, he went back to the prairie. Then he prepared himself and put on the ox head armor. The iron-barked grass appeared by modeled bamboo's side. However, Jade Baby didn't appear. Zhao Hai didn't want to reveal Jade Baby right from the start because there was no need for it. After everything was prepared, Zhao Hai looked at Yellow Wind City. Then he gave a loud shout as his legs clamped on the horse's belly. Mottled bamboo let out a loud cry as it rushed forward. Riding a single horse straight towards the Wolf Spirit Kingdom's army, it looked like suicide. However, Zhao Hai didn't hesitate at all. His eyes were cold, his tall body and his black armor made him look like a devil that crawled out of hell. Dao Beiying stood on the walls of Yellow Wind City. He could no longer see the elegant young master from the school. Now, he was wearing a somewhat broken armor that was stained with blood. His hair was messy, his face was bearded, and his eyes were like that of a hungry wolf. He was now a qualified general. Dao Beiying and the others didn't expect the Wolf Spirit Kingdom's attack to be this ruthless. They didn't care about their own lives and even had a large number of experts. In the end, Dao Beiying's uncle, Dao Mingtang, the imperial family's war god, had no choice but to perish together with the enemy in order to kill the experts of the Wolf Spirit Kingdom. However, Dao Mingtang's death was a fatal blow to the morale of Yellow Wind Fort. When the fort was about to fall, Dao Beiying stood up. Dao Beiying didn't know that he would be this ruthless. He ordered the death of dozens of officers who wanted to retreat in order to stabilize the situation. It was also under his command that they were able to resist the desperate attacks of the Wolf Spirit Kingdom. But now, he couldn't hold on any longer. The provisions in the city were set ablaze by the Wolf Spirit Kingdom's fire arrows. Now, there weren't many provisions left. They wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a few days. Additionally, there were a lot of wounded soldiers in the city. Morale was low. Everyone was relying on their last breath to hold on, waiting for reinforcements. But what made Dao Beiying feel strange was that the reinforcements didn't come. Yellow Wind City was surrounded by the Wolf Spirit Kingdom. News couldn't be sent out. He was afraid that they wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a few days. Dao Beiying looked at the Wolf Spirit Kingdom's army surrounding him and couldn't help but sigh. He knew that he wouldn't be able to escape this time. He let out a long breath. He didn't know why, but at this time, he suddenly thought of Zhao Hai. Before, Zhao Hai had entered the prairie with the Blade Guards. It was precisely because they had entered the prairie that they discovered the conspiracy of the Wolf Spirit Country. But it was also because they had entered the prairie that they had yet to return. It was unknown whether they were still alive or not. Now that he was trapped here, he was also in a situation where his life was hanging by a thread. How could Dao Beiying have thought that the only friend he knew in this world would end up like this? It was too dramatic. Just as he was thinking about this, the sound of footsteps was suddenly heard. A person quickly ran to Dao Beiying's side. Dao Beiying didn't need to look to know who it was. He was very familiar with this person's footsteps. It was Lang Shiping. Dao Beiying said, "Shiping, don't worry. Things have already reached this point. What else can make us anxious? Did the enemy attack again?" Lang Shiping's voice carried a trace of joy as he said, "Your Highness, the Wolf Spirit Kingdom's army in the north is suddenly in chaos. It seems like someone is charging." Dao Beiying was now standing on the southern wall of Yellow Wind City. He wanted to see when the reinforcements would arrive. He didn't think that the Wolf Spirit Kingdom's army in the north would be in chaos. Moreover, there were people charging. Dao Beiying suddenly turned around and looked at Lang Shiping. Then he said with a trembling voice, "Is what you said true? Are there really people charging? How many people? Can you see clearly?" Lang Shiping replied, "Replying to your Highness, we don't know how many people there are. We only saw the Wolf Spirit Kingdom's army suddenly become chaotic. So I came to send you a letter." Dao Beiying didn't wait for Lang Shiping to finish speaking. His figure moved as he went straight to the north. He wanted to see who was charging. At this time, even the slightest change could affect the battle. It could bring them hope. Because of this, he wanted to see it for himself. Before long, Dao Beiying arrived at the northern wall of Yellow Wind City. At this time, there were a lot of people standing on the northern wall. Everyone was looking at the Wolf Spirit Kingdom's army not far away. At this time, the rear of the Wolf Spirit Kingdom's army was in chaos. Moreover, this chaos was heading towards the Blade Spirit Kingdom. It seems like there really were people charging. However, what made people puzzled was that the Wolf Spirit Kingdom's army wasn't very chaotic. It was clear that there weren't a lot of people charging. But even so, there were still a lot of people watching from the walls. They wanted to know who was charging. Could it be reinforcements? At this time, the eyes of the people in Yellow Wind City had turned red from waiting for reinforcements. Zhao Hai continued to charge forward, and anyone who stood in his way was sent flying with a single sweep of his spear. By now, he was deep in the middle of the Wolf Spirit Country army, and he was surrounded by the Wolf Spirit Country soldiers. However, none of them were able to deal any damage to him, and even if they wanted to attack Ban Zhu, most of their attacks were blocked by the iron thread grass. Just as Zhao Hai was still charging forward, a loud shout rang out, "Scoundrel, you dare to charge into the formation!" Following the voice, a figure flew over from the distance, stepping on heads. The Wolf Spirit Country soldiers who had been stepped on by him were not angry, instead looking at him with a fanatical look on their faces. Zhao Hai looked at the man and gave a cold humph. With a wave of his hand, a green light shot out from his hand, and before the man could react, a hole appeared in his throat, blood spurting out. His face was filled with disbelief, and his body swayed before he fell to the ground. This time, the people surrounding Zhao Hai were all stunned. After all, that man was a consolidating equipment stage powerhouse, and they had never expected that he would be killed by Zhao Hai in a single blow. That was just too inconceivable. However, Zhao Hai did not stop, and Ban Zhu continued to charge forward. All the people in front of Zhao Hai were swept away by him. One man and one steed, like a hot knife through butter, the butter unable to stop him at all. Along the way, the entire army of the Wolf Spirit Nation was in chaos. They had never thought that this would happen. They had never imagined that a single person would be able to charge into the formation. However, they realized that if they wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, they did not have many tricks up their sleeves. They wanted to use the horse-stirring rope, but they soon realized that it would not work. The horse-stirring rope would be cut off by the iron thread grass. Furthermore, it was too sudden, and they were not prepared at all. As such, they were unable to stop Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai did not know how long he had been charging, but he could feel that there were more and more enemies in front of him. However, these people could not stop him. When he finally charged out of the crowd, he heard a loud voice, "Release the arrows, quickly release the arrows, shoot those guys back." Only then did Zhao Hai realize that he had already reached the walls of the Yellow Wind City. Dao Beiying and the others stood on top of the city wall and stared with their mouths agape as the man charged out of the enemy's formation. Wherever he passed, there was no one. Everyone who stood in his way was swept away by him. There was nothing that could stop him from moving forward. Sabering suddenly felt that the person was familiar. He looked at the person's figure, his horse, and the weapon in his hand. Suddenly, Sabering became excited. He turned to Lang Shiping and said, "Shiping, look at that person. Isn't that crane grass?" Lang Shiping nodded and said, "Shiping, look at that person." Lang Shiping had the same feeling as Dao Beiying. He also nodded excitedly and said, "Yes, Your Highness, that man is too similar. He must be crane grass, he must be." At this time, Zhao Hai had already charged out of the enemy formation. Dao Beiying immediately ordered his people to release the arrows, causing the people of the Wolf Spirit Country to retreat. Zhao Hai was sitting on mottled bamboo's back. When he looked up, he saw Dao Beiying. He almost couldn't recognize Dao Beiying. This was because Dao Beiying's transformation was too great. However, Zhao Hai still recognized him from Dao Beiying's figure and appearance. Zhao Hai lifted his mask and cupped his fist towards Dao Beiying, then he loudly said, "Crane Grass has seen Your Highness. This one has good news for Your Highness. My army has already entered the Wolf Spirit Country's prairie. We have already destroyed nearly 100 large and small tribes. Recently, we have also destroyed the Abahai tribe and are now advancing towards the Golden Wolf tribe. I believe that it won't be long before we can capture the Golden Wolf tribe's headquarters." Zhao Hai's voice was very loud, it spread far and wide on the battlefield. In an instant, the noisy battlefield became quiet. Everyone stared blankly at Zhao Hai, especially the people of the Wolf Spirit Country. The news that Zhao Hai brought was too explosive, they were all stunned. Zhao Hai's guess wasn't wrong. In order for the Golden Wolf tribe to eliminate all of Yellow Wind City's defenders, they deliberately sealed the news. Now, in the army of the Wolf Spirit Country, only a few people knew about Zhao Hai's actions in the prairie. Zhao Hai wanted to use this opportunity to let the people of the Wolf Spirit Country know about this news. This would completely destroy the Golden Wolf tribe's plan. He believed that as long as the other tribes of the Wolf Spirit country know about this news, they would certainly retreat. When that time comes, the crisis of Yellow Wind City would naturally be resolved. Right at that moment, in the midst of the Wolf Spirit country army, a voice suddenly rang out, "Nonsense! You dare to disturb the morale of the army? You're seeking death." Following that, a person suddenly charged out from the Wolf Spirit country army, pouncing towards Zhao Hai. This person's speed was extremely fast, and the image of a leopard slowly formed around him. In his hands was a scimitar, and he charged towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai turned around, looking at the charging person. Raising the bull's head drum in his hands, he squeezed his horse's belly and charged forward. Both weapons clashed, and Zhao Hai's body only swayed slightly, but he didn't show much of a reaction. As for the charging leopard spirit warrior, he was sent flying back more than 10 meters before he somersaulted and landed on his feet. That person looked at Zhao Hai in surprise. He really did not expect that Zhao Hai's strength would be so strong. A mere spirit plant country, and not even a consolidated equipment stage spirit plant warrior, was actually able to send him flying with a single blow. This was truly unexpected. Zhao Hai stopped his horse and looked at that person, smiling coldly. With a flick of his hand, he took out something from the side pocket of his saddle. He then placed it on his bull's head drum and raised it up, saying solemnly, "You say I'm messing around? Then do you recognize this thing?" What Zhao Hai took out was a large flag. However, this flag was already broken, and there was a lot of blood on it. The pattern on this war flag was a camel. As soon as this war flag was revealed, it caused a commotion. There were very few people in the grasslands who didn't recognize this camel flag. This camel flag was the flag of the Abahai tribe. The flag made in the grasslands was very different from the flag of the Saber Spirit country. The flag left in the main camp was also different from the flag they used in battle. This was something that only the people of the grasslands knew. Now, Zhao Hai took out such a large flag, and from the special markings on this flag, it was the flag of the Abahai tribe's main camp. In other words, Zhao Hai was not lying. The expert from the Wolf Spirit country stared. He really didn't think that Zhao Hai would take out the Abahai tribe's flag. One must know that this wasn't an easy matter. This was because once the tribes of the grasslands find out that they weren't a match for the other party, they would immediately burn their flags. Therefore, it was very difficult to capture the flag of the prairie's main camp. The expert from the Wolf Spirit country also knew that the tribes of the grasslands were being attacked. However, because this information was tightly sealed, he didn't know much. He thought that at most, some small tribes were being attacked. He didn't think that even a tribe like the Abahai tribe would be attacked. It seems like Zhao Hai wasn't joking when he said that he would attack the Golden Wolf tribe's main camp. Zhao Hai held the flag as he stood in front of the two armies. Looking at the people from the Wolf Spirit country, he coldly smiled and said, "You want to attack my Blade Spirit country? Ha ha ha, just you wait. I want to see what kind of expression you will have when you return home and find out that your wives, children, cattle, and sheep are all gone." Ha ha ha. Then Zhao Hai laughed loudly. His laughter caused a commotion in the army of the Wolf Spirit country. The expert from the Wolf Spirit country knew that they couldn't continue like this. If this continues, then the army would be in chaos. He immediately shouted and rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the person and then fiercely waved his hand. A green light appeared in his hand and shot towards the person. That person was attacking from the front. At this time, he had no way to dodge the green light. He could only use the shield in his hand to block the green light. Clang! A loud sound was heard. The person felt the sword in his hand tremble. Then his entire body stopped. At the same time, the green light flew back. However, it only flew for a short distance before it disappeared. At this time, a huge bullhead drum was heading towards the person. Originally, after Zhao Hai released Jade Doll, he didn't stop there. Instead, he urged the horse forward and stabbed the bullhead drum towards the man. Just as the man was about to block Jade Doll, the bullhead drum arrived. The man was startled, his feet touched the ground and he wanted to retreat. But at this time, he suddenly felt something tighten around his feet. He couldn't retreat, it was as if something was pulling him. While he was stunned, Zhao Hai's bullhead drum had already pierced his body, Then Zhao Hai used his strength and directly lifted the person up. The wolf spirit country's army was in an uproar. In their eyes, an invincible expert was actually killed by Zhao Hai in one move. Moreover, he was like a salted fish being lifted up by Zhao Hai. This was a huge blow to their morale. Zhao Hai waited until the person was completely dead. Then he waved his bullhead drum and shouted, "Go." Then he threw that person out. That person flew straight towards the army of the wolf spirit country and was caught by the army. Zhao Hai looked at the wolf spirit country's army and coldly snorted. Then he rode his horse towards Yellow Wind City. He completely ignored the millions of soldiers behind him. This made the wolf spirit country's army startled. When Zhao Hai arrived at the city, Dao Beiying immediately shouted, "Quick, release the rope and pull my brother up." Zhao Hai looked at Dao Beiying and smiled faintly. Then he said, "There's no need for that, brother Dao." Then Zhao Hai's hand moved, a black vine flew out and attached itself to the city wall. Then the bullhead drum in Zhao Hai's hand disappeared. Then Zhao Hai shouted, "Up." Then he used his strength to pull up a person and a horse. Yes, you didn't see it wrong, it was a person and a horse. Zhao Hai's legs were still clamped on mottled bamboo. When he was about to reach the city wall, the bullhead drum in his hand flew out. Then Zhao Hai flipped the bullhead drum towards the city wall. Then he used his strength to flip mottled bamboo along with him. Then the person and the horse landed on the city wall. The people on and below the city wall stared blankly at Zhao Hai. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would use this method to climb the walls. Not only did he climb the walls, even his horse went up. But the horse was even more strange. It was rolling in the air and didn't have any reaction when it landed on the walls. It was as if it was part of Zhao Hai's body. When Zhao Hai landed on the walls, he immediately jumped down from his horse. Then the armor on his body and the horse's armor disappeared. Then Zhao Hai patted mottled bamboo. Mottled bamboo let out a cry and then walked down the walls. Zhao Hai arrived in front of Dao Beiying. He looked at Dao Beiying's messy hair and beard, then he suddenly laughed and said, "Brother Dao, what are you doing? Ha ha ha, how did you change your style? Then where did my elegant and graceful brother Dao go?" Dao Beiying looked at the laughing Zhao Hai and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He went forward and hugged Zhao Hai, then he said, "Brother, it's good that you came back alive. Let's go, we'll talk inside the city." Zhao Hai looked at the restless wolf soul country's army outside the city. Then he nodded and said, "Let's go. I think these guys won't attack for a while." Then he followed Dao Beiying inside the city. Naturally, Lang Shiping also followed the two. Upon arriving at the city, Zhao Hai understood how bad Yellow Wind City's current situation was. There were traces of fire everywhere in the city as well as large stones scattered everywhere. Around these stones were destroyed buildings. There weren't many intact buildings left in the city. From this, one can see how tragic the siege was. Zhao Hai didn't think much about it. He didn't think that Yellow Wind City would be destroyed. Zhao Hai also saw the soldiers inside the city. These soldiers looked weak, their armor was damaged, and their expressions were numb. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but turn cold. This situation was too dangerous. If the enemy attacked, then it would be very dangerous. However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He could see that Dao Beiying had already done his best. But it seems like something happened in the city. This matter wasn't something that a rookie like Dao Beiying could deal with. The three arrived at a relatively intact house in the city. There was a map inside the house, but there was nothing else. After the three entered the house, Dao Beiying looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, I'm sorry. The situation in the city isn't good, so we can only do this. Tell me, what happened to the prairie? Did you really attack those large tribes on the prairie? The flag that you showed before belonged to the Abahai tribe. I've seen this flag before. The Abahai tribe is very powerful. They were the vanguard when they attacked the city. Their fighting strength is very strong, and their people are also very brave." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course it's true. Brother Dao, you don't think that I'm lying to you, right? Hee, let me tell you about what happened after we arrived at the prairie." Then Zhao Hai told Dao Beiying about what happened in the prairie. Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping listened in a daze. After Zhao Hai finished, Dao Beiying let out a long breath, then he said, "Brothers, you did well. You did very well. In such a short period of time, 40 people became the leaders of an army of tens of thousands. You're really amazing." Dao Beiying nodded, then he said, "Brother, you did well." Zhao Hai looked at Dao Beiying and smiled faintly, "Brother Dao, you did well as well. It seems like you're the one in charge of the city right now. You were able to lead the city's army to resist the attack of the Wolf Soul country. This is already very amazing." Dao Beiying smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that I'm amazing. Moreover, I wasn't the one in charge of this place in the beginning. It was my uncle who led the defenses here. Unfortunately, in a previous battle, he perished together with an expert from the Wolf Spirit country. After I took over, I accidentally burned all of the provisions in the city. Now, the city is almost out of food. Brother, it seems like the Wolf Spirit country will attack again. With the current situation, I'm afraid that we won't be able to defend the city. With your strength, you should leave if you have the chance. You have the strength to defend yourself." Zhao Hai looked at Dao Beiying. The smile on his face slowly disappeared. Then his expression became more and more serious. In the end, anger appeared on his face. He suddenly stood up and looked at Dao Beiying as he said, "Dao Beiying, are you the commander of an army? How could you say something like that at a time like this? Do you think that dying in battle is amazing? Why haven't you thought about the consequences of your failure?" Dao Beiying stared blankly at Zhao Hai. He had never seen Zhao Hai this angry before. Moreover, Zhao Hai used this kind of tone to talk to him. Dao Beiying stared blankly, he didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai looked at Dao Beiying and said, "You should know that you are the commander of an army. Every decision you make will determine the life and death of millions of people. Don't think that once you die, everything will be over. Have you thought about what will happen after you die? Once you die, Yellow Wind City will be broken. What will happen after that? The Empire's northern gate will be completely open. The Prairie's iron hooves will be able to move unhindered in the Blade Soul country. All the citizens of the Blade Soul country will become their slaves. They might even kill them for fun. Is this what you want to see?" Before a general's head is chopped off, he doesn't have the qualifications to think that he will lose. This is because he doesn't just represent himself, he represents millions of people. Look at you right now, do you look like a general? A general's image will directly affect the soldiers. Look at you, your hair is messy, your beard isn't shaved, your clothes aren't tidied up. Yes, you are very busy, you don't have time to deal with these trivial matters. But have you thought about how you will appear in the eyes of the soldiers? Will they think that you have already given up? Now, go and tidy yourself up. As for food, I will take care of it." Dao Beiying quietly listened to Zhao Hai's words. After Zhao Hai finished, Dao Beiying took a deep breath and then gave Zhao Hai a deep bow. Then he stood up and said, "Brother, thank you. Rest assured, I know what to do. I'll go and prepare." Dao Beiying nodded and said, "Brother, thank you. Rest assured, I know what to do." Then he turned around and walked towards the back of the house. Lang Shiping looked at Zhao Hai, then he cupped his fist and followed Dao Beiying. They didn't ask Zhao Hai how to deal with food. It was clear that they completely trusted Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Dao Beiying's appearance and let out a long breath. If he wanted to solve the problem of morale in the city, then he must first solve Dao Beiying's problem. Now that Dao Beiying's problem was solved, the next step was to solve the problem of morale in the city. Food wasn't that difficult. He had a lot of baobab seeds. As long as he took them out, the problem of food would be solved. As for defending the city, this was also very simple. This was because he had a lot of mutated seeds. These seeds were made when he was bored. Planting them on the walls was enough. With these mutated plants helping to defend the city, it would be very difficult for the people of the Wolf Soul Kingdom to break through Yellow Wind City. Naturally, the people of the Wolf Soul Kingdom weren't having a good time. This was because the news that Zhao Hai released was too shocking. The people of the Wolf Soul Kingdom would certainly want to go back and take a look. Zhao Hai believed that it wouldn't take long for them to receive the news from the prairie. When that time comes, they would have no choice but to retreat. However, Zhao Hai believed that the people of the Golden Wolf tribe wouldn't be willing to retreat just like that. Therefore, in the next few days, they would definitely go all out and attack. In other words, in the next few days, they would face a very big test. To be honest, Zhao Hai wasn't very worried about the situation in the city. What he was worried about was the reason behind Yellow Wind City's current state. In the past, Yellow Wind City had a king's younger brother and a king's son. Under these circumstances, Yellow Wind City had fallen to such a state. Moreover, the Blade Soul Kingdom hadn't sent any reinforcements. This matter was very strange. Zhao Hai could still find a reason to explain Dao Mingtong's death. That was that the king was worried about his younger brother and wanted him to die. But what about Dao Beiying? Based on Zhao Hai's understanding of the Blade Soul Kingdom's king, he was very optimistic about Dao Beiying. But in this situation, Dao Beiying was in danger, yet he didn't send any reinforcements. This could only mean two things. The first was that the Blade Soul Kingdom couldn't send any reinforcements. This was almost impossible because the Blade Soul Kingdom was very strong. Organizing reinforcements shouldn't be a problem. Then there was only the second possibility. The king didn't want to save Dao Beiying, or he didn't have the means to save him. But looking at Dao Beiying's position in the Blade Soul Kingdom, this possibility didn't exist. The king didn't have the means to save Dao Beiying. If this was the case, then the Blade Soul Kingdom would undergo a huge change. However, Zhao Hai believed that this wouldn't happen easily. Moreover, even if the Saber Spirit country had a huge change, as long as they win, they would be fine. This was especially true for Dao Beiying. This was because Dao Beiying had Yellow Wind City's soldiers in his hands. Any force that wants to deal with him would have to think twice. Yellow Wind City's soldiers were already very strong before, and after this battle, they would become even stronger. As long as Dao Beiying has these soldiers, he would be invincible. Even if something happens to the Saber Spirit country, Dao Beiying would still be able to send his troops to rescue the emperor. This was because he had the strength to do so. However, this was what Zhao Hai didn't want to see the most. This was because if the Blade Soul Kingdom fell into internal strife, then the ones who would benefit would be the Wolf Soul Kingdom and the Tiger Soul Kingdom. These two countries didn't have a good relationship with the Blade Soul Kingdom. It could even be said that they were enemies. If the Blade Soul Kingdom were to undergo a huge change, then these two countries would certainly rush over. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath. He put all of his thoughts aside. This was because it was useless to think about these things right now. It was better to win this battle first. Only by winning this battle could he plan for the future. If he lost this battle, then all of his plans would just be a fantasy. Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping cleaned themselves up and came out. Their dirty clothes had been changed. Although their armor was still worn out, it was cleaned up. They looked refreshed. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled faintly. Very good, this is the brother Dao that I know. Hee hee. Brother Dao, I heard a joke. It said that there was a person who loved to be beautiful. When someone was about to kill him, he said to that person, "Friend, you can kill me, but please don't mess up my hair." Ha 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 ha. When Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. The two didn't know what to say. It was Zhao Hai who asked them to tidy up. Now that they were done, Zhao Hai laughed at them. However, they weren't angry at all. This was because only such a person could be considered your friend. What kind of friend would allow you to get along with them for a long time? There might be a lot of promises, but it was undeniable that there was a type of friend that you would get along with the longest. That was a bad friend. Dao Beiying smiled bitterly and said, "Now that we have the crane grass, there's no need to talk about those useless things. There's no food in the city right now. Moreover, even if the Wolf Soul Kingdom wants to retreat, they would still attack us. The most important thing is how we defend against their attacks." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's go, we'll go out now. There will be food soon." After saying that, he walked out. Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping looked at each other, and in the end they could only follow him out. When the soldiers outside saw Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping, their eyes couldn't help but light up. To be honest, the temperament of a commander would affect an army. Moreover, it would have a huge impact. Zhao Hai turned his head to Dao Beiying and said, Brother Dao, pass down the order to the city. There will be a lot of trees in the city. Tell everyone not to panic. Dao Beiying stared blankly for a moment before nodding. Then he turned to look at Lang Shiping. Lang Shiping immediately nodded and walked to the side. There was a big drum there. Lang Shiping picked up the drumstick and hit the drum. This was the general's summoning drum, which would only be rung when the commander-in-chief issued an order. When the soldiers in the city heard the sound of the drum, they were all shocked. Then, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. The generals from all over the city came to Dao Beiying's command hall. Dao Beiying glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, The one standing beside me is Crane Tian. From today onwards, he is the vice-general of Yellow Wind City. Seeing him is like seeing me. Do you understand? Zhao Hai started. He didn't expect that Dao Beiying's first sentence would be this. However, he didn't say anything. He just cupped his fists to the people and left it at that. However, those people were all looking at Zhao Hai. They knew what Zhao Hai had done before. Charging into the formation alone, killing consolidating equipment masters, flying up the city walls. These were all proof of Zhao Hai's strength. As such, they didn't object to this order. They just looked at Zhao Hai suspiciously. After all, they didn't know who Zhao Hai was. Dao Beiying didn't explain. Instead, he looked at the people and said in a deep voice, In a moment, there will be a lot of trees growing in the city. You all go and inform everyone. Don't make a fuss when the time comes. The generals nodded. One of them looked at Dao Beiying in confusion and asked, Your Highness, why will there be trees growing in the city? Dao Beiying looked at that person and said in a deep voice, Because crane grass is a plant master. If he says there will be trees, then there will be trees. Pass down the order. Don't make a fuss. Go. Everyone immediately nodded and left quickly. From this question, they could tell that Zhao Hai held a high position in Dao Beiying's heart. Zhao Hai turned to look at Dao Beiying and said with a smile, Brother Dao, I'm going. After he said that, Zhao Hai let out a whistling sound. It was unknown where mottled bamboo had come from, but he suddenly ran over to Zhao Hai's side. Zhao mounted his horse and then quickly ran through the city. While running, Zhao sprinkled seeds on the ground. As he planted the seeds, towering trees suddenly appeared in the city. Those who hadn't heard Dao Beiying's command were all shouting, but they soon quieted down. Everyone looked at the trees, not knowing what they could do. Zhao was a man who had been waiting for Zhao's orders. Zhao Hai planted baobab trees in the city. These baobab seeds were prepared for the sand tigers. He thought that if the sand tigers ran out of food, these baobab seeds would be a relief. Because of this, Zhao Hai prepared a lot of baobab seeds. However, he didn't expect that the sand tigers didn't use them in the end. Instead, they used them in Yellow Wind City. Zhao Hai rode Banju and ran through the city. As long as he ran through the place, trees would grow. These trees were filled with baobabs. The baobabs in the city were enough for the people to eat. One must know that these baobabs tasted very good. It was very good to use them as army rations. After planting the baobab trees in the city, Zhao Hai rode his horse to the city walls. Then he planted a lot of mutant plants on the walls. These mutant plants weren't like the baobab trees that didn't have any attack power. They were all offensive plants. Zhao Hai wanted to use these plants to help defend the city. When Zhao Hai finished planting everyone's things, several hours had passed. When Zhao Hai returned to the command hall, Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping were waiting for him. When they saw that he had returned, the two immediately surrounded him. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, The fruits on the trees are army rations. You can eat them by burning them or eating them raw. You can eat them however you like. The mutant plants on the walls are used for fighting. They can help defend the city, so the people in the city don't provoke them. Dao Beiying looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother, thank you. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to pass this trial. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Don't be so polite. Have the people collect the fruits. These fruits are easy to store. As long as they are placed in a dry place, they can be stored for a long time. Dao Beiying didn't say anything and immediately gave the order. At this time, the people in the city finally knew what these trees were for. The people inside the trees almost went crazy. As the defenders of the city, they were very clear about the situation inside the city. The fire in the granary made them despair. In their minds, not only did the fire burn their food, it also burned their hope. Even if they weren't killed by the enemy, they would still starve to death. They didn't expect that they would suddenly have food. Moreover, it was a lot of food. Actually, this was Zhao Hai. If it were other plant masters, they would only be able to produce about 100 baobao trees. But for such a big city, 100 baobao trees was just a drop in the bucket. It was useless. It was enough to feed the entire army for a long time. Looking at the crazy people inside the city, Dao Beiying finally let out a long breath. This kind of crazy venting made the dead atmosphere inside the city disappear. The morale of the people inside the city was slowly recovering. Zhao Hai looked at Dao Beiying and smiled faintly. "Brother Dao, let's go and take a look at the city walls. I want to see what the Wolf Soul Country's army is doing." Naturally, Dao Beiying didn't object. He led Zhao Hai and Lang Shiping up the city walls. The three of them went all the way up the city walls. Wherever they went, the people inside the city would respectfully give them a salute. This was especially true for the way they looked at Zhao Hai. It can be said that their lives were saved by Zhao Hai. Naturally, the way they looked at Zhao Hai was different. Moreover, these people weren't idiots. Zhao Hai could turn the entire city into a forest in just one day. This ability alone was enough to surpass all of them. The three of them didn't care about this. Instead, they were chatting and laughing as they walked up the city walls. The soldiers inside the city were starving. When they saw Dao Beiying and the others talking and laughing, it seemed like they didn't care about the army outside. Their hearts calmed down. When the three of them arrived at the city walls, they looked at the army outside. The Wolf Soul Country's army was still in chaos, but it was much better than before. However, compared to when Zhao Hai didn't break through, the situation was completely different. Looking at the army outside the city, Dao Beiying finally heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Crane Grass, this time it's all thanks to you. If not for you, we would have been in trouble." "Thank you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "No need to be so courteous with me. Brother Dao, don't underestimate them. Their final attack will definitely be crazy. We have to be prepared." Dao Beiying nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will. There are still a few consolidating equipment stage powerhouses in the city. I will get them to be prepared. This time, the Wolf Soul Country has changed their strategy. Every time they attack a city, they will send out their consolidating equipment stage powerhouses to challenge us. If we don't accept the challenge, their morale will be affected. If we accept the challenge, they will use all sorts of methods to kill our powerhouses, and that will affect the morale even more. As such, we have to be careful this time." Zhao Hai nodded. Looking at the people outside the city, he said solemnly, "Those fellows, this time I'm afraid every single one of them will come and challenge me." "Haha, those fellows from the grasslands are getting smarter." "That's right, Brother Dao, I haven't asked you this before. Could it be that with the Yellow Wind City in such a state, the Empire has no reaction at all?" Dao Beiying suddenly fell silent. After a while, he turned to look at Zhao Hai, smiling bitterly as he said, "Crane Grass, you have really asked the right question this time. With the Yellow Wind City in such a state, the Empire should have known long ago. However, until now, there has been no reaction. No reinforcements, no rations, nothing at all. It's as if we have been abandoned by the Empire. That is also the reason why the morale in the city is so low." Zhao Hai furrowed his brow and said, "Something is not right. Although many of the soldiers in the Yellow Wind City are the regular armies of the Empire, there are also many local armies. These local armies are like the private property of the large families. Would those large families be willing to give them up so easily? Even if they are willing to give them up, what about His Majesty? Is His Majesty willing to give them up as well? In short, I can't figure it out. There's something fishy about this whole matter." Dao Beiying smiled bitterly and said, "I've also thought about what you're thinking about. I don't have an answer right now. Therefore, Crane Grass, you should give up. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, he didn't know what to say. At this time, the sound of a bugle horn was suddenly heard from the Wolf Soul country's army outside the city. The sound of the bugle horn was very low, it gave people an invisible pressure. Upon hearing the sound of the bugle horn, Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping's expressions changed. Zhao Hai looked at the two in confusion and said, "What's wrong? It seems like you're very nervous. Is there something special about the sound of the bugle horn?" Dao Beiying replied, "This is the bugle horn to attack. Every time it sounds, it means that the Wolf Soul country's army is about to attack. Crane grass, get ready, the battle is about to begin." When Zhao Hai heard this, he understood what was going on. However, he wasn't too surprised. Instead, he calmly looked at the army outside the city and muttered, "It's finally about to begin." Following Zhao Hai's words, the Wolf Soul country's army outside the city began to move. All of the troops began to move towards the walls of Yellow Wind City. At the same time, Dao Beiying also gave the order to prepare for a full-scale defense. The Wolf Soul country's army took a few steps forward. When they were about 100 steps away from the city walls, they stopped. Then, a large flag was raised in the middle of the army. This flag was rectangular in shape, it was about 5 meters long and 3 meters wide. It was incomparably huge. On the top of the flag was embroidered a giant golden wolf, it was currently howling towards the sky. Golden Wolf Flag. Seeing this flag, Dao Beiying's expression changed as he whispered. Zhao Hai looked at Dao Beiying in confusion. Then he said, "Brother Dao, is this Golden Wolf flag the war flag of the Golden Wolf tribe?" Dao Beiying didn't say anything. Instead, Lang Shiping nodded and said, "Right, this Golden Wolf flag represents the Golden Wolf tribe's war tribe. When the Golden Wolf flag appears, it means that they're going to attack us. It seems like they're going to take the initiative to attack us. According to their attack pattern, they should be sending experts to challenge us." Just as Lang Shiping's voice fell, a voice was heard from the Wolf Soul country's army, "Listen up, the brat who came today, do you dare to come down and fight?" Along with this voice, a silhouette rushed out from the Wolf Soul country's army. He stepped on the heads of those who came out. This person was wearing a leather robe and had a tall and sturdy stature. In his hand was a scimitar. This scimitar didn't look any different from the other scimitars of the prairie. However, the scimitar's handle was golden. This scimitar was very famous in the prairie, it was called the golden saber. People who use golden sabers in the prairie were called golden saber wielders. This signified that they were very strong and had excellent saber techniques. Zhao Hai looked at these people and smiled faintly. Then he turned to Dao Beiying and said, "Brother Dao, I'll go and meet him." Then he jumped down from the city walls. Dao Beiying grabbed Zhao Hai's face and said, "Brother, you can't go. These people from the Wolf Soul country aren't good people. Even if you win against this person, you'll still be in danger. They will send other people to challenge you, they might even besiege you. You can't go, it's too dangerous." End of chapter 3288. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.